This man's name is Kong Chan, one of the most powerful mercenaries in France. On the battlefields of the Middle East, he was known as the God of Blackfield, a title earned through his superhuman combat skills and nerves of steel in a hellscape of bullets and bombs. However, after a mission to assassinate Marzalan of the SGES rebels, Kong Chan was killed by a traitor's bullet. The shooter was a man from his very own squad. Though he died, his body was saved by a mysterious force. He woke up 3 years later in South Korea in the body of a 19-year-old bullied high school student who also happened to be named Kong Chong. He quickly taught the bullies the meaning of a real fight and began to secretly use his intellect and experience to investigate his killer, clashing with numerous underworld the forces and mafias, international organizations, and even his own former comrades. Currently, I've recapped all 3 seasons of this story. Join me as we follow this absolute masterpiece from the beginning. In the distant lands of Africa, a team of French mercenaries set up camp for an important mission. A man's voice rang out, "We've received intel that the leader, Marzalan, will be arriving in Area Y." The man named Saran said grimly, "Tonight he dies." He laid out the crucial details. "I'm sure you've all realized, but due to the nature of this mission, we cannot deploy a large force. 5 teams will participate out of the 49 men here and there will be no backup whatsoever." One of the men sitting below asked, "What about the enemy's numbers?" Saran replied, "Approximately 350 to 500 troops." Daeju turned to Kong Chan, who was called Chan at the time. "What's he saying, Chan?" Kong Chan didn't answer immediately, just waved his hand. "Quiet, Daeju," Saran continued. "Note that the mission objective is not to capture this area. As soon as we confirm Marzalan is dead, ceasefire and return immediately." Daeju didn't understand French, so he turned to ask again, "What's he saying now?" Saran yelled, "You." He was pointing directly at Daeju and Kong Chan. Kong Chan remained silent. His eyes glinted with determination. Saran glared at the 2 of them. "Pay attention." Kong Chan replied, "Please continue." This response surprised the commander. They locked eyes, and for a moment it seemed like a debate would break out. But Saran just smiled and said, "Normally, I'd have a word with you, but today I'll let it slide." He added with a mysterious look, "Because today is a very special day for everyone." Kong Chan heard this but showed no reaction. Saran tapped the board. "All right," he boomed. Meeting adjourned. Everyone responded in French. "Yes, Captain." Night fell. A truck sped down the road. Inside were the mercenaries, including Kong Chan. Kong Chan most were sound asleep. The truck stopped somewhere. Kong Chan stepped out of the vehicle. He spoke to the men in the back. "We're walking from here, everyone out." He reminded them, "Check your weapons one more time, smoke him if you got him." "We move in 5 in unison," they replied. "Roger." Kong Chan took out a lighter and lit a cigarette. Suddenly, Smith called out to him, "Captain." He gave a wink. Then he made a suggestive gesture and said to Kong Chan, "After today's mission, okay?" Kong Chan quickly refused. "No way." He told his subordinate, "Worry about staying alive tonight instead of that nonsense." Smith calmly lit his cigarette, a smug look on his face. "Nothing to worry about. We've got the God of Blackfield here with us." Kong Chan immediately shot down that thought. "Don't get cocky." He then put out his cigarette. He urged everyone on. "All right, let's move." The entire squad moved with extreme caution, the dark night only broken by the soft footsteps of soldiers on the ground. One squad after another passed through. After some distance, Changchun signaled for them to halt. Before him was. It was only a quiet forest, but Kong Chan's instincts told him otherwise. He estimated, about 2 kilometers to the rendezvous point, everything's going smoothly so far. But Kong Chan grimaced, "Something feels wrong." Smith quickly asked, "Captain, what's with you?" He continued, "Is something wrong?" Kong Chan turned his head and said, "I have a bad feeling." Contrary to Kong Chan's concern, Smith teased him, "Come on, don't tell me our god of Blackfield is getting scared." He laughed loudly. "Ha, looks like it's time for our captain to retire, huh?" Suddenly, gunfire erupted. Smith looked down at his stomach in shock. He only managed to say 2 words, "What the?" Kong Chan shouted, "Smith!" A barrage of bullets rained down on them. Caught in a surprise attack, Kong Chan's side suffered heavy casualties. He immediately ordered, "Find cover now." The remaining men scrambled behind trees. A real battle had broken out sooner than expected. Kong Chan was trying to drag Smith's body out of the line of fire. The volume of gunfire was overwhelming. Most of the bullets tore into Smith. Seeing his comrade riddled with lead, Kong Chan screamed, "Smith, answer me." Suddenly, the spot right behind him exploded. Kong Chan thought to himself, "Asterisk, they even have grenade launchers. We weren't even attacked by a single guard." Asterisk. He checked on his other teammates. "Everyone all right?" The other side replied, "Nothing critical yet." Kong Chan cursed in anger. Were these bastards waiting for us? The enemy forces grew. Relentlessly firing at Kong Chan's position, Kong Chan fought back while cursing, "These bastards just keep coming." He expertly took down 2 gunmen and the driver. The vehicle exploded. Kong Chan anxiously asked Smith, "Smith, do you need morphine?" Smith struggled to reply, "No, no need." "Chan, how am I?" Looking at his comrade's condition, Kong Chan feared for his life. Asterisk, damn it, he's lost too much blood. His internal organs must be severely damaged asterisk, but he lied to calm Smith down, "It's just a scratch, don't overreact." Another teammate asked him, "John, what's next?" Kong Chan didn't answer, thinking silently asterisk, "Smith's injuries are too severe, we need a retreat to get a medical attention asterisk," but Smith spoke up. "Captain, you know what you have to do." He forced a smile and told Kong Chan, "Go." Kong Chan gritted his teeth and cursed at him. "Are you fucking crazy?" He yelled at Smith. "Who are we?" Smith said nothing, just put down hard. Kong Chan grabbed his shoulder, repeating, "Who are we?" Smith's lips curled into a faint smile. "Blackfield." Instantly, another bomb exploded very close to them. Kong Chan suffered a minor concussion, growling, "HNGH, these bastards." Suddenly, someone cried out, startling him. He yelled out in concern, "Did you?" Diju was badly injured, but still replied, "Okay, I'm okay." Kong Chan reassured them, "Hold on a little longer. We're not far from the enemy camp." He ran while shouting to his teammates, "We're breaking through their lines." Unexpectedly, a bullet was fired and went straight through his head. Blood splattered everywhere. Kong Chan slowly collapsed. His mind went blurry. What? He was losing consciousness. "I've been shot." From behind, enemy soldiers started to advance. Kong Chan's vision was hazy. A sniper. Asterisk, someone betrayed us. My head hurts so much. Pain. I'm already dead. I'm so thirsty. Asterisk, in his daze, he seemed to hear voices. Is someone here? The voices blended together. "Hey, can you hear me? Try to open your eyes if you can hear me," Kong Chan thought to himself. Is he speaking Korean? Then he slowly opened his eyes. A doctor said this young man is recovering quickly. "How are you feeling, young man?" Kong Chan could only open his eyes a third of the way. The hospital was in a flurry. "Sir, the patient Kong Chan has woken up." "This way, hurry." The doctor came to check on Kong Chan's condition. "Young man, how are you feeling?" Kong Chan was bewildered. "Where am I?" Though still groggy, he could clearly hear the doctor's words. You're recovering quite fast. Must be because you work out, but it's still too early to say for sure. Kong Chan looked at the man before him, thinking. Asterisk, an Asian man. Is he speaking Korean? Asterisk. The doctor turned to get some bandages while asking. So how are you feeling? Do you have any pain? Kong Chan opened his mouth. Where am I? The doctor replied, a hospital. Kong Chan asked again. In. I know it's a hospital. I want to know which hospital. The doctor answered, CBN Hospital in Gangnam. Then he said to the nurse beside him, Nurse Kim, he seems stable. Please go call his guardians. Nurse Kim replied, Yes, doctor. Hearing the word Gangnam, Kong Chan was confused. Asterisk Gangnam, is this South Korea? Asterisk, he asked again, who brought me here? Though finding the young man's questions bizarre, the doctor patiently replied, well, 119, of course. Kong Chan immediately denied it. Impossible. How could you call 119 from a place like that? Seeing that he wasn't acting normally, the doctor sighed and ordered the nurse. You heard him, Nurse Kim. Nurse Kim, also helpless, understood. Yes. He instructed, take good care of him. He's probably a bit disoriented after being unconscious for 3 days. Nurse Kim acknowledged the order. Yes, doctor. Kong Chan, who had been lying there, finally exploded, sitting up and shouting. Can you stop talking nonsense? You're pissing me off. Feeling something was wrong. He turned his head, looking for something. Kong Chan hurriedly got out of bed. The doctor tried to stop him. Hey, you can't get up yet. He looked at himself in the mirror. He was stunned, and the mirror was a completely different face. Kong Chan couldn't help but ask, what the hell is this? That morning, too many things had happened to our hero. But he gradually began to understand everything. Here is a bit of his inner monologue after staying in the hospital for a few days. I figured out a few things. My name is Kong Chan. 29 years old, I was a training officer and the captain of a French mercenary squad. In July 2016, I lost consciousness after being shot during a mission on an African battlefield. No, to be more precise, I died in that battle. Then I woke up in 2019 in South Korea. I wasn't in a coma for 3 years or anything like that. I actually swapped bodies. Interestingly, this body is also named Kong Chan. He's 19 years old, a senior in high school. He jumped from the rooftop of the school he attended, Shinmak High School in Gangnam, and was in a coma for 3 days until he woke up, or so they say. Of course, he didn't wake up. I did instead. A voice shattered a train of thought. John, that's our home. Do you remember it? The woman sitting next to me is Hai Suk. My mother. Well, more accurately, the mother of this body. A man's voice spoke up, honey, don't push him too much. His eyes shifted to the man. He gently reminded her. The doctor said his memories might return if he gets proper rest and avoid stress. And this man is Kong Dae-kyung, the father of this body. Ahead of them was a massive apartment complex. So that's this body's home. The car parked in front of the apartment building. Mr. Dae-kyung said to the two, come on, let's go inside. They stopped in front of apartment 701. Everyone went inside. Mrs. Haesuk asked her son, do you remember anything? This is your home. Dae-kyung intervened, honey, that's enough. He put his arm around Kangkan and told him, go to your room and get some rest. Okay. Standing before 2 rooms, Kong Chan didn't know which one was his. Mr. Dae-kyung pointed, your room is on the left. Kong Chan gently turned the doorknob. He glanced back at the body's parents one last time. Then he stepped into the room. Kong Chan's strange behavior left the parents stunned. Hae-suk worried, "What are we going to do?" Dae-kyung comforted her, "It's okay, everything will be fine." Seeing the room, Kong Chan was impressed. "It's 100 better than the barracks I lived in," he exclaimed. "Wow, you have a rich family, kid." He started looking around. "The most interesting thing here is definitely." Kong Chan turned on the computer, his heart pounding with anticipation as it booted up. But life isn't always a dream. The kid had a password on his computer. Asterisk, damn it, a password? Should I ask his parents? Asterisk, suddenly, the phone rang, drawing his attention. Kong Chan grinned, "That's right, I can use the internet on the phone." But unfortunately, the phone also had a password. Kong Chan was exasperated. This kid, seeing that everything was password protected, he wondered, "Did you have that many secrets to hide?" Then his hand accidentally touched the sensor on the back. The phone unlocked successfully. A fingerprint scanner, but he figured it was normal, nothing to be surprised about. Well, it is this body's phone. After all, Kong Chan quickly searched for information about his last battle. Maybe I can find a clue about my death or resurrection, but nothing came up. He was frustrated. There's no information at all. He started thinking, is it because I'm typing in Korean? Alright then, let's try French. He mused, just as I thought, not much here either. Should I search on French sites? But the result was still 0. Suddenly, someone named Lee Ho-jun sent a message. "Hey, you got his charge, Kong guest, a friend, I'll just send a quick reply and keep looking." He replied to the message, "Yeah, just now." The phone buzzed again. Kong was surprised by the other person's harsh words. "You damn bastard. How dare you reply to me like that? Are you asking to die?" Looking at the rude message, Kong Chan wondered. Asterisk, what's with this guy? Maybe not a friend. Should I reply? Asterisk, he quickly dismissed it to continue his search. Forget it. I'll just ignore him and keep looking. Ho-jun sent another message. Ignoring me? Have you lost your mind? Kong Chan sighed. Bye. Are you doing drugs in that hospital? Feeling like he was wasting time on this punk, Kong Chan ended the conversation. I'm busy, hanging up. The guy reacted violently. What? Are you insane? You bastard. Ho-jun started making threats. Alright, you son of a bitch, get your ass over here now. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5. 3, but halfway through the countdown, Kong Chan hung up. He sighed, he'll just keep bothering me if he calls again. Thinking this, he immediately blocked the number. Over at the school, Ho-jun was fuming. Kong Chan, that bastard. He tried calling again, but couldn't get through, growing even angrier. That son of a bitch blocked my number. In a fit of rage, Ho-jun threw his phone. Damn you, you piece of shit. He panted, looking like he could kill someone. A buzzcut lackey spoke up. Why'd you throw your phone? You just bought it 2 months ago. Ho-jun gritted his teeth, growling, who cares? Kong channeled buy me a new one. The buzzcut guy agreed. Ah, that's right. You've never bought anything with your own money, Ho-jun. The guy with the face mask next to him chimed in. Ha ha. For real. Ho-jun's face twisted into a malicious grin. He bared his teeth. You motherfucker, Kong Chan, I'm going to destroy you when you get to school. A long day passed, and darkness replaced the light. Kong Chan was still sitting in front of the computer, deep in thought. Asterisk have checked every article, even military-focused sites, but I can't find any information about that battle in Africa. Is it a security issue? If not, there has to be a special reason. Asterisk, but he couldn't figure it out and started to get frustrated. He stood up abruptly, telling himself, I've used my brain enough. Time for a smoke. Rummaging through the room, he wondered, does this kid hide any cigarettes in here? Not even in the backpack. After searching for a while and finding nothing, Kong Cha nodded. This kid really is a bookworm at school. He then turned his attention to the books on the shelf. Maybe he hides them between the books. Kong Chan opened a drawer. It was full of school supplies, making him think a lot of stuff in here. Taking a book down, he flipped through it, thinking this is a great place to hide things. But instead of cigarettes, all he found were curses and insults. The words, written in different handwriting, made Kong Chan fall silent. He guessed, that kid Ho Jun, so this is why he acted like that. This kid was being bullied, Inside there was a sentence written by the original Kong Chan, I can't do anything. Kill the one who bullied me. Reading these resentful words, he thought, how foolish. If you were going to kill them, you should have at least stayed alive yourself. Kong Chan slumped onto the bed in frustration, so that's it. No Sigidits. He thought again, so this body was being bullied. The feeling that this new life would be full of trouble exhausted him. This is already making me tired. After lying down for a while, he fell asleep. Perhaps for the first time in his life, he was sleeping in such a relaxed state. In a flash, it was morning. Today was the day Kong Chan returned to school. Mr. Dae Kyon was responsible for driving him to school. Kong Chan was staring blankly out the window. Dae Kyon observed his son's mood through the rearview mirror. The car stopped outside the school gate. He asked gently, "Are you really okay? Do you need to go home and rest more?" Kong Chan reassured his father, "I'm fine. I want to get out. I've been at home." Kong Chan smiled softly and reminded his son, "But don't overdo it." Hearing these words of concern, Kong Chan felt a little awkward and just replied, "Yes." He thought to himself, "So I'm finally here." Then he suddenly remembered something. But looking at the huge school in front of him, Kong Chan remembered, "I have no idea where my classroom is." All around him were students he didn't know. Everything was completely foreign to Kong Chan. He sighed, "It would be nice if someone could help me right now." Suddenly a student called his name, "Hey, Kong Chan." The surrounding students started whispering. Ho Jun stepped forward, hands in his pockets, looking like the coolest guy on earth. You're not Kong Chan anymore, you're the guy who grew a backbone in that hospital." Immediately understood everything. Ho Jun gritted his teeth. "You little punk, got anything to say to me now?" Kong Chan looked at the name tag on his shirt. Lee Ho Jun, so this is him. Ho Jun tilted his chin up, his voice rising. "You remember yesterday's call, right?" Kong Chan didn't say anything, just smirked. Ho Jun found him acting strange today and moved closer to threaten him. Are you smiling? Did you hit your head against a wall?" Kong Chan grinned, showing all his teeth. "Found my helper." Ho Jun was furious, growling, "What?" Kong Chan, still smiling, looked at him defiantly. "My helper is right here." Hearing Kong Chan's tone, Ho Jun's face immediately twisted with anger and malice. Kong Chan, unfazed, continued cheerfully, "You're Lee Ho Jun, right?" Ho Jun, on the other hand, was losing his cool, shouting aggressively, "That's right, you son of a bitch, I'm Lee Ho Yun, and because of you, I had to fend for my own lunch and cigarettes for a while. Are you awake now, you motherfucker?" Kong Chan ignored the confused faces around him and held out his hand. "You smoke, give me one." Hearing him say that, Ho Jun gritted his teeth in anger, completely thrown off. Kong Chan maintained his provocative smile and continued, "I said, give me one." Ho Jun lowered his head slightly, his eyes glaring as he cracked his knuckles. "I was going to wait until lunch break, but now you're really getting on my nerves." Looks like you need a morning lesson to get your head straight. As he spoke, he slowly brought his face close to Kong Chan. Follow me. The sky outside was clear, and a gentle sunlight shone down on the school grounds. Ho Jun walked ahead, with Kong Chan following slowly behind. They were now in the gym. As they were walking, Ho Jun suddenly stopped. Kong Chan's gaze was fixed ahead, his face unfazed. Then Ho Jun unexpectedly turned around, a confident smile on his face. He threw a few threatening punches at Kong Chan. You're done for. You bastard. His fists flew through the air, his face triumphant. Do you know how bored I was without you here? Kong Chan smiled faintly, watching Ho Yun's fake punches. Then, without a word, he suddenly threw a powerful punch straight into Ho Jun's face. The force of the blow was so strong it distorted Ho Jun's face, sending drool flying, because you were. Kong Chan, now slightly annoyed, said flatly, you talk too damn much. After the punch, Ho Jun collapsed to the ground with a thud. Kong Chan, still in his fighting stance, watched him. Moments later, without another word, Kong Chan lunged towards the motionless Ho Jun. His face was cold, his arm raised, preparing to strike a powerful blow. His hand moved like a blur, stopping just inches from Ho Jun's face. Ho Jun was still unconscious from the first punch, but then Kong Chan's hand suddenly stopped mid-air. His eyes were thoughtful as he said in his head, asterisk, killing him would cause too many problems, asterisk. With that thought, Kong Chan grabbed Ho Jun's shirt collar with one hand and started rummaging through his pockets with the other. Ho Jun was still out cold. After searching for a moment, Kong Chan continued to think. Oomph, this guy doesn't have any cigarettes either. Then, he immediately stood up, turned, and prepared to leave. Kong Chan's face was now filled with a deep, contemplative sadness. But then, he suddenly remembered something, and the world around him seemed to stand still. Asterisked, are you watching? If you're watching me from somewhere, you can rest in peace now. Asterisk. At the same time, Ho Jun unexpectedly stirred, struggling to move on the floor. Ugh. Soon after, Ho Jun slowly propped himself up. The side of his face that Kong Chan had hit was still red and swollen. He looked up, growling with rage. His eyes. Kong Chan, with his sharp reflexes, quickly turned his head and glanced back. Just like that, Kong Chan easily sidestepped, dodging Ho Jun's punch. His fist flew straight into the empty air. Are you crazy? Did your head hit the ground too hard? Ho Jun launched another attack. But just like before, Kong Chan didn't give up. He kept going. Just like before, Kong Chan swiftly dodged. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Kong Chan thought to himself, he got up that quickly after taking a punch to the head? After thinking, he immediately threw a gentle punch to the same side of Ho Jun's face that was already hit. Ho Jun, once again, took the full force of the painful blow. Side of his face seemed to steam. Ho Jun closed his eyes. His face contorted in pain and a bit of dizziness. But he still wasn't scared, clenching his fists and muttering, "This son of a bitch." Kong Chan glanced down at his current body. Well, this isn't my old body anymore. After thinking, Kong Chan clenched his fist, veins popping, and said, so if one punch isn't enough. Ho Jun's face took another hit. Blood flew from his nose. Then I'll just keep hitting you until you go down. His face was now swollen, steam rising from the impact site. Ho Jun gritted his teeth, glaring. Then suddenly he rushed forward. With his swollen face, Ho Jun put all his strength into his punch. But his punch missed again, while Kong Chan's fist, as before, landed squarely on Ho Jun's. Ho Jun, snapping his head back. His eyes were now ice cold as his hand whipped through the air, crashing into H. Jun's face. The sound of the impact echoed as H. Jun was sent sprawling backward. Kong Chan, now with a completely emotionless and cold expression, relentlessly rained down punches on H. Jun's face. The sounds of fists hitting flesh filled the air and blood splattered continuously. As he punched, his face grew more fearsome, his hands a blur, the sounds of impact unrelenting, and Ho Jun's blood flying everywhere. Then, in the middle of a punch, Kong Chan's arm suddenly stopped, his eyes wide and staring. Looking down at Ho Jun, his face was a mess, lying motionless on the floor, blood pouring out, and whimpering. Ugh, ugh. Kong Chan had stopped completely, but his eyes were still fixed on the person below. His face devoid of emotion. After a moment, his expression returned to normal as if nothing had happened. That should be enough. Kong Chan stood up and suddenly remembered, damn, I forgot to ask where the classroom is again. Ho Jun lay on the floor, his head spinning. Outside, the gentle sunlight shone on the school grounds. Was now standing at the school entrance, looking around for something. Then, without a word, Kong Chan turned to look behind him. Just as he was about to walk away, someone called out, Chan. Kong Chan immediately turned to look. The person who appeared was none other than Kim Mi-jung. She ran over gently, a bright smile on her face. Mi-jung asked, "You're back at school?" Kong Chan's face showed a bit of confusion at Mi-jung's unexpected question. Mi-jung, standing opposite him, asked again, "You've been discharged?" Kong Chan finally replied, "Yeah." "What's my relationship with this girl?" Kong Chan looked down at the name tag on Mi-jung's chest. "Her name is Kim Mi-jung." He thought to himself, they said I'm a senior here, so I probably don't need to be formal with her, right? Hearing this, Kong Chan replied, "That's right." Mi-jung suddenly looked a bit shy. "Sorry, I couldn't visit you. I was planning to, but I was busy with prep classes." Before she could finish, he cut her off. "Ah, it's fine." But Mi-jung's expression turned to concern. "Everyone in class was worried about you." Hearing this, Kong Chan asked, "We're in the same class?" Kim Mi-jung was very confused by his question. "What's wrong with you? We're even dating." As she spoke, she reached out to touch Kong Chan's face. "Maybe your injury is still." He immediately dodged to avoid her touch. "No, I'm fine." Then, with a worried look, Kong Chan turned and walked away. "Lead the way." Mi-jung, looking flustered, also turned to follow him. "Ha? Ha? Okay." He thought anyway, I need to find my classroom first. Mi-jung quietly followed behind him. They arrived at the sign for room 3-2. Inside the classroom, the other students were going about their usual business. Kong Chan sat at his desk, a serious expression on his face as he looked out the window. Asterisks, my seat is by the window. A perfect spot to be a sniper's target. Suddenly, the classroom door slammed open. Everyone in the class immediately turned to look. The person at the door was none other than Ho Jun. He was radiating killing intent, his face swollen and bruised from Kong Chan's beating. Blood was still trickling. Ho Jun walked into the classroom looking like that, and whispers immediately broke out. What happened to Ho Jun's face? Who cares? Got into a fight with some thugs from another school. Kong Chan just gave him a cold glance and thought, he's in my class, too. Ho Jun blared back as he pulled out his chair with a loud scrape. He sat down, looking furious, his clothes disheveled. Ho Jun's eyebrows were knitted together tightly. His eyes looked like they wanted to devour someone. Ho Jun stared intensely at Kong Chan. Kong Chan ignored his gaze aside and thought, what the hell is this situation? Ho Jun's eyes still hadn't left Kong Chan. He was typing something on his phone. The beeping sounds incessant. Looking at the phone, Ho Jun was texting someone. DM, that bastard Kong Chan has gone crazy. Anyone free after first period? His face was now contorted with rage, his eyes murderous. He gritted his teeth. Asterisk Kong Chan, you son of a bitch. Just you wait, asterisk. A while later, outside on the sports field, the students were lined up neatly. The teacher stood on the steps and announced, "Is everyone here?" Then, teacher Seo Kongcho seemed to realize something was wrong and paused for a moment. He looked down at the line where Kong-chan was standing and asked, "What's with that outfit?" Mi Jong immediately raised her hand to explain for Kong-chan, "Sir. He was just discharged from the hospital and came back to school today." Hearing this, Kongcho's expression softened in surprise. "Ah, so that's you. Don't push yourself. Go rest." He thoughtfully created an opportunity for Kong-chan, where you can choose soccer, volleyball. Whatever you like. Just be careful not to hurt yourself. In a quiet corner of the field, after speaking, Kongcho turned and walked away. The other male students happily ran out onto the field with balls. Kong-chan calmly sat down on the steps. Please subscribe to the Gimigo channel so you don't miss any exciting videos. Ho-jun was playing on the field, but his eyes never left Kong-chan. Kong-chan sat on the steps, his hand on his chin deep in thought. I guess I have to live like this for the rest of the day, but what should I do now? As he was thinking, someone suddenly stood in front of him. Hey, he slowly looked up. Kong-chan's expression was completely natural without a hint of fear. You have something more to say? The person in front of Kong-chan was Ho-jun. He was still talking tough. You think I let you off? That's right. Let's change the location. After speaking, he turned and walked away. Looking resentful, his hands clenched into fists. Kong-chan let out a tired sigh. These guys always act like this whenever I spare them. The sun was now nearing its peak, shining brightly. Ho-jun walked ahead, and Kong-chan followed closely behind, their footsteps echoing. Kong-chan looked ahead with an emotionless face. When they arrived, Ho-jun turned to look back, a triumphant smile on his face. Here, behind him were several other people. Specifically, 5 guys, plus Ho-jun made 6. They all looked like thugs. Kong-chan stood not far away, just watching without saying a word. A blond guy among them glanced over, a sinister smile spreading across his face. There you are. Another guy, who was quite muscular, put his arm around Ho-jun's shoulder and said, "Ha! Look at Ho-jun's face, guys. Was it really Kong-chan who did that to you?" Hearing this, Ho-jun gritted his teeth in anger. Soon, they all formed a line, their eyes and smiles filled with malicious intent. Well, let's see for ourselves. They quickly moved to surround Kong-chan. He just warily glanced around. Just like that, Kong-chan was surrounded by them, each one with a smirk on his face. Kong-chan's eyes scanned them warily, the sunlight illuminating the top half of his face. His gaze was cold and sharp. He stood in the center, surrounded by the 5 thugs. In such a dangerous situation, Kong-chan suddenly broke into a knowing smile. He spoke to them, "I'm a bit tired, so all of you come at me at once." One of them had a wicked grin on his face, veins popping on his forehead. Ah, did you get too many injections? Is your brain dead? As he spoke, he lunged forward, his fist clenched, aiming for Kong-chan's back. I'm more than enough to teach you a lesson. Kong-chan, with his sharp senses, immediately noticed. Then, without a word, he instantly threw a punch straight into the guy's face. He was hit so hard he went flying backwards. Just like that, his upper body slammed into the ground with a loud thud. The others around him were completely stunned. It wasn't just normal surprise. They were shocked and bewildered. Ho-jun's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. The blonde guy and another one were also extremely surprised by Kong-chan's action. Their mouths hung open. Kong-chan stood straight, his face cold, his eyes looking down emotionlessly. He turned his head, smirked, and said to them, "You should have listened to your elders. Now then, the 4 of you come at me." Kong-chan spoke with a calm, challenging tone. "And it seems none of you know what a real fight is like. So today I'll teach you. Here's a tip. Each of you should aim for a different spot. Hearing this, they looked furious. Now, the remaining 4 were radiating killing intent. Glaring at him, you aim for the head, you two the body, and you, the legs. Kong Chan instructed them. He continued, attack from all angles and directions, okay? The blonde guy couldn't take it anymore. He roared with anger, his face full of malice. Don't talk shit to us, you just got lucky, he shouted. Brothers, get him. As soon as he finished, the others lunged at Kong Chan like hungry tigers. Kong Chan turned to face them on high alert. A glint appeared in his eyes, cold and sharp as he watched them. Kong Chan moved with incredible speed, dodging one guy's attack and immediately striking another. He landed a solid punch on a guy with a ponytail, making him spit blood. The other 2 didn't give up, their faces filled with rage as they charged forward. Their footsteps pounding in the tense atmosphere, Kong Chan, without a hint of fear, ran straight towards them, his fists ready, his face darkening. Kong Chan moved with lightning speed, hitting the blonde guy in the back, making him gasp in pain. He then hit another guy with gray hair in the face, causing blood to spurt from his mouth. Kong Chan paused his attack, watching the gray-haired guy stumble from his blow. Soaked his collar. Then suddenly, Kong Chan delivered another strike to his midsection. He screamed in agony, his mouth wide open. His eyes rolled back as his body flew up. The guy's body trembled uncontrollably. Kong Chan watched with a cold, angry expression. Behind him, the first guy he hit was slowly getting up. His whole body was shaking with rage. Growling and sweating profusely, he didn't give up and lunged at Kong Chan. Damn you, you son of a bitch. He grabbed Kong Chan's hair from behind. Kong Chan quickly turned his head. The guy had a ferocious look, his fist ready to swing. Got you now. You're dead. You son of a bitch. The guy's punch was about to connect with Kong Chan's face, but with his sharp reflexes, he ducked, dodging the blow. The punch hit nothing but air. Kong Chan looked up at the guy's chin, his eyebrows knitted together. You're still standing? Kong Chan quickly assessed the situation and grabbed the guy's arm. This body is too weak. He charged forward like a madman. And the unexpected move sent the guy flying through the air, his screams echoing. No one knew what happened, but a loud thud echoed in the quiet space. Jun's face was no longer defiant, but filled with fear and apprehension, sweat pouring down his face. How? How can this guy? He's not the coward I knew. The scene now was Kong Chan standing over them, his face dark, his eyes murderous. At his feet were the guys who were so rowdy before, now groaning in pain on the ground. On the ground. But there was still one brown-haired guy standing next to Ho Jun. He gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, "You bastard! Damn you!" The guy pulled a knife from somewhere, holding it out as he spoke. I wasn't going to use this, but you forced me to. The knife was pointed straight at Kong Chan. If you want to live, don't use weapons, Kong Chan said with a smirk. Provoked, the brown-haired guy went berserk, slashing wildly at Kong Chan. The sound of the knife slicing through the air was constant. Motherfucker. But as always, he moved continuously, dodging every attack. Then, seizing the opportunity, Kong Chan decisively grabbed the hand holding the knife. Without another word, Kong Chan twisted the guy's wrist behind his back. He screamed continuously. It hurts. It hurts so much. More shockingly, a cracking sound, like breaking bones, was heard. The guy's eyes rolled back as he screamed in agony. Kong Chan let go and turned to face Ho Jun, Ho Jun. Ho Jun's face was a mixture of fear and surprise, while the guy with the knife was at Kong Chan's feet, crying in pain. Kong Chan smiled confidently and continued. Once again, it's just you and me, huh? Ho Jun was no longer confident. But timid and scared, he stammered, I know we. Kong Chan picked up the knife from the ground, Come on, don't be scared, in the end, it's my fault. He looked at the knife in his hand with a strange expression and said, I was too easy on you this morning, wasn't I? So you couldn't wait for another day to get revenge, it had to be today. As he spoke, Kong Chan's expression became more menacing, his face darkened, his eyes staring intently. So, sorry, but I won't make the same mistake twice. Hearing this, Ho Jun was terrified, his whole body about to collapse. So, should I cut your tendons or break your bones? Your choice. Ho Jun was so scared he kept backing away, begging for his life. I was wrong. Spare me. I won't bother you again. Kankan advanced with a knife. Come on, you can do it. Be confident. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed behind him. Kankan, being sharp, immediately noticed. Without much thought, Kankan quickly became alert and turned around. The person who appeared was none other than Teacher Kancho. Teacher Kancho walked over, looking extremely angry. His eyes were filled with fury as he gave a short, sharp order. Stop it. Now. Kong Chan looked at him and thought to himself. A teacher at a normal high school can get this close to me without being detected. Ho Jun, his face full of fear, his body trembling, pleaded. Sir, please save me. The scene was now. Kong Cho, his face dark, his eyes glinting, standing face to face with Kong Chan. Almost in a standoff. Right next to me, he spoke loudly with an angry expression, You're Kong Chan. I understand your situation right now, but that's enough. Or else you'll be crossing the line of self-defense. Kong Chan's intense glare didn't waver after hearing that. He just kept staring. Kong Cho, seeing his expression, calmly continued, Are you glaring at me? Hey kid, if you do something stupid, you'll be expelled from here. Even now, it'll be hard for you to avoid disciplinary action. Kong Chan replied with a cold expression, I have no intention of going to school anyway. Kong Cho felt silent for a moment, then sighed in frustration. He spoke as he turned to look, what can a kid do if he doesn't go to school? Anyway, I'll handle this. You should go home. And if you have any evidence that these kids, he's bullied you, bring it. He squatted down a check on the injured students. Kong Chong glanced back and thought to himself, I probably don't need to put him on the list for now. Then suddenly, Kong Cho turned back and said to Kong Chong, where did you learn a fight like that? Kong Chong was silent for a moment, then answered without hiding anything. On the internet, hearing his answer, Kong Cho suddenly laughed, don't try to fool me. We'll talk about this later. Sancho watched Kong Chan's retreating back. He thought to himself, does everyone change this much after facing death? In a bustling city, the sky was unusually clear. Kong Chan walked with his hands in his pockets, deep in thought, amidst the crowd. He seemed to remember something. That's right, I need to do something to get back to my old self. I have to go there. A while later, at a barber shop, Kong Chan sat neatly in the chair. The barber snipped away at his hair. All done, Kong Chan's hair was a bit shorter. He smiled faintly and thought to himself, that's right, this is the real Kong Chan. Soon after, Kong Chan pushed open the door to a restaurant. The owner saw him and said, welcome. Sat down and told the owner, 1 tonkatsu, please. The owner shouted to the kitchen, 1 tonkatsu. Inside, a mother and son were eating and talking. Is it good? The son replied, yes. Kong Chan glanced at the empty seat next to him. So nostalgic. Kong Chan recalled the memory from the past. Here's your tonkatsu. He stared at the dish. Huisuk said, let's go eat kimbap instead. Konchan gently placed his plane ticket on the table. He picked up his fork and knife and slowly cut into the pork cutlet. Plane ticket, from Incheon, Korea, to Paris, France. The sound of the knife hit Konchan's head. France. The sound of the knife cutting the meat was something Kong Chan would never forget. Back in the present, the delicious meal was placed neatly on the table. Kong-chan picked up a piece with his chopsticks. Eating this with chopsticks is the right way. He put the piece of meat in his mouth and took a bite. Kong-chan's expression softened. He sighed lightly and said to himself, but the taste isn't as good. Suddenly, his phone rang. Kong-chan glanced down at his pocket. The caller ID showed Mom. The ringing continued. Kong-chan now looked a bit tense. But when he answered, "Hello," the person on the other end replied, "John." Kong-chan answered obediently, "Yes." On the other end, his mother continued, "What really happened today?" Kong-chan gave a short reply, "I'll tell you when I get home." Then, suddenly, his mother tried to say something more. "Wait, I can't wait." "Where are you?" "I'll come pick you up." Kong-chan suddenly got a bit angry and replied curtly, "I said I'll tell you when I get home." In a fit of anger, Kong-chan slammed his phone down on the table with a loud bang. His eyebrows were furrowed, but his eyes were lost in fear. In thought, Kong-chan remembered the moment he stood on the railing outside, the wind of the late-night howling. I know you would never say that, but looking down he could see the sports field in the distance, indicating that Kong-chan was in a very high and dangerous place, the wind blowing relentlessly. The original Kong-chan's face was filled with resentment and pity, his whole body trembling. Sweat dripped down the original Kong-chan's face, which was filled with fear. But then, his whole body leaned forward, and just like that, a terrified scream echoed through the space. Remembering that, Kong-chan became angry, his hands gripping the chopsticks as he fiercely picked up his food. As Kong-chan ate, he thought, it's still better than suicide. In apartment 301, the building seemed to scrape the sky. Inside, Dae-kyung sat on the sofa, looking extremely angry. That kid, he dares to defy me and not come home. Haesuk sat next to him, trying to calm her husband down. Don't be angry, honey, I'm sure there's a reason behind it. Dae-kyung sighed in frustration. His attitude has changed since that incident. Is it because he came back from the dead? Haesuk quickly cut her husband off. Honey, on the wall hung a happy picture of the three of them. Suddenly, while they were tense, the sound of the door opening was heard. They both immediately glanced over. The door closed, and Kong-chan walked in. They both looked extremely surprised. "Oh my god, your hair," Dae-kyung said. "Come here and sit down. Let's talk." Kong-kan. Dae-kyung, holding the doorknob, just looked silently. After hearing that, he remained silent, opened the door, turned, and went inside. Seeing Kong-chan's attitude, Dae-kyung got even angrier and immediately stood up. This disrespectful brat. Haesuk was shocked by Dae-kyung's reaction. "Honey," then suddenly Dae-kyung and Haesuk seemed to see something that startled them, but Dae-kyung's face was still full of anger. Kong-chan walked out of the room, looking very serious, dressed neatly. In his hand were 2 to 3 blue notebooks. Kong-chan calmly sat opposite his parents. He placed the 2 notebooks on the table and said, "I have something I need you to see." Baekhyun looked at them with suspicion and confusion. "What is this?" Kong-chan replied very calmly. He nodded slightly before saying, "Just take a look first." Dae-kyung slowly picked up the notebook. His face was very tense, but his eyes were still fixed ahead. Haesuk, sitting next to him, also picked up the other notebook from the table. Dae-kyung opened the notebook and read intently. Then, Haesuk's eyes showed a strange surprise. Her face was also a bit stunned. Inside the notebook were pages with scrawled words containing strange content. She looked at it, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. Dae-kyung's expression was no different. After reading the content, his face was extremely surprised and a bit hesitant. They both placed the notebooks back on the table. Dae-kyung lowered his head and sighed wearily, while Haesuk covered her face and sobbed. Dae-kyung with a tired face asked, "Is all of this true?" Kong Chan also lowered his head, not daring to look him in the eye. Yes. Then suddenly his mood became agitated and he shouted, "Then why didn't you tell us anything?" Haesuk was startled by his action. Kong Chan sighed silently, closed his eyes, and tiredly replied, "I didn't want to worry you too when I also felt ashamed and insecure about myself." Suddenly, he looked up, his eyes filled with determination and continued. "That's also why I jumped. But when I woke up, I realized my fear was gone." Dekyung calmly sat down, tiredly touching his head. "I see. So that's what happened." He looked at his son and asked him. "So, do you regret getting revenge on them?" Kong Chan's eyes were filled with thought, staring into space, his mood unclear. Haesuk also hesitantly glanced up and added, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Kong Chan immediately replied, "No," but neither of them knew that his hand were covered in countless small scratches. They both fell silent again, the space now extremely quiet. Daekyung frowned slightly, closed his eyes, and continued, "All right, I'll handle today's incident for you, so don't worry about anything." Then suddenly, he added something, but Kong Chan seemed a bit confused. Daekyung made a proposal to Kong Chan, "Promise us that from now on, you won't hide anything that's tormenting you." Kong Chan replied to him with a very determined and certain, "From now on, something like that won't happen again." Daekyung spoke seriously again. "That's why I want you to promise. We are your parents, and we have the right to know." Haesuk's eyes were still teary as she tried to compose herself and said, "That's right, we didn't even know you were." "I am sorry, Han." Kong Chan's eyes were no longer cold, but it softened. He looked intently at his parents. Daekyung gently comforted his wife, "Honey," and she started sobbing uncontrollably. Kong Chan sat there, his whole body feeling like it had fallen into a dark abyss. "Mom, Dad." A memory from the past returned. In the kitchen, there were countless unwashed dishes, beer bottles scattered from the sink to the floor. The figure of a burly man was raising a "Thanks for watching." The bottle of liquor to drink. Of liquor to drink. When he saw it was empty, liquor to drink. When he saw it was empty, he silently lowered it and shook it. Kong Chan's past self was kneeling on the ground, next to another woman. The man looked at him and ordered, "More." Kong Chan gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes murderous. Then suddenly, a liquor bottle was thrown at Kong Chan's hand. "Bring me more liquor," the man shouted. From outside, the quiet night was broken by cries and pleas. "I beg you, I told you to bring more." Chan, back in the present, Kong Chan was still sitting silently, his head bowed in thought. He closed his eyes and suddenly spoke. "Okay, I promise." Daekyung and Haesuk were now calm again, both bowing their heads without saying anything more, but their faces were very sad. Kong Chan propped himself up and went back to his room. And slowly stood, "Well then, I'm going to my room to rest." Suddenly, the phone rang. Daekyung turned to look at his phone on the floor. He spoke into the phone while gesturing to Kong Chan. "This is Daekyung." Daekyung continued talking to the person on the other end. "What? All right, I'll transfer the money and contact you later." Kong Chan was almost fully up, ready to leave. He walked step by step toward his room. Haesuk whispered behind him, "What's wrong?" Daekyung, hearing his wife's question, answered immediately. "The employee I sent to France just called. He ran into some trouble. He stuck at customs because he lost his papers." She asked worriedly, "So what do they say we should do?" Kong Chan, standing nearby, heard everything Daekyung said clearly. "I said if we transfer 100,000 euros. The authorities there can find a solution." Hearing that, he thought to himself. 100,000 euros about 130 million won. His voice continued to echo in the space. "Our losses will be greater if they keep holding us up. So let's just send the money." Suddenly Kong Chan stood in front of them and said, "Wait a minute. Let me talk to them." Connect me to the manager there. Dae-kyung was a bit surprised by his son's request and looked up at him. You want what? Without letting his father say another word, Kang-kan pressed the call button on Dae-kyung's phone. The phone beeped. Beep? Put on speaker. The person on the other end started talking. Boss, they said if we don't send the money within the next 30 minutes, they'll handle it themselves. We don't have enough time. Kang-kan quickly replied. I want to speak directly with the manager there. The person on the other end, hearing a strange voice, asked, Who is this? Isn't this boss Kong Dae-kyung? Kong-chun took the phone from his father's hand and said, I'm his son. Put the manager on the line now. We don't have much time. Dae-kyung was still sitting on the floor, stunned, staring at his son. The person on the other end quickly complied. Okay, wait a moment. A new voice came on the line. Hello. Dae-kyung and Hae-suk looked at their son with bewildered faces. Kang-kan replied in French, Hello. Seeing their son speak French, they were both extremely surprised and amazed. They were too shocked to speak. Kang-kan stood there talking to the person on the other end, his face very serious. Hae-suk, stunned, turned to her husband and asked, What's happening? He looked at him and said. I looked just as bewildered. I don't know either. Finally, Kang-chan said to the person on the other end, Au revoir, goodbye. Dae-kyung took the phone from his son. What did they say? He answered immediately. They just found the missing documents. There won't be any more problems with customs. He's been cleared. Dae-kyung was overjoyed. Really? That's great. They solved it for us. And they won't give us any more trouble from now on. Kang-chan said again with a smile. I told them if this problem happens again, we'll send Algerian mercenaries to wreck their office. His father was a bit confused. What? Kang-chan kept his smile and continued. I was just kidding. Hae-suk now spoke up cheerfully. When did you learn French? I don't remember them teaching it at school. Kang-chan smiled awkwardly, scratching his face. Kang-chan was lying on his bed in comfortable clothes, but his face was still throbbing. He looked at Kang-chan's face and replied, I learned it on the internet, Mom. Dae-kyung was a bit taken aback by his son's answer. The internet? Hae-suk cheerfully patted her husband's shoulder and said, The younger generation is different from us. Kang-chan bowed to them again. If there's nothing else, I'll go to my room now. Close, but his face was still thoughtful and full of sorrow. Kang-chan thought to himself, looks like I'll have to postpone my plan to return to France. My current body is very different from before. Plus, the wound on my head hasn't fully healed. And also, Kang-chan thought of the gentle smiles of Dae-kyung and Hae-suk. His face became sorrowful again. No one knew what Kang-chan was thinking as he lay there silently, staring. He suddenly turned over and thought to himself, don't think about unnecessary things. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll leave without hesitation. The next day, at Kang-chan's school, the sky was as clear as ever. Kang-chan sat down, looking a bit tired, and sighed, I can handle everything except this damn school. He slumped onto his desk, exhausted. Asleep, there were still a few other students in the classroom. Suddenly, from somewhere, Ho-jun, sitting in his chair, looked at Kang-chan and said, Get out of here. Hey, Kang-chan, you motherfucker, get up and follow me. Surrounding Kang-chan were the same guys from yesterday, all looking at him with angry expressions. And Bruce. Kang-chan looked up, You again? Not now, I'm bored. Ho-jun gritted his teeth and continued, But I'm not bored. Come on, I'm gonna beat you today, so follow me. Kang-chan tiredly slumped onto his desk again. Get lost. Ho-jun seemed to have an idea and smiled slyly. Alright, it's fine if you don't follow. His voice continued, So you don't care about Kim Mi-jung either, right? Hearing this, Kong Chan's face showed a bit of surprise. He looked seriously into Ho Jun's face. What? His eyes were as cold as ice. Ho Jun thought he had found his weakness. That's right, Kim Mi-jung. But Kong Chan acted indifferent. Who's that? The people around who were listening to the conversation were speechless at Kong Chan's reaction. Ho Jun got a bit angry and scolded him. Jesus, you pig-brained idiot. Kong Chan was still trying to remember, Kim Mi-jung, Kim Mi-jung. Now Ho Jun was truly pissed. He shouted, Kim Mi-jung followed us to the rooftop. But as soon as we mentioned your name, you acted like a fool because you were scared. At this point, as if he had remembered, Kong Chan let out a soft "oh." He realized with a start and immediately stood up. I remember now, she's my girlfriend. Kong Chan asked anxiously, where is she? Ho Jun replied with a scheming smile, as if he had grasped his weakness. On the rooftop, the door creaked open. Ho Jun had led Kong Chan up there. Faced with the scene before him, Kong Chan wasn't flustered at all. He remained as calm as ever. There were many tall, muscular guys there, holding iron bars and a group of schoolgirls next to them. Ho Jun left Kong Chan alone and slowly walked forward. He and the others looked at Kong Chan with dagger-like glares and a wicked smile. Ho Jun said smugly, damn you, Kong Chan. I made special preparations for today. Get ready for some dental work, kid. After observing the situation, Kong Chan wondered why there was a group of girls there. The girls were still chatting happily, not worried about anything. It's hell unsil. She had seen Kong Chan. She immediately turned to taunt him. What's this? Want a blowjob? Kong Chan's face darkened. He growled. All the women should leave. Hearing this, Eun-sil became furious and quickly walked over to Kong Chan. Facing him, Eun-sil shouted, who do you think you are? Instantly, Kong Chan gave her a painful slap. Eun-sil fell to the ground with a scream. Her hand on the cheek Kong Chan had slapped. She looked at him with eyes that could kill. Kong Chan remained firm and said, get lost. Then Eun-sil suddenly looked at Ho Jun as if asking for help. Ho Yun understood. He said confidently, we'll make him pay for that. Now, close the door and go downstairs. Eun-sil seemed very resentful, tears welling up in her eyes. Now, Eun-sil stood up and instructed, make him pay in full. Damn it! At this point, Kong Chan just glanced over and immediately asked, where's Kim Mi-jung? At the same time, the classroom door was opening. It was Kim Mi-jung. She walked in calmly. Her friend saw her and was stunned. Mi-jung. Her friend walked over to Kim Mi-jung and asked, where have you been? Kim Mi-jung asked curiously, what's wrong? I was on my way to school, of course. I missed the bus, so I just got here. So what? Was someone looking for me? Hearing this, her friend's face went blank for a moment. Then her friend looked up at the ceiling, signaling to Kim Mi-jung. Kim Mi-jung followed her gaze. At this moment, Ho Jun was laughing heartily. She's not here, you idiot. You've been tricked. You think you're a prince rescuing Snow White. Ha! Hearing these words, Kangkon didn't feel angry, but calmly thought. Now that he mentions it, this girl really does look like Snow White. And he replied casually to Ho Jun. So I guess there's nothing for me to do here. He then turned to leave. Good then, I'm leaving. The group immediately rushed forward and surrounded Kong Chan, not letting him escape. Looking at them, Kong Chan remained silent. Ho Jun from behind taunted him again. What's wrong? Scared? Thinking of jumping again, Kong Chan turned to look at him and said, you're getting way too cocky for your age. These words really pissed Ho Jun off. This guy. He said it again. Kong Chan asked calmly, You didn't get hurt last time, did you? Ho Yun suddenly became smooth. Aha! Let me remind you then. That day, even though I hadn't done anything to you, you begged me and then fell on your own. The guys surrounding him heard this and laughed contemptuously. You fucking coward. Now. Kung Chan's entire body was radiating a thick aura of anger. He spoke, you should have said that sooner. Ho Jun pointed at the big guys behind him and shouted, hee hee, don't give me that attitude. Today is different. All the top dogs in Korea are here today to deal with you. Haven't you realized? You're dead for sure this time, kid. Now the group started to advance. The biggest one stepped forward facing Kong Chan. He was a whole head taller than him, and his body was twice as wide. He glared at him and taunted. No matter how I look at you, you're just a twig. Then he casually ruffled Kong Chan's hair like a child. Let's see if you're as tough as you say. Kong Chan flared up, frowning at the man and replying. Of course, instantly, he grabbed the hand that was on his head. Conk on gently but. That firmly twisted the man's arm around in circles. His bones snapped. The man cried out in pain and cursed. You bastard! Before he could say another word, Kong Chan's knee met his face. At this point, the man was completely taken down by Kong Chan. Ho Jun panicked and screamed. Holy shit! I told you not to let your guard down. Everyone get him. As soon as he finished, they all gripped their weapons, iron bars, and charged like hungry. After taking down one guy, Kong Chan faced the ones in front of him. He clenched his fist and tensed up. With incredible speed, one after another, they were all defeated with a single blow. Some didn't even get to use their weapons before their noses started bleeding. This guy was wearing a face mask to a fight. Kong Chan, being kind. He took it off for him so he could breathe easier. This dude was showing off his pearly whites. Kong Chan punched him right in the mouth. This guy was probably going to have a hefty dental bill. Just then, behind Kong Chan, a guy with an axe tried to sneak attack him. But Kong Chan easily dodged the axe. He immediately grabbed the man's hand. Kong Chan instantly broke it without mercy. He brought his face close to the guy who was still screaming in pain. Wait. Suddenly, it started to rain. A loud crack was heard. The man clutched his hand, his face pale, as if he was in excruciating pain. Having dealt with the mobs, Kong Chan turned to Ho Jun. He slowly said his name, Lee Ho Yun. Now, Ho Jun was no longer as arrogant as before. He was trembling like a leaf. Oh, I'm so screwed. Kong Chan was slowly walking towards him. Once again, it's just you and me, huh? Kong Chan's face was filled with rage. He questioned him. You don't seem to have any reaction after intentionally trying to kill someone, huh? Ho Jun was still so scared he was stuttering. Don't come any closer. Kong Chan continued to look at Ho Jun with angry eyes. You know, different from scumbag. At this moment, Ho Jun started flailing his arms and legs, pleading, help. Help me. Teacher. Hearing this, Kong Chan was stunned and blurted out, teacher. He immediately realized something. Kong Chan quickly turned around and saw Kong Cho approaching. Kong Chan thought to himself, him again. At that moment, he shouted, are you crazy? Stop it right now. Observing Kong Cho. Kong Cho silently assessed, this guy is definitely not just a simple teacher. Kong Cho looked at Ho Jun and asked, you're Lee Ho Jun, right? Ho Jun replied fearfully, yes. Then he pointed towards the door and said, I'll deal with you later. Get your people out of here. Hurry up. As if a savior had appeared, Ho Jun replied loudly, yes sir. Now, only Kong Cho and Kong Cho were left on the rooftop. Suddenly, Kong Cho took out a cigarette and lit it. He spoke, he really couldn't wait for another day to get his revenge on you, huh? Kong Chan asked, how did you know we were here? He replied, it was that girl Kim Mi-jung who told me. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Kong Cho continued, anyway, what can I do to solve this situation is really gnocchi. Asterisk no ki is short for no decay, meaning not good. This is a word Chan and his comrades in France often used. Asterisk hearing that word from Kong Cho's mouth made him very surprised. Kong Chan blurted out, what? Kong Cho immediately lowered his voice. Hey kid, a high school student shouldn't act like that. You'll regret it in the future. Recalling a memory, Kong Chan thought of Dairu. He wondered, asterisk, is this a coincidence? No. Could it be that what happened to him is the same as me? Asterisk. To be sure, I need to verify it. Then Kong Chan blurted out, we. Kong Cho was stunned. We? Did you just say we to me? Suddenly his eyes widened in shock, because Kong Chan had unexpectedly thrown a punch at him, which he quickly dodged. Gon Joff, the win. Damn it, he immediately counter-attacked Kong Chan, but he also easily dodged. From their attack patterns to their evasive maneuvers, both of them moved identically. Just like that, Kong Chan and Kong Cho continuously exchanged powerful punches and dodged with lightning speed. At this moment, Kong Chan was defending against Kong Cho's precise punches. Kong Cho clenched his fist tighter and relentlessly punched at Kong Chan without hesitation. Kong Chan quickly retaliated, his eyes sharp, while Kong Cho's eyes showed a sharp glint. In the end, they both stopped their punches just inches from each other's chins. Kong Cho thought, how can a high school student fight like this? Thinking this, he asked, who are you? Kong Chan immediately replied, who could I possibly be? Kang Cho was surprised. What? He continued. Who am I? Hearing that, Kang Cho Fuin asked Onim, Kang Chan emphasized it again. Who? I. At this point, he was so shocked his mouth hung open, his whole body trembling. Then he told Kang Chan to say the rest. Instantly, Kang Chan's voice rang out again. Ga-oh. Then both of them said in unison, Blackfield. At this point, Kong Cho was completely frozen, while Kong Chan, as if he already knew, looked very calm. In the faculty room, Kong Chan's voice was heard. You really, Dairu? Kong Cho hesitated. Well, that is, before he could finish, Kong Chan continued to ask, why is your Korean so good? Kong Cho replied, I don't know either. And he began to recount. After the captain died, I went down right after the captain. We were completely wiped out. At that time, in a room, Kong Cho, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up in a panic, trembling. That was when Diru's soul had entered Kong Cho's body. Kong Cho's wife beside him was very worried. Diru continued his story. When I opened my eyes, I was in South Korea, and I could naturally speak Korean. At that moment, Dairu's shock and bewilderment were clear on Kong Cho's face. Kong Chan listened and then said, so you don't know much either? Anyway, do you have a cigarette? Kong Cho immediately stopped him. We can't smoke here. Kong Chan became annoyed. What? Now, Kong Cho was in a difficult situation. Kong Chan lunged at him to try and grab the cigarettes. Should I? But he quickly dodged. In the end, Kong Cho had to reach into his pocket to get him a cigarette. But suddenly, he pulled his hand back and wrestled with himself. I don't care. No means no. It's unacceptable for a teacher to give a cigarette to a student. Seeing this, Kong Chan questioned him. Oh, are you really going to treat me like a high school student? Kong Cho replied, no matter how old your mind is, your body is still that of a high school student. Even if you boil or roast me alive, I won't give you a single one. Knowing he couldn't get a cigarette from him, Kong Chan looked sulky. Ah, you damn bastard. Fine, fine. Okay. I won't smoke. Happy now. After speaking, he suddenly glanced at Kong Cho and snorted. Thanks for watching. Kong Cho looked back at him in the exact same way. Now Kong began to think, I see. So teacher CEO Concho is Daru, and it seems his reincarnation happened at the same time as mine. Then Kong asked, did you enjoy being in your wife's arms while I was lying alone in that hospital? Concho smiled and replied, it was great actually, much better than being in a hospital. That answer enraged Kong. He shouted, you really are a bastard. Concho immediately signaled for him to quiet down. Hey, someone might hear us. I'm a teacher and you, Captain, are a student. Kong snorted, then said, don't mess with me. Concho continued, anyway, why do you keep making things worse? You've been reincarnated now. You should just behave and go to school. Kong-chan retorted, what am I supposed to do when they keep coming after me? You think I enjoy fighting with these kids? He continued with a serious tone, and either way, I have no intention of going to school. I need to get back to France soon. Hearing this, Kong Cho was shocked and stood up abruptly. You plan to go back to that hell even though you've escaped it? Kong Chan replied, there was a traitor among us. If I don't find out who it is, all our fallen brothers will have died for nothing. At this point, silence fell between them. Kinchasu Den Li Sai, if that's the case, I'll go with you during the vacation. Kong Chan argued, buddy, we're not going on a picnic. Kong Cho replied, I know that perfectly well. I'm as serious about this as you are. This. Kong Chan waved his hand and said, you stay here and live a peaceful life while keeping an eye on those kids. And while you're at it, do something to make them stop bothering me. Kong Cho replied, cut it out. The truth is, I'm ready and have prepared everything to deal with them once and for all. Kong Chan asked in astonishment, ready, once and for all, to deal with those kids? Have you gone soft since being revived? Gone soft Tong Nguyen, who said it's because of those kids? Can you feel something strange when you fought them? Hearing this, Kong Chan started to think. Kong Cho quickly prompted him. Don't you think them using weapons is a bit much for a kid's fight? Kong Chan replied, not really. I didn't see any guns. Hearing his calm reply, Kong Cho was horrified. Were you really born in Korea, Captain? Even common criminals don't use large kitchen knives. Now, Kong realized the issue, but didn't seem too worried. Ah, so that's the problem. Seeing him like this, Kong could only exclaim, oh my god. Then he continued, anyway, there might be a criminal organization backing these kids. Kong showed a look of surprise. An organization? He rested his chin on his hand. I can't be sure yet, but it's highly likely. I'll deal with them before the break. Then we'll go to France together. Kong Cho confirmed again, seriously? No yokes. Kong Chan replied, alright, we'll talk about this later. With that, he stood up abruptly, instructing Kong Cho to say I went to the nurse's office, okay? At this point, he had already started walking away, leaving Kong Cho stunned. I'm gonna take a nap for the rest of the period. Not knowing what to do, you. Kong Cho just sighed. At the nurse's office, the sound of footsteps echoed. At this moment, Kong Chan was sleeping soundly on the bed, covered with a blanket. Suddenly, he opened. His eyes wide, completely awake. Instantly, Kong Chan sat up. He did this because he sensed someone approaching. Kong Chan glared and growled. What do you want? It was Ho Jun, holding bags of snacks. Seeing him awake, he was startled. You're awake? Sorry for bothering you. Suddenly, Ho Jun offered Kong Chan a bag of snacks and said, here, eat this. This action really surprised him. He stood in front of his bed, smiling awkwardly, and announced, the freshmen and sophomores will come to greet you after school. From now on, you're the boss of this school. In response to Ho Jun's enthusiasm, Kong Chan just uttered one word, scram. That alone was enough to scare him. Ah, okay, saw thee. With that, Ho Jun turned and left. Kong Chan sat there alone, lost in thought. The sun slowly set and the evening glow descended. Inside the school, the students seemed terrified at the sight of Kong Chan. Whoever saw him coming would move aside, clearing a path for him. Seeing this, Kong Chan just sighed, his expression as serious as ever. In front, Kim Mi-jong was waiting for Kong Chan outside the classroom with his backpack on her shoulder. Kim Mi-jong quickly recognized him. She broke into a radiant smile, and with a sunset glow she looked like an angel. Her voice was sweet. Kong Chan. At this moment, Kim Mi-jong was looking at him intently, as if waiting for something. Kong Chan, seeing this, looked back at her, but he didn't understand. At this point, Kim Mi-jong handed the backpack to Kong Chan and kindly asked, "Here's your backpack. Are you feeling better now?" In response to her warmth, Kong Chan coldly took the backpack and replied, "Not much. Don't bother me." This made Kim Mi-jong freeze. She watched him from behind with countless questions. Now as Kong Chan and Kim Mi-jong were walking together, a shout suddenly rang out, making them both turn around. "Hey, Kong-kon," it was Un-seal and her friends. Un-seal suggested, "Come with us, some people want to meet you." Kong-kon replied to her differently, "Not free." Then he grabbed Kim Mi-jong's hand, making her blush slightly. "Let's go." Feeling ignored, Un-sil was furious. Kong Chan continued walking with Kim Mi-jong, ignoring her as she stood there shouting. Now they had reached the school gate. Kim Mi-jong suddenly spoke up, "I think Un-sil is targeting you, that girl from before." She looked very worried and even reminded him, "You have to be careful. There are a lot of rumors that she sleeps around with many people." Kim Mi-jong was so anxious she was biting her finger. She thought Kong Chan was in danger while he was thinking to himself, "Asterisk, what's there to worry about? She'd probably be shocked if she went to the west." Asterisk. Over on this side, some men who looked like gangsters were waiting for someone. He took out his phone to look at Kong Chan's picture and noticed him standing near the school gate. Then he showed the picture to the guy next to him and asked, "This is the guy, right?" The guy replied, "Yeah, that's him, boss." As Kong Chan was walking, he noticed these men and sensed that. Asterisk, what's this? They're staring at me. Asterisk. The man called out to Kong Chan, "Hey, come here, kid." Kong Chan said to himself, "Just as I thought." Then he suddenly spoke, "Are these the guys Dara mentioned?" Kim Mi-jong beside him was terrified, extremely worried. She tugged at his arm, "Don't go." Kong Chan kept walking forward, while Kim Mi-jong kept pulling him back. Now, he pushed her hand away. He reassured her, "It's okay." At this moment, Kong Chan was facing four gangster-looking men who were much bigger than him. The man asked, "You're Kong Chan?" Kong Chan replied firmly, "Yes, what is it?" Suddenly the man got angry and cursed, "You little shit, you're as cocky as they say." Kong Chan was thinking, asterisk, there are four of them, it probably won't be too dangerous to take them on here, asterisk. Suddenly he glanced over at Kim Mi-jong and considered, but here it's a bit. Unexpectedly, the man cheerfully said to Kong Chan, "Wipe that look off your face. We're not here to fight, kid." He pointed to the car behind him and continued, "Get in. Let's talk." Kong Chan frowned and asked back, "What?" His eyebrows were almost touching, his eyes showing no fear. The man replied only with a cunning laugh. The guy next to him had lit a cigarette and was puffing away, while the first man was still smiling. Only Kong Chan was complete. The guy ruffled his hair like a child's and said casually, "This kid looks pretty tough." Kong Chan's face darkened. He growled, "Get off me, buddy. This attitude annoyed the man a bit. I was trying to be nice to you. You're just a kid, so know your place. These words truly angered Kong Chan. He decisively slapped the man's hand away and quickly grabbed his collar. Kong Chan pulled the man closer and used his steel hard head to headbutt him forcefully. The man's face contorted after taking the full force of the blow. He lost his balance, his arms flailing in the air as he was about to fall. Kong Chan quickly grabbed that arm. Then he slammed the man to the ground with a loud thud, which looked incredibly painful. The other students who saw this were shocked. There's a fight. The man lay motionless on the ground. These students immediately took out their phones and started snapping pictures relentlessly. Another gangster saw this, pointed at the students and shouted, "What the hell is this? Turn off your phones now." Then he went over and bluntly knocked a student's phone out of his hand. The phone shattered. The other students were terrified and quickly clutched their phones tightly. Another gangster glared at Kong Chan, pulling out a knife and cursing, "You motherfucking son of a bitch." Kong Chan quickly took off his backpack. At this moment, the first gangsters stopped him. "Don't pull out a knife in front of the school gate." Hearing this, the man asked back, "Huh, why boss?" He explained, "Put away, keep things moderate, just enough so he doesn't cause a scene." The man replied, "Okay, boss," then both he and the person next to him radiated a very menacing aura. He even cracked his knuckles. The two of them started to move. Kong Chan, being sharp, noticed it, clenching their fists. The two of them split up and stood on either side. Kong Chan smiled and thought to himself, *, they know how to play. These guys seem completely different from the kids at school, *. At this moment, the man clenched his fist and charged, not forgetting to remind Kong Chan, "Don't go down too easy, kid." Kong Chan didn't back down either. He immediately tensed his hand, easily dodging the punch. Instead, he landed a devastating punch on the man. It didn't stop there. It was a continuous barrage of punches that Kong Chan unleashed on him. His speed was too fast, the man couldn't counter. He could only defend but still took hits. Just as Kong Chan was facing off against him, the other man suddenly rushed up behind him. It looked like he had put all his strength into that punch. Kong Chan had already noticed his presence. He immediately raised his arm to defend and dodged to the side. Kong Chan's feet moved with incredible agility, already stepping aside. Using his leg as a pivot, Kong Chan gained a stance and landed a punch to his stomach. After the first guy, after taking Kong Chan's attacks, he was very dizzy, his face already bruised. Despite that, he still tried to fight, baring his white teeth and growling. While Kong Chan wasn't looking, he swung a punch from behind him. He thought he would take him down. But instead, he was met with a powerful punch to the face. Though in pain, he suddenly burst out laughing. Kong Chan now realized the other man was beside him, about to swing a punch at his face. Even though the distance was very close, Kong Chan quickly ducked, causing the man to miss once again. Kong Chan's eyes were sharp and cunning. He delivered a kick straight to the man's face. His hand immediately clenched and tensed up. Now, the man was enduring a continuous barrage of punches from Kong Chan. Just like the previous guy, he couldn't counter, and even though he was defending, he was still getting hit. Damn it, this little punk. At this moment, Kong Chan was thinking to himself, *, just as I thought, an adult's body is very different. I'll need more time to beat them with this current body. Just then, the remaining gangsters suddenly laughed slyly. Kong Chan heard it in shock. The man kicked Kong Chan from behind, catching him off guard. Immediately, Kong Chan turned around in a defensive stance. Damn it, if Dairu were here, he'd be laughing at me right now. The man spoke again, "We've seen enough of your skills. Now just come with us quietly. We told you, we're not here to fight." Kong Chan firmly replied, "I don't give a damn why you're here, but I'm busy right now." The man heard this, slowly took his hand out of his pocket, and said, "Ah, I see. Looks like there's nothing else to do, but teach you a lesson, huh?" With that, he swung his hand forward, looking powerful and a bit scary. That hand quickly and violently closed in on Kong. Khing seized a moment and grabbed his arm. Holding the arm tightly, Khing began to spin. He pulled the arm with him, twisting in circles until a loud snap was heard. The man was stunned, unable to process the situation. Then Khing quickly closed in and elbowed him in the face with a painful blow. At this moment, the two from before immediately rushed in. One of them said, "Motherfucker, I thought it would be easy to beat this punk. Let's get serious." Before he could completely take down the first man, two more enemies charged at Kong-chan from behind. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, interrupting everything in shock. "Afraid of the police, are we?" It was Kim Mi-jung. She looked at Kong-chan's fight and spoke in her. "There's a fight going on right on the street." She hesitated. "The location is." The man saw this and got angry. "Shit, what a pain in the ass." Clutching his trembling arm, he shouted, "We'll let you go, but this isn't over." Kong-chan wasn't scared. He replied firmly, "Next time, I'll break that arm of yours." At this point, all four gangsters got in their car and sped away. Now as Mi-jung breathed a sigh of relief, Kong-chan called out to her, "Let's go." He was worried. "We'll be in trouble if the police come." Hearing this, Kim Mi-jung showed Kong-chan her blank phone screen and said, "They're not coming. I was just pretending to call the police." In a gentle tone, Kim Mi-jung explained, "I just thought you'd get in trouble with them." So after seeing this, Kong-chan thought to himself, "Should I call this girl smart or stupid?" Just then, he suddenly noticed Eun-sil's figure nearby, and Kong-chan walked over to her. Eun-sil, seeing this, became a bit tense. Her anxiety was clearly visible on her face. Now, Kong-chan was facing Eun-sil and said loudly, "I'm warning you, stand on your own 2 feet. If you keep depending on others, you'll eventually be used and then thrown away." Hearing these words, Eun-sil angrily pushed him away and retorted, Who do you think you are to tell me what to do?" With that, she glared at Kong-chan, her cheeks slightly flushed. Kong-chan stared back at her without a hint of gentleness. Then he uttered 2 words, "I see," and turned to walk away. Eun-sil stood there alone and screamed. And hey, Kong-chan didn't care. Now he was walking with Kim Mi-jung, rubbing his stomach and thinking to himself, "How can these guys hit so hard? This body is so inconvenient, Kim Mi-jung, seeing him in pain, asked, "Kong-chan, does it hurt a lot? Should I call an ambulance for you?" He replied, "No need, let's go get something to eat." Suddenly, Kong-chan asked Kim Mi-jung, "Do you like tonkatsu?" Mi-jung seemed to realize something. She happily nodded and replied, "Yes. I love it." The sky had gradually darkened. The next day, at school, the teacher's voice echoed. Because he believed that human nature is inherently evil, moral standards were created to correct humanity. Xuanzi is publicly regarded as a cold and inhuman philosopher. However, whether it is false or not, some people today may think differently. Xuanzi was a remarkable philosopher of his time and also the heir to Confucius's legacy. A person who emphasized the importance of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. That is also why the teacher's voice droned on while Kong-chan was still lethargic and tired. He was sleeping soundly in class despite sitting upright. Now when Mi-jung spoke, "Kong-chan, class is over." He immediately slumped onto the desk. "I can't go on like this anymore. It would be great if I could just pick up a gun and jump onto the battlefield right now." Suddenly, from behind, someone's voice was heard again. It was a group of tall students looking for Kong-chan. When Kong-chan woke up and lifted his head, "What do you want?" This student pointed to the others who were bowing to him and said, "Sir, these are the freshmen and sophomores." They also handed him an envelope. "This is this week's money, sir." Faced with the envelope, Kong Chun remained silent. He frowned and questioned, "Who told you to do this?" The student was about to point towards Ho Jun's desk to answer him, but when he looked, he was gone. Kong Chan glared at him, then he waved his hand and said, "Give all of that back, and from now on, don't listen to that motherfucker anymore, and don't walk around in a pack like that either." The student replied, "Yes, I understand, sir." Kong Chan slumped back onto his desk. "I'm tired. Go away." They immediately replied politely, "Yes, sir." Only one student remained, stammering, wanting to say something. Kong Chun got angry and slammed his hand on the desk. "Didn't you hear me?" At this point, the student announced, "The gym teacher wants you to come to his office." Kong Chun was stunned. Dai Ru was calling for me. After being told by a student to see C.O. Kong Cho. C.O. Kong Cho had already made a hot cup of coffee for Kong Chun. He asked Kong Chun, "I heard you got into another fight yesterday." Kong Chan sat opposite, waving his hand in slight annoyance. "Damn it, rumors spread that fast?" "It wasn't a big deal anyway." C.O. Kong Cho spoke sternly. "Captain, please don't cause any more trouble. You're not a kid anymore." Ignoring C.O. Kong Cho's caution, Kong Chan teased him back. "Among all our brothers, you're not usually the one to say that, are you? Who was the one always getting into trouble in Africa? But this isn't Africa. We're in South Korea. There are security cameras, smartphones everywhere, and the police can be anywhere in less than 5 minutes. You could get expelled with this fighting frequency of yours." Kong Chan acted deaf and dumb, stubbornly replying, "Scald me. I'll listen. Expel me. I'll leave. I'll go to Africa right now. It's not that bad." Knowing he couldn't persuade Kong Chan, C.O. Kong Cho leaned back tiredly into the sofa, scratching his head in frustration. "My God, you're so stubborn. But before you go, please listen to my request first." Hearing this, Kong Chan sat up straight. "Thanks for watching." And asked seriously, "What is it?" Sensing Kong Chan's interest, Co Kong Cho replied seriously, "There are 4 kids in this school who are being severely bullied. Please keep an eye on them for me." The thought of him, a trained killer, being asked to look after bullied students was ridiculous. Kong Chan frowned, signaling his refusal. "If it's me, things might get even messier after I'm done. I don't want to get involved in their personal lives." C.O. Kong Cho ignored his words, pointed at Kong Chan, and enthusiastically declared, "I'll let you skip class. How about that?" More motivated now. Kong Chan's eyes lit up like headlights. He was sick of class anyway. Kong Chan asked, "Really? How?" C.O. Kong Cho explained, "Like this, I'll register you as a gifted athlete. You only need to attend morning classes. And even if you sleep in class, no teacher will care." He added, "Besides, don't you need to train too, Captain? If you go back to Africa in your current condition, you'll last a week at most." Hearing these words, Kong Chun pursed his lips and rubbed his chin in thought. After a moment of hesitation, Kong Chun looked up at C.O. Kong Cho and asked, "4 kids, right?" C.O. Kong Cho smiled, certain that Kong Chun had accepted. The conversation between Kong Chun and Co Kong Cho ended. At that moment, in the school hallway, Moon Sil was waiting outside a classroom door. Kong Chun was also walking down the hallway from Co Kong Cho's office. Today, Moon Sil was acting a bit strange. She was wearing a mask and even avoided looking directly at Kong Chun. "Can we talk for a minute?" Moon Sil's strange behavior surprised him a little. However, Kong Chan didn't want to get too involved with her. He silently walked past Eun Sil. The sound of Kong Chan sliding the classroom door open was the last straw for Eun Sil. She was extremely annoyed. She burst into the classroom and shouted, startling the other students. "Hey, you dare to ignore me? I'm in a lot of trouble because of you. You damn bastard." For something he didn't do. Kong Chan asked irritably, "What's wrong?" Eun Sil replied softly, tears welling up in her eyes, "Those guys from yesterday." Kong Chan immediately knew something was wrong. He paused for a few seconds, then he walked out of the classroom, calling Eun Sil to follow him. "Follow me." Left together in Kim Mi-jung. Hong, who was in the classroom, noticed. She felt a bit unhappy. Meanwhile, Kong Chun and Eun Sil were on the school rooftop. He said coldly, "All right, talk." Eun Sil mumbled, "They're making me bring you to them." She seemed scared and continued, "If I don't, they'll cut out Ho Jun's tongue and send him to China and I'll be sold to a brothel." Kong Chun, still seeing this as none of his business, replied, "Tell the police. It's only a 5-minute walk from here." His words made Eun Sil extremely agitated. She screamed, tears streaming down her face, smearing her mascara. "If I do that, they won't leave my family alone. As long as you go meet them, I'll do anything you want." Kong Chan, annoyed, turned back and asked, "Anything? Are you sure?" Eun Sil hesitated, stammering, "Yes, anything." Then silence enveloped them. Kong Chan walked step by step towards Eun Sil. Eun Sil shut her eyes tight, her shoulders trembling. Kong Chan reached his hand towards her. As Kong Chan got closer, Eun Sil squeezed her eyes shut tighter. She thought worriedly to herself. Asterisk, I get it. In the end, you know different from them. Asterisk. He gently touched Eun Sil's teardrop and said, "You look terrible right now. Wash your face when you go down. And from now on, you don't need to wear makeup." Hearing words different from what she expected, Eun Sil's eyes widened in shock. Kong Chan continued, "And wear your school uniform properly." She froze for a few seconds, stammering, "Huh? But..." Kong Chan, annoyed, asked back, "Didn't you say you'd do anything?" Eun Sil asked blankly, "Is that all?" He replied coldly, "What? You want more?" She tried to explain, No, it's just..." To resolve the matter quickly, Kong Chan directly asked Eun Sil to call them. She seemed hesitant, but said nothing. He frowned suspiciously, "You don't have their number?" Eun Sil lowered her head and said softly, "I have it. But I can't call them first." Knowing she had the number, Kong Chan ignored her explanations and said, "Do it." Eun Sil looked at him fearfully. Then she relented, "Okay, fine." Eun Sil took a phone out of her pocket. Her fingers scrolling through the contact list. A big name caught her eye. She pressed call and the ringing started. On the other end. And the person saw the incoming call was from Eun Sil. The buzzcut guy answered, his voice disdainful, "What's this? You dared to call me? Got some nerve now, huh?" On Kong Chan's side, he snatched the phone from Eun Sil. "Huh," Kong Chan announced his name. "It's me, Kong Chan." The buzzcut guy laughed loudly, "Look who's calling." He squinted his beady eyes and said, "I guess that little girl explained everything to you. She'll tell you her location, so get your ass over here." Kong Chan got straight to the point. "I'm busy until the end of the week. I'll come on Monday." The buzzcut guy got angry at being given conditions by a student. He yelled, "What? You don't have a choice." Kong Chan, on the other end, wouldn't be pressured. Monday, take it or leave it. The buzzcut guy had never seen anyone so arrogant. The man, holding a cigar, waved his hand, signaling his agreement. Getting the nod, the buzzcut guy, though annoyed, had to accept. Motherfucker, are you sure about Monday? Kong Chan replied, positive. He added, alright, I'll let it slide this time. But don't you dare hide then. On this side, Kong Chan boldly replied, that won't happen. So the man, holding a cigar, waved his hand, signaling his agreement. Getting the nod, the buzzcut guy, though annoyed, had to accept. Kong Chan boldly replied, that won't happen, so leave her alone. She has nothing to do with this anymore. As soon as the words were out, a long beep was heard. Kong Chan handed the phone back to Eun Sil. Here, she took the phone with a tear-stained face. Thank you. With that done, Kong Chan immediately left. See you later. Eun Sil quickly called after him. Wait, can I have your phone number? She patted her chest and explained, in case you need me to do something. Kong Chan let out a small laugh, seeing Eun Sil's appearance and remembering his old comrade. If Smith were still alive, they'd probably get along well. Then, he turned and waved his hand. I'm Phoenix, meet me on Monday after school. The rooftop door clicked shut, leaving only Eun Sil standing there. She watched Kong Chan, even though his figure had long disappeared. The sky turned to evening, and the sunset painted the sky in gold. Kong Chan was walking home after a tiring day at school. His mind was filled with countless thoughts, his face tense. France training the 4 bullied students hell and still the gangsters things are getting complex. I've only been awake for a few days, and there's already so much trouble. Suddenly, from behind, a voice called out, Chan. It was Kim Mi-jong, hurriedly chasing after him. Kong Chan turned around, looking at her radiant smile. He thought to himself, I miscalculated. Alright, there's also this Snow White. Kim Mi-jong said cheerfully, let's walk together. He replied, yes, sure. They walked on, and silence fell between them again. At this point, Kim Mi-jong couldn't hold back and spoke first. Hey. Kim Mi-jong asked shyly, do you like Eun Sil? Kong Chan frowned in confusion. What? She quickly turned away and explained, because I saw you with her earlier. Even Mi-jong's behavior became more tense. She lowered her head and said softly, I know I can't wear makeup like her to make myself prettier. Kong Chan, beside her, seemed to have realized the girl's intention. His face turned pale. What the hell is this girl talking about? Kong Chan walked a few steps ahead and explained, you've misunderstood. There's nothing between me and her. We were just talking about the fight yesterday. Kim Mi-jong couldn't hide the joy on her face. Really? So you don't have a crush on Eun Sil? Kong Chan replied irritably, why would I have a crush on her? Kong Chan glanced at Kim Mi-jong's relieved face. He muttered, why do you always ask such pointless questions? Before he could finish, Kong Chan heard Kim Mi-jong clasp her hands and whisper. Thank God, Kong Chan was startled. Wait a minute. He turned around to face Kim Mi-jong and asked directly, don't tell me you like me? Seeing his reaction, Kim Mi-jong was initially a bit surprised. Then, her face turned red, her awkwardness obvious. Kim Mi-jong avoided his gaze and looked away. Finally, Kim Mi-jong shut her eyes tight and nodded once. Overcome with shyness, she quickly covered her face and turned away. Kong Chan froze, thinking, are you serious? Kong Chan, with the soul of a grown man, couldn't accept it. He rubbed his head, dizzy. I'm 29, you know that kid? After the shocking revelation, Kong Chan and Kim Mi-jong were now sitting together calmly in a park. The atmosphere between them was very quiet. Kong Chan glanced over at the Snow White girl beside him. He was a bit startled when he caught her shy gaze and blushing face sneaking glances at him. Ignoring the awkwardness, Kim Mi-jong spoke first. Do you want a kiss? Kong Chan, still calm, replied, why so suddenly? At this moment, Kim Mi-jong, small, plump lips caught his eye. They trembled. So you don't want to? Then Kim Mi-jong subconsciously moved closer to Kong-chan. He instinctively recoiled in fear. No, I mean, we're still students. Kim Mi-jong's face couldn't hide her anticipation for a kiss from Kong-chan. But after waiting for a while and seeing no reaction from him, Kim Mi-jong lowered her head in disappointment. She mumbled, "But everyone in our class does it." Kong-chan was now sitting rigidly on a bench, his face beaded with sweat. Thinking to himself, are all students like this nowadays? No sense of personal space, For someone in a student's body, but with the soul of an old man, he found it difficult to handle this puppy love. I have to resolve the situation first. He stammered, if you get first place in the school on the next exam, I'll kiss you. Hearing this, Kim Mi-jong became excited again. She looked at him happily. Okay. I've always been number one in school so far, so I'm completely confident. She even jumped up and down a few times. Suddenly in a flash Kim Mi-jong transformed into a giant several meters tall. Her voice echoed through the space. By then you definitely have to kiss me. Seeing the strange sight before him, Kong-chan couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. As if thousands of volts were running through his body. The giant Kim Mi-jong was like a guardian in the heavens, looking down at the tiny Kong-chan below. She lowered her head to look at him, her bright face now backlit and looking menacing. Heesh. Kim Mi-jong walked step by step towards Kong-chan, making him extremely scared. On the way home from school, Kong-chan was running for his life from the giant Kim Mi-jong. The giant Kim Mi-jong reached out her long arm, trying to grab Kong-chan. Kong-chan could only scream helplessly. Waking up from the dream, Kong-chan was still feeling its after effects. He unconsciously shouted, his clothes drenched in sweat. Then, he sat stunned on the bed, panting for a few moments. Sensing that something was wrong, he tried to calm himself down. Why? Hit the sweat from his forehead, frowning in annoyance. What a fucking dream. At this point, the clock on the wall showed it was past 6 o'clock. He washed up, put on his familiar school uniform, and left his room. Hae-suk, Kong-chan's mother, was reading a book. She saw him come out and looked up. Kong-chan, as usual, walked straight to the door and called out. I'm leaving. Hae-suk gently closed her book and asked. Where are you going? He was a bit surprised. To school, of course. She looked at him strangely. It's Saturday today. Why do you want to go to school? Hearing this, Kong-chan muttered. What? Hae-suk started to worry about Kong-chan's old injury. She asked, Is your head still hurting? Kong-chan was startled and tried to cover it up. Aha! I'm a senior. So, he turned on his acting skills and lied to Hae-suk. I'm in an extra class. Hae-suk replied happily, Oh really? Unable to stay long, Kong-chan rushed out the door. Hae-suk watched her son and reminded him, Be careful son. Wearing his school uniform, he could only wander around the city. Kong-chan laughed at himself, So you don't have to go to school on Saturdays anymore. Ha! The world has become easier. Suddenly, a phone number called. It was CEO Concho. On the phone, CEO Concho asked, Where are you? A while later, it's unclear what they talked about on the phone, but now they were cruising. In a car. CEO Concho, hello. How are you? Ha ha. Our great god of Blackfield has to go to his supplementary class? That excuse is hilarious. Ha. Concho angrily rested his hand on his chin. Well, what other excuse could I use? CO. Kongcho still couldn't stop laughing. After driving for a while, Kong-chan suddenly asked, Hey, where are you taking me? CO. Kongcho replied, To a place in the mountains to relax. We'll get some boiled chicken and enjoy the fresh air. With that, their car sped down the road. A little later, the car stopped in front of a mountain restaurant, decorated in a classic style. "Co." Kong Cho said loudly, "Come on, let's eat." At this point, Kong Cho was chugging a huge mug of beer. After finishing, he slapped his thigh. "Ah, that's so refreshing." Kong Chun, seeing him like that, said, "Why are you the only one drinking? Give me some." Kong Cho immediately cut him off, wiping the remaining beer from his lips. He laughed loudly. "No way. You're wearing a school uniform, so I can't give you any alcohol." Kong Chun angrily pointed at CEO Kong Cho. "If that's the reason, then you can't drink either, Mr. Driver." Hearing this, CEO Kong Cho teased Kong Chun, "No problem. There's always a designated driver's service in Korea." Kong Chun couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, you're Korean now, huh? I've been living here for a while, unlike someone." Seeing him like that, Kong Chan let out a small sigh and also smiled. Suddenly, Kong Chan asked softly, "Do you like it?" Kong Cho instinctively replied with a "huh." Kong Chan looked straight into his old comrade's eyes. "Are you satisfied with your current life?" Kong Cho frowned at him, pausing for a few seconds without answering. Kong Cho wiped his nose a few times and sighed. "I knew it. I knew this question would come eventually." Then Kong Cho recounted the night he was reincarnated. That night, after waking up, Kong Cho's head throbbed as if being hit with a hammer. He screamed horribly. Kong Cho said, "When I woke up, I felt like I had completely lost my mind. I couldn't control myself, like a different person." At that time, the woman beside him worriedly called out, "Honey." The screams startled the girl in the next room. She rushed in calling Dad. The wife and daughter cried out, "Dad, are you okay?" "Honey, Kong Cho continued softly. "And then the reason I was able to control myself. It was them." That night, CEO Kong Cho's body trembled violently, his mind in turmoil. CEO Kong Cho's wife and daughter hugged him tightly. Their faces were tear-stained, especially the little daughter who held onto CEO Kong Cho's hand tightly. At this point, CEO Kong Cho continued, "It was my wife and daughter." After that, he calmed down and gradually accepted his new reality. Back in the present, Kong Cho smiled at CEO Kong Cho and continued, "I really don't know what would happen to them if I suddenly disappeared. Besides, to be honest, if I go back to Africa with his body now, I probably won't be much help." Hearing his story and his worries, Kong Chan fell silent for a few seconds. Kong Cho awkwardly wiped his nose. "And even if this world has gone crazy and given me a second chance to live, to be honest, I'm starting to think I should live a real life." Kong Chan looked at him and smiled, "That's honest. In the end, this is still a great country." He looked at the stream flowing beside them and said softly, "It's so peaceful, isn't it?" Seeing his former captain suddenly become so calm, CEO Kong Cho teased him, "2 days ago you were chasing students with a knife in school, and now you can say that?" After this remark, they both burst out laughing. "Ha!" They laughed harder and louder. "Ha!" Suddenly, Kong Chan fell silent. He let out a soft sigh and glanced at CEO Kong Cho. He spoke up. "I'm meeting those thugs on Monday." CEO Kong Cho seemed a bit uneasy. "Where?" Kong Chan refused to answer CEO Kong Cho's question. "You don't need to know," CEO Kong Cho disagreed with him keeping secrets. "Come on, it's not fair to have secrets between us." Then, Kong Chan, with his eyes half closed, looked at CEO Kong Cho. "I know you'll follow me if I tell you the location, that's why I'm not telling you." CEO Kong Cho became a bit annoyed and very worried about Kong Chan's current body. He said, "But I told you before, your current body is that of a high school student. You can't fight like you used to." Kong Chong replied sternly, "I'll handle my own problems. So don't stick your nose in it, that's an order." Still a soldier under his command, CO. Kong Cho fell silent and just looked at him. After that, they focused on eating the hot pot in front of them. CO. Kong Cho ate and chewed noisily. He watched his captain. The atmosphere was strangely quiet. Suddenly, CO. Kong Cho called out softly, "Captain." Hearing this, Kong Chan stopped his chopsticks and looked up at CO. Kong Cho. CO. Kong Cho frowned and said, "How many people have you killed so far?" Kong Chan replied calmly, "Why?" CO. Kong Cho looked at him seriously, "Isn't it more than a few hundred?" Kong Chan felt a bit strange and asked cautiously, "How would I know, and why are you asking?" The conversation in the right direction, CEO Kong Cho seriously advised. Then don't go. Look at it another way. Just ignore and let go of such problems a few times. You can completely integrate into this peaceful world. Hearing these words, Kong Chan's hand on his knee tightened slightly and his expression soured. Then he smiled faintly. "Thanks for caring about me. But you know me well." Hearing these words, CEO Kong Cho knew that Kong Chan had made his choice. Looking to the side, the river was still flowing peacefully, the air fresh and cool. Kong Chan said cheerfully, "When we're done with this, let's come back here again." "Sao Kong Cho, Zblit?" "Sounds good." They spent the whole day together. As evening approached, CEO Kong Cho dropped Kong Chan off in front of his apartment building. As usual, he would walk in and greet his parents, "I'm home." After returning to his room, Kong Chan took off his uniform and stood there, lost in thought. He closed his eyes and remembered the gangsters he was about to face. Kong Chan imagined the meeting and predicted their attack patterns. In case the whole group rushed him, how should he position himself? Punch left, punch right. He then imagined two guys with knives attacking from behind while he was busy fighting in front. One guy with a knife lunged at him in an instant. Did he know? He grabbed his wrist. An uppercut was thrown, dodging and countering. His face suddenly became grim. His teeth clenched and blood splattered. A cold thud was heard. Someone had stabbed him from behind. Then 2 to 3 more guys stabbed him simultaneously. Blood flowed everywhere. Pain shot his spine. Kong Chan screamed in agony. He collapsed to the ground, his face covered in sweat, panting heavily. All of this was just his imagination as he was training. Damn it, this body can't keep up with my mind. It's too weak and too slow. Can I really? Kong Chan's face was a mixture of "Thanks for watching." His lips bitten tight. He thought to himself, "Beat them again." Elsewhere, someone else couldn't sleep. Mijong was staring sadly at her phone. Lost in thought, suddenly a loud voice came from outside her room. "Chan, are you asleep?" Kong Chan sat up and looked towards the door. He quickly put on his t-shirt. "Not yet." The door opened and his mother walked in. Haisuk said, "Come on in." Kong Chan was now sitting obediently at his computer desk. He smiled and asked, "You can't sleep either, Mom?" Haisuk looked at him and replied, "I was just about to go to bed." Sitting down on his bed, Haisuk asked, "By the way, are you busy tomorrow?" He was a bit surprised. "What's up?" Haisuk said cheerfully, "Do you remember my friend, Misa Sianhui? I'm meeting her and her son at a French restaurant. I thought it would be good for you to come along." Hearing this, he frowned and thought, "Does it have to be tomorrow?" Seeing his expression, Haisuk became a bit flustered. Ah, if you're busy, you don't have to come. Her disappointment was obvious despite trying to hide it, but Kong Chan saw it all. He thought for a moment and then smiled. Actually, it's nothing important. I'll go. Kaisuk immediately brightened up and asked, really? With the deal sealed, the next morning, Kong Chan put on a suit and went to the meeting place with his mother. Standing in front of the restaurant, he thought to himself, nice one, Chan got a restaurant instead of training hard on the last day. Since he was already there, he had to go through with it. He glanced at the sign, Manhwa. I guess this is a high-end restaurant. Hisik beside him was no better. She looked a bit tense, her breathing heavier than usual. She called out, let's go. See you again. Then a ding sound was heard and the restaurant's automatic door opened. They both walked in. The space inside was luxurious and the atmosphere was quite cozy. As Hisik walked in, she kept looking around for something. Suddenly, a voice called out, attracting the attention of Kong Chan and his mother. Over here, in front of Kong Chan and Hisuk were a middle-aged woman and a young man about his age. As soon as she saw the woman, Hisuk smiled and waved. Ah, Sylvie? Suddenly, Kong Chan's eyes were drawn to something. It turned out that nearby, some French girls were commenting on his appearance in French. The blonde girl said, wow, that guy is so hot, isn't he? The brown-haired girl also covered her mouth and praised, he is. Kong Chan smirked slightly. Anyway, he greeted the mother and son in front of him, hello. The boy, Dixit, instead of a normal greeting, greeted them in French, which stunned Kong Chan and his mother, bonjour, hello. But for someone who had lived with French his whole life, Kong Chan was a bit annoyed. He thought to himself, does he have a pronunciation problem? Kong Chan and Dixit's eyes met. The guy put on an arrogant face, smirking contemptuously. Dixit's mother was no better. Nisa Sianhui also looked at Hisuk with disdain. A quick glance at the situation was enough for Kong Chan to know. I see. So this is how it is. The four of them are having a meal together. She and Hui started to brag. Dixit has some very capable tutors. You should let them tutor Chan too. I'll ask them to make some time for your son. Hisuk forced a smile. Yes, you're right. She and Hui asked again. And what about his English scores? His mother just bowed her head and answered vaguely. Ah, it's fine. Hearing this, she and Hui seemed to have found Hisuk's weak spot. Her voice rose. Just fine? Wake up, honey. He's only studying at a normal high school instead of a prestigious one like my son. At the very least, he should be at the top of his class. I'm really worried for you and your son. Humiliated like this, Hisuk was speechless, not daring to say anything. Seeing his mother being bullied, he couldn't hold back. Suddenly, the young man Dixit started speaking. Excuse me, sir. They communicated in French. The waiter said, yes, how may I help you? Dixit said, please give me another glass of water. The waiter politely replied, right away, sir. Then he poured water into Dixit's glass, a display of French from his son. Seeing Hui feigned a sigh and said, my son can now speak basic French. I wonder if it's because he goes to a prestigious school, and do you know why I always find restaurants like this? It's also thanks to this mother's efforts in guiding her child correctly. Hisuk also mumbled a reply. My son can also speak French. Hearing this, Sianhui became excited and asked relentlessly. Really? Which center did he study at? Jidong? Namdong? With a private tutor? Seeing her impressing, Hisuk said awkwardly, my son learned from the internet. The answer Hisuk gave was a slap in the face to Sianhui. Kongchen didn't study at a famous center or have a private tutor, but on the internet. She took the opportunity to sneer, her contempt unconcealed. What? The mother and son kept giggling. Ha, she's so funny. Then they started to mock Haesuk and Kongchan. These words were like sharp knives cutting into her. Haesuk could only lower her head in anger. Learned on the internet? What kind of joke is that? This is the funniest joke I've heard all year. Maybe I should learn from her too? Ah, Cha must be a real genius. Even worse, they also said, that's right, why should she waste her money on tutors when she has the internet? That's right. Suddenly, Kong Cha spoke up, using fluent French. Now, don't cross the line. A piece of advice. His words surprised the three French girls who were initially curious. Dixit and his mother were no better. They were also stunned, their eyes wide with shock. As for Kong Chan's mother, she was a bit happy, knowing that her son had stood up for her. From here, he and the French girl spoke in French. The blonde girl blushed and stammered. You understand everything we're saying? Kong Chan frowned and glanced at Misen and her two friends. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It might be because the conversation here is a bit boring, but you girls really caught my attention. Reminded like this, the three girls started to shyly hide their faces. He added, don't worry, I have no intention of dating any of you here, so don't let your imaginations run wild. Then, he cheerfully explained, and don't worry about anything. The idiot in front of me can't even speak proper French, while the two women here don't understand a word. Mises. Xianhui, hearing Kong Chan's fluent French, felt like she was listening to a foreign language. She didn't understand a word and got angry. Dixit next to her blushed with embarrassment because he hadn't reached Kong Chan's level. He explained, I think he's just greeting them. Taking the opportunity, Hisik turned the tables. My son learned French on the internet. He's a real genius. Not long ago, we got a call from France. Then. And Misen next to him rested her chin on her hand and looked at him. On the internet, impossible, finding her words interesting, he turned and smiled. You understand Korean? Could you please come and greet my mother so she can be a little proud? I'll owe you one for this. Misen glanced at the handsome young man in front of her, her eyes twinkling with interest. Really? That's an interesting offer. Then Misen and her two friends pushed their chairs and walked over to Kong Chan's table. The three beauties were now standing in front of him. Hisik beside him asked softly, What's wrong, Sean? He smiled and said, They were happy to talk to me and wanted to come over and say hello. To you. He introduced the blonde brunette and short-haired girls to everyone. On the left is Misen, Cecile, and Cindy. Isaac was delighted. And replied, Really? Please say hello to them for me. Then followed a flurry of French. The mother and son from the Xianhui family were furious at being outshone. Unable to bear the humiliation, Mrs. Xianhui quickly stood up. Haesuk asked, Oh, are you leaving already? She pretended to rub her temples. Oh my, look at the time. I forgot Dixit's English teacher is coming today. With that, the mother and son hurriedly left with their anger. Kong Chan's mother called after them. Be careful. Back to Kong Chan. He looked at Misen cheerfully. That's enough. Thank you very much. You can go back to your table now. She crossed her arms and looked at him. Oh, we can't go back yet. Kong Chan frowned. Why not, Misen? You still owe me. Hello. And he looked at the three of them lazily. All right, what can I do to repay you girls? Misen, representing the group, held out her phone towards him. Your number? Kong Chan replied, What? Misen flicked her blonde hair and said, You must know what we've been talking about since you started talking to us, right? We're very interested in you. Kong Chan looked at her, frozen for a moment. At a high-end restaurant, someone's voice was heard speaking in French. Your number? Misen didn't hesitate to express her intentions. You must know what we've been talking about since you started talking to us, right? We're very interested in you. Kong Chan sat there, his mouth agape at the awkward situation, but he quickly regained his composure and forced a laugh. Don't joke around. Hearing this, Misen slowly rested her hand on the table. She said without any shame, "Do I look like I'm joking?" Misen casually flicked her hair and leaned on the dining table in front of Kong Chong. You're not the type of man who doesn't keep his word and breaks promises, are you? After hearing that question, he just let out a helpless light laugh. Though he appeared calm, inside, Kong Chong was silently screaming for help. Oh, I'm so screwed. Cut to Monday at a small gym in a quiet neighborhood. Inside the room, someone was breathing heavily, as if training intensely. It turned out to be Kong Chan. He was in the gym, shirtless, doing inverted push-ups. As Kong Chan was training, he remembered Misen's audacious words from that day, and just smiled faintly. You're not the type of man who doesn't keep his word and breaks promises, are you? Suddenly, someone walked in and made a sarcastic comment. What's so funny about this situation? It turned out to be Kong Cho. He stood there with his arms crossed, a stern look on his face as he stared at Kong Chan. He slowly lowered himself down and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, nothing." Then Kong Chan walked over, raising his trembling arm with a complaining tone. Anyway, this is worrying. I just warmed up a little and I can't even lift my arm anymore. Kong Cho, still maintaining his stern look, advised. That's why you should stop this and call the police for help. Noticing that the other person wasn't paying any attention, he raised his voice and scolded. What time is it now that you can still laugh? Hey, but Kong Chan still ignored his words, engrossed in his workout. Kong Cho yelled. At this rate, you'll be going to France on crutches. At this point, he finally turned his head and offered a compromise. Hey, when this is over, let's start a sports club. That way, when I leave during the vacation, everyone here can train. What do you think? Sound good? After hearing the idea, he found it interesting and nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. It'll be easier to buy training equipment. Since we'll also get a budget from a club, and I'll be the club manager. At this point, Concho paused for a moment and then immediately shouted in protest. But that's not important right now. The problem now is that you've become noticeably weaker, and your opponents now are not just regular soldiers. Suddenly, Concon quietly shouted a slogan, silencing him. Legion, Patria, Nostra. That is the motto of the French Foreign Legion. And Legion here means legion. Kong Cho, realizing this, immediately stood at attention and shouted. Et la Legion est notre patrie. He then reached for his shirt, glanced at it with satisfaction, and asked. And when? He then became fired up with the motto. March or die. Asterisk in both of those phrases are symbols of the French Foreign Legion. When combined, they form a complete sentence meaning. Legion is our fatherland, march or die. Asterisk merci. Kong Chan now put on the other sleeve of his shirt and said firmly. Elon Sil and Li Ho Jun, they're both trash. But I made a promise, so I have to go. I'd rather go and die by a knife than break my promise. Concho, seeing his determination, understood. And fell silent. He didn't expect much and just seriously reiterated the situation. Captain, I love my wife very much, so don't make me go to jail for bailing you out just because you easily killed them all. Kong Chan, hearing this, casually threw a towel over his shoulder to wipe his sweat and replied briefly, I know. Seeing him put on his jacket to leave, Kong Cho rushed over. Damn it, come on, don't be like that. Let's go together. Kong Chan glanced back and flatly refused. No. Then suddenly, he stopped and turned to ask, do you remember Mangala? Hearing this, he looked annoyed and replied, T-sick, you're bringing that up again? Closing the story between them, the school bell rang, signaling the star class. Kong Chan was still walking slowly along the sidewalk. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing a man with a distinctive scar on his mouth. He was a bit surprised. Kong Chan. It turned out to be someone he knew. Kong Chan's face became more serious as he nodded in greeting. The man, seeing this, offered, "Get in." The luxury car conveniently took him to a small building as arranged. Upon arrival, they silently led Kong Chan deep into a basement. Two tall guys flanked him, but no one said anything, making the atmosphere extremely tense. Kong Chan had no choice but to follow their lead silently. As soon as they reached the hallway, two more people were already waiting. Despite the smug look on the scarred man's face, Kong Chan paid no attention and focused on observing his surroundings, silently calculating. 4 rooms on the left, 5 on the right. The 3 of them had now arrived in front of room number 3. Remember, but only Kong Chan entered the room. Before him was a group of menacing-looking men sitting at a dining table. The moment their eyes met Kong Chan's, a few sparks of hostility appeared. Jibum, sitting opposite, saw this and put on a smug face. "You shouldn't look down on your elders like that. Seat." At this point, he slowly sat down in a nearby chair, not forgetting to glance around warily. The man maintained his cunning smile and a teasing tone. "I like those eyes." After a bit of banter, Jibum picked up a bottle of wine, poured a glass, and said vaguely, "A lot of my men suggested killing you and burying your body to get it over with. But I have a different opinion." As he drank the freshly poured glass, he acknowledged, "Only fearless guys like you can succeed." After downing the wine, Jibum slammed the glass on the table and got straight to the point. "Once you're too young to drink with me, I'll make it short. So will you obediently join us? Or do you want to regret your decision for the rest of your life?" The more Kong Chan heard, the more ridiculous it sounded. He glanced over and noticed the contemptuous expression from him, making him angry. "Are you fucking laughing at me?" Kong Chan didn't hesitate to glare back and warned, "I'll also make it short." His expression became more serious as he made his proposal. "Stop harassing my school." Jibum, not expecting this, could only utter 2 words. "The what?" Hearing Kong Chan's demand, the lackeys sitting around all got angry. "I don't care what you do, but don't involve innocent kids in your illegal activities." Not just them, Jibum was also so furious he clenched the wineglass in his hand until it shattered. "Ha! You've disappointed me. I thought you were a brave kid, but it turns out you're just a fool." Contrary to the other person, he was very calm and picked up his chopsticks as if ready to declare war. "Yes, and this fool is telling you to get the hell out of his school." The lackey sitting next to him couldn't take it anymore and threw a punch at Kong Chan. "You son of a bitch." He watched the punch coming. "Thanks for watching." And immediately dodged it in an instant. Kong Chan swiftly moved to the other side and decisively stabbed the chopsticks into the back of the hand that was resting on the table. Feeling a pain that shot through his bones, the lackey could only tilt his head back and scream, "RGH." At this point, they all stood up following Jibum's order. "Get him." Seeing 3 guys rush him at once, he became excited. "Kid, teach him some manners." A perfect punch to the stomach of the first guy. The next one also took a hit right in the gut. Not only that, but he also got a perfect uppercut straight to the chin. The last man, Kong Chan, decisively finished him off with a punch to the right cheek. The sounds of their impacts echoed for a moment. In a flash, they were all knocked to the ground, whimpering. Neatly dealing with these guys. Kong Chan looked at Jibum with sharp, cold eyes. The man, unable to believe the situation, gritted his teeth in anger. This is bullshit." With that, Jibum lunged at him, cursing, "You motherfucking son of a bitch." But Kong Chan just needed a slight sidestep to completely dodge his punch. He quickly regained the upper hand, wrapping his arm around Jibum's neck in a tight chokehold. The man below, however, still managed to speak arrogantly. "Arg, you won't get out of here alive." Kong Chan didn't want to argue. He kicked the door open forcefully. Then something caught his eye, making him freeze. While holding Jibam in a chokehold, Kong Chan was extremely wary of his lackeys waiting with weapons. Jibam, at this point, couldn't help but be pleased and threaten him. Hee, you're dead for sure, kid. Kong Chan wasn't swayed by a few taunts. He shouted back at them, if you don't want to see your boss's neck broken, then drop your weapons. One of the guys in the group stubbornly held an iron bar and charged forward. His sharp senses picked it up and he quickly turned to look. While maintaining his stance, he kicked the guy in the chest, sending him sprawling. Kong Chan, while holding on to Jibam, struggled to attack from behind. The lackeys kept lunging at him from blind spots. Damn, this is dark. The leader, seeing his chance, gave a signal. Get him! Get him! The lackeys all rushed at Kong Chan, attacking from the side. In a moment of distraction, Jibam managed to escape from the arm that was choking him. He looked in the direction he escaped and couldn't help but feel tense. Damn it, I didn't hold him tight enough. After securing his footing, Jibam shouted arrogantly, pointing, take that son of a bitch's life for me. Before he could gloat, he was immediately hit in the cheek by Kong Chan, and he skillfully kicked toward the person opposite him. Just one kick to the stomach quickly sent Jibam flying into his lackeys behind him. Kong Chan took this opportunity to immediately tense up and get into a stance. He ran and kicked the face of the guy lying on the ground to use him as a springboard. At this moment, Kong Chan leaped into the air over the heads of the stunned crowd below. He then conveniently kicked the head of a nearby guy. He then leaped in another direction, stunning them. Kong Chan kicked off the wall beside him. Kong Chan, pushing off hard, he pushed off hard to jump even higher. After witnessing the whole thing, they realized his intention and exclaimed, "What?" Kong Chan, having found his target, landed gracefully. The lackeys, knowing he was trying to escape, rushed to attack. The leader now hurriedly shouted, "Now!" A barrage of punches rained down on Kong Chan. He used his arms to cover his face, thinking, a Strasser, damn it. If only this were my real body. Asterisk. Despite being outnumbered, Kong Chan desperately raised his fist and shouted to build his morale. Ha! In the hallway, the thugs were in a frenzy, rushing towards him. Get him! Kill him! Go! Yeah! One by one, Kong Chan took them down. The sounds of fighting, everyone mixed with cries of pain, were chaotic. Motherfucker! Ack! Ugh! Go together! Don't let him hit you! Go! Ha! Each and every one of them was bleeding, but stubbornly stood their ground, holding their weapons and panting. Ugh! Ugh! On his side, he was also panting heavily in a defensive stance. But suddenly, the sound of someone's confident footsteps approaching made Kong Chan pay attention. Move! The sound of shoes on the ground echoed steadily, showing their calmness in the situation. The lackeys gradually parted to the sides, revealing two more strangers. The man walking behind the one with 3 scars on his eyes shouted, "Damn it, it's just one kid. Why are you guys having so much trouble?" When he saw them directly, a thought flashed in Kong Chan's mind. These two are different. The man standing behind, with a sword on his shoulder, interrupted his thoughts. You should forget about dying peacefully. I'll cut your body into pieces and feed it to the dogs. Kong Chan maintained his high alert stance, silently realizing those are the eyes of experienced killers. The two of them had now taken out their favorite weapons, ready to face their prey. Suddenly, another shocking sound erupted, drawing all their attention to it. That figure was somewhat familiar, yet so cold, with a baseball bat and an emotionless red mask. A thug aggressively charged forward with an iron pipe. Who the hell are you? The person in the red mask, without saying much, decisively swung the baseball bat at his head, causing him to fall to the ground. At the horrifying sight, they could only stare blank. Kong Chan was also just quietly observing, not understanding what was happening. The person in the red mask was still holding the baseball bat firmly, as if unfazed by his recent action. The person in the red mask swung the baseball bat hard at the opponent's head, causing him to fall to the floor. All eyes widened in shock. At the sight, Kong was also a bit stunned and wondered, what's going on? Not long after, the lackeys aggressively charged at the person in the red mask, each holding a bat. A quick glance through the two round eye holes of the mask was enough to see his bloodlust. The person in the red mask skillfully swung the baseball bat, neatly taking out one after another. Kong Chan, watching how he fought, suddenly recognized a familiar pattern. After dealing with the last one who was now unconscious on the ground, the surroundings became eerily quiet. It turned out to be Kong Chao. On this side, he let out a small laugh at his comrade's action and said to himself, "Even though I told you not to come." The sound of a baseball bat hitting a body mixed with screams made the big guy wonder. Why is that bastard attacking our people? The man with 3 scars on his eye coldly replied, "Who cares? It's just one more body to bury." The two of them then turned to look at Kong Chao. The big guy smirked and got straight to the point. "Looks like we're going to be busy, so let's end this as soon as possible." As soon as he finished, he pointed his sharp sword at him and charged forward. The big guy relentlessly swung his sword, but with Kong Chan's skills, he skillfully dodged every attack. And in a moment, he exposed an opening, allowing the sword to slice through his thigh. Kong Chan, now tense, stared at the new wound. Taking advantage of his distraction, the man with 3 scars rushed forward, saying, "I'm here." By the time Kong Chan regained his senses, the man had already slashed his shoulder with his dagger. The man with 3 scars relentlessly advanced, taunting him, "Too slow." He continuously slashed at Kong Chan, leaving his body covered in blood. Kong Chan tried to compose himself, blocking the brutal knife attacks with his hands. When fighting him, he's dead. When he himself was exhausted, the man finally stopped. He clutched his shoulder, gritting his teeth in pain, and let out a cry. Arc. Kong Chan was now focused on predicting his opponent's next move. The man with 3 scars immediately charged forward, pointing his dagger right in front of his face and said smugly, "You're done for." Kong Cho, who was handling the other side, seemed to have a bad feeling and turned to look at Kong Chung. The man's ferocious face and the cold dagger were about to take his life, right before his eyes. Then that moment seemed to slow down after Kong Cho's loud shout, "Captain," which means captain. Everything gradually turned a blurry. Crimson red as old memories from the base flooded back. Someone in the group asked, "What about the enemy's numbers?" Saran, standing above, simply replied, "Around 350 to 500 troops." Kong Chan in the past, sitting below, frowned slightly at the answer. Dairu also fidgeted, asking everyone, "What did he say?" Then he turned his captain. A bomb exploded, mixing with dust and sand, making the scene even more chaotic. Smith, leaning against a tree, tried to control his breathing, his mouth full of blood. "Go! Kong!" Kong Chan in the past, hearing this, lost control for a moment and shouted, "Hey, Smith, who am I?" He knelt down, shaking him by the shoulders, and repeated each word. "Who? I." Smith's face was drained of color as he forced a smile and said, "God of." The imposing figure of Kong Chan in the past was deeply engraved in his mind. Blackfield. Adieu. The last word was spoken. Just as Kong Chan returned to the present, his breathing ragged. The tip of the dagger was now less than an inch from his eye. Before the man could destroy his eyes, Kong Chan had already grabbed the blade with his bloody hand. The hand holding the knife of the 3-scarred man was now trembling, unable to make the knife move an inch. "Let's go." Angered, the man changed his strategy by raising his other knife and stabbing at him. Kong Chan quickly raised his hand to block the attack. At that moment, The current situation made the three-scarred man doubt himself. What the shit? How can a kid like this exist? He gripped both sides tightly to turn the knife away and said coldly, "God of Blackfield, that's the nickname my enemies gave me." The man trembled as he looked into Kong Chan's murderous eyes, confused. Black. His face was now as cold as ice as he slowly uttered, "I'm going to kill you." Kong Chan decisively lunged forward, headbutting his opponent in the face. The man squeezed his eyes shut in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. Please subscribe to the channel to get the latest updates. Taking this golden opportunity, he threw a punch at his opponent. Another blow landed on the face that hadn't yet recovered. The man was hit so hard he couldn't stand and was sent flying to the floor. The big guy, who was still unharmed, was shocked at Kong Chan's resilience. Before he could react, he suddenly rushed at him with murderous eyes. A beautiful punch landed on his left cheek, sending the big guy sprawling backward. In just a few seconds, he was knocked unconscious in the corner. Chang Chan stood there quietly. He slowly walked over to the body of the big guy, who was still trembling in pain. Kong Chong ignored the groaning man below and clenched his fist, swinging it at his face. Then he raised his fist high, all his hatred showing in his eyes. When he had aimed precisely, Kong Chong quickly moved to strike. Suddenly, from a distance, Kong Cho shouted. "Kong Chan, you can't kill them." Hearing this, the little bit of reason he had left made him stop his hand. Ugh. Looking up with a very dark expression, Kong Chan looked in that direction. Finally, he gave up his initial intention and slowly looked up at the group of people. He, covered in cuts, stood up as if he hadn't expended any effort at all. The thugs were now all silent, staring at the monster before them. Kong Cho was no exception. He seemed to be holding his breath, waiting for Kong Chan's next move. At this point, he puffed out his chest and declared loudly, "Anyone who doesn't want to fight, hide in the rooms." We'd been caught. The lackeys, hearing this, hesitated and looked at each other. In the end, they all dragged themselves into a room. One of them, as he passed by Kong Chan, looked at him with fear. A moment later, the door to that room was slammed shut. It wasn't until all of them were inside that Kong Chan leaned against the wall for support. He slowly leaned his wounded body against the wall and panted. Realizing he couldn't hold on any longer, Kong Chan lost control, slid down, and collapsed. On choke. Kong Kong quickly ran over to him, breathing a sigh of relief. "Damn it, I thought I'd never see you again." Kong Kong just smiled tiredly and asked his comrade, "Where did you get that mask?" He slowly helped him up and introduced. "It's a monkey mask. It's quite popular among kids here. Come on, let's get out of here quickly." But Kong Kong was still hesitating and added, "If we leave like this, someone might see us and call the police." So Kong Kong agreed and made a decision. "Stay here for a bit. I'll go check the counter to see if there's anything to cover us." As soon as he finished, he left, leaving him bored and alone. Kong Chan seemed to remember something and took it out of his pocket. Looking at the empty cigarette box, he wondered, "What now? Oh no. So it's all over." But realizing something was wrong, Kong Chan quickly frowned in suspicion. The noise from the area grew louder, making him very worried as he silently guessed. Footsteps, 1, no, 2, at least more than 20 guys. Are these reinforcements? No, it's not the army. Then another group slowly entered. Kong Chan, who had just rested for a moment, had to get up to greet another group. He thought with frustration, "Damn it, my body can't." They all had hostile expressions and muscular bodies. But now, among them, a woman appeared with a different aura. He looked Kong Chan over and assessed. "I was a bit skeptical, but it seems you really are a student." The person spoke and then turned to a lackey to assign a task. Go check the situation inside. The man quickly bowed and accepted the order. Yes, sir. After he left, the man introduced himself properly. I'm Guang Take. Everyone here knows me as Guang Take of Since-dong. I came here after hearing that Jibam's crew from the parking lot was about to die. And Since-dong is an area in Gangnam. Despite this, Kong Chan paid no attention. Gotta smoke. The guy behind him, hearing this, couldn't help but threaten. Don't be so disrespectful, you little bastard. Before he could react, Wang Tek quickly turned around and shouted. Who gave you permission to speak like that? Can you fight like him alone? If you're going to use your age as an excuse, then go to a nursing home. You idiot. He was surprised by his boss's behavior and admitted his fault. I am sorry. During the tense atmosphere, someone suddenly cut in, move. It turned out to be Kong Cho who had returned. He fearlessly pushed through the crowd. Coming to Kong Chan's side, Kong Cho calmly asked. You okay? Guang Take, witnessing this, scratched his head, finding it incredibly funny. Aha! A high school student and a guy in a monkey mask. This is hilarious. Jibam must be so embarrassed. The lackey who was assigned the task earlier returned and reported. No fatalities. 5 are in serious condition. The area is clear, sir. The man turned his head, his voice tinged with disappointment. Is that all? I'll go ahead. You take care of the aftermath. The other person bowed in compliance. Yes, sir. After finishing his business, Wang Take returned to Kong Chan's story. It seems you wanted to handle this incident quietly. His face showed a smile as he advised him. Go to the hospital to get treated, my boy. Kong Cho had no intention of answering, only a suspicious gaze fixed on Wang Take. That night, at a large hospital near the city center, a guard was stationed in front of a hospital room. The patient's name might be Patient. The patient inside turned out to be Kong Cho, lying in a recovery bed. He had just woken up from a sharp pain. Ugh! Seeing Kong Cho awake, Kong Cho rushed over happily and asked. How are you feeling? You try to sit up with his bandaged hand and listen to the situation from the other person. Your wounds have been stitched up. They're quite serious. Kong leaned against the headboard a bit confused. What are you talking about? Where are we, Concho? Hearing this recounted everything. You don't remember anything. You fainted as soon as you got into Guang Take's car. You passed out right then. At this point, fragmented memories of the fight at Jibam's place slowly returned. He remembered fighting fiercely. Ha ha. And he also remembered fighting fiercely. And his thoughts at that moment also became clear. As soon as Kong Chan saw the two killers, damn it, if only this were my real body, the moment of fighting the big guy was terrifying. End this as soon as possible. The truth is it's impossible. Then there are the sharp and dangerous sword slashes from him, as well as having to face countless times being cut by a dagger, and moments of trying to regain composure to not die were not an exception. Ugh, with such a heavy situation, controlling my breathing was also unstable, especially when the blade was right in front of my eye. I had to pay them back in full to be satisfied. One by one, the killers gradually succumbed to Kong Chan's resilience. A punch then seemed to decide the outcome. They were now officially knocked out by him. A series of those memories returned to the present moment. Kong Chan held his head and said to himself, how embarrassing. With that, he suddenly remembered and turned to ask Kong Cho, how long have I been out? Hearing this, he replied thoughtfully. You were in a coma for quite a while. It's already 1 a.m. Concho quickly added a reminder. I told your parents you're spending the night at my place, but they still want you to call them. Then he calmly asked, do you want anything to eat? Kong gently held his aching shoulder and refused. I'm fine. Got a cigarette. Gwangtaek suddenly opened the door. And, seeing the scene, said, "You're awake." He had nothing. Like an addict, he pounced on the newcomer. "You're just in time, did you bring any smokes?" The man just muttered in frustration, "What the hell is wrong with this kid, always asking for cigarettes?" Getting back to the main point, Gwangtaek walked in, pointed at Kongcho, and asked Kongchun, "He said he's a teacher at your school, right?" He also cooperated. It would take a while to explain, but basically yes. After hearing the unsatisfactory answer, he became suspicious, noticing the abnormality. Kongchan explained further, "He's someone I trust, so he can listen to our conversation." Wangtaek let out a sigh, but also agreed, "All right." Then he put his hands in his pockets and expressed his sincere gratitude. "Thank you, I've profited from this without having to do any. No one in the Gangnam underworld will stand up against me anymore." Gwangtaek, therefore, became excited and offered, "So, is there anything I can do for you?" Kangkan was still firm with his original request. "Don't get involved with our school anymore." The man was a bit surprised. "Is that all?" Wow, if you like being cunning, he now wanted to divert his intention. "I'll give you some advice if I were you. You should slow down a bit." He rambled on and on. "Rumors about you have spread everywhere today. People who need you, people who fear you, people who are curious. Many of them will try to find you." Kong Chan leaned against the headboard, not paying any attention. "That's not your problem. I'll handle it myself somehow." Having his plan rejected by a kid made Gwangtaek's face turn stern. He didn't hold back and shouted back, "Hey, Kong Chan, I admit you're a very special person." The more Gwangtaek spoke, the more frustrated he got. "And it's true that I've benefited from this incident, but whether it was intentional or not." He was no less than the person in front of him, frowning and asking back with a disrespectful tone, "So what?" The man still stood rigidly, pointing his nose straight ahead, and demanded of Kong Chan, "Just as I acknowledge your talent, you also need to respect my position and opinion." In the end, Gwangtaek received an unwelcome answer from him. "What if I don't want to? This is something I don't want." Noticing that Kong Chan was still being stubborn, he was furious but held back. He vaguely felt a sense of danger lingering and stepped back a little. Hong Chan, facing the sudden silence from him. Kongcho also realized the heavy atmosphere that had enveloped the room, but then Gwangtaek let out a laugh, dispelling the serious look from before. He said, the man finally had to raise his hands and surrender to his rock-hard stubbornness. "Damn it, all right, you win. Forget everything and let's be friends." Kongcho, sitting beside him, heard this and crossed his arms sternly. "Then first, get rid of your men outside. We don't need their protection." Gwangtaek was still curious about the other man's role. "What do you teach at school?" He replied simply with 2 words, "Physical education," but he still couldn't avoid the initial request and explained, "I thought so, but just leave them outside. The guys from Ulsan are not ordinary fighters, and Ulsan is a city in Korea." After clarifying, Gwangtaek rushed to the door and turned to say goodbye. "I have to go now. If you want anything to eat, just tell them." Kong Chan nodded politely. "Okay." He reached for the doorknob, looking regretful. "Well then, see you later." Gwangtaek had been gone for a while when Kong Chan turned to the person next to him. "You should go home too." Kong Cho, not wanting to leave him alone, opted, "I can stay here and go to work from here too." At this point, he remembered Kong Chan's phone and asked curiously, "By the way, what's between you and me, John? You got a bunch of messages from her." He glanced at the object on the table and wondered, "She's just a kid, don't mind it." After that, they continued with the main issue. "So when can I be discharged?" "The doctor said you need to stay here for at least a month." "Got it." Expected event. That made Kong Chun a bit worried about his family. "I need to stay in bed for at least a week? I can't tell my parents I'm sleeping at a teacher's house for a whole week." Realizing that was impossible, the student, seeing the illogicality, decided to steer in another direction. Let's just say I had a traffic accident. Kong Cho, hearing the other person's plan, widened his eyes at his thorough resourcefulness and nodded vigorously. We went out to dinner to talk about my future, then on the way back, bam, just say some stranger caused the accident. Not just him, the guy standing outside the room was also stunned when he heard it. Beautiful day. While eavesdropping, Kong Cho suddenly opened the door, startling him. I'll tell them just that. Soon after, a scream echoed through the quiet hospital. On. Thank you, he'll be discharged soon. She now rushed to her son's hospital bed. How could this have happened? Were you hurt? Despite his bones creaking, Kong Cho waved his casted arm to show, he's right, it doesn't hurt as much as it looks, Mom. Haisuk looked at him with teary eyes and said sincerely, or maybe we should move you to the big hospital you were at before. A traffic accident can affect your body. Kong Cho stubbornly insisted, oh, no need to go that far. Seeing things weren't as he had imagined. He sighed to himself. Asterisk, what should I do? I can't say I was hit by a delivery truck. Asterisk, let's see. The sound of a cart being pushed from outside the door interrupted his thoughts. Entering the room was a handsome doctor and a nurse pushing a medicine cart. Dr. Hyunwoo calmly asked about the patient condition. CHN, how are you feeling? CHN replied neither quickly nor slowly, I'm fine. Haisuk, upon seeing him, immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Hello, I'm CHN's mother. He slowly walked over to her and said gently, hello ma'am, please don't worry too much. His injuries are not as bad as you think. He fluently explained further for the patient's family to understand. He's receiving excellent treatment, so he just needs to eat well and rest a lot from now on. But Haisuk now also expressed her concern. Doctor, to be honest, I'm thinking of moving my son to Sabien Hospital where he was treated before. The nurse, hearing this, still gently agreed. No problem at all. We will do as you wish, ma'am. However, Hyunwoo had no idea that Kong Chan's face had turned pale. And his mouth was agape, as he silently mocked. Asterisk, doesn't this guy know my situation? Why did he agree? Asterisk. In his mind, he was extremely proud of Haisuk's suggestion. The head of the surgery department at Sabien Hospital is my friend. I can call him to put in a good word for your son. However, it would be better for a patient like Kong-chun to stay at our hospital. Hyunwoo skillfully pointed out the disadvantages for her to consider. At a large hospital, the number of patients a doctor is responsible for is very high. He enthusiastically explained a series of necessary things in the case of Sabien Hospital. The doctors also have many other patients who need care in life-threatening situations. A large hospital like that would be the best place to go. But for Kong Chan, his treatment doesn't require complex surgery. Haisuk was still standing there, attentively listening to the doctor's advice. Then, Hyunwoo decisively made a point that left her wide-eyed. In the end, this is just my personal opinion. The legal guardian is the one who makes the final decision. At his convincing words, Kong Cho shyly gave a thumbs up to Kong Chan on the other side. Although the director of Sabien Hospital is a busy man, he answers most of my calls. Again. He answers most of my calls. Hyunwoo, as soon as he finished, immediately took out his phone as if to prove his point. Should I do it now? Haisuk, hearing this, waved her hand and laughed. Actually no, there's no need to do that so late at night. We'll wait for my husband to come to discuss it further. Chan at this point smiled faintly, realizing that this method was actually working. After a while of discussion, Hyunwoo suddenly made a request. Ma'am, could you please step outside for a moment? She was a bit surprised. Yes. He now explained further to ease Haisuk's confusion. I need to change his bandages and redress his wound, and I don't think you'd want to see it. She quickly understood. All right, I'll leave him in your care, doctor. As soon as Haesuk was out the door, she peeked back in to reassure her son. I'll be waiting for you outside soon. Hyunwoo had removed the bandages from his arm. He carefully observed the wounds on the other person's body and said with surprise, the stitches are starting to come out. Normally it would take up to 2 weeks. Kong-chan immediately asked back. Do you want to stitch it back up? Hyunwoo quickly corrected him. No. I mean, the wounds are healing very quickly. It's rare. He paused for a moment and then added. Actually, to be honest, I've never seen such a fast recovery rate. On his side, he finally had a chance to speak. Thank you for convincing my mother. Hyunwoo just diligently rewrapped the bandages and asked nonchalantly. Do you know why I'm doing this? He carefully tended to Kong-chan's wound and recounted. When I was studying abroad, my younger brother became a gangster. Our parents always compared him to me, and eventually he started using knives for violent purposes, saying he was better at using them than I was. Kangcho, sitting from a distance, could also feel the sadness in Hyunwoo's expression as he told the story. Then one day, he was taken to the emergency room after being stabbed. He lost a lot of blood and was no longer lucid. After finding out he was taken to the hospital where I was working, he refused treatment. At this point, his voice became softer. In the end, I was the one who had to announce his death. Kong-chan now didn't know how to respond other than with a look of sympathy. And then Hyunwoo also completed the final step. There, done. He stood up straight and adjusted his glasses. I heard you're very good with your fists, but I also have a request for you. He suddenly became a bit curious. Okay, Hyunwoo shared his thoughts sincerely. You can come or send someone here whenever you want. Kong-chan now didn't know what to do. Kong-chan was still listening intently to the offer. But please don't kill anyone or let anyone kill you. Hyunwoo didn't want Kong-chan to be pushed into the fire. So he instructed, come whenever you want, bring whoever you want. But don't kill and don't get killed. Every time something like this happens, it's really hard for me. If you don't like it, you don't have to do it. As soon as he finished, Kong-chan fell into a thoughtful silence for a moment. Despite being in the hospital with a broken arm, Kong-chan was still stubborn and retorted. What if I don't like it? Hyunwoo then just replied calmly. Even if you get beaten to a pulp, you can't kill all the guys who can't find a proper hospital to die in. He immediately questioned his existence. What, there's a problem? He didn't seem to care much because he had found a solution. If it's about money, I've already earned enough. If I get suspended, I could just go live comfortably abroad. Kong-chan then let out a relieved smile. I see, and thank you very much. Hyunwoo also smiled brightly and replied sincerely, on the contrary, I should be thanking you. This isn't covered by health insurance, so the income is quite substantial. Kang-chan completely agreed with his words, that's for sure. But before leaving, Hyunwoo uttered a sentence that shocked them both. Later on, if you happen to die here, I'll hide it from your parents, take out all your organs and sell them. So just know that. After checking Kong-chan's condition, he went out. Excuse me, you rest. It's unclear if he took those words seriously or not, but his face was filled with shock. For real, time flew by and a week later, at Kong-chan's apartment, he had recovered after a period of rest. He put on his jacket to prepare to return to his daily life. Slowly tied his tiny. Then he put on his jacket and slung his backpack over his shoulder. It seemed Kong-chan was trying to escape something as he hurriedly left his room. But before he could leave the house, Haesuk walked over with an envelope. Kong-chan, if you're up, talk to me for a minute. Seeing the neat uniform on Kong-chan, she also wondered why he was wearing it. He didn't hide it and said honestly, I have to go to school. Haesuk seemed displeased. You just got out of the hospital, why? The doctor also told you to rest at home for a few days. That's terrible. Next, Kong Chan suddenly changed the subject. I'm fine, I can go. But what is that? But please take a look at this. When Hae-suk took out 50 million won from the envelope, he couldn't help but pray in his heart. That bastard, oh, Gwang take. He really makes things difficult. He still tried to act calm as if nothing had happened, and waved his hand, forcing a smile. Mom will pay it back later. And she also showed a look of concern about the envelope. I have to pay it back. This is making me very uneasy. After talking to her, Kong Chan quickly put on his shoes to go to school. Yes, I'm going to school now. Dae Kyung, seeing he had just recovered, also offered, let me take you to school. Are you okay with that? He hesitated for a moment, but still agreed with him. Yes, father. Afterwards, Dae Kyung cheerfully put an arm around his shoulder and walked ahead, while Hae-suk waved goodbye from behind. Let's get going. On the outside, Kangchan didn't seem to have any objections, but inside he couldn't help but wonder, why does he have to? With little time left, they quickly got into the car to get started. The atmosphere in the car was quite awkward as both of them were silent as clams, not saying a word to each other. However, the look Kong Chan gave Dae Kyung was even more suspicious. Seeing him so restless, Dae Kyung couldn't be patient any longer and asked directly, John? Yes. He realized Kong Chan seemed to be hiding something from him and seriously asked, is there something you haven't told me? As Kong Chan remained dead silent, his father didn't want to make it difficult for him. If you say there's nothing, then I won't ask anymore. Let's go. Just as Dae Kyung finished his sentence, Kong Chan sank into thought. After a moment of consideration, he decided to share it with him. No, there is. But I couldn't tell you. Tell you, Dae Kyung's focus was now entirely on Kong Chan. The next words he uttered are. Kong Chan's voice softened as he lowered his head, his eyes filled with a somber sadness. The guys backing up the bullies I fought at school, they're gangsters. Dae Kyung's face tensed slightly, but he patiently listened to the whole story. To ease his father's worry, Kong Chan added, things got a little complicated but it's all been resolved on the condition that they stay away from school. Oh, and a few people got hurt, but no one died. Since they were already on the topic, his father asked directly, then why did you lie and say it was a car accident? Kong Chan hesitated, stuttering out each word. That, I was afraid of making mom worry. Suddenly, the air grew tense again as both of them fell silent. At this point, he didn't know what else to say besides admitting his fault. I'm sorry. After a moment of silence, Dae Kyung asked him another question. You know how much your mother has sacrificed for me, right? Yes. It was then that Kong Chan noticed the family photo placed on the dashboard. The photo captured the moment Kong Chan was born, held in the warm embrace of his parents. At that moment, his heart felt a little tight. Yes, I don't know the whole story, but I think so. Old memories suddenly flooded back like a slow-motion film of when Hae-suk was about to give birth and was rushed to the hospital. Dae Kyung stood outside the delivery room, his face etched with worry. Not long after, she gave birth to Kong Chan and his father held him for the first time. Dae Kyung cared deeply for Hae-suk and didn't want to see her hurt. So, he instructed his son, I'll be fine, but don't ever make your mother cry. Can you do that for me? Kong Chan didn't argue and obediently agreed. Yes, sir. Their conversation ended right there. All right, thank you for telling me the truth. On the way there, the two of them just sat in silence, neither saying another word. In just a moment, Kong Chan arrived at school, right as the bell rang. He slowly walked forward, ready to reunite with his comrade. But when Kong Cho saw Kong Chan appear, his jaw dropped. Captain, are you insane? What the hell are you doing at school right now? He immediately explained, I got permission before I left. The doctor even said it was the first time in his life he'd seen such a strange body. It's good, but it's a little unsettling. Don't you find it weird? With this question, Kongcho froze for a good 5 seconds. Captain, you've been weird from the start. Suddenly, Kong Chan looked around and asked, has anything happened? Kongcho put down the balls and recounted what had happened while he was absent. The school's been buzzing with strange rumors. Some say you were stabbed and were half dead, others say you died, and some even claim they saw you at the police station. Hearing this, Kong Chan felt an urge to show himself and set them all straight. Is that so? A lot of people are going to be happy to see me, then guess I should pay them a visit. Concho immediately asked go where. Concon reminded him of their previous conversation, his eyes glinting. You remember what I in the next second. Concho's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. All that you mean that. Concon didn't want to waste any more time and demanded, give me the list. Elsewhere, in a first-year classroom, students were gathered together in a lively scene. Meanwhile, Moon Ji-jin was eating lunch alone, looking relaxed. Although his desk was covered in insults meant to attack him mentally, Ji-jin ignored them. His peacefulness was short-lived. Ji-jin hadn't bothered anyone, yet another student came up and slammed a fist into the back of his head. Taking the unexpected, heavy blow, he immediately looked up with a stunned expression. After hitting Ji-jin, the bully stared at him with menacing eyes. What are you looking at? Knowing he couldn't win, Ji-jin could only swallow his pride and back down. Nothing. However, the bully had no intention of letting him go. He picked what's up Ji-jin's spoon. Thank you. The bully continued to mock him, his face darkening like an impending storm. But why are you eating so slowly? Does it not taste good? Moon Ji-jin. He then violently shoved the spoon into the boy's mouth. No different from an assault here. Eat up. The people around him didn't intervene. Instead, they treated Ji-jin like a joke, laughing uncontrollably with no one to help him. He was force-fed until he was about to choke, yet the bully had no intention of stopping. Becoming even more amused, the pitiful Gichnh couldn't fight back and had to endure his tormentor's madness. However, Kong Chan couldn't turn a blind eye to this bullying and suddenly appeared. Hey kids, annoyed at being interrupted, the bully turned around irritably. Who dares to walk into another class? And, in a flash, his expression changed 180 degrees when he recognized him. It seemed he never expected Kong Chan to show up here. Just a second ago, he was a ferocious tiger. But now, in front of him, he was nothing more than a rabbit kneeling at his feet. Senior, greetings, sir. The bully then stood up straight and introduced himself. Hello, senior. I'm the class president of Class 3, Year 1. But unfortunately for him, Kong Chan wasn't interested. Too noisy, forget it. Who here is Moon Ji-jin? With a stunned look on his face, Kong Chan glanced around the room. Didn't you say this was Class 3, Year 1? The bully, hearing him clearly, pointed towards Ji-jin and said, yes, sir, he's over there. Seeing the big shot suddenly focus on him, Ji-jin couldn't help but worry, his body trembling like a leaf. Chan then walked over and asked calmly, are you Ji-jin? It seemed he still couldn't shake off the fear, his throat so tight. He couldn't utter a word after mustering all his courage. Ji-jin finally managed to stammer out a reply to Concon. Yes. What is it? He had heard rumors about this terrifying senior. Why would someone like him come looking for me? However, the next proposal Concon. The kid made sense, shivers down his spine. Really? Come with me. The people around him were stunned by Gichnh's blank response. Are you crazy? How dare that bastard talk to Senior Kong Chan like that? Does he have a death wish? The bully standing behind him couldn't take it anymore and pointed a finger straight at his face. Hey kid, are you out of your mind? Even though Kong Chan hadn't said anything, the bully charged forward in a rage, scolding Gichnh. You used that tone with Senior Kong Chan. Surprisingly, Kong Chan criticized him instead. You're taking it too far. Faced with his senior's reprimand, the bully was instantly terrified and shrank back. Yes, sir. As Kong Chan moved closer, Ji Jin's heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest. It seemed Kong Chan had no intention of starting but instead offered a friendly smile. Why, you ask? I just want to talk to you for a little bit. It seemed Gichnch had been tormented so much by the bullies around him that now, facing a top dog, he couldn't help but tremble. Meanwhile, Kong Chan waited for him with a perfectly friendly, pageant-winning smile. After waiting an eternity and seeing no movement from Gichnch, he took the initiative and grabbed his hand. Kong Chan immediately grabbed Ji Jin's hand and pulled him from his desk in front of everyone. If you want to know what this is about, you'll have to follow me. However, after taking only a few steps, Kong Chan suddenly stopped. It was only then that he realized everyone was surrounding him, frozen in place. To break the tense atmosphere, he spoke up to reassure everyone. It's nothing. Everyone carry on. Although Kong Chan hadn't lifted a finger, everyone was on edge, afraid a fight would break out. In another classroom, students were chatting and laughing loudly. However, Cha So-yeon sat quietly in a corner, looking tiredly at everyone else. Suddenly, someone approached her and asked, Cha So-yeon, right? It was none other than Kong Chang, and Ji Jin could come to find her. So-yeon looked up and softly confirmed, yes, that's me. He didn't beat around the bush and immediately introduced himself and made his proposal. I'm Kong Chang from year 3. Can we talk for a minute? But upon hearing this, Cha So-yeon's face turned pale. Kong Chang, the one who's famous throughout the school's king, her intense reaction. Jesus, the Lord. Jesus Christ, the Lord. So-yeon made him a bit awkward. What's wrong? Are you busy right now? So-yeon suddenly shot up from her seat and denied it. No, sir. The three of them then left the classroom and went to a private place to talk. Just then, Ho and his friends ran into them on their way. Senior Kong Chan, seeing them right in front of her, So-yeon was startled. She didn't dare to look them in the face and just lowered her head, trembling. What is it? With Kong Chan's confusion, they all bowed deeply. Hi, Josh Sao, we've introduced ourselves before. He didn't want to pay them much mind, so he just waved his hand dismissively. I know, faced with Kong Chan's blunt attitude, Saho was a bit taken aback. Sir, you don't. Without hesitation, he said bluntly, you're blocking my way right now. Hearing that, they immediately moved to the side. Our apologies, senior. They didn't dare make a sound or a move, bowing deeply to him as he passed. Have a good day, senior. Kong Chun then took them to the gym to discuss matters. Waiting for them, there was Kong Cho. Kong Chun didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. The reason I've called you all here is because I want to start a sports team. This here is our coach, Mr. C.O. Kong Cho. He'll be guiding you. Got it. Their minds couldn't process it in time, and everyone froze, speechless. Because everyone in the room had the right to speak, Kong Cho asked again, does anyone have any questions? Ji Jin didn't hesitate and bravely raised his hand. What sport will we be playing, sir? He had already planned it. Kong Chun quickly revealed the details to them. Physical conditioning, martial arts for self-defense, maybe a little bit of dodgeball. Next, Ji Jin and Cha So-yeon had another question. Why us? Kong Chun then took a few short seconds to come up with a reason. Everyone looked at him, eagerly awaiting his answer with bated breath. The reason Kong Chun gave in the next second was incredibly simple. I just wanted to get to know you all to hang out with you. However, after hearing this ridiculously absurd reason, they were even more stunned, shocked, and bewildered. Concho, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. This isn't mandatory. So if you don't like it, You don't have to join, but if you do join, you'll receive a lot of support. There are pens and paper over there if you want to sign up. Just write your name down. It's fine if you don't join, too. We can still grab a meal together. Kong Chan then put on a face to entice them. So, sounds interesting, right? Despite the sweet perks, the atmosphere remained gloomy. To encourage them to be bolder, Kong Cho whispered to Kong Chan. Soften your gaze a bit. Does the captain think he's in Africa? What? I'm trying my best here. Suddenly, he noticed someone's arrival, pointed in that direction, and asked, and why is she here? Mi Zhang then greeted everyone there. Hello. She cheerfully introduced herself. Omi Kim Mi Zhang. From now on, I'll be the sports team's manager. She was clearly very excited about his sports club. Isn't this crazy? Kong Cho didn't quite understand either, and asked him, how did you manage to drag a promising student bound for a prestigious university into a sports club? As if I drag her into this, it seems Mi Zhang was more credible than Kong Chan as people started approaching her for applications. Thank you for watching and see you again. The two of them then started whispering to each other. I honestly didn't know this was happening. Did you know, Captain? Ah, I didn't know either. Just go with it. A moment later, the delivery guy arrived and brought them their food. Food delivery? Yes. They then laid out the food on the table. Put it here. But they didn't know that Eun-sil was standing just outside the door peeking in. Kong Chan had already noticed her presence. Seeing this, Eun-sil was terrified and turned to run, not daring to face him. However, but Eun-sil hadn't run far before he called her back. Hey! She immediately froze and turned her head back. Kong Chan didn't want to beat around the bush and got straight to the point. What are you spying for? Although he hit the nail on the head, Eun-sil still stubbornly denied it. Who's spying? He asked again. It wasn't you? Eun-sil confirmed with a firm look. Of course not. Since she said that, Kong Chan didn't press her further and said, if that's the case, I'm leaving. Eun-sil watched his retreating back with some hesitation, as if she wanted to say something. She frowned with concern, wondering if she should tell him. A moment later, just as Kong Chan was about to go inside, she mustered her courage. Hey Kong Chan, it seemed Eun-sil was going to talk about something important, but she just asked him a simple question. He quickly confirmed with a calm expression, yeah whatever. Eun-sil's face suddenly turned bright red. You're not suspicious? Chan wasn't too bothered by her. So he just said, if you want to do something shady, go ahead. Coldly, Kong Chan finished his words, then closed the door and went inside, leaving Eun-sil standing alone outside, looking stunned as if she didn't understand what had just happened. Although she was a bit bitter, she didn't know what else to do. That guy. While Kong Chan's board club was running around the school field to train their stamina, Eun-sil was watching from a distance. After running several laps, everyone was panting, exhausted like overripe bananas. Only Kong Chan was still full of energy and suggested another lap. Come on, just one more lap. Hearing this, everyone felt like they'd been struck by lightning and froze stiff. It was early in the morning, but everyone was training hard. The sound of their energetic counting never ceased on the field. Eun-sil had been intently watching them train from the very beginning, not taking her eyes off them for a single second. After working their limbs and burning so many calories, they couldn't even stand up anymore and collapsed, panting heavily. Mi Zhang understood they desperately needed hydration and enthusiastically handed out cans of soda to them. You all worked hard. Drink this. Gijin took the soda can breathless. Thanks. In his heart, he was silently cheering. It's finally over. Jijin couldn't wait any longer, and chugged the entire can in one go. I survived today, but life isn't always a dream. Just when he thought it was over, Kong Chan's next words shocked him to the core. Now let's officially begin today's training. Surprise, old man. The truth was everything up until now was just a warm-up. Now came the most exciting part. What? Any objections? It's just starting now. Kong-chan then confirmed it, shattering their dreams in an instant. That was just a warm-up. You can't just jump into training without loosening up your body. The four of them were petrified, frozen in place because now hell on earth was truly beginning. A moment later, Ji-jin took a volleyball straight to the face in the first minute. He couldn't block it in time and was hit, tumbling to the ground, looking utterly pathetic. Kong-chan couldn't understand if his hands and feet were just for show to be blocking like that. Hey, why are you blocking with your face? Mi-jong was also quite worried and quickly checked on him. Are you okay? Ji-jin pushed himself up and replied, I'm fine. But in the next second, Kong-cho picked up the ball and didn't hesitate to ask bluntly. You clearly threw that at his face on purpose, didn't you? Faced with this accusation, Kong-chan played the innocent deer, looking stunned. What? His expression then darkened menacingly, as if warning him. This is a school. Kong-chan replied with the face of a scoundrel. I know. Anyway, shall we continue? Unable to let the internal conflict continue, Kong-cho threw the ball back towards Kong-chan. He stared ahead with bullet-like eyes, determined to show him what a festival of pain was. Watch closely. I won't hold back, and I'll use your face as a backboard. Not afraid of anyone, he beckoned with his fingers to provoke him. Just as Kong-chan had wanted, he immediately launched a godly kick with lightning speed towards him. Faced with suffocating pressure, he remained calm, a slight smile on his lips, his eyes sparkling with the cold confidence of a battle-hardened warrior. Kong-chan's attack was like thunder, yet Kong-cho just leaned slightly, blocking the ball with his foot in a flash, as if catching a falling leaf. The next moment, Kong-cho leaped into the air like a hunting leopard, spinning to kick the suspended ball, sending it back like a missile tearing through the sky. Kong-chan didn't back down. He charged forward like a bolt of lightning, his eyes locked on the ball hurtling towards him like a rocket. His shoe struck the ball like an axe, creating a sharp sound that shook the entire field. The ball roared towards Kong-cho like a supersonic projectile, tearing through the air with terrifying force. But Kong-cho just chuckled, his body twisting gracefully like a dancer on the battlefield. Then unexpectedly spun his hips to launch a bizarre but equally powerful counterattack. The ball flew back and forth like a burning meteor, each impact seemingly tearing space apart, leaving a brilliant trail in the frenzied sky. The showdown between the two masters was tense as a drawn bowstring. Every touch of the ball was a life or death blow, with neither giving an inch. The ball shot forward and then ricocheted back, moving so fast the naked eye couldn't follow, leaving only hazy streaks of light and the whistling sound of wind. The kick was an earth-shattering explosion, echoing through the space, making everyone on the sidelines feel like they were witnessing an ancient martial arts duel. In the form of soccer, after witnessing the spectacular top-tier contest, the four of them were at a loss for words. Indeed, this place is terrifying after an intense morning of training. They got a short break to wash their faces. Thank you for watching and see you in the next videos while washing their hands. They checked on each other's condition. Were you okay after getting hit by the ball earlier? I'm fine, seeing how effective this training session was. Kong-cho made a suggestion. I've never seen kids train so hard in the morning. How about we try training like this every other week? Kong-chan completely agreed. Sounds good. Eun-seol seemed to have been waiting here for a while, looking for a chance to talk to Kong-chan. She then gathered her courage, stepped forward, and called out to him. Hey, Kong-chan. When he saw Eun-seol slowly approaching him, he was a bit curious. What now? It was her. The matter she hadn't dared to bring up until now was this. I want to join the team too. After hearing Eun-seol's words, he secretly glanced at the others behind him. After a moment of consideration, he flatly refused. Not happening. Hearing that, she couldn't help but show a look of astonishment and ask back, "Why? Why can't I join?" Kong Chan also gave Eun Seol a reason. "You're a third year. What are you doing trying to join a sport club?" She couldn't accept this outcome and immediately started arguing with him. "So what if I'm a third year? I'm not going to college anyway." But Kim Mi-jong is in the sports club too. Hearing her name mentioned, Mi-jong flinched. "What about me?" The next words Kong Chan uttered directly her head because she couldn't influence his decision. Woon Sil felt she had no chance of getting in, so she turned and walked away without a word. Kong Chan just stood there lost in thought. The evening sunset gradually descended, creating a very warm color palette. Chan and Mi-jong were waiting for the red light together. It seems she wanted to persuade him to reconsider speaking up for the other girl. "Can't you let Eun Sil join the team? From what I see, she really, sincerely wants to join." Because Kong Chan already had a bad impression of Eun Sil, he was adamant about not accepting her. All she knows how to do is cry. Everyone's afraid of her. The traffic light then turned green, signaling they could cross. While Mi-jong was about to say more, he urged her on. "Even so, I won't change their minds. Let's go." Faced with Kong Chan's bluntness and coldness, Mi-jong could only watch him with a worried look in her eyes. Then, as he was on his way, a call came through unexpectedly. He received a phone call, but it was from someone he didn't know. Kong Chan was curious and picked up the phone to listen. "Hello." The person on the other end introduced themselves. "Hello, Kong Chan. It's me Sin. Me Sin." It was only then that Kong Chan remembered who she was. The phone number, the French restaurant. With Mi Sin calling him out of the blue. He couldn't help but wonder, "What's up?" She replied in a soft voice. "What's up? You charm the ladies and then pretend you don't know." Feeling falsely accused, Kong Chan flared up. "Do you have any idea I'm still in high school, relaxing in a spa?" Mi Sin teased him back. "And do you know I'm a French woman?" Kong Chan replied with a disinterested tone. "I'm not in the mood for your nonsense." But she didn't let him go and continued. "You have to keep your promise. How about today?" He then replied with a curt tone. "Can't. I'm injured." "I still wasn't serious." And blurted out teasingly. "Well, that's even sexier, isn't it?" Hearing Mi Sin's strange words, Kong Chan couldn't help but judge. Is this woman crazy? He rescheduled the meeting. "Anyway, not today. How about Saturday?" She didn't argue further and immediately agreed. "It's a date. Not stopping there." Mi Sin even sent Kong Chan a kiss over the phone. "Love you." Unable to hear any more cringy words from her, he quickly hung up. Sean never expected to find himself in such a difficult situation. No matter how he tried to escape, he couldn't. Just this once. A while later, Kong Chan was able to return to his apartment safely. He stepped inside and took off his shoes neatly. Then he went into the living room and greeted Di Kyung. "I'm home." It seemed his father was on the F. "I'll call you back later." "No, I'll call back in a bit." Dae Kyung quickly put down his phone and asked, "You're back?" "Yes." Seeing his father's secretive behavior, Kong Chan immediately became suspicious. "Who were you talking to, Dad?" His father replied with a bright face. "Oh, just a client from my company." Then Dae Kyung urged him, "Hurry up and go to your room and get some rest." "Okay." Kong Chan didn't ask any more questions. And obediently went to his room and closed the door. In his heart, a suspicion had already begun to form. He's definitely hiding something. Dae Kyung's expression turned serious, afraid his son would suspect what he was hiding. Daekyung sat in the living room, chin in hand, deep in thought. His mood was extremely heavy. Suddenly, Kong-chan opened the door and walked in. He said hesitantly, hearing the noise, his father immediately looked up. He hesitated again, then asked, "Would you like to go for a little walk?" "I feel like taking a walk." His father raised a hand and said, "You go ahead, I'm a finna." But then he paused and thought to himself, "Actually no, now that I think about it, I feel like a little walk too." His father unexpectedly suggested, "It's been a while. How about a walk with my son?" Hearing that, Kong-chan smiled and looked at him. Under the starry night sky, they slowly strolled down the empty street. He then spoke up. "What's going on?" Kang Daekyun replied in confusion. "Huh, what are you talking about?" Kong-chan stopped in his tracks. He turned back and said firmly, "If nothing was wrong, I wouldn't have asked, would I? Just like before, when we were driving, you also said, if you don't answer, I won't ask anymore." Remember, his father was a bit taken aback. "Oh yeah," he gently put his arm around his son and said with a smile, "This time you win." Daekyung glanced at the empty bench. "Actually, it's nothing," he confessed honestly. "Truthfully, I've been thinking about selling cars imported from France." They sat down on the bench. "Initially, I was just going to buy about 50 cars for display and test drives. After that, I take orders and send requests to the main headquarters, so I thought the risk wasn't that big. But then a problem came up." Kong-chan turned to look at him. He continued his story. "You know the Sale to Group, right? I created a subsidiary there called Sale to Motor. At the same time, I made an offer to import another car." Kong-chan thought to himself, that must be the market my father wanted to tap into. Realizing something, he couldn't help but be amazed. Wait a minute, did I just call him father so naturally? Damn it. But his father continued, "And not long ago I got a call from France. I was so shocked when I heard the call. They said if I bought 500 cars at once, they would give me exclusive rights. Also, they would consider whoever negotiates first, but..." Daekyun lowered his head in frustration. "It's a condition they would never normally make, because we have to compete with the big companies." Kong-chan then asked, "What kind of imported car is it?" His father immediately answered, "The Cypher passenger car." "Ever heard of it?" Recalling the image of the car, he rested his chin in his hand and thought, if it's a Cypher, isn't that $1 billion luxury car? If it's 500 cars, then... He suddenly spoke up, "Pay a deposit for 50 cars or pay the full price to buy and sell, but both options result in similar losses." He now understood. Daekyung was sweating, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "I'm really sorry to you and your mother. The money from mortgaging the house went into this too. This too. If this goes south," Daekyung held his head in frustration inside, "it's probably going to be very tough. I'm sorry for letting you see me like this." Kangkon looked at him for a long time, understanding. His father said, "It's okay, I'm fine, but your mother, that's a bit." The father looked up and replied, "Even so, that's probably the biggest worry. I'm trying the best not to let it show." Seeing this, he replied, "It's pretty obvious, you know." His father was a bit embarrassed. "Is it?" He looked down at the ground and said, "Actually, since I got the latest news, it hasn't been easy to manage my expressions." Kong-chan asked curiously, "Latest news?" His father then turned to him and said, "The French executive board was supposed to come next week, but they're coming this week instead." Hearing this, Kong-chan thought to himself, they want to get this sorted out as quickly as possible. He prodded further, "If it's this week, will it be tomorrow or the day after?" Tomorrow they'll rest for a day, and they plan to meet for lunch on Sunday. Suddenly, Kong-chan spoke up loudly, "Dad." Hearing this, his father looked up curiously and then placed his hand on his chest. "Can I come along?" His father was confused. You. He turned away, hesitatingly replying, all right, I'll consider it, I'll go and do my best. He persuaded, you know I'm pretty good, French dad. His father just evasively said, for translation, seeing his father's hesitant look, Con. Immediately, shot up from his seat. He spoke with a determined voice, let's try everything we can, if we don't work together and put in the effort, we won't get it done. Faced with his son's determined eyes, his father was a bit taken aback. Kong Chan continued, let's do it. Even if the result isn't good, I'll help you to the very end. Let's pull ourselves together, for Mom, so she can endure it. Dad and I, the two of us will always take care of her. Let's pretend. But nothing happened. In apartment number 701, Kong Chan opened the door and entered. I'm home. Hai Suk, clutching the remote, asked suspiciously, and your father? Hearing this, he replied, he's going for a little more air and will be back soon. She said with some confusion, is that so? She wondered to herself, what's going on? He opened his room door, glanced at her expression one last time, and then stepped inside. As he went inside, he closed the door and stared into the empty space, thinking to himself, sometimes a man just needs some time alone. Suddenly his phone rang. Kong Chan immediately answered the phone. Hello. Neeson, on the other end, had just finished her bath. She answered flirtatiously, hello, Cheney, hearing her. He sighed and said, hi, it's you again. Realizing something, he continued, no, come to think of it. You called at just the right time. She heard this and happily asked, oh, why is that? Did you want to hear my voice? He suddenly got serious. The promise, let's postpone it for a week. Neeson leaned back, frustrated. Cheney, that's too rude. He pleaded, it's because something big came up with my family. At this, she agreed to his extension. All right then, Monday. I can't compromise any further. Kong Chan sat on his chair and sighed in frustration. Fine, then Monday it is. You know that, right? She replied, okay, a promise for Monday for sure. With that, she hung up the phone. She smiled while stroking a lock of her hair. She looked at her phone and chuckled to herself. This girl, really? He entered her name into his phone. He turned on his computer. Kong Chan typed quickly on the keyboard, thinking to himself, my previous salary is still in my French account. He typed the characters into the search bar, his eyes glued to the screen. If I convert it to Korean won, it should be over 150 million. As he looked, he thought, online banking isn't even set up yet, and I can't remember the account number clearly. No one would believe on the legendary Kong Chan of the Foreign Legion. Now, on the other end, leaning against the balcony, he asked, isn't this completely without a key? Sounds fun, doesn't it? He sighed in disappointment. Yeah, for now, the closest branch is in Hong Kong, so I'll try calling on Monday. He frowned and replied. But your mother will worry. He answered firmly, I have to try anyway. This is a matter for my family. It was now Sunday at the Namsan Hotel. A car slowly pulled in and stopped by the curb. Dae Kyung then announced, there will be 2 executives from my company and an interpreter. I'll be honest with them that you're my son. I'll explain to the other executives that you're an assistant interpreter. Kong Chan understood and replied, yes sir. His father's tone suddenly changed. John, he heard him and asked in confusion, yes. His father said affectionately, thank you son. Kong Chan could only remain silent. Looking at the hotel, staring at the hotel in front of him, he told himself, just take me there normally and help those 2 out. Thanks to me, everyone has seen a lot of interesting. And so, the 2 of them went inside. A moment later, Dae Kyung pointed to the room and said nervously, they're already here? Realizing something, his nerves suddenly tensed. He walked hastily, the sound of his footsteps echoing. The sound heightened his tension. That person, he stopped in his tracks, struck by lightning, speechless. How can this be? Saran's strict briefing of the mission flashed in his mind. He said seriously, everyone, remember that the purpose of this operation is not to change the battlefield. As soon as we confirm Marshallin's death, all engagements will cease and we will withdraw. The man had shouted in his face. Over there, Saran gritted his teeth and reminded him, focus, and then, realizing something. He suddenly froze, his eyes fierce. A ferocious gaze stared straight at him. He said smugly, normally I'd only say it once, but this time I'll let it slide. His loud command, all right, meeting adjourned. All personnel on the plane, all came flooding back. Now, the man came up to him, held out his hand, and said hello. That cunning smile immediately made him recognize Saran. Shocked, how could that person be here? Kong-chan stood there anxiously, the atmosphere incredibly tense. He looked at the man and wondered, Saran, how did he? He unexpectedly pointed his hand out. He cheerfully greeted him, bonjour, hello. He was startled by the man's gesture. His father stepped forward and took the man's hand. On his behalf, he shook the man's hand. Hello. Hearing a noise from behind, Saran glanced at the womanizing old man in the distance. He gave a thumbs up to the receptionist. Honey, your style is beautiful. Hearing this, she replied shyly, sir, if you do that. He then spoke up irritably, Smith, act like a gentleman. We're in Korea. Smith smiled brightly and said, okay, I'm going. Witnessing this scene, Kong-chan couldn't help but be stunned. Smith. Even that old man. What the hell is going on? Seeing him frozen, Dae-kyung asked with concern, what's wrong? He immediately turned and replied, it's nothing. He gestured towards the two men in front and said, say hello. Hearing this, he agreed, yes. He looked at them and began to introduce. This is Kong Dae-kyung. I'm Kong-chan, the assistant interpreter. The man said cheerfully, I'm Saran. Your pronunciation is really good. I really like you. So proficient in this style of speech, he was a little startled and replied, thank you for the compliment. The man pointed to the man beside him and introduced, this is Smith, he's in charge of our Asian business director position. Smith waved at him and said, bonjour, Kong-chan. Hearing this, Kong-chan thought to himself, business director, I have to work. With that thought, he continued, shall we go up? In the luxurious space, they looked at each other in silence. The waiter then approached and asked, what would you like to have, sir? Over here, Smith licked his lips, his eyes glued to the waitress. Thanks for watching. His body emanated a terrifying killing intent. Seeing that shameless face, Kong-chan thought in frustration. Still the same? Ha! Kong-chan then turned to remind him. Smith, hearing his name, was startled. He shyly turned and adjusted his tie, avoiding the man's angry gaze. Saran then spoke up. The name Kong-chan seems to be common in Korea. Kong-chan just remained silent. Seeing no reply, the man asked again, did I speak too fast? His father also turned back and called Chon. He quickly replied, yes. He then spoke seriously. That's right, it's a common name. Do you have an acquaintance with the same name as me? He replied without any courtesy. It just felt familiar. So I asked. Kong-chan's face darkened. He said. Carefully. I find your names very familiar, too, Saran. Saran sighed and looked at him in confusion. A female waitress brought water over. Your drinks are ready, sir. She gently placed a glass of lemonade on the table. Let's drink and talk. Let's not talk about irrelevant things. Let's get to the main point. Agreed. Dae-kyung then turned to Dae-kyung and signaled, let's talk about work. He looked at them suspiciously. He picked up the coffee cup on the table and flatly refused. Vice President, it's very difficult for our side to accept your sudden proposal. Therefore, if the 500 units for the exclusive agreement can be lowered, then it's possible. His colleague next to him quickly added, Mr. Kong said that. After listening for a while, he sighed smugly. Saran said without. We are not changing any conditions. If you want, you can buy and distribute 50 units from Kongyu Motors as per the contract. Of course, sale to Motors will also sell under the same conditions. Isn't it true that both our countries and your country follow capitalism? Our competition is a war. Healthy competition will help everyone, won't it? Won't it? Daekyung was taken aback by this. He thought with a serious face, that insulting tone, it's definitely Saran. He asked worriedly, we already have half the money for the 50 cars. If I pay the rest, will Kongyu Motors have exclusive rights to shifts AS in Korea? He raised his index finger and said, exclusivist rights are granted on the premise that you must guarantee manpower, parts, and equipment that can. The exclusive AAS is only valid for vehicles purchased through Kongyu Motors. The same condition has been offered to Sale to Motors, and they have responded very positively. Daekyung's posture suddenly stiffened, and he looked at the man awkwardly. Saran drank his lemonade smugly. His colleague beside him, feeling it was unfair, spoke up. This is too much. Look, if that's the case, we have no choice but to consider taking legal action. He thought with some strangeness, no, Saran wouldn't do that. He slowly put down his water glass. Saran wouldn't do that. The colleague spoke in a threatening tone. Legal action? Well, since the director is here, I assume this is the official position of Kongyu Motors. Without any defense. He rubbed his forehead in disappointment. A pity, what a pity. He looked at them and said irritably, let's make one thing clear. He shot up from his seat, adjusted his suit, and declared loudly, the truth is, it was you who declared war first. With that, he abruptly left. Enjoy your meal. The colleague hastily tried to stop him. No, wait a moment. That's not what I meant. He suddenly spoke up. Please wait a moment. He turned his head and looked at him in confusion. Kong-chan. He stepped forward and said calmly, give you a little time. Saran Smurfs. He walked and said, more time? There's nothing more wasteful than wasting time. He answered firmly, it won't be long. A week and just one night within that week. That's enough. The man put his hands in his pockets and asked scornfully, Mr. Kong, it seems you don't have the authority to decide. Can you take responsibility for this matter? He turned to his father and colleague. His father was calm. The colleague said with some hesitation, if there's no answer this week, there's nothing more to say. It's better to apologize immediately and request renegotiation. He said with determination, if we back down now, more people will push us around later. Please subscribe to the channel to receive the latest videos. He was in crisis for a few minutes. A moment later, he looked up and commanded with certain. The colleague looked at them and said firmly, now, right here, Kong Chan's word are my words, and Kong Chan's decision is my decision. Hearing this, the colleague was stunned and called out, Director, Kong Chan, after receiving his father's trust, happily replied, thank you, Dad. Witnessing this scene, Saran shrugged inside. He continued to ask, really? In a week? If so, if you can't handle 500 units within a week, will you give up the AAS? He smiled confidently and replied, you don't need to worry about that point. The man asked curiously, by the way, what's the meaning of one night? Chan, burning with determination, said, you'll find out soon enough. It's something to look forward to. Saran glanced at Smith, who also shrugged. Over here, they were no less apprehensive. Only Dae-kyung looked at him with pride. The man held out his hand and said, Korea is truly a magical country. Mr. Kong really resembles someone. I know, he asked without hesitation. Please give a definite answer. Do you agree hearing this? He said slyly. Good. What is the one night? He immediately answered. We will contact you soon. The colleague shook his hand and said approvingly. I understand we have other schedules. So please try to finish within the day. He answered confidently, of course, sir. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to support me. He looked at Saran's calculating face, then his eyes darted to Smith's lustful gaze. If this really is Saran and Smith, he thought to himself, full of determination. But I can handle this well. Please subscribe to Lala School channel to not miss out on exciting videos. While shaking his hand, he thought to himself, if it's really Saran and Smith, I can take them on. Saran smirked and said, well then, we'll have to say our goodbyes here for now. And just like that, he turned and left. Smith, let's go. Over. Here, his subordinates were in an uproar. Director, is this really the decision? Are you going to grant them that status? Kang Dae-kyung leaned on his chin thoughtfully and said no. He shot up from his seat and said bluntly, first, we need to create variables that those people can't predict. Wouldn't that be more meaningful? Hearing that their mood sank, he quickly walked ahead and called out, John, let's go. Hearing this, he immediately replied. Ah, yes. The car sped along the highway. As he drove, he said, Sean, hearing his name, he turned and said, yes. At this point, Dae-kyung suddenly asked, you're my son, right? Hearing this, he was undeniably confused. He looked at his father with a puzzled expression and asked, what are you talking about, Dad? His father glanced at him and said, seriously, are you still going to say you learned French on the internet? Kong-chan replied with some embarrassment, as I said, you wouldn't believe me. Oh, no, it's that it's unbelievable. Hearing this, his father leaned his hand on the door and said understandingly, all right, I get it. He suddenly switched to a serious tone and said, one more thing. He replied curiously, what is it? His father then reminded him, you must thank you very much. Just absolutely not think of getting help from those gangsters. His eyes flickered slightly. Yes, his father looked at him with trusting eyes. Of course, I'll keep it a secret from your mother. He replied calmly, I understand, sir. His father gripped the steering wheel tightly and looked at him intently, and his father rested his chin on his hand. His eyes stared off into the distance. He sat there, noticing this gesture from his father. He then took out his phone. Kong-chan composed a text message and sent it. Let's meet for a bit later. The car stopped at apartment building 301. As it got out of the car, he asked for permission, I'm just gonna stop by somewhere for a bit and I'll be right back. His father stood there and replied awkwardly, seeing this. He immediately explained, it's just that there's a place where it seems I might be able to find some help. Dae-kyung continued to instruct, I'll say it again, absolutely not those gangsters. Hearing this, Kong-chan replied firmly, yes, sir, don't worry, Dad. On this side, his father replied with some reassurance, all right, go and come back. With that, he headed toward the apartment building, slowly entering the password. He stood there, watching his father's back as he entered. His eyes were now filled with contemplation. A moment later, he turned and left, the sounds of the past echoing with his footsteps. Cling, cling, boom, boom. The past returned. At that time, he was highly focused, firing at the enemy troops. The opposing side was quickly defeated, but still managed to hold on. They increased their fire towards him. Kong-chan quickly. Dairu ducked behind a wall. Over here, Dairu fired while grumbling. Damn it! He ducked behind a tree, avoiding the volley of bullets fired at him. Damn it! Seeing the situation was not good, he called out loudly, "Captain!" Kong Chan, seeing this, reassured him, "Just hold on a little longer, Dairu." With that, he applied adhesive to the soles of his shoes. He jumped and launched himself onto the wall. Step by step, he slowly climbed onto the roof. After landing safely, he scanned the area in front of him. As swift as lightning, he launched forward without a moment's hesitation. Kong Chan skillfully jumped across the nearby buildings. The enemy now shouted loudly, "RPG!" Immediately, one of them pulled out an RPG and aimed at Straw. At Kong Chan's group. On the roof, he continued to accelerate. In no time, he was on top of their supply truck, wiped them out with the RPG. Hearing the command, he anxiously thought, "No." Without a moment's hesitation, he jumped down from above into the enemy area. The sound made the commander pause. The guy holding the RPG also instinctively turned to look at him. As swift as lightning, he pulled out his gun and took them down one by one, killed them all. The guy holding the RPG in his panic accidentally shot the commander. The flames erupted. The man helplessly thrashed in the flames, shouting at his subordinates. He took the opportunity to continue eliminating the enemy. One by one they were shot straight in the head, dying instantly. The fire spread wider. The entire space was now filled with only the faint, weak groans of the enemy troops. Smoke from the fire billowed up, thick and dark. At this moment, in the black smoke, the figure of Kong Chan appeared and disappeared. He reported into the radio, "Area K is secure." "I repeat, Area K is secure." Over here, Daru and the others slowly approached. He came closer. The captain's trying to act cool again. Hearing this, he replied cheerfully, "What's so cool about it? I just knew it was unfair. So I did my best." Dairu pursed his lips and said, all right, let me go." At this point, he asked with concern, "What are our casualties?" He raised his hand and said, "What are our casualties?" He raised his hand and said, "What are our casualties?" He raised his hand and said, "And to report, currently, 3 have minor injuries. No one is seriously injured or has been killed." Hearing this, he said with relief, "That's a relief. Also, I don't see Smith." Dyer checked the surroundings and called out, "Smith." His eyes hardened at that moment. Now, in some villager's house, Smith licked his lips greedily, "Hee-hee-ah, so beautiful." The woman, huddled on the bed, asked tremblingly, "What are you going to do?" He reached out his hand and said shamelessly, "Let's play an interesting game together, just once. Don't be afraid, you won't die." Being touched by him, she pleaded in fear, "I don't want to." Seeing this, he couldn't hide his malicious intent and said, "What? You don't like it? But what can we do now? In this mess, your opinion. It doesn't mean a thing." Just then he walked in from outside. Smith. Hearing his name call, he was startled. He let go of the woman and fearfully turned around. "GOP. Captain." Seeing the scene, he clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, "You bastard." Smith panicked, pointed at her and said, "You came at just the right time. There's a survivor." He didn't even bother to listen and punch him hard in the head. "Shut up." Him to fall hard to the floor. Not finished, he shouted loudly, "You dare to lie? Your face clearly shows you were doing something despicable." He repeatedly punched him in the face. "You're truly a monster. Are you any different from a carnivorous beast?" Smith, his face covered in blood, pleaded in pain, "Please forgive me just once, just once." Kong Chan is currently sitting on a chair, arms crossed, reminiscing about the past. He thought thoughtfully, "Smith, this time too, is one of those words from that gang." Just then, a voice rang out, pulling him back to reality, "Have you been waiting long?" He looked at Kong Cho in the car and replied, "Oh no, I just got here. Wait for me somewhere comfortable and let's talk for a bit." He urged, "Get in the car." The car rolled forward. He then turned and asked, "What's wrong with you?" He crossed his arms and replied, "Smith." The familiar name caught Concho by surprise. Concon continued, "I saw Smith. He was with Saran." He muttered the two names, Smith, Saran. After a moment, he spoke up and asked, "Are those two still alive?" Hearing that, he immediately replied, "They have to be alive for me to have met them." He asked with curiosity, "So where are they now?" He answered seriously, "Namsan Hotel." Concho gritted his teeth tightly. He was determined to speed forward. "I'm going there right now." Concho, while driving, turned to Chan with an annoyed expression and asked, "Where are they now?" Chan, hearing the question, replied with an unchanged expression, "Namsan Hotel." Upon hearing the address, Concho's face turned cold and he shouted, "Let's go, right now." Then he slammed on the gas, the car speeding past several buildings. Seeing Concho so agitated, Chan frowned and said irritably, "Stop it, let me finish." Chan paused for a few seconds then continued, "Both of them, they've made it. Saran is the vice president of a car company, and Smith is a director." When Concho heard these two names, he became even more agitated. He burst out laughing, causing Chan, sitting in the passenger's seat, to panic and look at Concho with a puzzled expression. After he finished laughing, Concho returned to his usual serious demeanor and said to Chan, "I thought it was just my imagination, but I guess it's true." Then Concho's face darkened like a monkey's butt, and he said angrily, "Let's go." After a series of expressions and actions from Concho, Chan had to look at him in a different light, a puzzled look of what's wrong with this guy. After a while, Chan, confused by Concho's actions, asked irritably, "Why do you keep wanting to go?" As if hitting a sore spot, Concho turned to Chan. "Thanks for watching. Captain is dead, and let's just say I'm still alive. But a vice president and a director of a large corporation? Especially that Smith guy, he's dumber than me. If he's a director of a large corporation, then I'm the minister of France." Chan, seeing Concho like this, was at a loss for words and remained silent for a long time before finally clearing his throat and speaking. "Well, they're kind of similar, so if you compare them, you're dumber." Seeing Chan reply to him like that, Concho became even angrier. Before Chan could finish his sentence, Concho loudly cut him off. "Besides the fact that they betrayed us and got a sweet deal out of it, nothing else makes sense." Concho then turned to look at Chan, his eyebrows seemingly having a skinship moment. As he angrily continued, "Even a blockhead like me knows that much, but the captain doesn't." Chan, hearing Concho asking that question, immediately turned to look at him and asked, doubtfully, "No way, but there might still be something we don't know. So let's investigate." Once again, Concho cut Chan off. Concho, seething with killing intent, said to Chan, "If there's something we don't know, we can just beat them up and then ask, right?" Chan, seeing Concho so agitated since he got in the car, tried to calm him down. "No need. We have another day anyway." Knowing he couldn't persuade Chan, Concho replied, "Well then, the captain can do it his way." At first, Chan thought he had convinced Concho. But when Concho said, "I'll do it my way," Chan knew that Concho was no longer listening. As Concho spoke to Chan, his foot pressed harder and harder on the gas pedal. Chan, now completely enraged, shouted, "Dairu!" Sensing Chan's anger, Concho was so startled he almost slammed on the brakes. After calming down, Concho turned to look at Chan with a rather scared and somewhat timid expression. Chan spoke to Concho with a warning look in his eyes. "No action until there's a plan." "Plan." Chan added another sentence in a chilling tone, "That's an order," after a series of actions and words. The atmosphere became eerily silent. Concho didn't say anything more. A long time later, as if realizing his own disagreement, Concho lowered his head to the ground with a look of remorse and said to Chan, "Sorry, I got mad when I saw their name." Hearing these words from Concho, Chan closed his eyes with a weary expression, rested his chin on his hand, and said to Concho in a comforting tone, "It's all right, it's not the first time." Kang Cho was silent for a while after that, but as if he had thought of something, he suggested to Chan, how about we ask Oh Guang Take for help? Hearing this, Chan immediately raised his eyes and looked at Kang Cho with a suspicious gaze. Upon hearing those words, Chan fell silent, his eyes gazing into the distance as he began to think. It makes sense? If it's Oh Guang Take's organization, it would be very beneficial for gathering information or fighting. Chan thought about this issue for a long time, then with a sigh, he spoke to Kang Cho. Forget it, hearing his answer. Kang Cho just looked at Chan without saying anything else. Then Chan asked Kang Cho back, do we need help in those thugs? Who is Kang Cho? Kang Cho, hearing this, smiled and replied, I know. Chan once again fell in a deep thought, saying that, but it's not very convincing. Images of Saran and Smith flashed through Janny's mind. He continued to think, at least I have to separate one of the two, Smith and Saran, to be able to do anything. Thinking of this, Chan once again pondered the recent events. Suddenly, as if he saw something, Chan's eyes lit up. It turned out that someone was calling Chan's phone. This person was Meeson. Seeing this name, he thought with confusion, oh really, why call a time like this? But Johnny suddenly thought, wait a minute, Meeson. Maybe Danny hesitated, not answering the phone. After thinking it over, Chuck Lee decided to answer the phone. After answering, Cheney smiled and said, hello. When Meeson saw that Cheney had answered his phone, she happily asked him, Cheney, have you solved your family matter yet? Chan replied softly, not yet. It's gotten more complicated. Meeson, hearing Chan say that, her expression became worried and she asked again, really? Your voice sounded happy, so I thought it was resolved. Hearing this, Chan reassured me, son, it's okay. Then he changed the subject. Where should we meet tomorrow? Me-son, hearing this, smiled happily and replied, I don't know. Anywhere is fine as long as Cheney is there. Hearing these words, Cheney smiled. In that case. Then he asked Meeson something she couldn't have expected. How about a hotel? This made Meeson very surprised. She screamed in shock, oh my god. Then she laughed as if she had won the lottery. Meeson replied shyly, you're so direct, it makes me a little embarrassed. Hearing Meeson's shyness, Chan added, I'll treat you to dinner. Bring your friends. Hearing that, Meeson stood up straight and happily asked Chan repeatedly, okay, which? What time? Chan calmly answered Meeson's questions one by one. Namsan Hotel, 7 p.m. Meeson replied happily, okay Cheney, see you tomorrow. After hanging up, Meeson's immediately went to choose clothes for tonight's date. Kang Cho had heard everything from the beginning, but didn't understand a thing. He turned and asked Cheney, what was that? Hearing this, Chan smiled cheerfully and replied, a girl, and a beautiful French girl at that. Hearing Chan say that, Kang Cho laughed as if he understood, then teased, the captain is taking it easy, huh? Chan, seeing Kang Cho teasing him like that, frowned irritably. Look at your thoughts, the opponent is Smith. Smith, don't you get it? Hearing this, Kang Cho snapped his fingers as if he understood the whole problem. Aha! Seeing his comrade had wised up, Chan smiled and said, first, let's cast the net, shall we? Kang Cho then smiled and said while glancing at Chan's phone, hurry up, Captain. Just then, the phone rang again. Chan said to the person on the other end, connect me to room 1901. Tell them it's Kong Chan. CHN, they'll know. After that, the call was connected to another person. The person on the other end of the line spoke up. Hello. CHN, on this end, hearing the familiar voice, immediately replied, hello, Kong CHN here. I want to talk about the schedule. CHN then asked the other person, Tuesday, 7 p.m., how about that? The person on the other end, hearing this, replied, please wait a moment. While waiting for the other person's answer, Cheney thought to himself, he has no choice. He'll get Saran's approval. After a few minutes of waiting, the person on the other end of the line asked back, Tuesday at 7 is good, shall we meet in the lobby? Concho, next to him, didn't forget to eavesdrop while driving. John, hearing the other person's words, replied with a huff. John added, "And tomorrow night, I have a date with some beautiful ladies there. So if you see me, don't get the wrong idea and don't mind me." The person on the other end of the line, hearing this, was surprised and said, "Is that so? I'm really jealous. I'll hang up now." With that, the other person hung up. At this point, Concho spoke up and asked. His reaction wasn't very enthusiastic. Has his personality changed? To that question from Concho, Cheney just smiled and replied, "No way, he's probably with Saran or people from the company, so he's just pretending to be polite." Cheney added, and in his mind, there are only 2 words left: tomorrow night, beautiful ladies. Concho, hearing Chan say that, his expression became annoyed. That's right, how could he change? Chan then turned. Neeson's group was very striking, so just one look was enough to attract Smith. Accompanying Neeson were 2 beautiful friends. Wherever the 3 of them went, they attracted the gazes of everyone around them. And Smith was no exception. He stood in a corner staring at the girls in front of him and noticed one of the 3. Chan wondered, even if he's late, he won't be in the room alone, right? As he spoke, Chan imagined a lewd face with a lip-licking gesture as he looked at the girls. Chan seemed to have read Smith's mind about what he would do with the girls. He'll be hanging around the club, following behind the 3 girls, and waiting for an opportunity to act. At that time, Channy's job was to be in the back and quietly attack, catching George Smith off. Kong Cho, after hearing the whole plan, was very satisfied and said to Cheney, "Okay, I'll also find a quiet place to take him, and I'll wring his neck so the captain shouldn't interfere." Hearing those words, Kong Cho, Cheney wasn't at ease at all and spoke up, "Are you sure?" Seeing that Johnny didn't trust him, Kong Cho said with a determined voice, "What? Are you sure?" Seeing that Johnny didn't trust him, Kong Cho said with a determined voice, "What? Are you afraid I'll lose to him? And that Smith bastard." Seeing Kong Cho getting agitated again, Cheney calmly explained to him, if it were his old body, not to mention his old body, Smith wouldn't be easy to deal with either. When you 2 arm wrestled, Smith would win at least once out of 3 times. When Cheney brought this up, old images began to flood back into both of their minds. When Concho was still in the form of Daru, arm wrestling with Smith, everyone there was cheering and shouting, "Daru, take him down. Yeah, Smith, go for it." The 2 were evenly matched and the people around them were shouting non-stop, "Smith, I'm betting everything on you." Daru then said to Smith in front of everyone, "Let's end this." Smith's face became worried. And he gritted his teeth. The people around them, seeing the small action, immediately started asking, "Smith, what's wrong?" And then, who was it that won amidst the cheers of the crowd? Ending the flashback, Kong Cho said irritably, "That was only with my right hand. If we use our left hands, I would win 100 times, 1,000 times, you know?" Cheney didn't refute Kong Cho's words. He just replied calmly, "I know, but that was Daru's body. Now you're CEO Concho, and he's still Smith." Concho, hearing Cheney's explanation, still replied firmly, "Don't worry, I haven't been just lazing around all day." Even though he knew that, Cheney really couldn't feel at ease. He said to Concho in a worried tone, "That's true, worrying about that right now doesn't make sense. If Smith falls into the trap tomorrow, let's deal with him first." But then Cheney added, "If not, we'll have to wait and see if anything comes of it on Tuesday." Just then, Concho turned to look at Cheney and said cheerfully, "If we're lucky, we can solve the secret of our comrades' deaths and also solve the captain's father's problem." Hearing Concho say that, Cheney's heart also Concho felt a little happier. "That would be great, but we don't need to solve 2 things at once, so let's see the spoils of war first." Concho then also said cheerfully, "Then no one will survive, in short." With that, they both laughed happily together. Concho could no longer hide his excitement. "I'm so excited." No different from Concho. Cheney had the same feeling as Concho. "Me too." But then Concho's expression changed, his smile gone. his eyes also became sharper. Cheney looked over at Kong Cho, who was happily driving beside him, and thought to himself, Nil Smith still has his old abilities. Cheney looked into the distance with a worried expression. This will be a tough fight, completely different from the one at the parking lot. Sitting in the car, Cheney's mind couldn't stop thinking. Smith, if he still has his previous abilities, it's not even comparable to destroying the entire parking lot. It will be a very difficult match. Finally, they arrived at Johnny's house. By the time they arrived, it was already dark. Johnny slowly got out of his car. Kongcho, seeing Cheney get out of the car, immediately spoke up and asked, I know a few places suitable for the job. You can choose one of them. I'll send them over via KakaTalk. Cheney, hearing Concho's words, looked into the car and said to him, all right, since you know, it'll be good. Hearing Cheney say that to him, Concho immediately replied, I know, you should get some rest. After that, Concho immediately drove away. Johnny didn't rush upstairs. He stood there, watching the direction the car had left. After that, Cheney went upstairs and headed towards his house, opened the door and stepped inside. Cheney announced, I'm home. Chan walked into the house straight to the kitchen and asked, What are you doing, Dad? His father didn't turn around, still preparing food. While cooking, he answered the question, making porridge. Chan was confused, porridge. His father, hearing this, simply replied calmly, Your mother isn't feeling well today. Today. His father added, Ever since I told her about the recent conditions of the deal, she's been staying in her room. Hearing these words, Chan's expression became unusually worried, silent, unable to speak. Seeing Chan like this, his father spoke up again, Go to your room and rest. You must be tired. Listening to his father's words, Chan also went to his room to rest. The next day, a black car was speeding down the road. Chan was now sitting in the car. He turned to the person next to him and said, I've contacted the executives and acquaintances, sir. I'll try to find a way. Johnny's father, while holding the steering wheel and driving, replied in a low, sad voice, Anyway, you've worked hard. I'm sure you'll be able to achieve it. Hearing these words, Cheney stared at his father. Cheney's father continued, but Cheney's father then spoke to him in a worried tone, I don't want you to do anything that isn't right for your age and status. Hearing his father's advice, Chan just replied with a humph to reassure him. After talking for a while, Chan's father had also driven him to the front of the school gate. At this time, the school students were also 1. When he reached the front of the door, Chan ran into Kong Cho. Kong Cho looked at Cheney in front of him and then smiled. In response, Cheney also smiled. During class, Cheney was completely distracted. He had a strange, restless feeling. Cheney rested his chin on his hand with a tired and somewhat lifeless expression. He then pulled his cheeks hard to wake himself up. His deskmate, seeing him like this, just chuckled softly. After the theory class in the classroom, Cheney's entire class moved on to gym class. In this class, Cheney was much more energetic. He was leading the class in running. At this point, his face was tired and his head was covered in sweat. After running another lap, everyone was almost out of breath. Seeing everyone like this, Cheney turned back and signaled for. Thanks for watching. Seeing this, everyone was shocked to the core, but because Cheney was leading, they still tried to run one more lap. While everyone was tired and trying to finish the last lap, Ms. Yang, seeing her friends like this, stood on the sidelines and cheered non-stop. In a corner, someone was standing and watching everyone. After a long day, it was finally over. The students were now getting out of school and heading home. And Sean was no exception. While he was walking, someone suddenly called out to him. Chan. Hearing someone call him, Chan turned his head back in confusion. It was Chan. The person who called Cheney was Nizong. She smiled cheerfully and said to Cheney, If you're on your way home, let's go together. But Johnny refused Mizian's offer. I'm not going home. I have no. Channy said it was Mr. CEO. Kong Ho. Hearing Johnny say that, Ms. Yaong immediately cheered up and suggested to Johnny, really? Then I'll go too. And Ms. Yeon continued to ask another question. Is it a girl? Seeing the anxiety in Ms. Yang's voice, Chaney immediately spoke up to interrupt her thoughts. Chaney said, it was Mr. CEO Kong Ho. Hearing Johnny say that, Ms. Yang immediately cheered up and suggested to Johnny, really? Then I'll go to Ms. Yeon to prove she wasn't useless. Also said to Chaney, I'm also the manager of the sports club. Before Ms. Yang could finish her sentence, Chaney cut her off. No, see you later. Without letting Ms. Yang say anything more, Chaney quickly left. After being rejected twice, Ms. Yang was so embarrassed that her face turned red, and her expression also fell. As Chaney was walking down the hallway, suddenly a loud voice called out, Hey, Kong Chan. Hearing this, Chaney immediately turned his head back with a puzzled look. The caller was Dong Gun. She looked like she was in a hurry. Dong Gun suggested to Chaney, let's talk for a bit. Seeing that Chan didn't reply, Dong Gun was a little worried but continued to suggest, me too. Once again, Chan refused, cutting her off. Later. I'm busy today. With that, Chan left in a huff. Dong Gun was so angry that she clenched her fists. Her face darkened, and her voice was filled with resentment. You damned bastard. Tony had now arrived at a house, then Chaney pushed open the door to find Kong Cho changing. Kong Cho, seeing Chaney open the door, immediately asked, You're here? Hey, Chan looked at Kong Cho, who was tying his tie, and asked curiously, a tie too? Kong Cho, seeing this, immediately explained, if you're going to do something, you might as well do it properly, right? Chaney, seeing this, said, it would probably be better not to do it at all. Seeing Chaney say that, Kong Cho asked worriedly, what does it not suit me? Seeing Kong Cho so worried that he was all flustered, he immediately smiled reassuringly. It's fine, just do what you want. You brought my stuff, right? Give it here, I'll change. Kong Cho, while putting on his vest, replied, I brought them, but wait until we're in the car, then you can change in the car. Sean, hearing this, was a little dissatisfied. The car is cramped and inconvenient. Kong Cho also understood the inconvenience, but there was no other way. He could only advise, later, if there are rumors about a student not following the rules, wearing casual clothes to school, and then getting into my car. What will become of my position? These words of concern. Then, Chan smiled and asked, What? Are you scared? Kong Cho, hearing Chaney say that, immediately waved his hands and said irritably, to be honest, the vice principal is very scary. With that, Kong Cho turned and walked towards the door, but before leaving, Kong Cho turned back and said to Chaney, however, it's not Smith. At this point, Chaney crossed his arms in front of his chest and said casually, I know. Namsan Hotel. The two of them, Kong Cho and Chaney, had moved to a spot under the hotel building. At this point, Chaney had already finished changing. Kong Cho then turned and said to Chaney, First, I'll wait in the underground parking lot and observe the situation. Chaney unbuckled his seatbelt and then replied, All right, anyway, you won't recognize Smith. Kakho wearily leaned against the steering wheel. In places like this, a cup of coffee cost $20,000 to $30,000 won. Xian, hearing that price, raised an eyebrow slightly. That much is acceptable. With that, Xian got out of the car and walked into the hotel with the calmest and most serious expression. He started to push open the revolving door to enter the hotel. Chan now had a cold, unapproachable expression, completely different from his usual self. Stepping inside the hotel, the magnificent scenery of the hotel hit Chan's eyes directly. Getting to the point, Chan started looking down at his watch and then wondered to himself. Sin hasn't arrived yet, it's almost time for the. Just as he finished his words, a familiar voice spoke up. Hey, big brother. Hearing this voice, Chan immediately turned his head to look with a questioning expression. Turning his head, the person who had just called Cheney was none other than Du Xiu-jun. Looking at Xiu-jun, Chan didn't know who this person was, so he was a little confused. Seeing that Cheney didn't remember him, Xiu-jun immediately introduced himself. I'm Ko-du-jun, we met in the underground room before. After Du-suk said this, Chan. I remember their first meeting at that time. He was standing behind Guang Take and shouting, "You bastard." The flashback ended as Geo Seok's voice rang out once more. I work here, sir, if you need anything anytime. Before he could finish a sentence, Chan cut him off coldly. Leave. He saw that attitude, and Chan didn't say anything more. Just replied respectfully, yes, sir. Seo-jun bowed meekly and said to Cheney, I hope you have a pleasant time, sir. With that, he left, but Cheney's suspicious gaze was still fixed on him. After Seo-jun left, Chan looked for a place to sit. He said irritably, even here, there are do-call bastards like that. With that, he went to a chair and sat down, crossing his legs in a very elegant and liberal posture. Chan then said to himself, how troublesome. Then he rested his chin on his hand and sat thinking deeply in a multifaceted way. While Cheney was thinking, suddenly a familiar female voice spoke up. Hi, Chan. Finally, my son. Cecile, seeing Cheney, smiled gently. With just this small gesture, it seemed that all eyes, from the waiters to the customers, were on her. Cindy and Meeson were no less impressive. Both of them were attracting everyone's attention. The three girls appearing together drew all the attention of everyone present. Attention of everyone present. John had imagined this scene before, but seeing it in person, he couldn't help but be amazed. However, Chan's expression grew colder by the minute. He thought to himself, from now on it's for real. Cheney sat with a posture as if ready to receive something. Come on, Smith. Cheney sat there looking up, thinking to himself, from now on it officially begins. Come on, Smith. Why? When he started to change his posture, his head was slightly raised. Meeson, seeing Cheney's expression, immediately asked, isn't it amazing? Cindy spoke up to Cece Lai, you're dressed so fashionably. Cece Lai, hearing this, smiled and said, not at all, it's just a good combination. You have good taste. The two of them were discussing fashion, while Meeson and Cheney were communicating with their eyes. At this point, Kongcho finally found a reasonable parking spot and was walking into the hotel. Pancho saw where Cheney was sitting with the three girls. Instinctively, Cheney suddenly looked in a certain direction. It turned out to be where Kongcho was standing. He signaled to Kongcho, wait here. Kongcho, seeing Chan's action, immediately nodded to show he understood this point. At that moment, Meeson, seeing Chan ignoring her, immediately waved her hand in front of his face and asked, where have we met before? Hearing that question, Chan was startled, huh? At that moment, Kongcho had already observed the situation and quickly left. Faced with Chan's attitude, Meeson's expression became pouty. How disappointing. Seeing this, Chan was flustered and said, I'm sorry. Cheney, seeing the situation was a bit disadvantageous, quickly tried to salvage it, but can we talk just once? I might seem a bit unlikable, huh? Following Chan's words, the three girls in front of him laughed cheerfully. Meeson then said happily, okay, John. After that, Meeson continued. So first question, how did you plan today's event? She said with a tone. Channy then stood up straight and answered that question with a suggestion, first, can we change locations? With that, Chan led the three girls to another place, deliberately passing by Kongcho's spot. Kongcho, seeing Chan's action, slightly tilted his head as a signal. Chan also quickly responded to that tilt with a nod. In this moment, the four of them had entered a private room. The food was being served and these dishes were a bit strange. Chan, seeing this, immediately asked the waiter, I haven't ordered yet. At that moment, the eyes of all four people looked alertly towards the waiter. The waiter then smiled and explained, this is per my superior's instructions. It's all complimentary. Cheney, hearing this, was extremely surprised. What? Seeing Cheney's surprise, the waiter explained. For all guests here tonight, our restaurant is offering a complimentary signature dinner. If you need anything else, just call me. At this point, the three girls were sitting and chatting happily with each other. After hearing the explanation, Cheney waved his hand in confusion. I know. Before the waiter left, my son spoke up to him. Then could you bring me some wine? The waiter replied respectfully, please wait a moment, madam. Then the waiter quickly left and brought a bottle of wine into the room. At this point, my son smiled seductively, turned to Cheney and asked him in a gentle voice. Oh ho, Cheney, you're more impressive than I thought. Chan, hearing this, immediately replied calmly, oh no, I just knew that person before. Hearing these words from Cheney, my son just tilted her head and smiled, then let it go. After that, my son continued to act seductively, flirting with Cheney. You get more charming over time, Cheney. Cheney, hearing these words, his face became contemplative and annoyed, thinking to himself, these Zuko guys, so useless. A moment later, the four of them raised their glasses and cheered. But only Neeson's group of three drank wine, while Cheney drank soda. Seeing Cheney like this, Neeson asked with confusion, Cheney, you don't like wine? Hearing this, Cheney just raised his eyebrows and asked back, I'm still a student, you know. On the outside he said that, but inside he thought differently, even though I feel like I'm. Neeson continued to smile and ask. So, Cheney, are you living the life of an upright man? That's a little surprising to me. To that question, Cheney just chuckled, that's right, it's a bit like you said. Cindy at this point also spoke up. It's just a little surprising, other than that it's pretty good. But speaking French like this is a bit tiring, isn't it? To this, Neeson replied in agreement, that's right, yes. Then Neeson raised her glass and drank another glass of wine. The party atmosphere started to heat up. Cecile, who had been quiet since the beginning of the evening, also spoke up. Let's get drunk. Neeson, hearing this, covered her mouth and laughed. Ha! And Cindy replied by saying, cheers. Cheney observed all three of them at the same time and thought to himself, these three are all the same age. 26. They all have mixed blood in common, which is why they became friends. Then Cheney began to analyze each one. First, Neeson. Neeson is a magazine editor. Next, Cecile. Cecile is an employee of securities company. Finally, Cindy. Cindy is a freelancer. After a series of analyses of each person, Cheney had a conclusion in his mind. They talked to each other very comfortably without any division of circumstances. Just then the phone in Cheney's pocket started to vibrate. Johnny took out his phone and said to the people at the table, wait a minute, I have a call. Seeing he had a call, they immediately stopped what they were doing and looked at Cheney. At this point Cheney was worried and thought to himself, it's not Drew, is it? He only calls me. When he looked at his phone, it was a different number. This person was Owang Tek. Seeing this name, Cheney thought irritably, what? This guy. Cheney answered the phone in frustration. Hello. Cheney's eyebrows also furrowed. Seeing Cheney answer the phone, Gwang take on this and immediately laughed and teased. You're at the Namsan Hotel, huh? Are you wearing a suit? Hearing his teasing joke, Cheney replied irritably. You don't need to worry about me. Gwang take on this and sat with his legs crossed, a cigarette in his hand, and laughed as he spoke to Cheney. Don't talk so curtly, that's my territory, so of course I know. He continued, if you need anything, just let me know. I can help you out quite a bit to avoid Gwang take nagging in his ear. Cheney said decisively, I'm hanging up, then hung up without a second thought. Sensing that something was strange, Neeson spoke up and asked Cheney, hey, something is strange today. Hearing this, Cheney immediately asked back, What's strange? Jen immediately answered Chan's question, maybe something strange is going on. You can't underestimate a woman's intuition. Hearing these words, Chan thought to himself, I only do things within my life limits. Not harming anyone, definitely not. After thinking for a moment, Cheney finally replied to Meeson's words, alright, I give up. Cheney crossed his arms in front of him and said to Meeson, there's an American guy named Smith staying at this hotel. If he comes here, we can sit at the same table with him. Hearing those words, Meeson immediately asked again, did you call us here for that reason? Chan replied with a serious tone, well, yes as you said, but that's only part of it. Michelle continued to ask, I wonder if my life will be turned upside down because of this? Cheney replied in a cold tone, definitely not. I want to confirm that this is completely my personal matter, but anyway I want to apologize to you all. Meeson, hearing this, her face became annoyed and she let out a small huff. The two girls, Cecily and Cindy, also became flustered and the atmosphere became strangely awkward. And Han was also silent in this situation, his lips pursed, not saying anything more. Johnny was now observing every expression, every gesture of Meeson. Suddenly, Meeson raised a finger to the sky. Meeson spoke up, if your apology is sincere, then I'll let it slide this time. The two girls, Cecile and Cindy, hearing Meeson say that, immediately looked at each other with a look of silent agreement. Cecile then spoke up, 5 people should be interesting. Hearing this, he smiled and said, thank you. Tessie Lou raised her glass and continued, more than one person is fine. We can pair up and play games. Cheers. While Cecile was enthusiastically talking, a message came to Cheney's phone, attracting his attention. The message was from none other than Concho. The message read, Smith has appeared. Seeing this message, Cheney's face immediately changed. Finally, he's here. Cheney immediately picked up his phone and replied to Kong Cho's message. Okay, move out. But contrary to Cheney's thoughts, Kong Cho replied to him, wait a little longer. Seeing this message from Kong Cho, Cheney was extremely confused. Not to let Chan remain confused for too long, Kong Cho messaged him as follows, September Vipers. Seeing this name, Chan was confused. CET Vipera, the Vipers? Then he read, an image appeared in Cheney's mind. The Viper's heart tattoo, September Vipers. A large skull with a staff stabbed through the middle and a snake coiled around it. Cheney realized this was a gang from France. Cheney's expression became annoyed, his eyes wide. The Vipers members were standing in the hall. Kong Cho, nearby, was observing with a rather worried expression. He quickly typed a reply. And Cheney messaged back, are you sure? Kong Cho observed carefully again. On the hands of those men, there was clearly the Viper's heart tattoo. Kong Cho quickly messaged back, tattoo confirmed. Exactly 3 people. Could be 3. Or more. Cheney received these 3 consecutive messages. His expression immediately filled with anxiety. All members of September Vipers have a red snake tattooed on their left thumb. Darrow previously fought a battle with these guys in Paris, so there's no way he's mistaken. Cheney continued to wonder in his head, but why these guys? Could they be Smith and Saran's bodyguards? Kong Cho, while looking at his phone, couldn't stop worrying and thinking. Let's retreat for today. We can't handle these guys. Tanny in a room. Dairu's words are very reasonable, but can we be sure that those guys won't be there tomorrow? Furthermore, I don't know if I'll be able to meet Saran tomorrow. As soon as this thought arose, Saran's face immediately appeared before Cheney's eyes. Chan's eyebrows were now completely furrowed as he wondered. When will the opportune moment arrive? When will the opportune moment arrive? Kancho outside was so worried he gritted his teeth and immediately messaged Cheney. No, this opportunity was a risk to begin with, but when there was no response from Janny, Kancho outside grew even more worried. Please remember to subscribe to the channel to receive more information. Chan saw this message, and his panicked face became even more so. And he looked at the message and gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, there won't be any openings." The vipers were now slowly walking towards Johnny's place. The four of them walked down together in a line. The one walking at the back was the one with 2 long scars on his eye, one at a very short buzz cut. The next one was, and leading the way was Smith, who licked his lips with a cunning expression. The four of them stood in a long line on the stairs. Smith licked his lips with a cunning expression. Back in the room, Mason's eyes became unusually worried. The atmosphere between Cheney and Mason became eerily silent. Seeing this situation, Cecile and Cindy also became strangely flustered. Danny now began to close his eyes and calm himself. Calm down and think. Johnny started thinking and asked himself a question. Now, what are my advantages? And what are my disadvantages? After thinking, Cheney let out a long, tired sigh. After that, regaining his composure, he became strangely determined. In the midst of the tension, suddenly someone pushed open the door. The person who entered was Du Seo-jun. He spoke up. "You were looking for me, sir?" Chan spoke with a serious tone. "There are 4 foreigners who just entered the club. Get the other customers out. When I go in, lock the door. Can you do that?" Du Seo. June didn't answer. Chan continued, "We might not be able to do business today." As he said this, Chan's eyes became chillingly cold. Co. June waited for Chan to finish before he started to answer. "This isn't something I could decide on my own." After that, Doshosi suggested to Cheney, "You should try contacting boss Wong Tek." Hearing him say that, Cheney had no other choice but to reply, "All right." With that, Cheney immediately called Wong Tek. On Wong Tek's end, when he saw the call was from Cheney, he smiled cheerfully and answered, "Oh, Kankan," not letting Wong Tek say much. Cheney immediately got to the point. "I don't have time, so I'll get straight to the point. The club here closed it for a day." Today, hearing these words from Cheney. Wong Tek was so shocked that he shouted a few tones louder. "What? What are you talking about?" So loud that it attracted the attention of Giorgio Zayek and Nizan. Cheney didn't care about Wong Tek's words. He come off directly. "I don't have time. Yes or no?" This statement made both CLE and Cindy flustered. Wong Tek. Kwang Taek, on this end, seeing Cheney was so serious, immediately replied hesitantly, "I only own a part of it, so doing something this big is a bit awkward because there are other people involved." Seeing Wong Tek was still like that, Cheney immediately offered a condition in exchange. "This time, if I survive, I will definitely do you a favor. So just for today, can you do as I say?" Faced with such a tempting condition, Kwang Taek was still weighing his options, torn between one harm and one benefit. "Oh, Kwang Taek startled, immediately asked again, "Will you really do me a favor?" When Kwang Taek said this, Cheney understood that Kwang Taek had agreed to his condition. Cheney immediately said, June is here. I'll transfer the call to him." With that, Johnny quickly handed the phone. He took the phone and immediately spoke to Wong Tek. "Yes, boss." He said to leave the 4 foreigners and lock the door. On the other end of the line, Kwang Taek said something. "All we know is that Seo Jun replied, 'Yes, I'll do as you say.'" Then he handed the phone back to Cheney. Here, Cheney took back the phone and spoke, "Hello." On the other side, Wong Tek continued, "I've done as you asked. If things get bigger, there will be problems, so take some of my men with you." He added, "Du Seo Jun and one of my men are there, so take them with you. I'll send a few more good fighters over there. It'll take about 30 minutes. Faced with these words, Cheney fell into deep thought. A Wong Taek's men only need to hold off the French thugs, then my chances of winning will Be very high. Cheney frowned in thought, but then his eyes turned sharp. After that, Cheney said over the phone, "No need, just lock the door." The other end, hearing this, replied, "I've already given the order for that." Hearing these words, Cheney felt somewhat reassured, and then said, "Thank you. Then I'll hang up." Meeson, after a series of actions and words from Cheney, asked worriedly, "What's going on, Cheney? Something doesn't seem right." Cheney, now come again, spoke up, "I'll tell you the truth." Cheney began to reveal, "Currently, September Vipers is at this hotel." Hearing these words, all three of them were shocked, as if they couldn't believe their ears. In their hearts, they thought, September Vipers, those thugs. Cross his arms in front of his chest. And began to speak, "Sorry, I didn't think things would get this big, it's still okay for now, so stay here and we'll find a chance to get out later." Hearing this, Cindy's face was so worried that she started to sweat. John's son then spoke up, but her voice was hesitant, "No, it's not that, there might be something we can do to help." Seeing Meeson's face flushed and flustered as she spoke, Johnny immediately frowned and said, with that terrified face, "You can't do anything." To Cheney's words, Meeson's face grew even more panicked. Seeing Meeson's silence, Cheney continued, "And anyway, you all have to go back to France. If you get involved with me, and they hold a grudge, it won't be good for you." Cheney stood up from his chair, "I'll go first." Ben and Cecile were so panicked. Cheney walked away with a spirit of fighting to the end. His expression. Cheney walked away thinking, "Excellent, I've thrown outside where people were talking and laughing cheerfully. But this person was still walking around, smiling and talking as if nothing was wrong." Everyone was engrossed in their own private space. Sean had now found Kong Cho's location and went with him to another place. Sean said to Kong Cho, "Let's beat up the thugs first." The two of them went down to the floor below. While walking, Cheney discussed with Kong Cho, "They still don't know who we are, so let's take down two of them first and then start." Kong Cho, hearing this plan, replied, "Understood." As they walked, Kong Cho asked, "But I left all my gear in the car. I'll go get it and come back." Cheney, hearing this, just replied, "It's fine. Anyway, once we're inside, there will be plenty of things to use as weapons." However, Kong Cho was still not at ease and continued to ask, "What if they have guns?" Cheney, hearing this, just replied calmly, "This is Korea. They don't even know who we are, so they won't bring guns." You can remember to subscribe to Cheney's channel to get more information. In just a few minutes, they quickly went down to the club below. The sight before them was of a waiter trying to persuade customers to leave. Looking at the scene, Cheney thought to himself with admiration, "Is it still early? There aren't many customers, that's a relief." Kong Cho spoke up, "Captain, over there." He immediately looked to where Kong Cho was pointing and instantly saw them. Those people still didn't know what was going on and were happily enjoying themselves. The man in his group. Sean had now entered a serious mode. Sean said to Kong Cho, "I see them too. Don't be too hasty." While Smith was drinking and having fun, his two subordinates were still carefully observing their surroundings. At this point, Cheney began to walk up to Smith, attracting his attention. He immediately smiled cheerfully and greeted Mr. Kong. Johnny started to play Play's role. "Smith, you're here too?" Smith smiled cheerfully and replied, "Ha, anyway, there's still plenty of time, so I came out here to relax and clear my head." After a long speech, Smith still didn't forget to say, "But you said you'd come here with some beautiful girls." Hearing this question, Cheney immediately said, "Ah, that probably." Cheney then laughed and replied, "Haha, I called them and they said they're on their way. Thanks for watching." Smith, hearing this, immediately suggested to Cheney, "Oh, really? Then you can have a few drinks with me, first while we wait for them." Annie didn't agree directly but asked tentatively, "Ah, is that okay?" Smith saw this and enthusiastically invited, "Sit down, sit down. What are we? Don't make me sad."
Accepting the invitation, the two of them quickly sat down.
Cheney let Kong Cho sit next to the man with 2 scars on his eye.
Seeing Smith's expression, Cheney thought nervously, smooth talker, were we to each
other, you're just here for the girls. To liven up the atmosphere, Cheney spoke first, then I'll have a bottle. With that, Cheney took a bottle of yellow liquor to his seat. He knew, holding the bottle and pointing at Kong Cho, and asked, but who's next to you?
Smith took the initiative to ask.
Akin also enthusiastically explained, how should I put it, this is the person who introduced the beautiful girls to me.
You can call him Mr. Sayab. Hearing this, Smith couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha ha, I see.
With that, Smith quickly offered a drink to start a conversation with Concho.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Sayab Jun. Concho, seeing the bottle offered to him, didn't know how to react.
After thinking for a while, Concho decided to reach out and take the bottle.
Holding the bottle in his hand, Concho's expression grew more and more tense. Smith, seeing Concho's expression, just smirked, his eyes mocking. Without saying anything more, Smith raised the bottle in his hand and took a long drink.
Cheney at this point wasn't paying attention to Smith, what he was paying attention to were the other people.
The ones that were being guided out by the staff.
After finishing his drink, Smith wiped his mouth and added a cheers as the guests left.
Smith asked with confusion, but this is disappointing.
I heard that Koreans love to drink, but it's so empty here.
The guests from before have all left.
Seeing Smith say that, Cheney laughed it off.
Ha, it's still early so that's why. Cheney observed his surroundings as he spoke.
Now, as he watched the last person leave the club, Cheney smiled with a dangerous glint in his eyes.
Time for a surprise.
The way he held the bottle in his hand had also changed. As soon as all the staff and customers had left, the exit door was slammed shut. It was only then that they realized their predicament. The bald-headed guy, Goji, was the first to notice the problem. And immediately said to Smith, Smith, something's a little strange.
Smith asked with confusion, what? Before they could react, Sean immediately gave the order. Attack!
Kong Cho, at that moment, conveniently slammed his fist into the face of the man with 2 scars on his eye.
Not expecting it, immediately took the blow and fell backward.
Smith, only now realizing what was happening, was startled. Smith reacted quickly, immediately kicking the table at his feet forward, but that table still couldn't stop the lightning-fast attack of the two of them. The 2 subordinates sitting on either side of Smith were hit squarely in the head with 2 wine bottles. While Cheney and Concho were attacking his subordinates, Smith quickly ran away. Chan took care of the balding guy and
Kong Cho handled Koji. The 2 of them covered the mouths of the 2 men.
The 2 men tried to make a sound, but only a few sounds came out. But in just a few seconds, the other 2 were dealt with neatly. Smith, seeing this scene, was so scared that he fell straight onto the chair. Smith turned back to look, so scared that his head was covered in sweat. Smith looked at Cheney and Kong Cho with eyes filled with both fear and resentment. As soon as he finished dealing with the bald guy, Cheney, in Smith's eyes, had become a terrifying demon.
The next statue of Cheney was Smith.
Knowing he was the target, Smith quickly jumped up and ran forward. Before chasing after Smith, Cheney, relying on his intuition, sensed danger from behind.
And Chan's intuition.
The man with 2 scars on his eye had woken up and was about to attack Kong Cho.
Kong Cho, however, was busy dealing with Koji and didn't notice his surroundings.
Seeing this, Chan immediately let go of the bald guy. Dai-ru, if you catch him, when he realized he had been discovered, he couldn't help but worry.
A wine bottle quickly flew towards him, abandoned. The guy had known he was discovered and immediately went on the defensive. While the guy with 2 scars on his eye was busy defending, Concho had already finished dealing with Goji and immediately shouted, Smith!
Seeing Concho call him, Smith immediately replied in French.
What? But Smith didn't forget that he was the target. He answered, but he was still running. Quickly, Concho caught up. He flew up. Seeing this action, Smith was shocked, his face pale. Just as Smith thought, he was caught by Concho. The two of them fell to the ground together. He put Smith under him, and then quickly attacked. Smith's face was pressed against the ground. Concho landed a series of punches on Smith's face, without holding back. Over here, Concho was giving Smith a beating. On the other side, Cheney wasn't idle either. He was also dealing with a man with 2 scars on his eye. Johnny landed a series of punches on the man with 2 scars on his eye, so fast that they left after images. The man with 2 scars on his eye, facing this storm-like attack, could only block helplessly. But it didn't last long before he took a punch right to the side of his cheek. This punch sent the man with 2 scars on his eye staggering back several feet, his face swollen. As you can see, this man with 2 scars on his eye is reaching into his jacket as if to get something. Seeing the man with 2 scars on his eye reaching into his jacket, Chon thought to himself, digging, wearing clothes. You should leave a picture of Chani getting darker when he thinks about it, if it's not. The man with 2 scars on his eye reached into his jacket. Seeing this action, Cheney thought to himself, digging. Digging. Then his eyes and Chan's face darkened as he thought. I just don't need that. But what the man with 2 scars on his eye pulled out was exactly that, a knife and a short one at that. The man with 2 scars on his eye looked at the knife with a panicked expression. When he saw what the man with 2 scars on his eye pulled out was a knife, Cheney thought happily, good it's not a gun. Then Cheney looked at the man's posture and expression. Remarked, what a bad stance. He's not a professional knife user. The man with 2 scars held a short knife and charged straight at Cheney, shouting a single word in French. But this action was easily blocked by Cheney. Cheney's eyes glanced over with a rather contemptuous expression, and he quickly retaliated, knocking him back hard. Without giving him a chance to react, Cheney quickly acted, one hand grabbing the man's wrist, the other his shoulder. He locked him tightly in his arms and quickly kicked him straight in the groin. Chan locked the arm of the man with 2 scars. He took a strong kick backward, making it impossible for him to turn. After a series of continuous movements, Cheney had completely subdued the man with 2 scars on his eye and was pinning him to the ground. Knowing he had no way out, the man with 2 scars on his eye shouted at Cheney, wait a minute. You look at the man with 2 scars on his eye with a menacing gaze. After that, there was no after that. Cheney directly ended his life. Cheney stood up and looked down at the body of the man with 2 scars on his eye lying on the ground, thinking to himself, good, I dealt with the 3 gangs more easily than I thought. Cheney turned to look at Smith, then to rest. The Kinchuan before his eyes left Cheney utterly astonished. Smith had turned the tables, beating Kong Cho to a pulp, his clothes torn, his face covered in blood. Smith had become a living corpse. Now, just a gentle twist, and Kong Cho's life would be over. Seeing this scene, Johnny frowned. Damn it, he's gotten too arrogant. Smith, now holding Kong Cho's life in his hands, looked at Cheney smugly and asked with a laugh. This isn't about the contract, is it? Ha! With that, Smith cracked his neck twice. Seeing this gesture from Smith, Cheney thought to himself, that neck crack is Smith's weird habit whenever he's confident going into a fight. After a while, Cheney knew where he should start. First, I have to hit him from the inside. Asked calmly, Smith Hearn, you don't even know my name? Smith looked at Cheney with eyes full of killing intent and replied in a low voice, I know your name. Am I right? While getting that answer, Cheney didn't flinch and continued to step forward, walking and continuing to say, how are you still alive? Did you betray your comrades? To that statement from Cheney, Smith started to panic. Cheney continued to smile and say, it seems you don't believe me. The person you're holding is actually Diju. How about that? That's a little more believable, isn't it? Faced with a huge amount of information, Smith panicked and asked, who are you? Johnny, hearing this, frowned and continued to speak to Smith. You don't know me? I am Khan. Smith said, I am Khan. I am Khan. Smith was stunned, unable to believe the words he was hearing.
Cheney continued to speak with a sharp tone, his eyes growing colder by the second. Cheney's voice was now filled with hatred. I'm Kong Chan, with a face like I'm about to die, the one you strung up.
In a fight, you took it out.
When you were celebrating like a dog, the one who was deaf. I'm defeated with only half a life left with me.
Kong Chung got it.
Following these words, Smith was so scared that his eyes rolled back, his head was covered in sweat, and his face changed color noticeably. Smith's eyes now saw Cheney as none other than the ghost of Blackfield, Kong Chong. Back in the past, Smith was shamelessly saying to Cheney, finally, I'm a surviving refugee. When he was still in the form of Kong Chan, he angrily rushed forward and punched Smith hard in the face. His voice shouted, shut up. With just one punch, the other guy fell to the ground. Dan then shouted, who are you trying to fool? Every time you do something bad, it's written all over your face. Smith, now lying on the floor, gasped for breath and said no. On. Bye. Suddenly, Smith gritted his teeth and his body trembled strangely. Saliva continuously foamed from his mouth. Kong Chan, seeing this, ran over, grabbed Smith's shoulder, and shouted his name. In his dying moments, Smith uttered two words, God of. At this moment, suddenly a strange man appeared behind Cheney, his hands holding a gun. Smith took his last breath. Blackfield, the memory ended and Smith was so scared that he was sweating profusely. No way. How can that be? Cheney, his face dark, walked step by step toward Smith. As he walked, Cheney said, it seems the ones who died unjustly have pushed me from behind, asking me to make sure I twist the head of the traitor. Smith's face darkened when he realized he had. It had fallen right into the trap chain he had set. Damn it, I told you I hated coming to Korea. In this world, Chan's face darkened, his eyes becoming cold and piercing. Smith continued to speak, but Smith's eyes widened and he asked, even if I don't know the reason, your body doesn't seem to be GOB's. Ha? Smith then laughed. He said in a cunning voice, with a body that's strong, I would be scared. But I don't see that. He asked two more questions. So, am I wrong? To Smith's series of questions, Cheney chose to remain silent. A moment later, Cheney finally replied, if you're so curious, come and find out. Smith knew he had Kong Cho's life in his hands, so he said smugly, and one more. Even if you're Kong Chan and this bastard has died you absolutely can't hit me. If you take just one step forward, this guy's head will be twisted in a circle. So can you do it? Faced with Smith's arrogant words, Cheney began to worry and hesitate, thinking, damn it, he's become a big company CEO. So he started to think. The girl in Smith's hands had now regained consciousness but couldn't speak, only letting out a muffled sound. Seeing Kong Cho's signal, Cheney immediately became worried. Faced with his comrade's stupidity, Cheney thought in panic. This guy is still as stupid as ever. If he woke up, he should have just stayed quiet and then signaled to me. As Johnny discovered, Smith also discovered, and he panicked. Damn it! Then he immediately launched a vicious attack. Damn it! With this situation. And Sean immediately acted, rushing forward like a flash. His hand clenched into a fist, his feet bare, like an arrow. He shot forward and punched Smith straight in the face. Smith, after this punch, was in so much pain that he squeezed his eyes shut and opened his mouth wide. Smith let go of Kong Cho to one side, one hand covering his eye, the other holding Kong Cho's shirt. At this point, Smith threw Concho hard to the ground due to the intense pain from Johnny's punch. Cheney at this point stared at Smith, then began. Smith at this point was in so much pain that he curled up. Look, before it was like being hit by a fireball, but now it's just a little itchy.
After that statement, Smith slowly smirked and then asked with a sinister laugh, "No, the body like that and seeing what you just did. I should really call you G.O.B., huh?" Cheney, faced with Smith's actions, calmly thought, to take a hit like that and not go down, his strength and speed are clearly on different levels. Smith, is he a monster? He threw his shirt to the ground and started rolling up his sleeves. After that, Smith charged straight at Cheney's spot. He shouted, "Ah!" At this point, his face was all veiny, looking very scary. In just a tic-tac, Meat jumped up, then he appeared right in front of Cheney. With his massive body, Smith seemed to want to crush Cheney's entire body. But contrary to Smith's imagination, Cheney quickly punched Smith straight in the face, causing his head to tilt to one side. Smith, as if he couldn't believe it, stared at Cheney. Smith quickly threw another punch at Cheney, but Cheney quickly bent down. Cheney charged forward with a cold look in his eyes. Johnny's friend at this point was winning again, so strong that even a fool appeared. Johnny had quickly readjusted his posture, swinging his hand to attack Smith again. Cheney landed a very strong punch on Smith. At this point, Smith quickly used both hands to block that punch. Seeing Smith block it, Cheney immediately punched Smith repeatedly, letting him block to his heart's content. After taking too many consecutive punches, blood started to appear on Smith's hands. He grimaced and gritted his teeth. Knowing he couldn't take it anymore, Smith switched from defense to offense. Smith's expression at this point was so angry that it had changed color. And that punch hit Cheney. He punched Cheney's elbow hard. Cheney's hand was shaking in pain. He thought nervously, if I land two and hit one, I'll still get hurt. The important thing is that there's no other way but to turn the tables. Smith, seeing Cheney dazed from his punch, immediately charged forward to attack. He laughed and asked, "Haha, what's this? You're different from the GOP I used to know." Faced with Smith's attack, Cheney leaned to one side and dodged the blow. Cheney's hand once again clenched into a fist. Cheney bent his back low and punched Smith straight in the face with his other hand. Cheney, at this point, knew he had hit his target and thought, "Good turn." But, contrary to Cheney's thoughts, Smith at this point had reacted and punched Cheney straight in the waist, where he had no defense at all. Johnny was in so much pain that his head was covered in sweat, his eyes almost losing their black pupils. Smith, his mouth full of blood, smiled smugly and said, "Not happening." Johnny gritted his teeth in pain and thought, "If he pushes in right here I'll die." But in just a few seconds Cheney flipped over and continued to attack, knocking a few people away. Punched Smith's ugly face hard, causing his jaw to dislocate. Johnny, at this point, slowly released his fingers. He once again attacked Smith's lower jaw directly. 2 consecutive attacks left Smith with no time to react. Smith's face was covered in blood, and he was so angry. He was about to go crazy, his eyes blazing. Then Smith quickly punched Cheney hard in the stomach. The punch was so strong that it caused Cheney a huge shock. Cheney retaliated with a tit-for-tat, quickly swinging his hand to counterattack. Cheney's eyes carried a strong aura of killing intent. Smith was not to be outdone, and after taking a blow, he immediately retaliated with another, but Cheney quickly blocked this attack. After that, he immediately retaliated against Smith with a powerful blow, sending Smith flying far away. Cheney and Smith at this point seemed to be evenly matched, neither willing to give in. Smith at this point kicked Cheney hard in the side, sending him flying to one side. Cheney was in so much pain that he gritted his teeth and his face contorted, but because he had experience from the previous kick, he was able to block it and his eyes became dark. Cut, gritting his teeth, then he forcefully countered, throwing Smith forward. Smith quickly blocked it, managing to maintain his balance and stand parallel to Cheney. Cheney stood there, gritting his teeth in anger to the point that veins popped out on his face. His hands had also clenched into fists. He punched Smith hard in the stomach, causing the image to blur. Smith's eyes widened and his mouth opened, spewing red liquid. The part of Smith's stomach caved in, forming a round depression that looked very scary.
He quickly rushed towards Smith's place.
Please remember to subscribe to the channel to get more new videos.
His other leg, which was below, kneed Smith straight in the face, catching him off guard.
Without letting Smith recover, Cheney immediately followed up with another blow, leaving Smith no time to react. Cheney even landed another blow right on top of Smith's head, causing him to cough up blood. After that attack, Smith's entire body fell to one side. Seeing this, Cheney quickly jumped up.
He moved to another spot. Smith, at this point, still didn't know what was happening, his body still in a defensive posture. Cheney, at this point, while moving, turned his head to look back at Smith's place with a murderous look in his eyes.
At a reasonable distance, Cheney immediately launched a kick right at Smith's face.
Taking a direct kick, Smith coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Just like that, taking a direct kick, Smith fell hard to the ground. Cheney, after a fight with 10 Smith, was so tired that he had to kneel and gasp for
breath. Smith at this point.
Smith was still conscious.
He let out a few sounds.
Smith was still conscious.
So,
Chan quickly walked over to him, grabbed his collar, and pulled him up. Smith, at this point, was like a fish on a chopping block.
He said defiantly, "You bastard. Dog, this is the same situation, isn't it?"
To Smith's words, Cheney replied with red eyes.
"Well, we have to fight anyway."
That, Cheney immediately punched Smith hard in the face, causing him to let out a few muffled sounds. Smith's eyes and mouth were covered in blood, which looked very scary. Seeing Smith like this, Cheney still maintained his old attitude.
"There's still one more."
Hearing this, Smith was so scared that his eyes rolled back and his eyebrows furrowed.
As Chan's punch continued, Smith was ready.
He let out a terrified, shrill scream. Danny looked at Smith with a hateful look in his eyes.
"There's still one left."
Smith trembled all over, his eyes so scared that they widened, his pupils shrinking to the size of peppercorn.
Cheney raised his fist high, ready to strike.
Smith screamed in terror, his screams echoing throughout the room.
Cheney's punch landed, and Smith's face was a bloody mess, a few teeth even falling out.
His screams of pain still echoed, but Cheney continued to punch him repeatedly.
Smith's head bounced up and down like a ball.
He was in so much pain that he kept letting out terrified screams. Smith at this point strained his neck and let out a long growl, but his head was already covered in blood and he was in so much pain that the tears welled up in his eyes. Cheney, having dealt with Smith, stood up and staggered away, leaving Smith lying on the ground. He clutched his side, his face contorted in pain, and his face was also covered in sweat.
Cheney staggered towards the locked iron door. "Damn it, my whole body aches."
Staggering, Cheney pounded on the iron door in front of him and shouted, "CO.
Joe Suk. It's Kong Chan. Open the door." Cheney's call ended and the iron gate opened. Do COO. Hayok led down 4 burly men, each holding an iron rod.
Cheney didn't wait any longer and pointed to where Kong Cho was lying, giving an order. "Over there, take him to the hospital from company." Kong Hao hurry up. Hearing Cheney's order, the 5 of them
replied in unison, "Yes, sir."
After that, the 4 men that Zorsiak had brought with him quickly followed Cheney's orders. Only Zorsiak remained there with Cheney.
CO. June, holding an iron rod, turned to look at Cheney with concern and asked, "Are you okay?"
Cheney, at this point, his head was still sweating, and he said tiredly, "Don't overdo it."
Johnny noticed the object in Geo Seok's hand that he was holding. Me one.
Goji had woken up, while the person next to him was still unconscious. Seeing Cheney walk towards him, Goji immediately showed a look of fear, his head covered in sweat. Cheney approached, one hand raising the iron rod high, the other reaching out as if to grab Goji's neck.
"You guys have to end it too." With that, Cheney hit Koji hard on the knee.
He was in so much pain that his face contorted, and he was helpless to fight back.
Cheney raised the iron rod and struck repeatedly. Koji's blood splattered everywhere, even on Cheney's face.
But Cheney's expression remained unchanged, his eyes filled with a cold glint. Cheney struck repeatedly, causing the other two to cry out in pain.
But the cries and groans continued unabated.
He put the iron rod on his shoulder, his expression unchanged, and looked at Goji, who was in pain, clutching his knee, trembling on the chair.
Chan's face was cold. This is Korea.
The knees of the two men were now completely crippled.
They could only lie there trembling. Then he threw the iron rod in his hand to the ground with a clang. Cheney didn't bother to care, just glanced at them and turned away.
Johnny went to the broken beer bottle, gently bent down, and picked up the broken half of the bottle.
He walked towards Smith.
At this point, he was in pain, clutching his bloody eyes and trembling on the ground. As Johnny walked towards Smith, his foot touched Smith's trembling arm, and he stepped up next to Smith, one hand grabbing Smith's shirt and pulling him up, the other holding the broken beer bottle.
"I'm not going to kill you. I'll take you to the hospital, but after this, you'll have to give up the things you love most. Listen here." Following these words, Smith trembled violently. Smith's head was covered in sweat, his body was shaking, and his eyes couldn't open. "Saran? Saran sold me out."
Cheney frowned, his eyes fierce as he looked at Smith's face.
Smith below, his hand raised high. "It's too late, you fool." Smith gritted his teeth, tears welling up in his eyes. He confessed further, Diamond's drugs. Smith blurted out the things he had tried to hide. "I was going to use Gemotus."
Hearing this, Cheney was so shocked he froze.
"What?"
Johnny grabbed Smith's shirt and pulled him up from the ground with force, his voice growling each word.
"Say that again." Smith, in pain, tried to speak. Ran. With that, as if too tired, Smith wanted to pass out. Cheney shouted helplessly, "Don't."
Seeing the tense situation with Cheney, one of CEO
June's subordinates asked with confusion. Suddenly the atmosphere has become so brutal. What are they talking about? Cheney angrily slammed Smith onto the floor. Smith was so tired he couldn't speak. Drugs.
The imported cars this time are carrying drugs. Seeing that Smith's story was inconsistent, Cheney flared up and grabbed his collar, asking,
"It doesn't add up. You said you would give it to CEO in the motorcade."
Smith was terrified, his tears and blood mixing together.
"I will give you 50 cars on the condition that I receive the extra money."
Tangyu, every time he sells, has a plan to smuggle drugs beforehand on the condition
of vehicle transfer.
Danny, hearing these words, his anger from before had subsided somewhat.
He didn't know what to say, but one thing was certain. If things continued like this, his father would be in danger.
Smith said everything he knew, trying to sit up, his eyes squeezed shut, unable to open. When he looked at this state, the broken beer bottle in his hand still raised high.
"If it continues like this, my father will be in danger." Without wasting any more time, Cheney plunged the bottle straight into Smith's chest. The bottle was pulled out and blood spurted up. Smith was in so much pain that it was hard to describe.
His face contorted like a monkey's butt. Looking at the shattered bottle in his hand, Chan's face showed dissatisfaction.
"It's already broken. This level is still not enough because this guy is too strong." However, a sound attracted Cheney's attention. He immediately turned his head to look. And over there, two of Geo-suk's subordinates were still dealing with the two guys on the sofa. The subordinate of Seo Jun, on this side, while checking on Goji's person, discovered a weapon. The man asked with Khan, "What's this?" "This isn't sashimi. It's what a Goji used that was so magical." Aji at this point was completely unable to resist. When the sashimi was taken out, it also attracted Cheney's attention. Cheney raised his head and pointed to the other side. "It's finally over. Bring it here." The other person respectfully walked over and handed it to Cheney with both hands.
Here you go, sir. After, Cheney drew the knife, his eyes dark, his face also changed color.
Danny brought the knife down with great force, angrily striking. The left is for Daru, the right is for me.
Smith at this point was in so much pain that he screamed in terror. One of Giorgio's subordinates, seeing this scene for the first time, his face became horrified and he was speechless.
Giorgio, however, remained calm. After a while, blood had spurted up to the corner of Cheney's lips. Cheney wiped the blood from his face.
Then he stood up from Smith's body. His body was now stained red. When passing by, he looked at Smith's body lying on the ground, then turned and gave an order, "Take this X-man to the hospital too." The subordinate immediately bowed respectfully.
C.O.
June at this point was confused, his eyes a little judgmental as he spoke, "But this X guy isn't a problem, so you'll get treatment right away, right?
The car is ready, let's go now." He looked at C.O.
June, her face serious, and then didn't say anything more after that. In the middle of the night, the group got into the car and started heading towards the hospital.
The hospital at this time was still brightly lit, as if they knew someone would be coming in the middle of the night.
Just as expected, as soon as Cheney's group stepped out of the car, a doctor and a nurse came out to greet them. I, seeing this scene, could only bow my head and sigh in resignation. Johnny, seeing Hunwoo's expression, was a little annoyed.
C.O. Kong Chao arrived first. Did something happen?
You still maintained that calm expression and replied calmly.
We need to go through the process. Cheney breathed a sigh of relief.
This guy, so he didn't die. The three of them went into the hospital together.
Before going in, Hanyu turned around and looked at Cheney. First, get an X-ray and get treatment. We'll talk later.
Cheney was taken to a private treatment room, his hands unwrapped from all the white. Cheney's hands were covered in wounds. The nurse, holding tweezers in one hand and cotton in the other, began her work. While treating the wound, Cheney made a request, "Please remove the bandage on my right hand."
The nurse replied gently, "Yes."
He still maintained a calm expression and asked, however, "The director here is named Dean."
To that question, the nurse still bowed her head and did her work, mouth slowly replying, "What about Yeo Hanyu?"
As the words left her mouth, both of them raised their heads and looked straight at the door.
Next up was Han Woo.
He opened the door and entered the room, his hands in his pockets, looking at Cheney with a natural expression.
"Dr. Yu Huan Wu is my name." Hearing this, Cheney
just replied soft,
"Ah, yes."
Hanwoo's expression remained the same as he continued, "Dong Gun, from now on I'll take care of this.
So go out and do your work."
Hearing Hanwoo say that, Cheney obeyed.
"Yes, doctor."
Hanwoo changed direction and went out the door, gesturing to Cheney as he went, "Follow me this way."
Cheney obeyed and followed.
Arriving at Hanwoo's private room, he sat opposite Cheney, his hands clasped together. "I began to speak, I told you could come any time, but isn't this a bit too soon?"
Cheney simply replied, "It seems so."
Hearing this, Hanwoo's expression remained calm as he continued the exchange.
"Anyway, we have the X-ray results.
The left rib has a risk of fracturing." Looking at the X-ray on the screen, Hanwoo asked with confusion,
"Hun, you came all this way with a stomach like that just to ask my name?" Chan, hearing this, still replied calmly, "It's not that I'm looking directly at the floor."
Before Chan could finish, Hanwoo cut him off. "Anyway, let's just skip everything and get you admitted. If you push yourself too hard, the bone will break and pierce your internal organs." And I, hearing this, frowned and objected, "I can't, just wrap the bandage for me." Hyunwoo adjusted his glasses and said seriously, "I told you the bone is at risk of breaking.
Small fragments may have already pierced your internal organs. Let me explain it more simply."
After that, Hanwoo explained everything in detail, advising if you don't get admitted for treatment right now, you could die. Cheney, hearing about life and death, still maintained a determined expression.
Then just take out all my organs and sell them. We made a promise.
After advising him repeatedly to no avail, Kanyu gradually lost his patience and said bluntly,
Looking at it now, even the old stuff can't be sold. Who would buy organs that have been pierced and torn?
Annie knew she was wrong, but she was still stubborn.
Just patch me up like this. Kanyu at this point was really angry, his eyebrows knitted together. Why exactly? Tell me the reason and I'll do it. Cheney knew he needed to be hospitalized, but his current circumstances didn't allow for it.
He had no choice but to explain. If I get admitted now, a lot of people will be in danger. Cheney paused for a moment, then continued to explain, family, colleagues, everyone.
Hearing these words, Hanyu was stunned in his silence, horrified.
Hanyu lowered his head and let out a long, helpless sigh, then said wearily, Choe, I'll prescribe painkillers and the strongest protective bandage.
Absolutely do not take it off and come back to the hospital when your work is done.
Cheney's face was filled with gratitude as he replied in a serious tone, yes. But Hanwoo's face still couldn't hide his worry as he once again warned, I said it clearly, absolutely do not take it off.
This is not a request, it's a doctor's order.
Cheney just replied briefly, I know. Cheney stood up, took off his vet's clothes, and put on the clothes Hanwoo had requested.
He put on his old clothes, thanks for watching. And then left. Cheney walked to the elevator. The elevator displayed the number 2. I'm on floor 1.
As the number 1 lit up, the elevator doors opened.
Cheney stepped out with an indescribably dark expression. Cheney was walking down the hospital corridor when C.O. June ran up to him. C.O. June asked urgently, Are you all right? Danny, seeing C.O. June's urgency, still maintained a calm expression, his hands in his pockets. I'm Fina. How's CEO Kanho? CEO June didn't answer right away. He pointed towards the hospital room door. That's the room over there. Connie opened the door and stepped in.
At this moment, Kong Cho, who had been cleaned up, was lying in recovery, covered in machines.
Kong Cho's neck was immobilized. Looking down, to his comrade Kong Cho.
Lying in a hospital bed, Cheney showed a pained expression.
If you want to run faster, you should get out. Seeing Kong Cho's face full of wounds and his neck in a brace, Cheney couldn't help but add a few more words. This stupid fool.
Annie furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with anger.
Because I will see this through to the end. So just rest until then. With that, Johnny stepped out of the hospital room. Chan walked quickly, his face filled with killing intent, his expression as if he could eat someone alive. Looking at Kong Cho lying in the hospital bed, Cheney couldn't help but say a few words, you idiot. Thanks, you brat.
If you think you're looking at Kong Cho, your eyes now show a strange determination. I'll take care of it myself and finish this quickly.
Get some good rest until then. With that, Johnny strode out.
When he walked with a face full of killing intent, his eyes as if they could kill. Chunny walked while scanning his surroundings, his eyes filled with hatred.
In the distance, down the hospital corridor, 2 of C.O.
June's subordinates, one leaning against the wall and the other chatting animatedly, suddenly startled.
Their eyes both looked in the same direction and went into a defensive stance.
Then they quickly bent down at a 90-degree angle and bowed. Cheney didn't pay any attention to the person bowing to him and just walked past like a gust of wind, leaving the subordinate stunned. Cheney grabbed the doorknob of the hospital room in front of him, then he forcefully opened the door. A quick glance inside revealed 2 hospital beds. The 2 people on the beds were both seriously injured. Seeing someone open the door to his hospital room, Koji immediately turned his head to look.
Smith also turned his head, but unfortunately he no longer had eyes to see.
Both of them were wrapped in bandages like mummies. The 2 men opposite also looked at Cheney with a scrutinizing gaze, afraid of what he would do to them.
Koji, upon seeing Cheney enter, immediately smirked. Seeing this, Cheney asked irritably what.
What? Koji, lying on the bed with his head wrapped in bandages, replied smugly.
I admit I was a little relieved just now.
But after experiencing so many strange things, I know that both you and I and even our families will not be at peace.
Cheney asked with a threatening tone. Are you threatening me now? Koji's expression showed surprise and.
Aigu, I'm so scared. Koji made a hand gesture like a gun and pointed it at his temple.
His expression slack-jawed, his eyes wide.
Then bang, Koji turned his head to the side as if he had been shot, sticking out his tongue as if to mock Cheney. Cheney at this point walked straight out with a very fast pace. While walking he was thinking, because of the fight with those guys just now, the fighting spirit is still lingering.
I will definitely break everything. Cheney went to the door and waved to the two people outside.
Hey, the two of them immediately noticed his gesture. The man in the black and gray suit turned his head and asked with a confused expression, Yes, Hyungnam, Cheney ordered.
Where's the knife I gave you earlier? Bring it to me.
I know, Hyungnam, after that. The man in the black and gray suit turned back and said to the man in the brown suit, It's probably in the car outside. The other man quickly ran to get it in a flash. Cheney had quickly returned to the hospital room. Koji at this point powdered his lips in contempt and raised his hand.
Koji raised his middle finger to Cheney, his expression still contemptuous.
Just then a voice called out, Hyungnam.
Hearing the call, Cheney quickly ran out the door.
Seeing Cheney's speed, the
other two were amazed and wondered so fast.
The man in the brown suit holding the knife had just run off in the garage, so his head was covered in sweat, but he still respectfully presented the knife with both hands. Cheney reached out and
took the hilt of the knife.
The other two, seeing this, just remained silent, holding the pain in his hand. And Chan waved his hand to signal to them.
All right, you guys can go outside. The two of them immediately followed Chan's order.
Yes, Hyungnam.
They quickly went outside.
Holding the knife in his hand, Cheney thought to himself, anyway, I won't be exhausted by these guys.
It's a bit disrespectful to Yeo Hyunwoo, but everyone's safety is paramount.
Koji, seeing Cheney enter with the knife, was so scared that his hands clutched the bedsheets
tightly.
What? Cheney walked up to Koji's hospital bed and slowly raised the knife in his hand.
Koji at this point was scared. Sweat poured down like rain. What are you going to do to me?
Seeing Koji so scared, Cheney just replied calmly.
Don't worry. You won't die. You'll just have to breathe through a tube. Cheney held the knife straight up in front of Koji's face. At this point, he was scared and tried to back away. Don't you care about your bankrupt family? Really? Cheney didn't answer, but the knife in his hand rose higher.
Suddenly, Koji let out a shrill scream. In Koji's eyes at this moment, he could only stare at the knife in Cheney's hand. He raised the knife higher and higher. In the dark, Koji's pupils constricted as he screamed in terror.
We're just foreigners here on business. Business. After we're done, I'll butt.
Before he could finish his sentence, Cheney gritted his teeth and cut him off.
You can tell that to the embassy. Goji screamed in terror.
You psycho bastard. The pain in Cheney's hand didn't wait any longer and immediately fell upon Goji's body. He screamed in pain. His newly bandaged body was now covered in blood.
Another blow landed.
And Goji's eyes lost their pupils, leaving only the whites. He was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Another blow, and Goji broke out in a cold sweat. His pupils were now as small as peppercorns. Looking at his face, you could tell how much pain he was in. Goji, using all his strength, gritted his teeth and raised his hand. Cheney stopped, looking at the scene on the hospital bed, all blood and more blood. Furthermore, the all-white bed made the red color of the blood stand out even more. Goji at this point burst into tears, crying out, "Please save me, Mom."
Then Goji fell silent, not a sound. His body and the bed were now a single shade of red. Cheney quickly moved to the hospital bed next to him. The man, seeing Cheney, moved towards him.
The man was so scared that he moved violently, causing his wounds to split open and blood
to pour out.
He screamed in terror, "No, Cheney can't do this."
Cheney got closer and closer.
The man was so scared he raised his hands high to block Cheney's attack. The man pleaded in desperation, "Save me, don't." Many ignored the man's pleas and still attacked him as usual. The man was so scared he cried until he couldn't speak. He screamed louder and louder. The scream, along with the loud crying, was so loud that the two people outside could
hear it clearly. They looked on, unable to hide their fear.
The two people outside looked at each other through the small glass window. In front of the hospital room door, in the hospital room at this moment, loud screams were constantly being heard.
"Stop! Stop it! Please! UG! Don't! Don't! I was wrong!"
A series of loud cries.
The sound was so frightening that the other two had to turn their faces away.
Everyone's face was filled with fear, their eyes dazed and their heads covered in sweat. Just then, the sound inside suddenly stopped. The two outside looked at each other with suspicion.
That sound.
As the two of them looked at each other, the door was quickly pulled open.
Cheney had appeared behind the door.
As Cheney pushed open the door, the other two turned around. They looked at Cheney, who was radiating killing intent, his body covered in blood, which scared the other two to no end. Their heads were also covered in sweat. Blood still stained the pane. His hands were covered in blood, and blood had even gotten on Cheney's clothes. The corner of Cheney's eyes were filled with killing intent. One side of his face and neck were also stained with blood. The other person, seeing this scene, was strangely terrified, their minds spinning in confusion.
"Broke the silence here," he coldly ordered the other two. "Move to another hospital room."
The two in front of him, hearing this, immediately stammered in reply, "Yes, yes."
They acted very quickly.
One bed, two people, they quickly changed the hospital room for the other two. As they moved the hospital bed, the blood of the two men continued to flow, dripping onto the hospital floor.
As the last bed of Smith's subordinate was also taken away by Cheney's subordinate. Cheney observed each person very carefully.
He turned his head to look at where Smith was lying. He seemed to have felt Cheney's burning gaze. Smith was startled. Before Cheney could attack Smith, and Tao was scared and shouted to stop him.
Wait, Kong Chong, where are you taking me now?" Smith asked Cheney in fear and disbelief. "It's all over. I've done everything I could. Are you going to kill me?"
He angrily walked to the hospital bed, the killing intent emanating from his body, and Cheney's voice became stern.
"You won't die. It's just that walking on two legs will be a little difficult from now on."
Smith at this point was like he was on the chopping block, only able to struggle helplessly without being able to do anything.
"I don't know anything. I really don't know anything. Hey, do you remember my stomach being ripped open?" "Ha!" He moved so violently that the wound split open. He tried to speak as loudly as possible. Saran has arrived. My heart. Everything from the battle, except for me, because everyone thought Saran would bring a rescue team. It's true." Cheney's eyes at this point couldn't remain calm.
Cheney's eyes were like blazing fire. "Then why did you still follow that Saran guy?"
"You knew that bastard betrayed you."
Smith at this point was too tired to shout. His voice dropped noticeably.
"Diamonds, because we were trading diamonds with Saran. While I found out the truth, I couldn't do anything to him." Cheney only listened without speaking. Smith on the hospital bed spoke up again, asking, "What do you think I can do against a whole gang with a ripped open stomach?" I just want to live a little longer, damn it. One move.
Cheney's eyes grew even angrier, and the pain he held in his hand was also raised higher.
So when you got to the hospital, you knew you had been betrayed, yet you still covered for that bastard.
Cheney, one hand holding Smith's leg, stabbed down with pain.
Then let me help you clear a part of it to lighten your load.
He screamed in pain from that one blow, his head falling back. When he pressed the knife in his hand down on Smith's thigh, he asked angrily, Tell me, how many men did that dog Saran bring to Korea?" He gritted his teeth in pain and tried to force out 22.
He twisted the knife in her hand and continued to ask, "What are they equipped with?"
He screamed in pain, his voice somewhat pathetic.
Glock 19, Cheney took the name. Out the information he wanted and then pulled out the knife.
He knew, as if he had been reborn, he tilted his head back, his expression a mixture of pain and extreme fatigue. Cheney, after a series of interrogations, was exhausted.
Cheney looked at the knife in his hand, his face looking down at Smith's trembling body.
As expected, they have guns. Actually, their main purpose is not car trading, but smuggling. Please remember to subscribe to the channel to support Cheney's channel so you can get more information.
Thank you for watching and see you again.
He let out a long, pathetic scream of pain.
Both of his legs were now a bloody mess. Cheney didn't care.
He left coldly, his face still maintaining a cold expression. He threw the knife he was holding to the ground, making a clanging sound. "Your intention is to walk in a heavy, murderous."
Before the information reaches Saran's ears, I have to end this now.
He was approaching the room door when his mood had somewhat calmed down. Anyway, a shooting in a luxury hotel in Korea, the media will become a huge obstacle. If Sister Annie was still hesitating and hadn't opened the door, Hunwoo had quickly opened the door and entered. Seeing Cheney's stained face, Hunwoo angrily shouted straight at him, "Mr. Kankan?"
Tanny still maintained a cold expression.
She angrily spewed a long tirade.
"This is a hospital. If you come to the hospital to do things like this, even I can't treat you anymore."
Tanny, with a cold and slightly angry face, retorted, "Those guys are all the most notorious gangs in France.
If we leave them alone, they'll recover quickly.
At that time, all the patients, nurses, and even the doctors will be killed by them.
So can you pretend you don't see?"
From Chan's explanation, Hunwoo fell silent, but his face was still very angry. He then continued to speak, his expression still the same.
"Don't kill or be killed, I won't break my promise."
Quinn thought it was over, but Cheney continued to speak. "But if the doctor said so, then from now on I won't come here and cause trouble for you anymore." Hunwoo, hearing this, his eyebrows furrowed, his expression serious, deep in thought.
Hunwoo looked straight into Cheney's eyes and asked flatly, "Is there more?" Cheney looked straight into Hunwoo's eyes and said softly, "Is there more?" "There are 3 more and they have guns at this point." You gave Cheney an excited smile. "Why would I chase away a patient who pays the entire medical bill in cash without using health insurance? Don't go elsewhere. This place is always open and waiting for you." Cheney smiled in satisfaction and let out a sigh of relief. Cheney went outside, but inside, Hunwoo was with the nurse.
Hunwoo, upon seeing Smith inside, exclaimed, "Wow, emergency, hurry up!" The nurse, seeing this, immediately replied, "Yes, doctor."
Danny tried to keep his body balanced as he walked down the hospital corridor. "The problem here is how to get to CEO Concho's place. I'm just a high school student who's going to drive."
A series of transportation options flashed through Cheney's mind: taxi, bus.
"It's quite a long way."
Cheney recalled the phone call.
At that time, Wong Tek had asked him, "Will you really accept anything?"
Cheney recalled that question and then re-evaluated. "Even so, I wouldn't hesitate to accept more help from a Wong Tek." We'll be able to call out 10 of these questions in Cheney's head.
How can I call Saran when this is my first time at the hotel? It's not as simple as Smith, even if there is.
I don't have the whole story from beginning to end, but I think they're probably suspicious by now, suddenly barging into the hotel room, suddenly calling each other to a shady, secluded place.
I already know. It's bound to clash with Saran and his gang. How will I fight him?
A series of enemies appeared before Cheney's eyes. My body now can be pushed over with just one finger.
In this situation, I feel like I'm about to collapse. At this point,
having reached the end of his strength, he lamented to himself, "Damn it, I've completely hit a dead end.
Right now, there are no conditions that are favorable to me."
But teacher Nay still tried to walk. Anyway, there's still work to be done now. Nay and Cheney was startled, as if he had thought of something. And immediately, if you want, you have to solve it right now. You have to reconsider it from a fundamental level. At Smith's drinking party at the club, Saran gave Smith 3 members of his gang just to simply go to the club and pick up girls.
Chan asked himself in amazement, what? Hey, a country without guns. Neither I nor Zuru could grasp the unsettling factors. How could a strong guy like Smith need such excessive protection? If that's not protection, thinking about it.
Cheney's eyes seemed to light up if another question was raised, but it's surveillance.
Does Smith know some of Saran's secrets? Cheney smiled as if his intuition was right. If that's the case, I don't need to rush. Cheney's eyes showed a feeling of hatred again. Saran, the name that's been mentioned the most, he's the one who's rushing like crazy. Thank you for watching and see you again. Remembering that Saran was the one who was rushing to the point of madness, Kong Chan opened the door and walked in.
Huan Wu asked him why he was here.
It's nothing special. Do you two happen to know French? Yu answered his question. No, if it's English, I know a little bit, but...
Before the other person could finish, Kong Chan cut him off.
I understand. I want to talk to this guy for a bit. You two don't mind. Just continue what you're doing. He went up to the person on the hospital bed and called out, Smith. Smith asked resentfully, why? Why did you come here again? Are you only satisfied if you kill me? Kong Chan interrogated him, the diamonds, where's the money from the diamond sale? Smith clenched his teeth, refusing to say a word. Kong Chan squeezed harder. Kong Chan continued, planning to take it to your grave? Go ahead and try. What do you think will happen? He grabbed Smith's chin, his grip tightening. If I don't like what I hear, you better be ready for the morgue. Smith asked him, will these people be okay? They don't know French, so don't worry about it. Besides, they'll be protected. Smith finally gave him an answer. I get it. The bank. It's in a Swiss bank. Kong didn't believe him and squeezed harder. Why did he let you live? Like Saran wouldn't have spared you that easily. The account password, we split it. Half for me, half for Saran. So if I die, he can't get a share of the money. He'll never find it.
Kong Chun clenched his teeth, thinking, it sounds plausible, but Smith isn't smart enough to come up with a plan like that on his own.
It's more likely Still skeptical, Kong Chun growled, you think I don't know how stupid you are? This is your last warning, don't try to pull any tricks. Tell me the truth. Why did Saran let you live? Smith refused to be honest.
I don't know. Saran came to the hospital and did this to me, so I can't talk.
There's still 10 million euros. Kong Chan frowned, wondering just a rough estimate. That's over 10 billion Korean won. Was it a diamond the size of a human head and less? Kong Chan asked, was it the black cat? Yes, the black cat. Kong Chan froze. In the mines of Africa, there's a gem that appears only once every few decades. The Devil's Jewel, in reality, I've never seen it myself, but I can guess why. Saran went crazy for it. Kong Chan asked the next question, what about the drugs?
Smith answered him, Saran has the sample. Kong Chan ground his teeth in anger.
Damn it, he's dealing with drugs too? He demanded. Who was it sold to? Smith screamed. I really don't know. You can beat me to death, but I don't know. Believe me, Chan. Kong Chan thought to himself. Asterisk in this situation. I can't trust Smith 100%.
But for now, it seems he's not lying.
Alright, final question.
Asterisk, don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel.
The account password. Smith hesitated.
That is, Kong Chan turned to Dr. Hyun Woo.
Doctor, please get angry with me.
Dr. Hyun Woo was confused.
What?
Why all of a sudden? Kong Chan repeated, yes, please get angry with me, as if you're furious.
I'm counting on you.
Dr. Hyun Woo immediately flared up.
What? Suddenly asking me to get angry? Do you think a refined person like me can just get angry on command?
He turned to the nurse.
Nurse Kim, what's for dinner tonight? How about a mixed hot pot? Smith was amazed. The doctor's voice is so high. He worried. Asterisk, is he planning to let me die?
Or else, asterisk.
Kong Chan played along, angrily retorting to. Thanks for watching. Kyan Woo, fried cutlets are way better than mixed hot pot. Kong Chan glanced aside, asterisk, he definitely doesn't just want the money. After all, he can't get the password out of Saran.
However, there's nothing better than this to use as bait for that bastard.
Smith still kept his jaw clenched shut, refusing to speak. Kong Chan leaned in closer.
Last time, Smith, the password. Smith kept his mouth shut, but then he finally spoke.
Smith 702, Africa 313. Kong Chan immediately erupted in anger. That son of a bitch.
Outside the door, a group of men stood waiting as Kong Chan walked out.
The anger was still visible on his face. Asterisk the battle. The battle has already begun. I absolutely have to win this first round. He will restrain me. Asterisk.
He put his hands in his pockets.
Kong Chan searched both pockets, wondering. Where's my phone? Did I drop it during the fight at the hotel earlier?
He complained with frustration.
This is getting annoying. Kong Chan turned and called out to the man next to him.
Hey, Guang Take's subordinate replied.
Yes, young him. Kong asked him get Guang Take on the phone for me. The underling dialed a number. It's me, boss. It's me. Kong Hyang Nim wants to speak with you. Yes. I'll pass the phone over now.
He handed the phone to Kong walked to a corner to take the call. Guang Take fired off a series of questions.
What is it? Hey, do you know any foreign languages? Kong got straight to the point.
Alright, the drug sample is at the Namsan Hotel.
Did you know? Guang Take was stunned. What?
His shock grew with every second.
Kong Chan immediately sensed something was wrong. Damn, I was too reckless. He silently deduced, Guang Take is finally acting like a real boss.
If so, the client for that drug shipment could be Guang Take,
Kong Chan glanced to the side.
If that's the case, he noticed a group of men over there. In a flash, the situation had changed. Guang Take angrily asked, speak plainly.
Are there drugs at the Namsan Hotel? Kong Chan replied, a sample.
Hearing this, Guang Take immediately erupted in curses.
Damn it, how could this happen? How dare those bastards act without my orders? Kong thought, so it wasn't him. Still, I should remain cautious.
He replied to the other end of the line. 3 Frenchmen are holding the sample, which means that guy is still alive.
Guang Take asked, you don't know who those guys are? Kong replied, I don't. Guang Take was still furious. This is strange. I can't accept drug trafficking in my territory. Kong continued to provide information.
The French drug dealers are called the Secretary Nimrai gang. It seems they also have guns.
Guang Tek cursed them.
Those bastards.
Kong Chan added, let's end this today.
I'll head over. So arrange a place for us to meet.
Otherwise, I'll just go to the hotel. Guang Tek replied, there were some incidents at the hotel today.
So it's a bit difficult. The club just reopened.
Friend, so don't come here.
There's a quiet villa south of Yangzhou, so go there.
I'll
provide a car for you. Use it if you need it.
Kong Chan warned him, and one more thing. Those Frenchmen aren't ordinary thugs, so don't touch them first. That will only make
things worse.
Guang Tai questioned him angrily. I'm being served trash in my own house, and you still want me to bow down? I can get rid
of those bastards if you need me to.
I'm heading out now.
He asked Kong Chan, where will you go now?
The hotel or the villa?
Kong Chan thought, telling Guang Tai to avoid them now is pointless. He replied, we'll see.
If anything happens, handle it carefully.
Okay, let me know when you decide.
Guang Tai hung up.
The call display showed the duration.
Kong Chan turned to the group of men.
Hey! Whoever knows the number for the hotel, come here. One of Guang Tai's men came forward. I know it, sir, I'll dial it for you. He dialed the number and handed the phone to Kong Chan. Here you go.
The voice on the other end answered, Namsan Hotel, how may I help you? Kong Chan requested, room 1910, please connect me to Saran. This is Kong Chan.
The operator replied, yes sir, please hold one moment.
In the hospital corridor, a voice came through the phone. Hello, Kong Chan immediately recognized it. That's not Saran's voice. He demanded, put Saran on the phone.
The person explained, he is unable to take your call
at the moment.
Please leave a message and I will relay it to him.
Then please remember this. The hotel, Namsan to the left.
Inside, Saran was having dinner with two other people. At that moment, a man approached.
Saran turned and asked, what is it? Can't you see I'm busy?
The long-haired man reported, yes, sir, but I just received a call in the lobby and thought you should know. He leaned close to Saran's ear and whispered, Swiss bank, drugs.
It was. Just waiting for God of Blackfield. That's all I wanted to say. The expression on Saran's face instantly turned grave. At Kong Chan's hospital. This line appears to be corrupted text and is untranslatable. Kong Chan asked the subordinate, hey. He replied, yes, sir. Kong Chan held out the phone and requested, dial the number for the Namsan Hotel for Co. Dusuk.
The subordinate came over.
Yes, sir.
He handed the dialed phone back to Kong Chan.
Kong Chan pressed the phone. The other end, a voice came through, which kid is this? Kong Chan replied, this is Kong Chan. Dusuk replied, this is CEO Dusuk. Kong Chan informed him, there's a Frenchman named Saran where I am. Kong Chan asked him, I know a bit about that guy. What happened earlier? What are you doing and where are you now? Be as specific as possible.
Dusuk recounted, earlier, Smith and I were looking for the foreigner's whereabouts. The club just reopened, so I'll probably head back soon.
Dusuk continued, right now, I'm meeting a Korean client. At the restaurant. Kong Chan asked, a Korean client? Do I know them? Dusuk replied, I heard this person is a high-level executive from Kanga Motors. Kong Chan frowned with suspicion. Asterisk meeting. Dusuk replied, yes, everything's been sorted out and it's open again. Is my phone there? Dusuk said, I'm not directly managing the club's cleanup, but I haven't heard any reports about it. I'll go check again. Kong Chan continued, I see, I have one more thing to ask of you. Dusik replied, please go ahead, you're at the restaurant where Saran is right now, right? Take a good look at that bastard's room and see if anything unusual is happening. Dusik answered. I'm really sorry, sir, but it's a private room, so I can't see inside. Why can't Gwangtek Hyangnim show up? Kong Chan thought to himself. Actually, since he's at the hotel, those guys might appear at the exit. However, but Kong Chan said something different. I see. In that case, just keep an eye on them. Let me know when they return to their room. The other end replied, understood, Hyangnim. Recap channel outro.
The long-haired man whispered to Saran, waiting for the god of Blackfield. I wanted to report this, sir. Saran's eyes widened and he clenched his jaw, but a smile quickly appeared on his lips. He smiled and said, I know, just wait a little longer.
Saran turned to his business partner.
I sincerely apologize for this, but I have to return to the company urgently to handle a matter. The other person graciously replied, don't be a stranger. Business is more important, so please hurry.
Saran politely said, thank you for your understanding. I'll be leaving first.
He and his subordinate left, but someone was watching Saran. He picked up his phone and made a call as soon as he saw him leave. As Saran's footsteps quickened, he wondered to himself, got a Blackfield could be Smith Konkon Konkon was still standing in front of the hospital room door. Just then someone approached. Gwangtek's subordinate handed him the phone at CEO Do, so he hung them. Konkon answered, I know. Dusik added, another report also about your phone, young I couldn't find it all. Konkon
replied flatly, I know.
You've worked hard.
After saying that, he hung up.
He stood there, his face expressionless. He frowned slightly. Damn, a cigarette would be great right now in this situation.
Calculating the elevator travel time, he should be back by now.
He called someone again. A voice answered. Hello.
Kong Chan said, it's Kong Chan.
What do you want to say?
If it's not important, I'm hanging up.
Kong Chan got straight to the point. You've probably heard about Smith's whereabouts, right? Kong Chan frowned and questioned, is that why you want to hang up so quickly? He proposed a deal. If you tell me Smith's location, I'll give you exclusive rights to the car business.
Saran seemed unimpressed. Is that all? Kong Chan was confused by this response. Was he saying he squeeze harder?
Kong Chan suddenly remembered his. Hey Brad, you think I would betray Smith? Realistically, how many people could have figured out that Kong Chan, who died in Africa, was resurrected in Korea? Kong Chan decided, alright, I need to block this guy first. He said, Kanga Motors has absolutely no ability to pay the deposit.
Don't tell me.
Just make a quick decision and I promise I'll help you pay that deposit.
So, Smith's location.
Let's not just talk about empty promises, but with proper paperwork.
Saran became angry upon hearing this.
You little brat.
But Kong Chan was smug.
Honestly, you're not a very trustworthy person, are you?
Saran was speechless.
What did he say? He loosened his tie and said, Kid, I have to admit you think more maturely than your age. But there's an organization you can't even imagine, so don't try to sweet-talk me into
revealing Smith's location.
Kong Chan replied calmly, I don't care about that, I only care about the contract. If I hear one more strange sign, I'm afraid Smith will have to disappear from this world. Forever.
Saran asked him, how can you guarantee that I'll take over Smith's identity after accepting
the contract?
Kong Chan asked him back.
All I'm saying is that the person who will regret it the most is you. There's a lot of money in that Swiss bank, isn't there? Saran replied. In reality, the decision is mine, but it will take a lot of time to notarize and announce the contract.
Kong Chan said nonchalantly, is that so?
Then we'll just have to go bankrupt together. Saran gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger.
You damn brat. Kong Chan was even calmer.
Stop trying to justify yourself.
It's not like Smith at all.
Saran clenched his teeth and said, "You're still just like the Kong-chan I knew."
What's with that attitude? Kong-chan's demeanor immediately became serious.
There's no need to beat around the bush.
Let's get back to the main point. What do you and Smith have now? But Saran's reply was very vague.
Let's see, Kong-chan smirked threateningly. Threateningly, the Swiss bank, the drugs, the black cat. Has anyone other than me told you these things?
Saran's face darkened. I get it, tomorrow 10 a.m. Business Center Hotel. Let's sign the contract, and in this year the sooner the better. He seemed to realize something. Wait a minute.
He remembered, he thought of his family. Asterisk, if my father is involved, then my mother could also be in danger.
But, asterisk.
But he suddenly shifted to another topic. The voice on the other end spoke.
Why no reply? Saran set the appointment. 10 a.m., Business Center Hotel. I understand. Then, let's end this conversation here.
Saran slammed the phone down angrily.
Brat! Who is he? He screamed. Damn brat! Saran couldn't contain his anger. As expected,
he's not afraid of this world.
He struggled. He asserted with gritted teeth, it must be him.
After he failed, after hanging up, Kong-chan thought, Saran is completely different from Smith. No matter how rushed he is, he never misses anything. His eyes stared straight ahead, just like the old days.
While Kong-chan remained calm, Saran was furious. Kong-chan lowered his head.
Lost in thought, Saran ran off with Smith. There's no need to rush, I definitely can't afford to lose, no matter what, I have to do it, In the waiting lounge, Kong-chan's face showed little emotion. He held a cup and thought absent-mindedly, damn, my body and the situation are all a mess, it's making me cry. As he lifted the cup to drink, Kong-chan suddenly noticed something. It was the wall clock. It was already 10:45.
He squeezed the paper cup and threw it.
He tossed it into the trash can.
Then Kong-chan left. This can wait until tomorrow. For now, I need to call home. He went to the front desk and asked, "Can I borrow a phone for a moment? I lost mine." The nurse replied, "Yes." Kong-chan took the phone. He hesitated. And what excuse should I use? But then he came up with a reason. Kong-chan smiled with dissatisfaction. He dialed a number. I'm really. All right. Kong-chan made the call. It's Chan. That's right.
The person on the other end bombarded him with questions.
Where are you, Chan? Why did it take you so long to call home? Where are you? Kong-chan remained silent.
The person continued to ask.
Your mother is very worried about you. Are you here now? He finally replied, Yes, I just arrived. Kong-chan's mother instructed him. Is that so? You have to tell me everything when you get home. Kong-chan replied, Yes, I will. After speaking, he returned the phone to the nurse. Thank you very much. Kong-chan's footsteps faded as he walked away. The expression on his face returned.
And to its cold demeanor, Kong-chan thought of his mother and also his father when an image of his parents being affectionate with each other. His mother's worry when he was in the hospital, a memory of the two of them, father and son. And even when his mother cried, both of them, he walked and thought, I'll come back later. I have to go home first, The thugs were still guarding the hospital room door. One of the subordinates ran up to him and said, I've been looking for you everywhere, Hyangnim. Kong-chan said to him, Is that so? I have a favor to ask you. The subordinate replied, Please, Hyangnim, just say the word. Kong-chan asked him, First, find me a set of clothes. The subordinate turned to leave. Hyangnim, please wait a moment. As he was about to leave, he paused when Kong Chan continued. Also, Kong Chan made another request. Tell Guang Take and Seo Du Suk to meet me at the hotel tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
If anything happens before then, contact me. I'll be there right away. The subordinate was curious. Why, sir? But Kong Chan didn't elaborate. That's all you need to know. He replied, I understand. As evening fell in an apartment building, a voice called out, Son, you're back. Di Kyung asked Haisuk, are you feeling better now? Haisuk smiled and replied, yes. Di Kyung comforted her. Our son is probably fine too. Haisuk asked again, what did you say? Di Kyung repeated, he's fine, so don't worry too much. Just focus on resting and getting your strength back. Haisuk smiled faintly. Di Kyung. Haisuk kept looking at her. Just then, the phone rang. Dae Kyung took out his phone, wondering who could be calling at this hour. He answered the phone, hello. The expression on Dae Kyung's face grew somber. Haisuk grew worried as she listened to him talk. What are they saying, honey? Dae Kyung became frantic. Is that true? Has it been confirmed? Have you confirmed the discrepancy with the French owner? There are no translation errors. He kept denying it to himself. No, it's impossible. I can't believe it. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., of course, it's possible. Dae Kyung replied to the other end of the line. Is that so? Is that so? You've worked hard. I understand. He put the phone down, his eyes wide with surprise. Haisuk asked worriedly, what's wrong, honey? Dae Kyung turned to his wife and said, the 50%. They deposit this time. They will grant us exclusive rights to the car in Korea for the next 20 years. Haisuk was also surprised to hear that. That, Dae Kyung continued, the exclusive contract, you know about it, right? They're even meeting tomorrow at 10 a.m. to sign it. Haisuk couldn't believe it and asked, why? Why on earth? Dae Kyung didn't understand either. I don't know either. It's just that contract is related to Chon. Wondered, just how smart is that kid? Di Kyung was lost in worry. I don't know anything about this. He seemed a bit annoyed for not knowing sooner. Suddenly, there was a noise outside. They both ran out to see Kong Chan had returned. He said, sorry for being late. Di Kyung and Haisuk were surprised to see him. Haisuk took Kong Chan's hand. She asked her son with concern. Why are your face and hands injured? What happened? Kong Chan hesitated. This. He made up an excuse. It's just from some exercise, nothing special. Haisuk still couldn't stop worrying. She pulled him into the house and asked, have you eaten yet? Kong Chan replied, I have. Dae Kyung also said to him, son, you're back. He reminded him about what happened earlier. Dad got a phone call. The contract was signed thanks to you. Kong Chan was a little surprised. The contract. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, the contract will be signed. What on earth is going on? Kong Chan forced a smile and replied, I just got some help from my connections online. Haisuk took his hand. So she suddenly hugged Kong Chan tightly, causing him to cry out in pain. Oof. Looked down in surprise on guard. And Haisuk's body was trembling. He asked her, why are you crying? Tears streamed down Haisuk's face as she said, I was just worried, not knowing if you were. Okay, out there all alone. Kong Chan comforted her, I just wanted to help Dad with his work a little. Di Kyung smiled when he heard him say that. Kong Chan continued, compared to the contract, Mom's health is more important. He reached out his hand, then Kong Chan hugged Haisuk. So this is what it's like, family. Kong Chan lowered his head. family is. Suddenly he pushed Haisuk away. That by the way, Kong-chan asked Di-kyung, Dad, do you know teacher Seo Kong-cho? He's our old PE teacher. Haisuk answered for him. Dad knows him. What about him? Hong-chan told them he just got into a traffic accident. So, I think I'll go to the hospital to visit him. Now. Kong-chan replied, yes. Kong-chan continued, I'll probably stay there all night. Haisuk asked him, where is his family? Kong-chan came up with an excuse, that his family lives far away, so they can't make it in time. Haisuk seemed reluctant. Even so, before she could finish, Dae-kyung interrupted, remember to come back early. Kong-chan said cheerfully, thanks, Dad. Daisuke, however, was not pleased. Honey, Dae-kyung was very supportive of him. You can go. Coincidentally, Dad wants to have a smoke to relieve some stress. Do you want to come alone? Kong-chan also agreed. Yes. A street lamp cast its glow down. Dae-kyung lit a cigarette. He sat next to Kong-chan. Dae-kyung. Kong-chan asked frankly, did you get help from gangsters? Kong-chan denied it, no sir, after all, our country is still debating the operation of foreign companies. Dae-kyung was curious, what really happened? He reminded him, here, with online relationships, it's very vague, Dad is also a businessman. Kong-chan replied, Saran, that was his previous proposal, I'll tell you after it's finalized. Dae-kyung asked him why is that? Kong-chan explained, if you ask why, it's like this so I had no choice but to lie. I didn't want to either. That understands. Also, Kong-chan turned to look. Dae-kyung said happily, thank you son, I'm really grateful to you. Kong-chan also smiled faintly. Dae-kyung advised him, don't get hurt, money isn't as important as your body. If something happens to this body, you'll have wronged your parents. Kong-chan replied, yes, I'll remember that. In the hospital, the elevator went up to the second floor. The subordinate bowed to Kong-chan, you're here, Hyung-nim. Kong-chan reminded him irritably, do it properly, why do you have to bow several times a day? The subordinate replied, yes, Hyung-nim. He stammered that. Kong-chan asked directly, what is it now? The subordinate happily announced, the teacher is awake. Kong-chan's expression brightened. Is that so? Kong-chan had now woken up. Kong-chan asked joyfully, the teacher is awake? He smiled broadly. Is that so? Kong-chan hurried towards the hospital room. Kong-chan's eyes were barely open, his neck severely injured. He suddenly heard a noise outside. Kong-chan stood at the door of the room, asking, you're awake? You thought I'd die that easily? He smirked and teased back, if you can joke like that, you're not dying yet. Kong-chan shot him a glare and complained, what do you mean not dying? I got beaten up a lot. Kong-chan pulled a chair over for himself, conceding, alright, you're the talented one. Although Kong-chan was seriously injured, he was still concerned about him. Captain, are you hurt? He confidently held up his 5 bandaged fingers. My ribs and hand are a little damaged, but it's nothing to worry about. Don't mind it. He then asked Kong-chan, did you tell my wife I was in a traffic accident? Kong-chan understood that Kong-cho would be concerned about that, so he had handled it properly. Don't worry, I already told her. Kong-cho was somewhat relieved, good. Then Kong-cho became concerned about his belongings. I wonder if my clothes are in the closet. He casually ordered Kong-chan. If they are, give me a cigarette from the jacket pocket. Cigarettes? He rummaged through asking for one himself. I'll have one too. Kong-cho growled a little, reminding him, I'm a teacher and you're my student, so at least don't smoke in front of me. He found it really annoying and muttered a few complaints. You're so fussy. Kong-chan picked up the bed remote. He helped Kong-chan sit up a little.
He lit the flame of a lighter and lit the cigarette in his mouth. Then he exhaled a cloud of smoke, feeling refreshed.
Kong glanced at Kong. Recap channel outro. Kong cocked an eyebrow in response. Seriously? Kong's face showed his enjoyment of the cigarette. I want to know what's been going on lately.
Tell me everything that happened while I was hospitalized from beginning to end. The four fluids slowly dripped into Kong's body as Kong-chan recounted every detail for him. He spoke without stopping.
Kong-cho listened silently, not missing a word. Finally, the story was finished. That's what happened. Kong-cho looked over at Kong-chan. I have a favor to ask. Captain, there are two things I need your help with. You must have something important to say, and one of them I definitely have to listen to. Kong-chan was ready to accept. What is it? Tell me.
With a cigarette still in his mouth, Kong-cho uttered.
First, tomorrow, Saran. Kong-chan frowned, not understanding his intent. Kong's face became more serious. Your father's contract as well.
Smith will probably come back, so I have a few things to worry about.
He asked, will you eliminate Smith? Instead of risking your life again or breaking your father's contract, this would be better.
This made it difficult for Kong to answer.
After a while, he finally opened his mouth. How do you think I'll answer? Answer. Kong's eyes held a deep meaning as he replied. It'll be troublesome until Saran is dead. You won't do it. Kong-chan clenched his fist. I know. It'll be troublesome until Saran is dead. Kong-cho took another drag of a cigarette. If you understand, then the second thing. He made a request. Take me to see Smith. Kong-chan confirmed. Now. Kong-cho was a bit worried. So he wanted to go right away.
If we go to the hotel tomorrow, we won't have another chance to see him.
I want to see that guy one time.
After hearing this, Kong-chan agreed.
Then I understand. Done. Then, Kong-cho exhaled a puff of smoke. Kong-cho ordered the guards outside. Hey, give me a wheelchair.
They replied respectfully.
Yes, sir.
In another room, Smith was lying flat on his bed, covered in injuries.
Suddenly, he realized something.
The sound of a wheelchair slowly approached.
Smith struggled to sit up. Who? Who's there? Kong let out a laugh. Looks like you're seriously hurt. Kong switched to speaking French. Smith, Daru is here to see you.
He was a bit stunned for a moment.
Daru, Kong found this a bit strange. Doesn't this bastard know Korean? So Kong wanted to express, you bastard, I've forgiven you now. After hearing that, Kong-chan was speechless for a moment. How am I supposed to translate something like that?
He looked at Smith, who was half dead on the hospital bed.
Kong-chan gripped the wheelchair tightly.
If he goes tomorrow, he didn't translate Kong-cho's sentence, but spoke his own mind. Your comrades died in vain, so you've been living with a guilty conscience. This made Smith jump.
Are you really the ghost of black people? He repeated irritably, didn't you hear what I said before? Have you lost your mind? Smith lifted his head slightly. I've been here thinking carefully on my own. I don't know how Saran will get the password. Kong-chan's tone became increasingly harsh. Saran doesn't know that you abused a 16-year-old girl and beat her to death.
This made Smith clam up.
Smith tried to shift the focus to Kong. Asked Daru, he lent me money several times. Kong turned to him to ask. He's asking about you lending him money. Kong-cho recounted angrily.
That bastard went out with women 4 times. And all 4 times he came to me to borrow money.
Now he has the audacity to ask.
I remember it was 4 times when I went to the bathroom.
And left my wallet on the table. Kong questioned Smith. Smith in a loud voice, you took the wallet from Daru's jacket, didn't you? He shouted tremblingly, Captain, you. He intended to turn and leave. If you still don't believe me, let's stop here. It's too much trouble.
Smith reached out his hand slightly as if to stop him.
Death and resurrection. How can this be?
Kong Chan answered vaguely, I don't know, but it happened.
It's better this way.
His entire face was covered in sweat. He ordered with a blunt attitude.
Tomorrow, Hansa ran over to me. Since the password hasn't been revealed yet, go back to France. And don't let me see you a second time. Suddenly, Smith's craving for cigarettes hit. Gotta smoke. Kong Chan crossed his arms and asked Kong Cho. He's asking for a cigarette. What do you think? Thanks. Give it to him or not? Kong Cho generously said. That little thing is nothing. So give it to him. Kong Chan stuck a cigarette in Smith's mouth. And conveniently added a bit of fire to light it. While doing so, he grumbled. Great, this Kong Chan is running errands for a bastard like you. Kong Cho, in his wheelchair, added. The captain is the only one here who's young and can still walk. So what's a small thing like this? This? Smith tasted the cigarette in his mouth and complimented. Is this a Korean cigarette? The taste isn't bad. Kong Chan snapped at him, shut up and smoked quickly. We don't have time to visit you. Then, he suddenly mentioned something. Saran's password. Smith said just 2 words. I know. Which caught Kong Chan's attention. What? Smith. Smith didn't hide anything. I had a part in it. Half the diamonds were sold for money. And half belonged to the gang. So if I go back to France, I'll die. He gritted his teeth. And asked again, what kind? Smith honestly continued to confess. I'm also protecting. A small part, so I'll tell you the entire password. Hearing this, his eyes turned red. Hey, do you think I've forgiven you? Or something to dare to provoke me like this? Touched a raw nerve with Kong Chan. I don't want to touch the price of the lives of the team members. So go negotiate with Saran yourself. Of course, before that, I'm afraid you'll be beaten to death by me. But, he was talking about a rather dangerous place. Yuzichi, the city hall in front of the hotel, and the announcement at the hotel. There are Chinese and Japanese mafia gangs there, each with about 10 people. If you're going to trade with Saran tomorrow, then spare my life. Kong Chan looked at Smith with growing anger. He thought to himself that things are getting bigger and bigger. It would have been quicker to just go one-on-one with Saran tonight to settle this than it is now. Smith offered his speculation. The drugs have probably been distributed to the Chinese and Japanese factions. He called me back then to discuss this. He probably won't be able to sit still with this turmoil. Kong Chan threatened him again, no matter what you say, you can't live in Korea. Smith proposed a solution. Then the only way is to appoint me as the director of the Korean branch. Thank you. Kong Chan turned sharply to Smith and sneered. This crazy bastard. Kong Cho, not understanding French, asked, what's so funny? What did he say? Kong Chan patiently explained everything to Kong Cho bit by bit. Kong Cho seriously suggested, ask him how he knows Saran's password. With a dog-like brain like his, he couldn't have fooled Saran. First, let's hear what he has to say. If his words are reliable, why do we have to wait until tomorrow? Before sunrise, we have to eliminate all the Chinese and Japanese. Tomorrow, when the contract ends, we'll catch Saran. Kong Chan smirked teasingly, I'm not like you, unable to fight, but is that really you? Why so clear-headed all of a sudden?
He found Kong Chan's way of speaking amusing. Stop with the nonsense.
So are we really making that brat the director of the Korean branch? Joe said sarcastically, do you think just because you want to be something, you can be it? Kong Chan voiced a hypothesis, but suppose if he got that money, what would you do? Kong Cho didn't want to discuss it anymore, so he relented. All right, bring him to school. I'm not good at English or French. What do you think if we mess with a native speaker a little? Say he's a foreign teacher.
Anyway, he's about to die, so there's no need to push him into a corner. But he tried to glance over one more time.
Anyway, let's get back to the main point. Recap channel outro.
His eyebrows furrowed more and more.
It's really curious. How could this stupid brat pull off such a cunning trick? Smith uttered a name, got a black field. The password? Of that bastard.
This turned Kong Chan's world black and white.
What? Kong Chan angrily ground his teeth, cursing those sick bastards.
He wanted to push the matter out of his mind.
Damn it, forget it. So how did you find out? Smith slowly recounted.
I found out when I had to tell the bank my password.
Saran once told me to call the bank because he wanted to withdraw money. I always told them I was Smithson of Africa before giving the numbers.
But at that moment, while Smith was on the phone, got a Blackfield, I got confused that day and said got a Blackfield instead. The next piece of information made him jump to his feet. And they responded by saying, please tell us the second password. So I told them Smith 7102 of 913 Africa, and the withdrawal was completed.
Smith said slowly, that's how I found out that Saran's password is God of Blackfield.
Then Kong Chan stroked his shin and thought for a while.
Asterisk, what a mess. Should I think that Saran, the most careful person I know, would choose such an easy-to-guess password? Should I trust Smith more? Asterisk, this forced him to make a choice. Should I trust Smith more?
He knew exactly how Kong Chan was feeling.
You're doubting me, aren't you? I didn't believe it at first either. If that password is wrong when you check it, I don't mind if you break my neck.
But please, believe me this time.
Kong Chan didn't want to repeat himself. Forget it. Forget it, you told us before we even asked about it. It must be true. Smith revealed more information. As you know, Saran always watches his back.
He probably trusts the Chinese and Japanese men the most to watch his back.
That's why we should start by eliminating them.
He posed a big question mark.
Smith quickly corrected his wording. I mean, UCA.
Captain, hearing that, Kong Chan let out a sigh. Suddenly Smith shouted loudly, if his hand clenched tightly, I return to France after the contract is finalized tomorrow, those vipers will surely kill me.
Kong Chan tilted his head, confused as to why he was suddenly so agitated. Smith started to get flustered. He might have suspected you since you were with us. What should I do? Here. He confessed he suspects me because he doesn't know that I know his password.
Smith still harbored significant worries. Until now, we still haven't followed the gang's ways. But Saran got greedy and decided to buy shares using the gang's money under my name. So if he wants to gain power, he'll have to take me to France and we'll use the money in our account to fix things with him.
And it might be a bloody incident.
Once we lose the money, I'll be worthless to him. He'll kill me, and move on to his next plan. At this moment, Kong Chan silently looked at the person lying on the bed. Smith started to beg, Captain, I've lost an eye and an arm.
Please let me live. Please save me. Kong Chan still didn't utter a word. Kong Cho couldn't stand it anymore and asked, what has he been saying all this time? He summarized it in a simple sentence. He's asking us to save him from Saran.
He wanted to hear Kong Chan's opinion.
So, what are you going to do?
His mood was still very frustrated. You're the one who almost died at his hands.
I'll leave it to you. Kong Cho seemed to be giving an order. As I said, help him. Kong Chan's sharp gaze swept over to Kong Cho. Are you okay with this?
He looked at Smith for a moment and then dismissed it.
He uttered a single word, yes. Kong Cho's feet slipped into his slippers. The guards saw the movement. Kong Chan went out and gave an order, gimme Wong Tek. They immediately complied, yes, Hyung Nim. One of them picked up the phone, it's me sir, politely, yes, I'll transfer you. Then, he handed the phone to Kong Chan, here you go sir. Kong Chan answered the other end of the line, it's me. Gwang Taek's voice sounded impatient, hey, what happened?
Kong Chan calmly recounted, in the hotel opposite the City Hall and the Bampa Hotel, there are
10 Chinese and Japanese men.
They're all drug buyers.
He urgently questioned, the Chinese and Japanese men?
These bastards seem to be trying to make things even more chaotic.
What's the name of the organization? Kong Chan left him with one sentence, I don't know yet. Next, Wang Tek found this to be quite normal. Really? Okay, it's fine. With so many men, we'll find out soon enough.
Kong Chan requested, and I need a room at the Namsan Hotel tomorrow. Wang Tek continued, I need to tell Dusuk first.
Are you at the hospital? I'll call this number to contact you. Kong Chan agreed. Yeah, the other side did as well.
Alright, at the hospital that night, overnight, Wang Taek, after receiving the call, immediately came to visit.
To visit? Oh my god, you two don't look so good. Kong Chan answered for Kong Cho. It's not that bad. I know you didn't come here just to see if we're okay. What's up? Wang Taek honestly reported back. We found those foreigners. We're about to launch an attack. He wanted to hear what happened next.
So he changed the subject.
Aren't you going?
His expression suddenly didn't look very good.
Kong Chan lowered his voice.
Oh, Wang Taek, take him home.
Wang Taek shot him a glare. Do you want to reconsider?
He was a bit taken aback by Kong Chan's attitude.
What are you talking about?
His face became sharper and sharper. If you're not confident enough, tell me honestly. Sir, Wang Taek repeated what he had just said. If you're not confident enough, tell me honestly.
Kong Chan's voice rose higher and higher. Do you think I will follow any of your orders just because you helped with the club and some other small things? He yelled up his hand, signaling him to stop. Wait a minute, Wang Taek slowly uttered, you think I came here enunciating each word to ask you and then put on a threatening face about going out there and fighting for me? Do you take me for a fool?
He clenched his fist in frustration.
Since we decided to help you, I just asked you.
Out of consideration, so you could witness the righteousness of this matter.
Do you really think that I, the great O Gwang Taek, would ask for the help of an ordinary high school student who was willing to stand at death's door just to clean up his own backyard?
Blood vessels popped in Gwang Taek's eyes.
Damn it, that hurts. I don't care about it. Let's end this here. Kong Chan's attitude was just as firm.
Since I promised myself, I will listen to every single one of your requests, no matter how small.
He smirked as a warning. After all, don't cross that line again. Recap channel outro.
He shouted so loudly that people passing by the room were startled.
All right, with this accident, I'll consider your debt paid.
According to my charity in Gangnam, it will all be returned.
Satisfied, Kang Khan was extremely calm, and thanks for watching. Get your people out of this hospital. Wang Taek felt he was becoming increasingly overbearing.
Damn it, we're not leaving because of you, but because this hospital is very important to me. He screamed in Kong Chan's face.
That's why you should stop hanging around me. It's ridiculous. We still have to deal with those foreign bastards.
Not because of you, but because they are trespassing illegally.
Kong Chan said calmly, I don't care. That's your business, not mine. before leaving Guang Take angrily refused. That's it. Then study hard, you bastard. Otherwise, you'll become a gangster. Kong Chan replied with one sentence. I understand. You're truly pathetic. He stomped his foot in frustration and left. I feel so disgusted. Let's go. As soon as he disappeared, Kong Chan didn't utter another word. Kong Cho asked him curiously, why did you do that? Kong Chan wasn't in a good mood. What do you mean? He repeated his point. I'm talking about a Wang Take. You didn't have to do that, did you? Kong Chan lowered his voice and told Kong Cho to rest properly.
Now think carefully, they're gangsters.
Are we gangsters? Why do you think we fight our own way until we get injuries that only harm us? Kong Chan needed to make a clear distinction.
Although we owe him a few things, this is where we have to draw the line. They will protect their own territory while we take care of Saran ourselves. Seeing this, Kong Cho could only sigh.
I don't think you're wrong, Captain. Kong Chan's sharp gaze looked straight ahead, so it's done. Guang Take had just left through the side door.
He turned back to look at Kong Cho for a moment.
He had a heart to remind him.
A man is injured as he shouldn't be thinking so much.
Go get some sleep. Kong Cho showed concern in return. What about you? He said nonchalantly. I'm going to sleep too.
He added another thought at the end. After I finished some work, the sky was clear blue the next day at the hospital where Kong
Cho was staying. Kong Cho, lying in bed, asked, You're awake? Kong Chun felt something was off. Something strange.
He was a bit confused.
What? Kong said flatly, My body, it's really mine.
At this point, Kong Cho felt scared.
Did your wound get worse? Should I call a doctor? Kong boasted cheerfully. I feel much better than expected. Kong Cho's face was blank with confusion.
He rotated his shoulder. Although it still hurts a little.
Kong clenched his injured hand. And a triumphant look on his face. My condition is surprisingly better than yesterday.
Then he smirked.
I want to move around a little. It's really possible to get this much better in just one day. Kong Chun showed his fist to Kong Cho. It still hurts a bit, but compared to yesterday, it's a world of difference.
He moved his body a little.
How can it be like this in just one day? Kong Cho pressed the bed, controlled himself.
He smiled at Kong Chun. Anyway, it's better than being revived in another body.
If you recover quickly, it's good. Let's not look for reasons for this and that.
He nodded in agreement.
That's right.
He took out his phone from his clothes and dialed.
He made a phone call. This is Kong Chan. Just one ambulance is enough.
He put his hand in his pocket while talking.
Anyway, don't you know the truth is that it's impossible to answer? Kong Chan chatted very politely, yes. After chatting, Kong Chan hung up.
He put his hand in his pocket. Wearing a black jacket, he was about to go somewhere. Take good care of yourself.
I'll be right back. Kong Cho was a little worried. Are you really okay on your own? He gave a reassuring smile. Of course I'm fine. It's much better than taking you with me.
After hearing that, he was a little annoyed.
At least it's not too serious. He yelled, Please be careful. Kong Chan, who was about to leave, agreed. All right. Kong Cho watched him after he closed the door.
He opened his cigarette pack, lit one, and enjoyed the taste of the tobacco.
The white ambulance drove away. Kong Chan took Smith with him. He asked hesitantly, Is it really just the two of us? Hong Chan replied indifferent. So what?
A man who has been through as many battles as you. Smith became more and more worried.
I've never been in a battle in this physical condition. Kong Chun comforted him in a low voice. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Beads of sweat rolled down Smith's face. Kong Chun sat opposite Smith like that. The ambulance kept driving. It finally reached its destination. The car turned onto a road. It went to the underground parking lot and stopped. Kong Chan, with his injured hand, pushed Smith in a wheelchair. When the elevator opened, a man followed them and pressed the button. Then, he was about to take something out of his winter vest. He respectfully gave it to Kong Chan. This is suite 1701 at the end of corridor A. The elevators stopped at the 17th. Kong Chan calmly pushed Smith inside. The door slammed shut. Each of them stood in a corner. Kong Chan's hands clasped together. He looked up at the clock, feeling impatient. It's 9 o'clock. Kong Chan was about to pick up the phone. Let me try contacting Saran. He contacted someone. Among the guests, I'd like to speak with Mr. Saran. Yes. He listened attentively to the phone. The voice on the other end spoke. Kong Chan, he ordered room 1701. If you want to check, come alone. The other side was still skeptical. What if I'm being tricked? Kong Chan ignored what the person said and continued with his own words. The contract between us is serious. There's no reason to do that now. He brought up the contract conditions. At 10 o'clock the contract will end. When a lawyer checks and finds nothing strange, I will hand over Smith. The other side wondered, the deal must be fair. What if Smith suddenly disappears during the contract process? Kong Chun asked back, so what should we do? The person then proposed a solution, I'll come with one other person. While I'm making the deal, he'll stand guard. In his mind, Kong Chun was annoyed, what a cunning bastard. But if I accept the condition, it won't affect anything. But on the outside, he still accepted the condition. I understand. I'll accept the condition. The other side scheduled. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Kong Chan continued to wait. Suddenly he heard a sound. The door was opening. Someone was sitting there. The person pushed the door open and barged in. Saran approached. Smith's vision was blurry due to his eye injury. He pointed at Smith, what's this? Kong Chan sighed, a lot has happened. He smirked slyly, don't you look a little too relaxed for someone about to sell out their colleague? Saran gritted his teeth, you're joking a bit too much. I could take Smith away right now. Kong Chan stood up with a wave of his hand. He challenged, do I look that stupid? If anything strange happens, a lot of people will come up from the basement within 3 minutes. Saran's attitude was no less defiant. So what? No matter what you do, we'll take Smith in the end. He glanced behind him. Get ready. Kong Chan paid close attention to his every move. One of his hands pulled out a gun. Then he carefully attached a silencer. His face hardened. Thanks for watching. To threaten his opponent, then Saran gently reminded him until the contract is over. It's best you stay calm. He calmly complied, just do what you think is best. Saran laid out the condition. There are 3 of us left, then Kong Chan expressed. Anyway, in this situation, he's just a burden to me after the job is done. You can take him or leave him. It's up to you. Saran squinted at Kong Chan and he agreed. All right, I'll go and come back. The subordinate kept staring at Kong Chan and he returned to stare. He asked, can I sit down? The subordinate replied, of course. He calmly sat down. That's why Kong Chan fell into a deep thought. At first, everything was going smoothly. His eyes were fixed on the gun in his opponent's hand. There's only one thing no one can understand. The air on Kong Chan was heavy,
just need to solve one thing.
Time passed just like that. He rocked slightly in his wheelchair.
The subordinate squinted his eyes and looked.
Kong Chan intertwined his fingers.
The time had reached 10:6.
The phone rang. He picked up the phone to answer. "This is Kong Chan."
The other side replied, "It's Du Suk."
"The contract has been concluded neatly."
The person announced, "The lawyer has finished checking.
Saran is on his way up." Kong Chan lowered his voice. "I understand." Kong Chan decisively hung up the phone. Kong Chan then told the subordinate, "The contract is over. You can finish your work here now."
He didn't utter a word.
Smith begged Kong Chan, "Can you please take off the bandage on my other eye?" He asked why. Smith expressed, "First, I want to see."
Kong Chan grumbled irritably, "So troublesome."
Kong Chan carefully removed the bandage for him. A sound came from outside. Saran quickly entered.
The subordinate stood guard outside.
Smith gradually regained his sight. Saran spoke up. "The contract has been concluded as desired." He growled softly. "Now it's your turn."
Saran pulled the tie from his neck and said the same thing again.
"You're really like the Kong Chan I used to know." Recap channel outro. Saran pointed irritably.
That smile that hurts your honor?" he asked with a growl. "The old Kong Chan hurt your honor?" Saran frowned. "What?" Kong Chan continued his words with anger. "Is Blackfield more important than the people in the team?" Saran's whole body trembled. He gave a devilish smile and shifted his gaze to Kong Chan. Smith behind him was startled. "That fool!" His eyes became strange.
"Did God of Blackfield say something to you?" Kong Chan slowly approached.
"The feeling is, both of them were on high alert."
"Why don't you answer my question? Now what more do you want? Then your life is only second."
"I'll wait for you at home and there's no other way but to take your mother."
Kong Chan's face was defiant. "Let's see. Actually, there were a few things last night that you didn't realize." Smith's eyes widened strangely.
He looked towards Smith at just the right moment.
"You can come in now." A few more people entered.
Saran turned his head to follow.
Kong Chan seemed to be hiding something. Kong Chan's voice made Saran not understand anything. "You can come in now."
He turned his eyes to follow once again, and a few people strode forward. The two of them looked quite like thugs.
Saran subconsciously asked why. Kong Chan smirked. "Really? Are you surprised?" Smith also joined in. "Still don't know."
He raised his voice.
"Saran, you're now being used." Smith's tone made Saran not know what to do. "You've fallen into the trap of the God of Blackfield." He opened his eyes wide. "What?" Kong Chan reminded him. "Isn't your nickname the Desert Fox?"
He questioned in a loud voice, but the password shows zero caution.
Kong Chan declared heroically, "So today you will die here." Saran gritted his teeth and asked, "Did you send the money to France?"
Seeing this, Kong Chan replied with satisfaction, "Because that's the price Smith has. There, you get everything as an added bonus, although I don't know if it's worth 700 million euros. He was more confused.
"Then what about those?" Kong Chan recounted the incident. "Last night, we got everything, although time was a bit tight." Kong Chan's voice was extremely calm. However, a request was sent from the French side. Since it couldn't be resolved in Korea, they asked for our help after the transaction was completed. His eyes revealed a sharp glint. "Glint. My home is something I will protect with my life." He even kindly said, "Let me explain it more simply for you." "From when?" Kong Chan's words were spoken slowly. "Here, on your side, there is no one." Saran angrily exclaimed, "You're more formidable than I thought." He cheerfully continued, "First, surrender immediately. and beg us to kill you as painlessly as possible. Second, and he proposed a condition: I'll fight you one-on-one to determine the winner. He wasn't afraid and asked for more. And the method?
The smile on his lips grew wider.
Either way, it will have to be our way. There's nothing taken for granted. Smith was still listening intently. Our way? Do you mean to say mercenaries? This made Saran question, are you really Jiobi? Kong Chan answered ambiguously. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Then he asked another question. If I kill you, will they acknowledge it? Kong Chan replied bluntly, of course. It's a simple one-on-one match. They'll just be observers. Saran was pleased, took off his jacket. Alright then, the same goes for Kong Chan. The two of them rolled up their sleeves. A subordinate prepared 2 knives. The atmosphere became tense. The other person was also watching eagerly. The two tied one hand together. The other held a knife. Before entering the battle, Saran spoke. If you're really Kong Chan, you'll remember right away. His footsteps began to move. His face darkened. That day, you couldn't avoid my gun. He slipped a little, his face tilting up to the sky. The fight officially began. Blood splattered. In a moment, everything was almost led by him. On the ground, Kong Chan regained his footing. He carefully observed his opponent. As expected, he's not an easy opponent. Saran's attitude was serious and focused. Kong Chan struck, but he blocked it immediately. Next, it was Saran's turn to strike. The two struggled back and forth. Kong Chan dodged his blows brilliantly, launching a continuous series of attacks. Kong Chan had a hard time dealing with Saran. Saran tried to move, but missed. Saran narrowed his eyes and turned back. Kong Chan glared fiercely, and so, a fatal blow was delivered, but he still managed to dodge that blow. Could it be you who shot Diru? Saran narrowed his eyes and turned back. Kong Chan glared fiercely. Another fatal blow was delivered. The two knives clashed. Recap channel outro. Kong Chan roared. You bastard! The sound of the blades clashing rang out. The opportunity came. Kong Chan slashed a line across Saran's body. He glanced down. The two of them clashed. It was Saran's turn to strike. A slash across Kong Chan's shoulder. He was wounded in the shoulder. Just like that, Saran showed a hint of smugness. Remember, backstabbing comrades as worthless as you is truly an interesting experience. Saran's eyes revealed a victorious look. Today will be even more interesting. The two of them fought even more fiercely. Kong Chan's head lunged forward. Kong Chan intended to attack, but Saran blocked him. He gave a devilish smile again. Seizing the opportunity, Saran unleashed thousands of sharp moves. Saran's attacks were relentless. He slashed a line across his right shoulder. Saran's face once again showed a look of pleasure. Kong Chan quickly blocked him. Saran continuously cut into his shoulder. Smith on one side was worried. Compared to the CA, the captain who hasn't recovered from his injuries, Saran is in peak physical condition. The battle was at its most intense stage. He squinted his eyes to observe. Asterisk, even if it's the old GOB, there's still a disadvantage. Short arms, not enough strength. In this condition, it's hard to counter his attacks. This is a one-on-one match where the decisive blow is in a split second, asterisk. Saran launched another attack. Kong Chan quickly dodged. Asterisk just one time. From beginning to end, I've just been waiting for one opportunity. I won't let that chance slip away and I will definitely end this match. Asterisk the knife flew with lightning speed, grazing Kong Chan's cheek causing it to bleed. Blood splattered. His face was determined. He changed his stance to block back each blade, continuously, without rest. He tiredly blocked the knife. Aaron smirked, thinking he had one. I'll end this gently. He pulled Kong Chan's arm, preparing to stab him to death. At this moment, Kong Chan saw it. Opportunity. Saran was a little surprised at this moment. Not giving up, but following like this. He had this thought from the beginning. Kong Chan focused all his strength and rushed forward. The disadvantage disappeared. What was left now? The blade flew forward quickly. Who was faster? Aaron was no less formidable. And then a decisive move. Saran was clutching the back of his neck, but there was nothing. He gradually relaxed. Kong Chan stabbed forcefully into the back of Saran's neck. The blade sank deeper and deeper. His face darkened. He decisively slashed a line, and the forest was in so much pain that his eyes rolled back in his head. Then he fell under Kong Chan's shoulder. The blade slowly fell. He helped Saran remove the bandage. Saran's head slid down. He knelt on both knees. A bright smile bloomed, and so did the subordinates. Kong Chan spoke, "Anyway, we're all going to hell." Kong Chan bid farewell. "We'll face each other again there, Saran." The three subordinates rolled up their sleeves and told Kong Chan, "Leave the rest to us." They opened the bag to carry the body and clean up the scene. He turned to the long-haired man who was smoking and asked, "I can trust you, right?" He was chatting with the body disposal crew about something. He smirked, waving his cigarette. "Nothing to worry about. We've done things like this dozens of times. That's how we got paid." Kong Chun didn't utter a word. They continued to work, putting Saran in a body bag. He carefully zipped up the bag. Another person opened a bottle of bleach. Around the bloodstain, Kong Chun was still holding the knife, his head bowed. His fingers were intertwined. The person called him. He respectfully handed the phone to Kong Chun. "The boss wants to talk to you directly." He took the call. The other side expressed their gratitude. "Thanks to you, the damage was minimized." "I think I should thank you." Kong Chan reiterated a few things. "Don't forget the 2 promises." He was curious about Kong Chan's identity. "You're someone who values promises and honor." "I want to know your name." He lowered his eyes without speaking, then uttered a name. "Ada Blackfield." The other side burst out laughing. "What a cool name. Anytime, anywhere, just say your name and you'll get what you want. If you're done talking, I'm hanging up." He handed the phone to them. Those guys said, "We'll help you now." Kong Chan wondered why they had to bring Saran along. The long-haired man replied nonchalantly, "We have to take good care of our partner." He added, "There's also some news you'll like. Dom will send Smithson to the Korean branch." Then the long-haired man said something to the bald man, who excitedly raised his fist. He expressed his gratitude to Kong Chan. "Thank you for the beautiful action scenes in this transaction. If we have the chance, we'd like to visit again." Kong Chan kindly reminded him, "There's something, keep an eye out and verify that he's really." The long-haired man translated. Then the bald man grinned from ear to ear. The people were saying, "Just move him like that." The long-haired man agreed, "Just leave it like that." He seemed a little regretful. Now it's really time to say goodbye. A waiter brought a cart over. They quietly hid the body inside it. Then they quietly moved away. Longhair waved goodbye and slammed the door shut. Concon turned his head and told Smith, "We should go too. You've worked hard." The elevator went down to the first floor. Concon pushed Smith away. Below, a few people were waiting. They saw him and hurried over. "Let us." A man came to thank him.
Big brother, you've worked hard. Then he handed him a phone. Our client wants to send a gift to Big Brother.
The phone number is the same as before. Kong didn't utter a word. What's this guy's name? He continued his words, that's the reward for dealing with the Japanese and Chinese. So naturally.
He showed a worried expression. If you refuse this, they said they'll come to the school.
Kong Chan smirked faintly.
He raised his voice, there are many things to deal with behind the scenes. The ball man advised, but it's not too complicated, don't worry too much.
Kong Chan left and reminded him, all right, next time don't pretend to know each other.
That guy bowed 90 degrees.
Greetings, Big Brother. The ambulance gradually started up and it moved away. He asked him wonderingly, how should I live now? Kong Chan said very relaxedly, what are you worried about? You've already used 7 million in stock for the gangs. There's still 300 million euros left. Smith didn't really need that money. The captain and Ru can split that. He gently expressed, I still have 120 million in my stock money. Plus, if I work for Gon, I'll also get salary. Kong Chan asked curiously, will you accept it? Recap channel outro.
Smith shared a few words, I don't think I'll live in Korea. Kong Chan honestly advised, if you're still alive, go somewhere else.
Mountains are good. Rivers and water are good.
Just go to places with many beautiful women.
Smith agreed. All right. He made a decision.
I'll stay by the captain and Dairu's side. The sky was clear blue with clouds drifting lazily. At the hospital, a voice spoke up.
The VIP of our hospital is truly the best. Hyunwoo, while stitching up his wounds, asked curiously, how did you come back here with this many wounds after only 2 days?
The next day, Kong Chan demanded special treatment.
So give me VIP privileges. He made some basic requests, buy me a set of clothes. It would be a great style with that. Hyunwoo reminded him, this is a hospital. So Kong Chan emphasized, that's why I'm asking for VIP privileges.
Hyunwoo used his discerning eyes to look closely.
I'll give it to the head.
Applied the last piece of tape to his shoulder.
Done.
Then he told Kong Chan.
I'll get it to the head. He'll give it to the head of the department. Kong Chan was gentler than before.
At room number 5, he said, thank you.
Kong Chan left the clinic. When he got to Kong Cho, he gave Kong Chan a piece of his mind. You crazy bastard, CEO. Kong Ho.
But his face was very happy. You should have seen the cars overturned on their
sides. That one was red, too. Kong Chan took a sip of water. I thought it would be comfortable
inside, but it was nothing like I thought. Kong Cho sat beside him, looking on silently.
He smiled. Anyway, Captain, but isn't it really like a story? Leaving me behind and using the Japanese, French, and Chinese. Kong Chan pointed with amusement. Isn't that the best way to solve
the communication problem? It seems Siren contacted them this morning.
Kong Cho took a cigarette and enjoyed the story.
Even the French, somehow, wanted to end the deal, so we got what we needed and got rid
of what we needed to get rid of. Kancho laud hutitilai. Your body might not be what it used to be, but your mind seems much better. Kong Cho En. That even praised himself. I've always been smart, unlike some people.
Suddenly, Kong Cho remembered something.
Ah, hey, after dealing with all this and that, there's still some money left. I was thinking of splitting it between you, me, and Smith. Money. He kept asking for the price. How much? About 3 million euros. About 3 million euros. After that, I got a Frenchman. He was startled and blurted out a number for billion one. Kong-chan replied nonchalantly, "It's about that much."
That amount of money, he began to calculate.
"First, I'll pay the hospital bills. The rest, the captain can use as he sees fit. I don't particularly want anything." "Alright, let's deal with that later." Kong-chan asked, "What now?" Kancho was a little confused. "What?" Expressed himself openly. "Isn't catching Saran already revenge? In the future, will you live as Captain Kong-chan or as a high school student named Kong-chan?"
He lowered his eyes slightly in contemplation.
"Haven't you made a decision yet?" Kong-chan sat there like a statue. Kongcho confided in him.
"In the future, whether you're Captain Kong or student Kong-chan," he expressed, "you don't need to worry.
Kong-chan protected you." Kongcho sincerely advised.
"Captain, think it over carefully because whatever decision you make, I will follow." According to his memories, he began to reminisce. "I have found out the identity of the traitor who shot me here.
I will also personally deal with the criminal Saran. The revenge is considered over." He officially lived under one identity.
Kong-chan, from now on, it will be a life where even sitting near a window, I won't
have to worry about being shot.
He was carefree, not having to worry like in his previous life. Every year, 2/3 of the time was spent in the middle of a desert or jungle.
A life where I couldn't even sleep because I had to avoid the enemy's eyes. He wasn't afraid of being ambushed.
A life where I didn't have to worry about killing or being killed.
He cherished the warm moments. My family is both rich and kind. I can live with them now.
This had been weighing on his mind for a long time.
Kong-chan remained in the same sitting position. There's no need to struggle. No need to do anything. To stand still. Everything here will become my life. But Kong-chan still had something to wonder about. But what I'm doing is what I want to do. Will all those things really belong?
He couldn't believe he could have such things.
Do I deserve to enjoy it? Kong-chan posed a hypothesis. If there was a way to return this body to its former owner, I wouldn't hesitate to do so. Kong-chan needed to learn to accept.
But if there's no other way, if I have to live in this body until its lifespan ends? He didn't know how to behave at all.
Then what should I do? Can I call Hae-suk mom and Kong Dae-kyung dad? Kong-chan again thought of something negative. If one day I suddenly leave, how much more suffering will they have to endure? First, don't.
His thoughts kept drifting into such musings.
"Captain," Kong-chan suddenly asked, "what have you been thinking about for so long?"
He didn't want to reveal it, so he replied vaguely.
"Ah, it's nothing. Wait until I'm well, then we'll talk."
Kong confessed, "There's still a long time, everyone, please think carefully before making
a decision."
Kong smiled and accepted, "All right then." He also said someone would be coming, just.
"Now Minora said she's coming, won't you say hello?" Hearing that, Kong immediately refused. "No way, how am I supposed to introduce myself?"
Then he muttered to himself, "Just talking is fine, but if there's a chance, they'll
hit each other in the back of the neck." Said it's just the mood because suddenly something caught his attention. Kong-chan picked up the phone. "Hello." The other side said Kong-chan SSI. "The clothes are ready." Kong-chan replied politely, "Yes, I'll be right down."
As he was about to go down, he turned his head and told
Kong-chan, "Anyway, let's stop here for today. I'm both busy and tired."
He smiled and took a sip of his water.
He arrived home. He was back. Hae-suk welcomed him warmly. "My son, you've worked hard." He replied modestly. "Not at all." "Did Dad sign the contract smoothly?"
She looked at her son with sparkling eyes.
"Dad said you did it all." Hae-suk added.
He was crying while he called. He still maintained that attitude.
Dad did it all. I didn't do anything.
Of course, she held Kong Chan's hand and supported him. She hugged him tightly.
Thank you, my son. I love you. Look at her when she eats.
She leaned into her son.
Kong Chan sighed, his hand gently raising.
Perhaps I should gradually learn to accept. Suddenly he felt something was not right.
At what point?
So Kong Chan excused himself.
I'm going to my room to sleep. I'm tired from staying up all night. Haesuk gently moved away from him and said softly. Look at me. Go get some rest, son.
In Kong Chan's room, everything was neatly arranged. He glanced at his desk, a smooth hand without a single scratch.
Kong Chan thought with a headache, what should I do? He tousled his hair and lowered his head. I don't know. Then he relaxed and lay down on the bed. Let's just sleep for now.
His whole body was exhausted.
Kong Chan mumbled. Do I have the right to do this?
The sunset gradually descended.
Kong Chan woke up groggily. He sat up wearily. He opened his phone to check. Is it 6 o'clock already?
On his phone, something caught his attention.
What's this? Why are there so many messages from a strange number?
And they're not from the same number.
He clicked on one. Let's see, can I see you?
The person sent a message, if you see this message, please contact me. Kong Chan said to himself, even if I didn't save a number, I know who sent it.
He decided to press the call button. Kong Chan's voice was lazy. It's me, I just woke up, what's up?
The other side replied, it's nothing, just the school contacted me.
The teacher in charge is hospitalized, so the sports club is temporarily closed. Chang Chan was a little startled. Is that so? Wait.
So I have to go to school. The person had already arranged everything.
I'm sure you don't like it.
So I told him you had an accident. The person came up with a plan for him. It was originally a minor injury and you could still go to school, but it suddenly got worse. He smiled and praised.
Smart. I'm thoughtfully advised.
You won't be discharged for another 2 weeks, so even if you hate it, try to bear with it.
I know, get some rest. Then another strange number sent a text asking, why haven't you contacted me yet, Chan?
He didn't hesitate to call.
That person is the same, right?
One last time, a social conversation took place.
It's me, I'm fine. I don't need to worry about you, right? Kong Chan tried to downplay everything. I've handled it as if nothing happened.
The person on the other side was worried sick about him.
We were so worried. So where are you now? Kong Chan replied, at home. Kong Chan even invited him. This week is like this. So how about we go out for a proper meal next week?
The other side agreed immediately.
Okay, Chan, I'll contact you later. Kong Chan used the excuse to hang up. I'm a bit busy.
Then he noticed another message.
Actually, there were many messages. He wondered, did she hear the news too? Are you really hurt? Contact me when you see this message. It's not a serious injury, is it? I'm coming to your house now. Kong Chan found it a bit annoying. Why are you coming to my house again? He called. Hello.
The person's voice was full of worry.
Are you really okay? Kong Chan honestly replied, I'm really fine. The person asked further. By the way, where did you hear that I was injured? I'm the manager of the sports club. Kong Chan skillfully told the person.
Anyway, teacher Kong Ho was seriously injured.
And I only got a few scratches, so you don't have to come all the way to my house. But who knew? I'm almost there. Kong Chan had no choice but to agree. In the evening twilight, Mi Zhang had
been waiting on a stone bench. For a long time, restlessly, Kong Chan's footsteps slowly approached.
Mi Zhang easily recognized him. She quickly ran over. Just then, Kong Chan saw her. Mi Zhang. She quickly rushed into Kong Chan's arms. He was a little surprised by such a scene. Has she always been this brave? Her face looked like she was about to fall.
Luckily, Kong Chan caught her arm.
He could see her.
He carefully reminded her, "Be careful not to fall." Kong Chan glanced over at her, his eyes slightly averting. Mi Zhang's eyes, with her blushing cheeks, followed him.
She asked worriedly, "What about your injury?" Kong Chan replied, "I told you I'm fine."
Mi Zhang was determined not to give up, insisting on seeing it.
"Let me see where you hurt." Kong Chan clumsily tried to avoid her. "I told you I'm fine," but that only made Mi Zhang want to see it more. "No, let me see."
The two of them played around in the sunset. Just then, Mi Zhang held Kong Chan's hand. The two of them just stared each other like that. Her face was slightly flushed. Her lips were thin and delicate. It made Kong Chan unable to resist looking.
This is so awkward. What?
Mi Zhang stood on her tiptoes to get a better look at Kong Chan. Just as Mi Zhang's lips were about to touch Kong Chan's, his voice rang out.
"Want to take a walk?" For about 5 minutes.
The distance between the two of them widened.
He smiled. "The night air is so fresh."
Mi Zhang shyly covered her mouth.
Yeah.
As it gradually got dark, the street lights were turned on.
The figures of the two, one in front and one behind, walked together.
Mi Zhang clasped her hands worriedly.
"Are you really okay?" Kong Chan turned to look at her. "I'm really fine."
She smiled faintly.
"Then you can go to school now, right?"
On the outside, he agreed with a soft yeah. In his heart, he was disappointed.
What a pity. A moment later, he sighed. Teacher Kong Ho's problem is the bigger one.
Mr. Kong Ho's sports club can reopen in 2 weeks. Mi Zhang looked at him with interest.
2 weeks from now is right before the exams, right? Kong Chan nodded slightly. Yeah, right before the exams.
After repeating it, he was startled.
Wait, there's an exam.
Mi Zhang beside him clenched her fists in excitement.
Yeah, her enthusiasm was blazing. I'm definitely gonna get. If you get first place in the whole school, I am confident. The corner of her lips couldn't help but lift. Lately studying has been really fun.
Kong Chan behind her repeated her action, startled, suddenly exerting herself, as if preparing to send troops into battle. But a certain memory flooded back into his mind. Before that, Kong Chan broke out in a sweat and agreed to something.
If you get first place in the whole school, I'll give you a kiss. What does that mean?
At this point, Kong Chan couldn't help but smile wryly at himself. He glanced at Mi Zhang beside him and heard her ask, "What's wrong?"
Kong Chan quickly turned his head away in frustration. It's nothing.
He rubbed his shoulder and feigned.
Walking around is also quite tiring. My body is a bit sore. Mi Zhang was startled and worried. Is that so? Then you should go home and rest.
Standing face to face, Kong Chan said goodbye.
Then you go home safely. Mi Zhang waved at him energetically. Yeah, I'm heading home.
While walking backward, she eagerly looked forward to their next meeting.
See you at school.
Before turning her head, she smiled at Kong Chan, watching Mi Zhang's figure run off into the distance.
Kong Chan couldn't help but sigh.
Sigh, this little chick, what kind of lover follows you around all the time? It's not like she's a fan. He looked up at the streetlights. What if she studies hard? Maybe she'll be lucky, who knows? Early Monday morning at a certain tall building in the country, the car drove out of the apartment complex. Dekyong's voice called out softly, "Ja." He turned to look at him. Dekyong looked at him with concern and asked, "First, what are you going to do in the future?" Sitting in the passenger seat, he was a little confused. Why all of a sudden? He focused on the road and replied to him, "You'll be an adult next year, won't you?" He glanced at him. Kong Chun stammered slightly, "Well, first I have to prepare for the university entrance exam. Anyway, I'm sure I have to." He stared out the window, thinking to himself, "I don't want to take any exams right now, and to be honest, I'm not confident I can do well." Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. "How about," he asked in surprise, "France?" Kong Chan rambled on with enthusiasm. "Yeah, studying abroad in France seems really interesting. Lately, I can meet a lot of new people there." Dae-kyun smiled with satisfaction. "That's great. Your mother will definitely be very happy." His fingers tapped a few times on the steering wheel, but hey, Dae-kyun continued to glance over at him, worried. "You've recovered now, right?" Kong Chan calmly assured him, "Yes, it's all over, sir, everything completely." Kong Chan sighed softly. "Dad understands, what a relief." The car continued to speed down the road. At school, the atmosphere was familiar. Eun-sil saw him coming and let out a loud HMPF. Kong Chan looked at her gloomily as she blocked his way for a moment. Really, seeing her strange face, he thought to himself, rice cakes? What's this? Asterisk. Remembering that face for a moment, Kong Chan snorted softly, ignoring her. Recap channel outro. Kong Chan calmly entered the classroom. Only Eun-sil was making A. The students inside the classroom seemed very happy. Kong Chan opened the door with a click and entered. The lively classroom suddenly fell silent when they saw him. Kong Chan sighed and admitted to himself, "Ha! I knew it would be like this." As he entered the classroom, he noticed someone. Lee Ho-jun, with a bruised face, glanced at Kong Chan. He wasn't afraid to meet his gaze either. After that, he turned his face away. Chang-chun looked at Ho-jun with his head down on the desk, feeling annoyed. Having a conflict with that guy, I run into him everywhere. But he also walked past him. Asterisk, what? Did you recognize me? Asterisk. He pulled out his backpack and put on the table. Mi-jong, beside him, chuckled softly when she saw him sit down to check. She asked him gently, "Chan, you're here." Kong Chan looked at her with a frown and replied, "Yeah, I'm here." Mi-chan's pretty face giggled happily. But Kong Chan was even more confused as to why she was so happy. He quietly thought to himself, right now, in this classroom, Mi-chan's face was still as fresh as a shrimp. He swallowed. "You're the only one laughing. You alone." Seeing her expression, Kong Chan couldn't help but worry. "Don't you know that?" The literature teacher's voice writing on the board echoed steadily. The two words, "Everyone has a heart of compassion." After finishing writing, he turned down to the class to introduce, "Well, this is the most famous quote from Mencius, analyzing it." The literature teacher was steady, but Kong Chan below had already. A child suddenly falls into a well, causing everyone to be shocked and regretful. He remained calm, blending with his snoring. This does not show a parent's love for their child. He got so angry that veins popped on his forehead as the snoring grew louder. Nor is it to be praised by friends and villagers. Mi-jong, seeing that something was wrong, nudged Kong Chan's shoulder. "Chan," the sound startled him awake. He mumbled, "Huh?" The literature teacher let out a soft sigh of relief, nor is it because of fear of bad rumors. Below, Kong Chan had gradually woken up. Suddenly, a text message sound made him pull out his phone to check. A familiar number sent a few messages. "Smith asked me to send you the account number. He wants to transfer his shares."
That fool asked a hospital staff member to translate his request to transfer shares.
Reading the first few lines, Kong Chan thought to himself, I'll deal with this later. Suddenly, his eyes stopped at the last message.
The message was very long. That fool asked a hospital staff member to translate his request to transfer shares, and Manhwa overheard. Now Manhwa can't keep calm. Please come and clean up this mess for me. Kong Chan couldn't help but worry.
That fool Smith is causing trouble again. He held his phone and texted the person a message in class in his heart.
Kong Chan whispered first. I have to turn off the sound. Suddenly a new message arrived a few seconds ago.
Kong Chan was annoyed during this teacher's class and still he froze for a moment when he saw the content of the message.
Kong Chan, from now on, it will be the beginning.
His face gradually darkened.
Kong Chan pursed his lips slightly. What's this childish name?
He threw his phone into his desk.
If you don't dare to bite in front of me, don't bark behind my back.
So the literature teacher continued to ramble on the podium. Below, the class became more and more bored. At lunchtime, the school bell rang quietly. In a certain room, a familiar voice spoke up again.
Perhaps everyone already knows.
But Kong Chan crossed his arms and looked at the 4 members sitting below. The joint training sessions will be postponed
until teacher C.O. Kong Ho is discharged from the hospital.
Although there are no official training sessions, everyone must still conscientiously
and diligently train their physical fitness.
He let out a soft sigh after saying a long stream. Then he raised his voice, if anyone has any problems, please tell me.
The group of students replied in unison, yes, sir.
Mijong beside him smiled and sighed.
Kong Chan on his side thought to himself, what am I doing right now? The long day passed again.
The sky above was filled with the golden-orange light of the evening sun.
Chan and Mijong walked home side by side.
The 2 of them walked in step without saying anything. Kong Chan glanced at Mijong beside him, who was still smiling foolishly and worried in his head.
How long is this person going to follow me, looking straight at the road ahead? No matter what I do, if I walk a little further, I'll reach the 3-way intersection.
John, beside him smiled and started a conversation.
Chan, Kong Chan glanced at her flatly, yeah, Mijong's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Can't we study together today? Kong Chan closed his eyes slightly and said coldly, yeah, we can't.
Faced with Mijong's initial excitement, which had now deflated, she fell silent and said nothing more. Her face was sad as she gently twisted a lock of hair by her ear. He glanced over and saw the emotion written all over her face, and he couldn't bear it.
What's this?
An expression like a king who's lost his country. He corrected his words to comfort her.
Actually, it's because I have an appointment to visit teacher CEO Kong Ho today.
Mijong happily suggested immediately.
Really? Then let's go together. Kong Chan was startled. Ha! Why do you want to go?
In his heart, he was surprised.
What's with this girl again? Kong Chan remembered to refuse Mijong. No, you don't have to go. The exam is coming up, so you need to stay home and study rather than go with me. Mijong confidently refuted. I'm a manager of the sports club. My presence is an opportunity.
Her eyes shone like stars as she clenched her fists with determination. So, when a teacher is in trouble, of course I have to be there.
Which hospital is it? Let me go with you. Kong Chan had no choice but to go along with her. Well, in that case, there's no other way.
Kong Chan closed his eyes slightly and said to himself.
Sorry, Dairu, I'll have to let you suffer this once.
And he rubbed his forehead and pretended that, actually the place where the teacher was injured. He hesitated for a moment.
It's a little sensitive, so it's a bit inappropriate to go see him right now.
Mi Zhang let out a soft, embarrassed hum, seeing that it was getting late. She had to say, then I'll come visit him when he's back at school.
At the three-way intersection, Kong Chan quickly pointed in one direction. I'm going this way.
Mi Zhang beside him waved sadly at him. See you tomorrow.
Sitting behind him, watching his back as he walked away, Mi Zhang was calm. Mi Zhang pondered Du Mui Lingli. At a nearby hospital, Kong Chan asked with concern, how's your body? Kong Cho, lying on a hospital bed, glanced at him. In just one morning, how much do you think I've recovered? It's still the same. Kong Chan, sitting beside him, asked further, what about your wife? He calmly replied, she went home to arrange things, she'll be back tomorrow. Kong Chan didn't ask any more questions and got straight to the point. Is that so? By the way, what did you text me about earlier? Someone disturbed me during lunch, so I couldn't reply to you. Kong Chan looked at him seriously. During my time lying in bed here, I've thought it over carefully. That bastard, he's definitely up to something. He wasn't originally like that.
John lowered his eyes slightly and interrupted him.
But you guys.
He turned to look at the person in the next bed and shouted.
Since when have you been sharing a room? Smith smiled brightly at him without answering.
Concho glanced at him with disgust.
To ease his boredom and fear, that crazy guy said so.
Anyway, he doesn't understand what we're saying, but why do we have to be so see?
I've heard the general story. Last time we only talked about 3 million euros in cash, so what about the stocks?
Smith smiled and explained to him there's only 3 million in the bank card, but there's about 12 million in stocks.
If you add it all up, isn't the total 15 million? If you divide it by 3, each person will get about 5 million.
He couldn't help but frown, but all the money in stocks are in your account.
So why do you have to share it with us?
He stopped smiling and said seriously, I don't have the right to say this, but it's not fair when I have my own hardships. You don't look like a leader who's only driven by money. So please forgive my past actions and give me a chance to be your ally.
Hesitated for a moment before looking at Kong Chan's expression.
If you refuse, I'll still send you the money as soon as I'm discharged.
Kong Cho, who was next to him and couldn't understand anything, hurriedly asked, what did he say? Kong Chan turned back and summarized it in one sentence for him. He said he wanted to share the money and become our ally. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. What nonsense is that guy spouting now? Think about it. Smith is a leader. Suddenly, he has a large sum of money and wants to share it and live with us. Kong Chan agreed with him. If we keep asking, something will come out. I think so too. After thinking the same thing, he then turned to Smith to discuss further. First of all, I understand what you're thinking, but it's not like that. As the area around Kong Chan began to darken, are you hiding something from us? He asked. He slightly averted his gaze from him. Not all. I've been through so much. What else is there to hide? Kong Chan frowned and stared at him intently. Is that so? If that's the case, let's just forget about the shares. Smith avoided the topic. Let's do that. With his evasive attitude, Kong Chan became even more gloomy. This is your last chance. If you have anything to say it now. I knew he hesitated for a moment, then seemed to decide. It seems like there's someone behind Saran, but I don't know who it is, what they look like, or how big they are. Kong Chan didn't interrupt him, just waited for him to finish. I'm really in a dangerous situation. I have no way to protect myself. Kong Cho, who was next to him and couldn't understand French, got more and more deaf as he spoke. What are you talking about now? From your expression. It's clear that you and that bastard are talking about something. He explained to Kong Cho, he's worried about the consequences later, so he's sharing the risk with us to save his own skin. Kong Cho glanced at the two people next to him. Anyway, he's still a dog. Look, he wants to say something else. Besides talking to Kong Cho, Kong Chan didn't say a word to Smith.
At that time, not being able to hear a word, he panicked and blurted out all his calculations.
Anyway, why don't you need a large sum of money? Isn't it true that the more money you have, the better things will be right now? I'm really not hiding anything. I just want to share everything as fairly as possible, and I hope you do too.
Just as he was about to bite his tongue, he heard Kong Chan reply. Okay, the look in his and Smith's eyes
lessened in defensive. But this isn't my decision.
After saying that, he turned around and said to Kong Cho, as I said before, you have the right to decide matters concerning Smith. He fell in deep thought as he heard Kong Chan ask, what do you think? Smith, seeing Kong Cho looking over at him, gave a friendly and ingratiating smile. Though he disliked him, how could he turn a blind eye and not help? Kong Cho gritted his teeth. Just do as that bastard asks. Kong Chan also asked with concern, is that all right? The more Kong Cho thought, the more annoyed he became, replying to him, that bastard can't say anything good, so what's there to be all right about? Hearing that, he made a serious decision.
I understand. In Kong Chun informed Smith, Daru has agreed. Hearing this, Smith was so happy he almost cried.
Thank you so much, Captain.
Kong Chan on the other side was annoyed. He was overjoyed and called out, thank you, Daru.
Then Smith broke out in a sweat, embarrassed.
But Captain, Kong Chan felt annoyed just hearing that.
As expected, he heard him continue hesitantly.
Actually, I have more than one thing to ask of you.
With more and more unreasonable requests, Kong Chan had to threaten him.
If you say any more nonsense, I'll beat you to death right here. When Smith heard his firm voice, he panicked and explained, it doesn't have to be that way.
Anyway, I'm going to live in Korea, so please find me a private Korean teacher and a house where I can stay after I'm discharged.
Kong Chan was so annoyed he burst out laughing. What?
He continued to beg. Right now, I have no choice but to rely on the captain. He was also speechless for a moment before scolding.
You're being too much. I know. I'll look into it for you.
He tapped his foot thoughtfully.
If I look into it through Meeson, I might be able to find something. At this point, Smith brought up the matter of money. Coincidentally, Meeson's friend, Cecile, she works at a securities company.
I'll try to contact her to ask for your help with the stock division.
Kong Chan heard Kong Cho yell, what's wrong with this crazy guy? He quickly turned to ask, what's up?
He then showed him his phone. See, Kong Chan stared at the screen.
In Ano Yen, this bastard, is he that bored? Ruining someone's mood, Kong Chan's eyes glinted dangerously. He said this to you too. Kong Cho looked at him, confused, huh? Did he send it to the captain too?
They both took out their phones. A message with the same content appeared on the screen. You will die soon.
Kong Cho looked at him in surprise and astonishment. I'll look at you.
Looking at the message on the screen, Kong Cho was quite hesitant. If it was sent to only one person, it could be considered a normal prank message.
But this is the same number, the same content, almost identical. Isn't that a bit strange?
The time the message was sent is also quite vague.
Kong Chan thoughtfully looked at the two messages.
A moment later, he suddenly spoke up.
All right, Kong Chan looked at him, not understanding. What? Kong Chan explained to him, it's probably just someone behind the scenes messing with us. It doesn't mean anything.
If it appears in front of me, I just need to press it a few times.
What's there to worry about?
Hearing that, he smirked cunningly. Actually, this is also our style of work.
Kong Chan stood up decisively. All right, if there's nothing else to say, I'm leaving. Smith, on the side, saw this and quickly asked, are you leaving already?
He called out worriedly.
If the captain isn't here, I'm no different from a deaf mute. Can't you stay a little longer and then go?
Kong Chan turned his head and explained to him, I have a dinner appointment today, so I have to leave early.
Smith repeated, slightly disbelieving, a dinner appointment. He looked at him seriously. I know my question is a bit boring, but are you really the captain? Kong Chan frowned in annoyance. If I'm not, then do you want to try? Smith resolutely surrendered. No, it was already dark outside. A sweet voice rang out on the other end of the line. Hello, Chan. Kong Chan asked softly, are you sleeping? The other side replied, yeah, my photo shoot ended this morning. Hearing that, Kong Chan felt a little guilty. I'm so sorry for bothering you. Mi-sun smiled and brushed her long hair back. It's okay. What's up? Don't tell me you called me in the middle of the night just to ask me out for a meal for two? Having been prompted, Kong Chan finally said, I have a favor to ask you. She couldn't help but be interested. A favor? What is it? Chan recounted as he walked down the street. Smith, the head of the Korean branch of Gangto Motors, is in the hospital. I need a private Korean teacher for him. If Cindy isn't available, can you recommend someone else? Mi-sun pulled up her leg in thought. Cindy's busy with work lately, so this might be a bit difficult, but I remember a friend of mine who can replace Cindy. You should meet her once. Kong Chan agreed immediately. Okay, I'll send you the exact date and location later. Oh, one more thing. Mi-sun paused slightly. What? He asked without thinking. Cecile works in finance, right? Mi-sun pouted in annoyance. This is a bit too much. You call me and then you talk about Cindy. And then Cecile. Kong Chan retorted in confusion. Don't you think I can talk to you because of them? She heard this and covered her mouth with a slight smile. Oh, is that okay too? Anyway, it sounds reasonable. Seeing that she wasn't rejecting him, he continued with the issue. We have some money to divide. Since the amount is quite large, the procedure will probably be a bit complicated. Anyway, that's Cecile's specialty. Please help me try to contact her once. Although Mi-sun wasn't annoyed, she still refused. No, you should call Cecile yourself later. Business is business. Hearing this, Kong Chan had no choice but to give up. Alright, thank you. Seeing that it was about to end, she asked, don't you have anything you want to say to me? Mi-sun whispered softly into the phone. My heart is suddenly pounding. I miss you. Kong Chan decisively took the phone away from his ear and hung up. As he walked, he sighed, this girl is really. In another sense, Princess Snow White is the one who brought trouble to everyone. Selling snacks. The plate of rice was piled high on the table. Kong Chan stammered, eating out his breaded pork cutlet rice. The parents asked him with amusement, what's wrong? Are you disappointed? No, I love pork cutlet rice. It's just that it's beyond my expectations. Then he took the opportunity to teach him more. Sometimes in business, whether you want it or not, you have to wear luxurious clothes. Eat expensive food and drink expensive wine in high-class places, but when it's not related to work, it's really comfortable. He told himself, that's what Dad thought back then. Kong Chan, hearing that, was a little curious. Why did Dad think like that back then? Hisik spoke up for him. Before your dad could solve his business problems, he often didn't tell us how torn he was by poverty. Recap channel outro. He glanced over at Haesuk, who could only let it go. Alright, the meal is over. The three of them continued to walk. Dekyong skewered a piece of pre-cut meat and brought it to Haesuk's lips, making her blush shyly. Seeing him and her so affectionate, Kangkon also felt happy. Oh my, how can I always be like this? Just keep eating your share. Just as he was eating, Kang Chan heard Dae Kyung introduce, oh right, this weekend is the launch of the new car model. They will also hold the inauguration ceremony for the head of the Korean branch there. The French ambassador will also be there. He happily asked for his opinion. That day, if Dad goes with Mom, how about it? Kang-chan supported him with all his might. Just go. Haesuk also felt interested. Oh my, even the French ambassador will be there. What should I wear? The meal shifted to another topic. The whole family laughed and joked together in happiness. Please look and smile, taking in all their happiness. You look beautiful in anything you wear. Oh my, this man.
In the classroom, Kang-chan sighed to himself. A week has passed so quickly.
Looking out at the clear blue sky outside the window. I want to skip all my school time. Goodbye. Another company.
First, Mr. Smith has taken out a loan from the bank using his assets as collateral. Next, Mr. Smith must convert it to Swiss currency and then repay the bank. So, Kang-chan's face grew darker and darker. Mr. Smith should arrange this by lending money to Chan and teacher CEO Kong-ho. That way, the problem of inheritance tax and foreign currency transportation will be solved. Cecile smiled warmly and reassured him when she saw his desperate expression.
Ah, you don't have to worry about having to pay back the money when the inheritance rights expire.
She felt like her head was going to explode, so she sighed.
It's so complicated.
I don't know why, but I have a feeling this is an illegal act.
Don't you think so?
She clattered away on her computer and said, It's not usually a cruel crime, you just need to handle it skillfully and quickly. You have prepared a set of documents for Kang-chan, leave the complicated matters to our team. First, Chan should open an account, then sign these documents.
Kang-chan smiled gratefully, alright, thank you very much.
Cecil read the documents again and said softly, thank you, but for the effort and talent I've put in for you. You have to repay me with more than just 2 words of thanks. After carefully checking, he looked at her and handed the documents to a man. I have entrusted the entire matter of dividing the money to Cecile.
After several complicated and tedious meetings, Kang-chan has given me the documents. Recap channel outro.
The huge number on the screen.
He couldn't help
but exclaim, so in total, I have 1.7 billion won in my hands.
I still can't believe I can use such a huge amount of money. At the hospital, Kang-cho and Smith were there. I made these.
The young blonde girl entered their room.
I'm the one who will teach you Korean. Smith's eyes lit up brighter than the stars, and he let out a yeah.
He pouted and demanded, Captain. Kang-chan saw that there was a point, but still showed concern.
What?
He discussed something.
From tomorrow, can I have a separate private room? Kang-chan's lips twitched as he cursed.
This crazy bastard.
Smith quickly defended himself. You-ha. I don't have any dirty thoughts.
I'm afraid this Dyer guy will bother me in the same room, affecting my studies.
Kang-cho, feeling stressed, first glanced over and asked Kang-chan, what's that bastard saying now?
He briefly summarized for him, he wants to switch rooms.
Kang-cho also couldn't help but get angry, his veins popping. This dog, Smith didn't know what was going on.
Smith acted innocent and shouted, oh, why is it like that?
It's not like that. Kang-chan narrated to himself, I have found a Korean teacher for Smith and have appointed him as the director of the Korean branch.
A certain face appeared in his mind. I was worried for a while that Saran's disappearance
would cause problems at the headquarters in France. But no problems occurred in France.
Another week passed like that.
At the Latte Hotel, the chandeliers in the building
were shining brightly.
The banquet hall in the hotel was celebrating
the launch of a new car model and the guests entered one after another, and the food counter was constantly being refilled.
He entered the hall with his parents.
Seeing them happy, his mood also improved.
But it's really not.
A certain person had been watching the appearance of the 3 of them. He smiled and introduced the bodyguard beside him.
That young man is Kong Chan.
The smile on his lips remained, as if he was calculating something. The smile on his lips remained, as if he was calculating something.
Recap channel outro.
The man raised his wine glass and took a sip, and he put down on the table.
The man walked directly towards Kong Chan, with 2 bodyguards following behind.
Just then, a familiar voice called him, causing him to turn his head.
Alice pushed Smith in his wheelchair into the hall. He waved at him. Kong Chan's
eyes itched at the sight, and he gave a dangerous warning.
Oh my God, do you have any shame? Can you pretend you don't know me? Smith disagreed and joked. Why should I? Anyway, we met at the hotel that time, didn't we?
After saying that, he turned back to reassure Alice, even though she didn't seem to need.
It's. Alice, you must be very surprised, right? Don't mind it. My relationship with this person has always been like this. Chon couldn't help but be sarcastic. You're really good. In such a short time. How close have we become? Smith laughed it off. I know.
Then he acted friendly and greeted the person behind him.
Director Kong, it's been a long time. I hope you'll help me in the future.
Alice behind him also smiled and greeted him.
It's a pleasure to meet you again. Please guide me in the future. Di Keong smiled. La hate.
Please take care of me as well. He politely showed concern. I don't know why you're injured like this, but I hope you'll recover soon.
Alice bowed and translated into French for Smith.
I don't know why you're injured like this, but I hope you'll recover soon.
After hearing this, Smith burst out laughing. If you knew what happened, you'd be very surprised. Kong Chun quickly raised his voice.
Smith almost bit his tongue. He had no choice but to wave his hand in surrender.
I'll shut up, is that okay then? Smith politely extended his hand to the person behind him and asked, Is this your mother?
Kong Chan's hands were itching, but he still gritted his teeth and warned, Stop joking around and be serious. Smith also restrained himself a little.
I'm sorry. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'll invite you all for a meal in the future.
Haisuk turned to Kong Chan with a puzzled look and asked,
Son, what did he say?
He then translated flatly for her.
He just said it was a pleasure to meet you.
Hearing that, she also replied happily, albeit only in Korean.
It's a pleasure to meet you too.
Suddenly, the man from before approached them.
Can I join you, Mr. Smith?
Smith was startled when he saw the person approaching.
Approaching. You've arrived. Mr. Ambassador, Kong Chan couldn't help but glance over. Ambassador, this person is.
He nodded his head to greet him. Although this is our first time meeting.
You must be Mr. Kong Chan, right? Smith quickly spoke up. That's right. Let me introduce you.
He followed his words and extended his hand.
This is Mr. Rennick.
The French ambassador to Korea, Kong Chan looked at the outstretched hand, slightly surprised. This person extended his hand to him first.
The people around were also surprised.
Seeing this, Kong Chan didn't hesitate to extend his hand and shake it.
I am Kong Chan. In his heart, he thought, how does the French ambassador know me? Haisuk, who was next to him and didn't understand what was happening, continued to be curious. What's going on? Who is this person? Kong Chan smiled at her. It's Mr. Rennick, the French ambassador to Korea.
Not knowing was one thing, but knowing made her eyes widen in astonishment.
What? Just now? The French ambassador asked to shake your hand.
Seeing his mother's trembling and worried face, Kong Chan had to reassure her.
It's nothing special, Mom. He was probably just passing by and stopped in.
Rennick, on the opposite side, started a conversation in French.
Mr. Kong, may I have a word with you?
He also replied politely and naturally. Of course. Please, go ahead. Then he smiled meaningfully.
Ah, it's a bit inconvenient here.
So, his eyes changed slightly.
Can we go somewhere else? Kong couldn't help but be confused. What?
A moment later, still near the party's waiting lounge, 2 cups of hot tea were already set on the table.
Your French pronunciation is excellent. Reine en autre spire de l'opéras. According to our intelligence, it seems you've never received any formal education in France, right? Kong Chan wondered, do I have to answer your question? Hearing that,
he became even more pleased and smiled. A moment later, he picked up the teacup and held it to his left.
Well, it seems I was unintentionally rude to you. I didn't mean to interrogate you. It was just out of my own curiosity.
Seeing this, Kong Chan finally said,
I learned from the internet.
Rinnik gently brought the teacup to his lips and exclaimed, as expected of a medical powerhouse. He put down his teacup and got to the point. Arranging for you to come to a private place like this wasn't just to ask boring questions.
Rinnik calmly said a name without any hesitation. I want to talk a little about Saran.
Hearing that name, Kong Chan felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He continued to ramble on his own.
Gong is a representative car brand of France.
So if the world finds out that this company has been associated with...
Rinnik nodded at Kong on behalf of my country.
I sincerely thank you for agreeing to meet and talk with me. On the surface, he remained calm and continued the conversation.
It's nothing. This surely wasn't done for the French government, was it?
When he looked up, his eyes had an added element of scrutiny.
One more thing.
All matters related to Saran have been handled neatly by our country's intelligence agency. All matters related to Saran have been handled neatly by our country's intelligence agency. So I came here to propose cooperation to prevent any groundless news in the future.
Kong Chan also nodded. Understand what you mean.
In his heart, he silently calculated.
Is he warning me to be careful with my words in the future?
At this point, he finally focused on the main issue.
How will Saran be dealt with?
Rinnik continued to smile as if it were a matter of course. While traveling by plane, he had an unexpected accident and died on the spot.
That's all you need to know. Kong agreed. I understand what you mean.
At this point, he seemed more relaxed and crossed his legs. Then, on behalf of my country, I thank you, Kong. His eyes were full of temptation. If you want, you can receive a full scholarship and study at any university in France. If you want to change your nationality to French later, you will be recognized immediately and unconditionally.
Kong Chan pondered Rennick's words for a moment.
A moment later, he picked up his teacup and pretended to hesitate.
Let's see for now. I accept your sincerity.
He raised his cup and had just taken a sip when he heard him continue his calculations. Also, the issue of transferring money to Sweden. Those long, narrow eyes turned straight to him. My country has arranged everything smoothly.
So the Korean National Tax Service won't give you any trouble. You probably won't have to worry about money for the rest of your life. Kong Chan couldn't even swallow a sip of tea. He cursed silently in his heart. These bastards, did they know everything from the beginning? Unable to drink, he put down his cup and refused. Anyway, it's all over. Besides, it's not a big deal, so there's no need for such a big reward. Rennick comfortably advised, next year, France will hold a presidential election. To make it easier to understand, just think of it as a relationship that promotes ties between France and Europe. Hearing that, he also agreed, understand. You can rest assured. At this point, Rennick put his hand in his pocket and said, This is the reward that the French Republic has prepared. Although it's not much, I've also prepared a gift for you.
A card was pushed towards Kankan.
When you need my help, just call this number. He picked up the card, read the words on it, and then asked, "Can I see the records of the mercenary battles?" Rennick's eyes glinted, not too friendly. "If it's about Saran, it's better you drop it." The atmosphere instantly became tense.
Seeing this, Kong Chan had no choice but to let it go. "All right," Rennick smiled with satisfaction, looking at him.
"You're quite understanding." Kong Chan stood up decisively and said,
"If there's nothing else to say, I'll take my leave.
"My family is waiting for me." He naturally invited him.
Of course."
Kong Chan immediately left.
Suddenly, after a few steps, he called him back.
"Mr. Kong Chan."
He started a sentence with no clear beginning or end.
Suppose some redundant words were spread around. But his warning eyes said it all. The General Information Department will have to handle the rest. Kong Chan tried to suppress his clenched fist.
He turned his gloomy face to look at him uncomfortably.
This is Korea.
Looking at that smiling face with squinted eyes.
Face with squinted eyes, he warned back. It would be better if you didn't say the last word. Rennick pretended to know his mistake. Is that so? I was rude.
On his face, he still maintained that strange smile.
But even if I was rude, I still want to tell you this.
Kong Chan stared at him intently as he raised his hand to listen.
The last word.
This attitude remained the same. It was just that his face was full of confidence that Kong Chan would listen. Outside the main hall of the party, Haesuk asked him anxiously,
"What did you and the ambassador talk about?" Kong Chan only recounted the latter part to her.
He just told me that if I want to study abroad, he'll give me a full scholarship." She opened her mouth in astonishment.
"Oh my, is that true? Did the ambassador really say that to you?" He quickly dismissed it. It was probably just a formal greeting.
After saying that, Kong Chan looked around again.
Where has Smith been all this time? Dae-kyung spoke up in response.
He said he had to give a speech about the new car model himself.
Haesuk happily pointed to the stage. What perfect timing he's appeared.
Under the spotlight, Smith stood before the crowd and introduced. "This is the car model that my company has devoted a lot of effort.
Is an honor to introduce it to everyone." Below, Kong Chan smiled faintly. Smith can do something like this? He's better than I thought.
At that moment, Smith extended his hand in one direction and shouted, introducing. The spotlight shifted to another stage.
A new concept in luxury convertibles, the FGM 511.
The two models continuously posed to highlight the car. Below, a familiar girl was continuously directing the photographer to take pictures. Kong Chan was a little surprised to see her standing there, looking at her clear figure. Under the perfect room lights. He said to himself, Mison's appearance while working had a strange charm.
Kong Chan couldn't help but be surprised.
Why is she here? At this point, she still hadn't seen him. And was just staring at the models posing. Mison seriously bowed and explained her idea to the photographer. After he finished shooting, he showed it to her to see if she was satisfied.
The models above, seeing Mison so energetic, couldn't help but be impressed.
Mixed with a little shyness, Kong Chan reluctantly smiled and thought to himself, these models are really shy.
A moment later, the performance was over.
The two models bowed to the audience one last time. Mison, on the other hand, had made eye contact with him. Although Kong Chan waved, in his mind he was silently begging.
Can you pretend you don't know me?
Not only could she not pretend, but she also called out loudly.
Cheney, his face turned pale. Pretend you don't know me, please.
But Mison had already run over in her high. She didn't hesitate to hug him tightly in the middle of the crowd, then placed a French kiss on Kong Chan's lips. His parents were startled by her boldness.
Kong Chan flinched slightly and separated from her.
Neeson, he said in French.
Neeson's eyes lit up with anticipation. It's so good to see you here.
He quickly backed away to his parents' side and advised, calm down.
Calm down and greet each other first.
If you speak Korean, remember to be careful with your words. She then turned to introduce herself to Dae Kyung and Hae Suk.
I'm Neeson. We met before. His mother, not understanding or remembering her, had to ask Kong Chan again, who is this? Also, what are you and she doing?
He explained nonchalantly, we're just greeting each other.
We met before at the European restaurant. Remember, Mom and Dad?
We got to know each other a little, then.
Hae Suk nodded. Ah, so we have met before. But you and she don't seem like you just got to know each other a little, do you? Kong Chan had to make up an excuse. The French often exaggerate their emotions. So it's nothing. Then he used French to ask me, son. What are you doing here?
She replied cheerfully. I'm doing a photo shoot for a magazine.
We have a special edition coming out next month.
She was a little surprised.
And you, Cheney? Cheney, what are you doing here? Kong Chan then extended his hand to introduce Dae Kyung. This is Kong Dae Kyung, the director of Kong EU Motors and also my father. Neeson covered her mouth in surprise. Oh, is Cheney from the royal family? He was a little helpless and denied it. That's not it.
She still praised him profusely.
Anyway, you're still amazing.
In his heart, he thought to himself, that's right, you can think whatever you want.
A moment later, Neeson invited him, Cheney, can you have a drink with me later? Kong Chan sighed softly as he looked into her sparkling eyes. Why does this person act like that Snow White princess? Seeing his unenthusiastic attitude, she was also a little hesitant, can I?
In his mind, he was still thinking about their friendship. Even though it's a bit annoying, whenever I need her for this or that, she always agrees happily.
It's not right to let her know nothing about me until now.
Thinking about this, Kong Chan also comfortably accepted the invitation. Alright, I'll make time to go with you, but not for long, because I'm with my parents.
Hearing this, Neeson was overjoyed. Kong Chan's eyes suddenly met Renek's, who was walking behind Neeson.
When he saw him looking at him, he smiled and nodded as if to say hello.
He also didn't mind bowing in return.
Neeson, seeing the man's figure, thought to herself for a moment. Then she called out, Cheney. He let out a soft, before hearing her ask again.
Just now, you talked to the white-haired man, right? Kong Chan didn't understand what she was trying to say. So he admitted. That's right. What's wrong? Neeson's eyes widened in surprise. How do you know that person? He couldn't help but feel confused. Just explaining vaguely.
I just greeted him today. At this point, Neeson began to recount. In France, he's famous for being
extremely arrogant. People even say he's running for president. She also quite admired him. Before, absolutely no one could talk to him.
Kong Chan replied to her matter-of-factly, because this is Korea.
He shouldn't continue this topic, so Kong Chan quickly asked for his opinion. Can we go now?
My son happily agreed immediately.
Why not?
At this point, he turned to ask his parents for permission.
Since this is a friend I haven't seen in a long time, can I go have a drink with her? You guys go ahead. Hae Suk let out a disbelieving huff. She looked over at Neeson and asked again. Just the two of you?
Behind her, she was still smiling brightly.
While Kong Chan tried to find a reasonable explanation for her. Because I owe her a favor.
Dae Kyung, also hesitating, had to intervene for him, putting his arm around Hae Suk's shoulder and pulling her back.
Dad will go with your mom.
So you two can go comfortably. He didn't forget to remind him, "Don't come back too late." He also quickly agreed, "Yes, sir." A moment later, at a table next to the swimming pool, Kong Chan sat watching Misun chug a bottle of wine, thinking, to be honest, her looks are really captivating. After a refreshing drink, she stopped drinking. A sweet voice called out to him pitifully, "Cheney." With her bright blue eyes like stars, Misun looked at him with a pitiful expression and asked, "Why are you avoiding me?" Kong Chan pretended to be clueless. "Me? When?" Misun got straight to the point, deciding to say this is like holding a knife. "I'm not an idiot either." He also placed his glass of dark liquid on the table slowly. "Let's see. There's something I have to tell you." He lowered his eyes slightly. "You have your life, I have mine, so the focus of our lives may be a little different." The water in the pool was unusually quiet, just like Kong Chan's heart at that moment. "Ah, of course I don't hate that. We can be good enough friends." "No, I think we were already very good friends." He paused for a moment before picking up his glass of water to hide his embarrassment. "But if it's more than friendship, I have to reconsider." Lee Sin hastily continued his words. "I know I'm a little, so I'm too friendly with too many people, right?" Her face was full of anticipation. "So if from now on I only focus on Cheney and cut off contact with others, can we get closer?" Kong Chan looked up and straight at her. "No, it's a little different. I'm a very different person from what you think." He lowered his head slightly. Misun, not knowing anything, could only ask, "Cheney is a high school student, right?" Kong Chan's reply was an admission, but it had a strange attitude. "Just think of it that way for convenience." "Whatever you think is right," Misun, though unwilling, had to accept, "even though I don't understand what you're trying to say." But she clenched the wine bottle with urgency. "If that's the case, then let's just do that. I won't cling to you too much in the future. Instead, don't try to avoid me anymore, okay?" While drinking his sweet water, Kong Chan said nothing more. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling Mason and making her turn around. Seeing the girl approach in a short skirt, she stood up from her chair. "So-yeon," the two of them greeted each other happily. "Why did you come here?" So-yeon smiled and explained, "Because I heard that reporter Kong is here." "This person is." Mi-sun stood in the middle and introduced the two. "The son of director Kong Yu Motors, Kong Chan. This is my sister, So-yeon." Kong Chan smiled and greeted her. "She was a model at the car launch party just now, right?" Mi-sun nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Yeah, besides that, she's also been appearing on many other shows lately." "Didn't you know?" Kong Chan just smiled back. "I don't watch TV much." Hearing that, she then turned to So-yeon and teased, "You have to work harder." But she replied with excitement, "Yes, I'm starting now." Suddenly, Kong Chan said his goodbyes, "Then I'll be going first. I won't interrupt your conversation anymore." So Hyun couldn't help but be flustered. "Ah, I suddenly appeared and interrupted your conversation, so I should be the one to leave. I just wanted to say hello to my sister Mizion for a bit," but he had already taken out his phone and refused. "Oh no, it's nothing. I was about to go back anyway. I'll pay for this." Him leave so decisively, Misun couldn't help but feel regretful. Late at night at the apartment building, the sky outside was illuminated by the moonlight. A person was warming up in front of their house, then he checked to see if his shoes were on tight before slowly starting to run. As he ran, he calculated, Saran is a very strong opponent, but after leaving the field and becoming a commander for a long time, his sharpness has decreased significantly, which even he himself doesn't realize. Kong Chan's eyes were fierce. The result is that he can't live his own way. The steps under his feet didn't stop. I absolutely. Kong Chan's running speed became even faster. Will not become a person like that. The traffic light had turned green. Kong Chan's figure was still running swiftly along the side of the road. Despite the wind blowing against his face, he still fought.
This is the first time I've felt what it's like to go against the flow of stopped traffic. Heavy memories flashed through his mind. At the moment I felt like I couldn't go on, I suddenly felt like I was back in my previous physical state again. The footsteps below took a light leap.
It could be a coincidence, but it could also be the phenomenon of adrenaline when the body.
See you next time. Bye. A crisis can lead a person to death, and it's true. The feeling I'm feeling right now is the feeling of returning from the hands of death in the past. Kong Chan ran with all his might.
Suppose back then, if I hadn't felt that feeling at the very least, I would have had a heart attack. I would have been in a state of extreme crisis.
Death in the past. Kong Chan ran with all his might.
Suppose back then, if I hadn't felt that feeling at the very least, I would have had a hard time defeating Saran. I don't know the specific reason, but I can be sure of one thing.
If this body reaches the extreme of suffering.
Each of Kong Chan's footsteps seemed to be running back to the past. He believed that the feeling of being resurrected from the hands of death from the past would return.
In the 10 of the bass, the sound of sorry, sorry echoed continuously.
The three of them, Cheney, Daru, and Smith, just stood in front of the bed and heard the person apologize continuously.
Smith couldn't help but shout, "Hey, the captain is here. Please be quiet."
But Johnny stopped him.
Let him be.
He didn't scold him, just frowned. Yesterday was his first time in battle.
He couldn't help but sigh. Really, he's 100% having a nightmare. Anyway, he's a bit strange. Cheney didn't comment, just listened to Smith continue.
Usually, after the first battle, if you talk nonsense, you'll die soon.
No, it can't be, but isn't that so? On the battlefield, there's no such thing as an apology.
Outside the training area, he was covered in sweat and out of breath as he called out.
Captain following Cheney's figure. These scum and laps, 6 scum and laps, 6 scum and laps. Stop. Don't overdo it.
But even though he had to tilt his head back to breathe, he continued.
No, I'll be like the captain. He tried to run after him.
When a captain stops, even though Johnny kept lapping him several times, he stubbornly
insisted. I'll stop.
After he finished running, he stopped to catch his breath and watch him.
A moment later,
he called out, "Hey, Sagittarius, stop running.
Come here." The soldier named Sagittarius still dragged his heavy steps. No, there's still many laps left. I'll run with the captain until the end. Cheney didn't call anymore, just stood there and observed. Yeah, this idiot.
However, in his heart, he still felt satisfied.
After all, he didn't give up. A moment later, still in the training area. Probably not.
Johnny continuously patted his back to help him breathe easier.
Idiot, you did your best. Sagittarius stammered and smiled. Did I do well? Cheney smiled helplessly at this guy's stubbornness.
But on the battlefield, it would be much more brutal.
Bombs and bullets rained down on Dairu's hiding spot. He urgently called out to Cheney. Captain, there are too many enemies. Shouldn't we retreat?
A rain of bullets was above their heads, but Johnny still had no intention of retreating. There will be help from the helicopter soon. We just have to try to stay alive and hold on until then. The battle continued, with both sides shooting at each other relentlessly. Suddenly, a long, painful scream startled Cheney.
The eyes of his comrades all turned in one direction. He lay beneath the sandbags. He took the rain of bullets.
He gritted his teeth and was about to run over. Really, but Darrow quickly grabbed him.
Where are you going?
If the captain goes out there, it won't change anything.
But Cheney still pushed Darrow's hand away and ran. Let go. Despite the bombs and bullets raining down.
He didn't stop, whether crawling, Cheney still ran to his fallen comrade's side. I'm here, try to stay conscious. But his face turned pale as he lifted the rookie's head. Hey, wake up. But that hand could no longer be lifted, his eyes were also tightly shut and hollow. Cheney couldn't believe it, his eyes felt like they were going to pop out, bombs and bullets rained down on the two of them. Holding the still warm body of the rookie, his voice screamed in pain throughout the nightmarish night. Returning to reality, Kong Chan was still running like the wind. His eyes were filled with determination. Even if the situation is peaceful, I must always maintain my strength to be able to protect everyone. The legs below didn't stop. The sky had gradually. I'm still lacking in many ways. I have to try harder. Seeing people on the street gradually leaving their homes, along with a few students carrying backpacks and yawning, Kong Chan was startled. Oh no, isn't it time for me to go to school? A moment later, the sky had completely brightened on the way to Kong Chan's high school. As he was walking, he heard a voice call out, Chan. He turned around to see Mi Zhang rushing to his side. Her eyes widened in happy surprise as she looked at him. Wow, are you going to school now? I'm on my way to school too. Mi Zhang shyly patted his shoulder. Kong Chan thought to himself. She's probably been waiting here for a long time. If you want to act, you have to be a little more natural. Suddenly, the sound of a familiar car horn caught Kong Chan's attention. Kong Cho rolled down the car window and smiled at them. Hey, gym club, get in. I'll give you a ride to school. The car started to roll, then quickly sped down the main road. Inside the car, Mi Zhang leaned over with concern. Teacher, is your injury okay now? He thought his question was straightforward and joked. Yeah, of course it's fully recovered. Luckily it stuck to my body well. Mi Zhang's jaw dropped in astonishment. It's still stuck? Concho said as if it were obvious. Ha! Of course. He looked in the rearview mirror and joked. My special is also very big and strong. It stuck so well that even the doctor thought it was miraculous. The two things they were talking about were different. So Mi Zhang could only bow her head in embarrassment. Ah, yes, I see. I asked something I shouldn't have. The most embarrassed person was still Kong Chan. He laughed out loud. And then changed the subject. So, will you be managing the gym team again? Kong Cho focused on driving. Of course, Kong Chan's lips twitched with guilt. Sorry, Dairu. He still didn't know anything. So he discussed it with him with concern. But starting this Wednesday is the final exam period. So we'll just have a small meeting after school today. We'll go back to official training next week. Kong Chan replied cheerfully, yes. Mi Zhang, on the other hand, was excited to recount. I'm definitely going to get first place in the whole school this midterm exam. Seeing the flame of determination burning brightly in the rear view mirror, Kong Cho couldn't help but wonder. Well, is that so? If it's Mi Zhang, you can definitely do it. Inside the car, the three of them discussed other things. Isn't Johnny's birthday in March, why are you suddenly talking about my birthday? Why is that? Since you're a third year in high school, you should get your driver's license, right? Hearing this, Kong Chong was surprised and let out a ha. Kong Cho just glanced at him. If you're confident, you can take the test and get your license first. Is that okay? If something unexpected happens, it's more convenient if you can drive yourself, right? In the back of the car, the phone in Mi Zhang's pocket rang again. He picked it up to look and was annoyed. Again, the next unintentional sentence startled Kong Chan. Isn't this a stalker? He turned back and reached out his hand. Let me see. The message on the screen was exactly the same as the one Kong Chan and Kong Cho had. Both received. You will die soon. He got so angry that his eyes widened as he. This makes me think of CEO Kong Ho,
But why would he do this? Kong-chan turned back and asked me, Jong. What did you mean by again just now? Have you received a message like this before? She allowed a soft, ah. Yesterday, I also got a message like this. I had a bad feeling about it, so I deleted it right away. But today it texted me again.
Hearing that, he turned to look at Kongcho seriously.
Teacher, he glanced over briefly. What's up? The car sped away. Away. Kong-chan said thoughtfully, this afternoon, after the meeting, can you stay and talk with me for a bit?
In the afternoon at Kong-chan's high school, inside the gym team's meeting room. That's why, first of all, we have to focus all our efforts on preparing for the final exams. Kongcho crossed his arms and asked, oh, and also.
So, do all the second-year students know the schedule for the summer training camp? Cha So-yun below spoke up. Yes, it's 4 days and 3 nights.
He smiled with satisfaction.
I also want to let you know that I will be accompanying you on this training camp. Well, do you have any questions? After a while, when no one asked anything, Kongcho finally said, all right then, that's all for today.
Dismissed, as Kong-chan was about to leave with him.
A hand pulled on his shirt.
Mi-jong looked at him worriedly.
Can I stay and talk with you too? The rest had already left. She was still standing there, reminding him of the message issue from this morning.
Kongcho had to stop her. I have a few things to talk to Kankan about regarding
handling the aftermath of the traffic accident. So can you leave for a bit? Because Kankan was also with me at the time. Mi-jong was slightly disappointed. SAE, I understand.
Before leaving, she glanced at Kong-chan meaningfully, just this once.
The door to the meeting room was finally closed. Kong-chan couldn't help but worry and got straight to the point. That message was also sent to Kim Mi-jong. That also means that anyone around us could become his target.
He looked at Kongcho seriously and discussed, including my family and your family. First, you should call the operator and see if you can find out who that person is. As for me, I have to go see Smith and see how he's doing.
Kongcho worriedly scratched his head and agreed. We have to do that before things get out of hand. Kong-chan also confirmed. That's right. Then he asked about something else. By the way, what was that training session you mentioned earlier? He was startled and remembered. Ah, that.
Because the second-year students couldn't go on a field trip this year, they're using the summer break for a training camp to make up for it.
Kong-chan looked at the wound on Kongcho's neck. Can't you use being injured as an excuse to not go? We can't be without you at times like this.
But he was helpless. If I make an excuse not to go, the head of the gym department will have to go, but he's already over 60 this year. His face paled slightly. If people find out that a young person like me is pushing work onto a man over 60,
it won't look good.
His body trembled.
If it were the mercenary diary, of course it would be nothing. But for Professor C.O. Kongcho,
I can't ignore the eyes of those around me. In the evening at Kong-chan's apartment building, he took off his jacket nonchalantly and entered the house. He looked at the woman busy in the kitchen. Kong-chan couldn't help but remember that threatening message. Feeling uneasy, Kong-chan struck up a conversation with Hae-suk, a mom. She turned back, confused.
Ah, he found a reason to tell.
Lately, in elementary and middle school, there's a trend of texting people with the content.
Go die. Do you know about that, Mom? Hae-suk didn't seem surprised at all. Ah, is that so? I see. He frowned slightly and asked, did you receive that message, Mom? Hae-suk was cooking, so she wasn't paying much attention.
I deleted it as soon as I saw it.
Is something wrong?
She nodded and looked at her son as she turned away. Lately, there have been some strange trends.
Kong put his jacket back on and replied. Yes, Mom.
He turned his head slightly and left with a sentence.
I'm going out for a bit.
He walked out of the house with a determined mood. It's been confirmed that the people around me are all his targets.
His footsteps slowly dragged on the road.
As for me, Kong Chan's heart sank with worry as he remembered everyone who had received the same message. There was no way he could protect all of them at once. In the dead of night, a taxi turned into a residential area. It stopped in front of the gates of a large villa. A familiar pair of legs stepped out of the car.
Out of the car. Kong Chan checked the address on his phone. This is the address for Director Gong's branch office. This should be it. He rang the doorbell. Hey, is this Director Gong's house? I'm here. A voice came through the intercom. Chan, come on in. He stepped inside and smiled.
As Smith and Alice greeted him.
You're looking well. Smith was. I was thrilled and invited him in. You should come visit me more often. Kong Chan politely refused. Sorry, but I didn't come here to play this time. I'll get straight to the point.
Seeing his seriousness, Smith agreed.
All right, go ahead. But when Kong Chan hesitated, Smith turned to Alice. Could you give us a moment? I need to speak with him privately.
A little later, steam rose from the teacups on the table as Smith pressed him.
What's wrong? The sofa opposite him.
I mentioned this at the hospital, but you probably missed it since you don't know Korean well.
He lowered his gaze. The situation has gotten serious.
Me, Deju, and the people around us have all received threats.
Smith was startled. What? Who would dare? Kong Chan frowned. I don't know yet. He then asked Smith directly. Have you received? There weren't any threatening messages like that, but Smith just shook his head. None at all. Kong Chan quietly assessed his worried expression. Asterisk, is Smith really the exception? Something strange here.
Asterisk, he decided to probe further.
Back at the hospital, you said there was something behind Saran, right? Why did you think that? Tell me the details. Smith's reaction was flustered as if he'd been caught. It was just a feeling I had. Just a feeling. Kong Chan's eyes darkened and he clasped his hands together.
Smith, I know you know more than that. His gaze bored into him with a warning. If you keep dodging my questions, I'll have no choice but to deal with you accordingly.
Smith's face turned pale at his words.
I don't want to hear any more excuses about being surrounded by Africans or mercenaries.
I just need you to understand that a single word from you could get a lot of people hurt or killed, and that includes you. Kong Chan gritted his teeth. Damn it, to hear something like this at a time like this.
He suddenly shot to his feet in anger, and the cold aura radiating from him made Smith flinch.
Back at the hotel, I didn't do anything. I don't know what happened. The man seemed to be debating something and didn't answer his question.
After a moment, Kong Chan calmed down.
He had heard enough.
He decisively turned to leave.
I'm leaving. Let's not see each other again unless it's important.
But before he took more than a few steps, Smith spoke up, his voice trembling.
Saran, I saw him taking orders from someone. Kong Chan slowly glanced back. What?
Smith began to recall the situation.
I don't know what the person looked like. I asked him who it was.
And his answer was exactly what I told you earlier, Chan.
Remembering the man's fierce expression, Smith shuddered.
He also told me that if word of this ever got out, I would definitely die.
As Smith finished his story, his gaze fell.
After that, I saw that person talking to him a few more times, but I just pretended I didn't see anything. The answer was more than Kong Chan had expected, and his worry deepened.
Damn it, there really is something more to this.
He looked at the man with concern.
I understand.
For now, just focus on resting and getting better.
Smith hesitated. I will.
Before leaving the villa, Kong Chan added one last thing.
If anything comes up, call me.
He walked alone down the street. The phone in his pocket buzzed incessantly.
Kong Chan glanced down, annoyed. What now?
But when he pulled out, he saw the caller was Kong Cho.
He let out a reluctant smile. He answered the call. Hello. Kong Cho's voice came through. I contacted the phone company.
To investigate this, we first have to file a report with the police.
As he walked, Kong Chan listened to the explanation. We need police authorization to start an investigation.
So I'll go to the station tomorrow.
He sighed. What a hassle. All right, I get it.
Hearing the heavy tone in his voice, Kong Cho asked with concern.
Captain, is something wrong? Did you meet with Smith? Kong Chan replied, I just saw him. I'm on my way back now. His curiosity piqued. Kong Cho asked, did you find anything out?
The lights in the houses were on, and the streets were growing quiet. I heard a few things, but it wasn't exactly great information. The voice on the phone sounded a bit impatient.
Tell me what happened.
A while later, he had recounted the entire story to Kong Cho. Standing on his balcony in the breeze, Kong Cho muttered.
So that's what's going on?
We're not even on a battlefield, but I'm getting chills. Kong Cho's voice was full of questions.
But didn't the Setsubin issue end peacefully? Walking, Kong Chan replied. That's right. It's too early to conclude that Setsubin is involved in this.
He began to analyze the situation.
First, sending such a long-winded threatening message is definitely not Setsubin's style. Remembering Smith's face, he continued.
Second, Smith, who should have been the first to be threatened, hasn't received a single
message. Kong Chan had already thought of a solution.
For now, we need to consider all possibilities and approach this with confidence.
Thanks for watching. Kong Chan nodded in agreement. You're right, Captain. If you find out anything new, let me know. Kong Chan agreed, relieved. Will do.
After hanging up, Kong Chan stared thoughtfully at his phone. He tapped on the screen. Even so, I still don't feel at ease. Kong Chan made another call, which was answered immediately. Hello, he spoke directly to the person on the other end. I'd like to inquire about personal protection services. The operator on the other end politely explained, the price for personal protection varies depending the level and duration, sir.
I can explain the different levels of protection in more detail. Kong Chan cut him off decisively. No need. Just give me the highest level. The person asked for confirmation.
VIP personal protection is the level for extremely serious cases.
For VIP personal protection, one of our representatives must consult with you in person to proceed. The person followed protocol. Shall I connect you with our representative, sir? Kong Chan said irritably, yes. The connection didn't take long.
Soon, a new voice spoke.
This is Kim Tae-jin.
In his office, the man spoke concisely.
I'd been briefed on the situation.
Standing in front of glass window, he replied politely.
Then I will come to greet you in person tomorrow, sir.
When given instructions, his tone remained perfectly respectful.
Yes, I understand. After scheduling the meeting, Kong Chan hung up.
He couldn't help but think, no matter where I am, I can't protect everyone at once.
This company is run by someone from the Presidential Security Service, so it won't be cheap.
A small smile of relief crossed his face.
But at least this will give me some peace of mind. Is this the power of money? Suddenly his phone rang, making him jump. What now?
Seeing the caller ID, oh, Guang Take, Kong Chan sighed. Why is it this complicated, guy? He answered impatiently, oh, Guang Take's voice came through.
Yeah, it's me, Kong Chan got straight to the point. What is it?
Eyes were dangerous.
You know Du Xiu Jun from an Omsen hotel, right? Kong Chan repeated the name. Du Xiu Jun? What about him?
He slowly delivered the news.
Something happened to him. He's in the hospital now, and it's not looking good. A lot of outsiders have shown up.
After all, he's a remnant of the Yukiang faction.
I'm laying low for now, so I had to contact you. Guang Take chose his words carefully before asking, weren't you the one targeting the Yukiang faction remnants? Kong Chan was inwardly startled. Wait, the Yukiang faction?
The face of Du Xiaojun appeared in his mind.
Asterisk, that's right.
If all of this was caused by the Yukiang faction.
Asterisk.
A realization dawned in Kong Chan's eyes.
Then it would explain why Smith didn't receive a threat.
Plain Take suddenly shouted.
Hey, Kong Chan, are you listening? He quickly inquired. I'm listening. How? Is Du C.O. June. Is it critical? The man gave a concise report. He's out of surgery. Guang Take leaned against the window, his gaze heavy.
Our line of work is like this, but this time, it's out of control.
They did a real number on the kid. Seems like the attacker was no ordinary thug. This wasn't just some skilled mugger, but a professional assassin.
He frowned, warning Kong Chan, anyway, I'm sending some of my boys to watch your surroundings.
So don't hold them up. Just act like you don't know.
He paused before adding, and don't give him a hard time.
Outwardly, Kong Chan agreed, I understand.
Inwardly he thought this guy, who looks like a yakuza, is surprisingly considerate.
Suddenly, he remembered something. I should tell him about that issue. Just as Guang Take was about to hang up.
Alright, I'll call you later, Kong Chan spoke up. Actually, he slowly and concisely explained, I've been receiving some threatening messages lately. The man was shocked.
What? Guang Take's brows furrowed into a knot. Say that again. Kong Chan began to seriously recount the events. Me.
Teacher, CEO, Kong Cho, and even the people around us have received death threats.
It seems someone picked up my lost phone at the hotel. After hearing what happened to Du, CEO Jun, I think these incidents are probably related. Now even more worried. Guang Take press. Tell me the specifics.
A while later, standing by a telephone pole at an intersection, Kong Chun had explained the whole recent series of events.
Guang Take listened intently, not missing a single detail. After hearing everything, he nodded. It's definitely the Yukiang remnants. I get the picture now.
The situation was urgent. So he just instructed, this is our job, so you just need to manage the people around.
We'll handle everything and report back to you later. Kong Chan closed his eyes, relaxing slightly. Got it. After hanging up, Kong Chan couldn't help but ponder.
I feel a little guilty about Du Xiu-jun, but I feel strangely reassured.
Now, I just need to find the remaining members of the Yuechun faction, right? No, this Guang Take isn't an easy guy to deal with either, so it's best to let him handle it. He continued walking, reconsidering everything. At first, I thought Guang Take.
And I was dealing with completely different things. The tension hasn't lessened much, but for now, I need to protect those around me thoroughly.
The next morning, at Kong Chan's high school, hey, what's all this?
Kong Cho looked at the men assembling all sorts of equipment in his office, then glanced at Kong Chan. This place is called the gym, but it looks a bit shabby, so I bought some new stuff to renovate it.
He couldn't help but ask, with your money? He found it funny. Where did you suddenly get so much money?
He smiled with satisfaction. I just swiped for all this and paid for it in one go.
It feels incredibly liberating, not a single worry.
Seeing him like this, Kong Chan felt relieved.
Good, it looks great. How's the message situation being handled? Kong Cho began to report some information. The cyber investigation team.
The cyber team has started tracing the source of the messages. They were sent from a specialized messaging software registered overseas. He listened with his arms crossed, looking serious.
Overseas, huh?
I heard from Oguang Take that this was the work of the Yukiang faction. The phone in his pocket buzzed. Kong Chan continued speaking.
Domestic criminals often use software that routes through foreign countries.
Anyway, it will take the cyber team some time to resolve this, but they promise that from today onwards, we won't receive any more messages like that. Concho took out his phone to check and exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, these guys are really good." When he showed the phone to Kong Chan, he was also surprised.
They promised we wouldn't receive any more messages?
Concho put his phone back in his pocket.
You know what?
That they used some kind of trick.
He felt relieved. I think we should just head home now. If there's nothing else, let's grab dinner tonight. Kong Chan flatly refused. Maybe some other time, I have something I need to do.
Suddenly, Kong Cho teased him, "Oh, don't tell me you're staying home to study for the final exams tomorrow."
Kong Chan snapped at him, "Cut the crap." He glanced at him, "I just have to meet someone."
The afternoon sky was painted with orange sunlight, and the streets were gradually filling with people. Kong was waiting in a coffee shop when someone approached him.
Mr. Kong, correct? He looked up to face the man. That's right. The man offered him a business card. I am Representative Kim Tae-jin.
The two men looked at him and smiled. I had no idea our Mr.
Kong was a high school student.
The man behind Tae-jin
introduced himself. I am Director CEO Sang Ji-yeon.
Kong Chan calmly reached out and took the business card. His eyes held a hint of assessment as he observed them. Looking at the capable man, Tae-jin, he thought to himself.
Asterisk a good first impression. He's clearly different from some fledgling upstart. He exudes the aura of a martial arts veteran and seems to be doing well in business.
Asterisk. Seeing this, Kong Chan shifted slightly and gestured.
Please have a seat. The representative spoke for them. Thank you.
After sitting down, Tae-jin got straight to the point.
We've received the general outline of your situation. Besides the threatening messages, have you encountered any other incidents? Kong Chan replied steadily. Currently, besides the messages, I haven't run into anything else. At this, Tae-jin offered some sincere advice.
I don't think you need to pay such a large sum for just a few messages. For the safety of the protectee, it would be better if you share any suspicions you have with us. Hearing this, Kong Chan fell silent for a moment. The man introduced himself further. As you know, I came from the Blue House Security Service, so I've inadvertently learned some state secrets.
But we've never had any issues, so you can trust us. Kong Chan crossed his arms, satisfied. I see. Actually, I think it might be a violent organization, but I'm not certain yet.
At this, Tae-jin proposed a solution.
Understood.
I can get in touch with most of the violent organizations in Korea. As long as we know who it is, we can handle this in various ways.
Do you have any thoughts?
Kong Chan closed his eyes and...
For now, I just need protection. That's all.
But the man beside him disagreed.
You're probably just a student, so you don't know. Sans bien essayer murder confidently. No thug in this entire country could lay a finger on our representative. So for us, this is easy. Easy? Easy as pie.
Suddenly, the veins on Kong Chan's forehead bulged as he shot up from his seat.
This guy, his eyes shot a cold, menacing glare at the man. The man. Seeing that gaze, Sang Jun's smile vanished and he went silent. Tae-jin quickly changed the subject.
As per the client's request, the protectees are not to know they are being protected.
He picked up a file and flipped through a few pages. That's correct. He put the pen down and signed. Especially teacher CEO Kang Cheol, he absolutely cannot know he's being protected. That man's pride is too high. The man assured him softly. I'll be sure to remember. At this point, Kang Cheol sat up a bit straighter and asked, Are we done? A while after he left, Sang Jun turned to Tae-jin, annoyed. That little brat acts so high and mighty just because he has a little money. But the man didn't side with Sang Jun and instead asked, Director CEO, how many years have you been in the protection service? The man was taken aback. 8 years and 3 months, sir.
Tae-jin crossed his arms and sized him up, and you still can't see it. Sang Jaen was completely baffled.
See what, sir?
Every time he looked at Kong Chong, images of brutal danger flashed through Tae-jin's mind.
His face went pale.
I can say with certainty that student is someone who has nearly died countless times, and someone who has killed countless times.
Wasn't that the childhood of the armed emperor? Sang Jaon could only stammer. What?
What, sir? Tae-jin, however, remained lost in thought about Kong Chong. At the Kong family's apartment, he sat at his desk, chin in hand, speculating.
Is this really the work of the Yukiang faction? Kong Chong was lost in thought. I'm not sure.
Only half a day after the cybersecurity team started investigating, there's no way they
could have sent another threatening message to Daeju.
His mind grew more tangled.
And who could it be? Suddenly, Kong Chan's phone rang with an incoming call.
He looked at the number and muttered, an 11-digit number.
Is it the threatener? He answered anyway. Whatever it is, I'll answer first and figure it out later.
His voice was wary.
Hello.
A familiar French voice came from the other end.
Allo, Monsieur Kano.
He froze for a second.
That voice is. Renix sat leisurely in his chair. It's me. Special Information Bureau phone number with call recording and anti-eavesdropping functions. Kong Chan remained calm and asked, I see. Ambassador, what can I do for you?
Rennick lifted his cigar and made a casual suggestion.
Can you spare some time to meet me now?
I'll be waiting at the same hotel as before. He thought for a moment, then refused.
I have an exam at school tomorrow. Just tell me over the phone. The man chuckled a few times. You're as straightforward as ever. But this is something I need to discuss with you in person. Kong Chan moved his mouse, raising an eyebrow. You said this phone has anti-eavesdropping features. So just tell me over the phone. Rinek's smile faded. Alright, I'll get to the main point. We have information that Saran is still alive. Kong Chan almost let out a sound.
His eyes widened as if they were about to crack.
He clenched his right fist tightly to suppress his rage.
Hearing the silence on the other end, Rinek seemed pleased. He shot up from his chair.
He said, the same hotel as before, right? I'm on my way there now. After hanging up, Kong Chan's expression turned grave.
At the Lost Hotel, lights were still on in a few rooms. A friendly male voice welcomed him.
Monsieur Kong, it's a pleasure to see you again. Kong Chan walked straight in. Enough with the pleasantries. Let's get straight to the point.
He seriously said a name.
Saran, what's the situation? Rinnik replied nonchalantly. I believe he is still in Korea. We are doing everything in our power to find him. Seeing the money transfer documents in France. I believe he was betrayed by the Chinese. Kong Chan sat down on the opposite sofa. You said he's still alive.
Is that confirmed in his mind? He recalled the images from that day. I clearly stabbed him through the heart. Even with a doctor right there, it would have been nearly impossible to save him. Rennick crosses legs casually. That's something I need to re-evaluate. The contents of his phone call to France were intercepted by our intelligence agent. Khan thought to himself, actually, I've died and woken up in another body twice now. I have to admit that anything is possible. Outwardly, he remained calm and asked, what was the content of that call? The man glanced at him and repeated a familiar phrase, the iceberg of the desert must kill someone in Korea. That was his exact phrase. According to our investigation, iceberg of the desert was Saran's code name when he was a mercenary. Hearing this, Kong Chan gritted his teeth and cursed internally. That bastard. We'll see who kills who. Rennick seemed oblivious. We are focusing on finding Saran's hideout and his motive. We're not sure if it's related to the upcoming French presidential election. Hong Chan watched him. Rennick pulled something from his coat pocket. We should be honest with each other. He pulled out a cigar box. To be frank, we hope Saran's target is you, Mr. Kong Chan. A calculating glint appeared in his eyes. He's certainly in hiding now, but eventually he will have to show himself to you. Kong Chan's face darkened, but he held his tongue, thinking. So these people are using me as bait? His bait? Rennick stared at him, warning that expression isn't very pleasant. But the anger in Kong Chan's eyes didn't subside. The man calmly looked down at the table. In this situation, we are forced to choose one of two options. He clipped the end of his cigar, first to eliminate the existence of Mr. Kong Chan. Lighting it, Rennick slowly took a puff before continuing. Essentially, but this is different from assassinating Kong Chan. He clenched his fists, restraining himself. This isn't something the French should be saying in Korea, but fine. He slightly turned his body. Rennick's face showed a hint of satisfaction when he heard him say, I want that. Let's give it a try. There was a flicker of disbelief in the man's eyes. Then his relaxed laughter echoed. Hear me out first. He flicked the ash from his cigar. Is to borrow your hand, Mr. Kong Chan, to eliminate Saran. Kong Chan's brows furrowed tightly as he stared at the man. Rennick met his gaze. Personally, I find a second option quite favorable. What do you think, Mr. Kong Chan? Are you satisfied? His brow relaxed slightly as he glanced over. This isn't negotiation or a discussion. The man replied immediately, I don't deny that. The atmosphere around him gradually relaxed. Then consider that you understand my intentions. Let's move on to the next step. The two bodyguards behind him had been observing Kong Chan the entire time. Let's talk about you, Mr. Kong Chan. After all, this is Korea. The activities of our people are limited. Rennick paused before stating his request, startling Kong Chan. Therefore, we are focusing on how to support your activities, Mr. Kong Chan. First, you need to take over or establish a business. If you need funds, our intelligence bureau will take responsibility. He thought to himself, confused, what is this now? The man seemed to understand his hesitation and explained, with this identity, it will be much more convenient to. If possible, it would be best not to involve Gongtel, correct? Kong Khan pondered the issue. While he was still doubtful, Rennick continued his spiel. If China is behind Saran, and if we can sever his connection with them, this isn't just about settling your personal grudge, Mr. Kong Khan. No one can protect everyone alone. He slowly raised his cigar. Family, friends, and finally. Rennick pointed directly at him. Yourself, Mr. Kong Chan. Kong Chan glared at him defensively. Give me some time. Rennick smiled. Oh, my apologies. Of course you may, but it would be best to make a decision quickly. His lips curled into a friendly smile. Not for our sake, but for yours, Mr. Kong Chan.
Kong Chan calmly pushed himself up from his seat.
There's no need to emphasize that.
I understand perfectly. He glanced at the man and bid farewell. If we're done talking, I'll be leaving now. With that, Kong Chan walked straight out the door without hesitation.
Rennick silently watched his back for a moment. Just as he was about to open the door, he heard the man call out, Monsieur Kong. He made a serious proposal.
Become a French citizen. To be honest, I would very much like to work with you.
His hand was on the doorknob,
his expression growing annoyed. If it's someone you want, you'll use any means to get them, won't you?
So don't act like you're so benevolent. I particularly dislike the imposed mindset that French citizenship is superior to Korean citizenship.
He shot Rennick a look and opened the door. Thank you for the sentiment. I'll be going now. The sound of the door,
the car, slamming shut, was jarring. Rennick gently rubbed his temples and chuckled.
Ah, really now? At his age? Where was I and what was I doing?
Outside, Kong Chan had made his way down to the hotel parking lot.
As he got into a taxi, the friendly driver asked him, "Where to, kid?" He replied flatly, "Just drive for now." The taxi quickly started and pulled away.
Inside the car, Kong Chan was lost in thought. A place that's too quiet isn't good. Crowded place. I'll go somewhere with a lot of eyes and sort out my thoughts.
The taxi sped down the road. Kong Chan requested, "Take me to the plaza."
The driver couldn't help but complain.
"Whoa, if you wanted to go there, you should have told me sooner. Have a turn around now." On the busy central streets, cars passed by and the plaza was.
The crowd was filled with all sorts of pedestrians.
Kong Chan blended into the crowd. He walked and thought Saran is still alive.
There's a high probability that those messages are also related to Saran in some way.
His steps seemed aimless. If that's the case, this will be a huge problem, incomparable to the remnants of the Yukian faction.
A few faces appeared in his mind.
Asterisk, those despicable Chinese. What kind of pride is that? That thing to Saran for just a few measly coins? Asterisk. Kong Chan walked against the flow of the crowd.
Asterisk, no, it's all my fault.
I shouldn't have let someone else finish this from the start. Asterisk.
His eyes filled with hatred.
That bastard Saran, I'll teach you one final lesson.
But despite the thought, he let out a long sigh.
Kong Chan one stop. Dead in his tracks, clenching his fists. Seriously, the French presidential election, becoming a French citizen, none of that is my business.
His eyes were filled with affirmation.
That's right, things aren't as complicated as I thought. I'll stop thinking about it here. Kong Chan walked for a bit, then his gaze suddenly shifted in one direction.
The sounds of beatings and pained whimpers echoed from a small alley. When he peeked in, he saw a group of men laughing and beating someone up. He looked closer.
These guys are.
Over there, they continued to kick and punch relentlessly. Watching the chaos before him, he hesitated. I can't just stand by and let this happen, but getting into a fight now would be a mistake. Meanwhile, the two people on the ground were being kicked in the face.
After a vicious kick,
one of the bullies pulled out a phone while another unzipped his pants. A stream of dark yellow liquid was graciously poured over the heads of the two victims by the leader. Kong Chan had already turned to leave, but the man's cackling laughter in the girl's voice kept reaching his ears.
Stop it.
Just as he was about to leave the area, the girl screamed.
Stop it. You bastard. Kong Chan sighed internally. Asterisk, that's going too far.
Now then, asterisk, his voice rang out, startling the group of bullies.
Hey damn it, Kong Chan's feet flew like the wind.
Ho Jun and Eun Sil both looked up to see who had arrived. Kong Chan, his face was a mask of accumulated annoyance and disgust.
I'm only going to say this once.
He quickly approached and pointed in another direction, warning.
Stop this right now, all of you.
The guy in the back sneered.
What are you going to do about it, you bastard?
Before they could even talk back, Kong Chan launched himself forward. I told you, his knee slammed straight into the man's jaw.
I only say things once.
The guy who had just unzipped his pants dodged away like he was dodging a bullet, cursing. You son of a bitch. One was down, but the other was still fumbling with his zipper. Just as the guy managed to pull his zipper up, Kong Chan had already taken down the others. He landed punch after punch to their faces. Before the guy could even pull his pants up, his three buddies were already on the ground. Just as the guy finished zipping up his pants and turned to fight Kong Chan, a thunderous
punch landed squarely on his face. Looked at the last body falling to the ground. And let out a puff of air.
He looked at the group, lying beaten on the ground, and thought. After dealing with Saran and Smith, facing these guys feels like the difficulty level suddenly dropped.
He looked down at them. If you know what's good for you, stop now.
The guy covered his bleeding nose and cursed.
Damn it, who the hell are you?
It won't be long before my boys come looking for you. You son of a bitch. Seeing the guy's grinding teeth, he thought. Even though he stopped, his eyes are still full of hatred and pride.
Kong Chan smirked, *Gil just come back to fight me again whenever he wants. This time, I need to teach him a lesson.
The importance of finishing things. Kong Chan stepped closer to the guy.
Is that so?
A fierce light shone in his eyes. His foot slammed down on the man's fingers,
making a cracking sound.
Clutching his shattered hand, the man screamed in agony.
No, no.
But before he could finish, another blow landed on his mouth.
Red liquid and a few front teeth flew out of his mouth.
The brutal kick sent the man sprawling to the ground.
Kong Chan leaned down slightly and smiled at him. Feeling brave? Repeat what you just said to me.
Hearing the man's muffled groans, Kong Chan grabbed his hair and clenched his other fist.
Still curious about me? I think you still are. Another punch rained down.
Ho Jun and Eun Seol watched from behind, speechless.
The rest of the gang didn't know what to say either. The man's weak voice cried out. No, I was wrong. I won't act up again. No.
His one good hand continuously rubbed together.
Please spare me. The man knelt on the ground, trembling. Don't kill me, please. Only then did Kong Chan stand up straight.
His warning gaze shot towards the others behind him.
The whole group was petrified and instinctively stumbled back.
He gritted his teeth and ordered them, stop gawking and drag him away. Kong Chan threw a warning glare at them, his anger palpable. The gang of thugs and the high school girls who were watching were struck dumb, not daring to utter another word. Their faces bruised and battered. They quickly, two of them supporting their leader, nervously asked if he was okay. But as the three of them stumbled away, they heard his angry voice call out again.
Hey! Kong Chan pointed to Ho Jun and his friend behind him. Clean them up.
The group stared at him for a long moment. Then the leader glanced at his bald underling. The underling, looking furious, understood, took off his outer jacket and ran over to offer it to Kong Chan with both hands. He shot a fierce glare at the underling and chased him away.
Get lost.
Under Kong Chan's gaze, the group of 4 boys and 2 girls hastily scrambled away.
Kong Chan then tossed the jacket towards Ho Jun.
He took it and shook it out for a moment. Then he handed it to Eun Sil. She took the jacket and wiped the streaks from her face, her voice small.
Thanks. Seeing that, Kong Chan began to question them. What's with those guys? And don't give me some nonsense about a random fight.
Ho Jun bit his lip, looked at him, and hesitated before speaking.
The Eugene Society.
He frowned with curiosity.
So you're friends with them? But why?
He hung his head sadly.
The thug who was backing us is gone. Because of that, the student from our school stopped going to the Eugene meetings. Kong-chan crossed his arms, skeptical. You could have just stopped going. Why did you have to come here to get beaten?
Ho-yoon explained flatly, I intended to, but they ended up catching me. If I hadn't come today, it would have been much worse for us.
Kong-chan then looked at Eun-sil beside him.
So that's why you wear such thick makeup to school every day, to hide the bruises.
She lowered her head and admitted it.
Yeah, Kong-chan gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly.
How pathetic.
At this point, Eun-sil felt even more helpless. If you contact us again, he immediately cut her off.
If you hate seeing me that much, then just stop. I have no intention of contacting you again.
Anyway, Eun-sil bowed her head slightly to Kong-chan, thank you. Seeing that things were settled,
he turned to leave.
If you're done, go to a public restroom and wash your head properly.
You stink.
Eun-sil didn't say anything more, just bowed her head and clutched the hair at her forehead.
Kong-chan didn't wait any longer. I'm leaving.
Only then did she look up to watch him go.
His figure was already some distance away, hard to see clearly in the dark night.
On the main road, cars passed by in a flurry.
Kong-chan held his phone, hesitating. Wait, should I tell Daeju about this? About Saran's existence.
But in the end, he made the call.
Teacher, I have something to discuss with you about the sports team.
On the other end,
Kancho was a bit startled by his strange formality. Is the captain intentionally speaking so formally to me? He frowned and asked, what is it?
His wife, who was nearby, turned her head curiously.
After a moment of silence, Kancho asked again, what's wrong?
A faint voice came from the phone.
Yes, wait a moment. Kong-chan's surprised voice exclaimed, this is amazing.
Day back, Kong-cho glanced at his phone suspiciously.
Amazing?
Back the usual captain would never use words like these. Kong-cho stood
up and moved to another part of the house, worried what's going on.
All of a sudden Kong-chan's strange voice continued, just now an owl flew out of
the window. It was truly amazing.
Kong-cho paused for a moment. Canal the
chances low, but I'm still afraid someone might be listening in.
With that thought, he adopted an angry tone.
What's all this about amazing and day back? Is that any way to talk to an adult on the phone?
Where's your head at?
And do you know what time it is? Calling someone this late is very disturbing, you understand? Kancho said it all in one breath.
If there's something you need to say, we'll talk at school tomorrow.
After school, 4th floor counseling room. Got it. Kong-chan dropped a strange act and replied concisely. Yes, I'm sorry, sir. Please get some rest.
After hanging up, he repeated the location to himself.
After school, 4th floor counseling room.
Right now, the second of the previously arranged meeting spots. A moment later, he spoke to the driver.
Sir, please turn back.
In a park somewhere, Kong-chan was already waiting on a bench. A short while later, the person he was waiting for arrived.
On the opposite side, Kong-chan leisurely walked towards him under the streetlights. Seeing him approach, Kong-cho stood up politely. What's going on?
I had to make a whole excuse to my wife just to get out here for a bit.
Kong-chan's face was deadpan as he listened to him complain. Kong-cho quickly asked, did you find the person who sent the messages?
He confirmed flatly, probably.
Kong-chan was a bit surprised. What? They sat down on a long bench together. Kong-chan began, I just met with Rinnik. Kong-chan seemed to recognize the name. You mean that French ambassador? What about that nobleman? Kong Chan's expression turned grave. Saran is still alive.
Hearing him confirm it, he nearly bit his tongue.
WHWH what?
Even Kong Chan wasn't sure what had happened. The stab wound clearly went from his heart to his ribs, but there was a call to France.
With the name Iceberg of the Desert. Kong Chan frowned, annoyed.
He said he must kill someone in Korea.
Kong Cho quickly interrupted him. Wait, so the Chinese are going to decide this?
His voice trembled slightly.
So there's something else going on behind the scenes?
A heavy weight settled in Kong Chan's heart.
Let's see if that theory makes sense. Kong Cho urgently exclaimed. But aren't all these threatening calls Saran's doing? The Saran of the world is hiding behind a phone. And sending you messages saying he'll kill you one day.
However, Kong Chun calmly reassured him. Even if he survived, the truth is he was severely injured. Therefore, he needs time to recover his body. He stroked his chin.
Reconsidering. If you explain it like that, then it probably is Saran's doing. Kong turned to him seriously.
Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of an earthquake during a hurricane.
Concho's jaw dropped as he quickly asked, "What did you say?"
He crossed his arms and glared at him irritably.
I mean, it might not be related to Saran being alive. Someone else could have sent us the threatening messages. How did you even become a teacher?
Concho scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Jim has nothing to do with idioms.
He allowed a tired sigh. All right. You're much more educated than you used to be anyway. So what should we do now?
They both stared into the streetlights, lost in thought. Even though it's not our style for now, we have no choice but to wait.
He bluntly confuses. Confirmed. Are you planning to deal with Saran in France?
Kong Chong propped one leg on his knee and analyzed. Of course, that would be for the best. If not, I think I'll just live normally as I have been until they specifically ask for help. Going to school every day, preparing for my driver's license exam on weekends, and spending time with family and friends.
Of course, always staying cautious and on guard. Kong Cho lowered his gaze.
That all sounds good, except I have to go on the school's training trip soon.
Seeing his gloomy expression, he continued to comfort him. It'll be fine. Won't it be safer mixed in with the kids?
Kong Cho hesitated for a moment, his eyes filled with worry.
Suddenly Kong Chan asked about something else. Oh, and also, do you know anyone who can start a business simply? Shows.
My face brightened a little.
A startup? Why the sudden lust for money? He found it funny and corrected him. That's not what I meant. This is what Ambassador Rennick told me.
He said that future actions would be easier if I established or took over a business.
Concho nodded but offered no opinion.
Then and now, I've always made a living with my body. So I'm completely clueless, a fool when it comes to those things.
Wouldn't it be better to discuss this with your young ladies?
He was surprised.
My young ladies? You mean Neeson and her friends?
He looked at him, confused, and affirmed, those young ladies always handle money matters flawlessly.
Kong couldn't help but rub his chin, thinking about something. I see.
The light in one of the apartment rooms was still on.
Neeson sat at her vanity, talking on the phone. If that's the case, I know a place that would be perfect for you.
A familiar voice came from the phone.
Is that so?
Suddenly, Alice mentioned Soyeon to Kong Chan.
Do you know Soyeon? Soyeon? When Alice mentioned Soyeon, Kong Chan's mind instinctively pictured her.
You met her not long ago at the launch event for the new watch line.
Ah, I think I've seen her. Do you remember her face?
Alice admired herself in the mirror while praising Soyeon's abilities. She's quite capable at this and that, but her management company, Dear Family, has no ability and no ambition.
So how about you take over that place, Chan? I don't know anything about it.
Alice seemed to have great faith in him.
What? Chan is someone who can do anything.
It's just that the place suddenly came to mind.
Kong Chan knew she meant well.
So, he politely thanked her.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Taking advantage of his gratitude, Alice tried to set up a date with him.
If it's thanks, it's still too early. Could you?
Before she could finish her sentence, Kong Chan, seemingly guessing her intentions, immediately hung up to avoid trouble.
I'm hanging up now.
Right after hanging up, he sat in front of his computer, typing away. It turned out he wanted to search for information about Eun Seoyeon online.
Eun Seoyeon.
The computer displayed all her information. He read through it thoughtfully. The female lead of a TV series that just aired last month. This time, in my opinion, she plays the youngest daughter of the UEEG
family and sometimes works as an actress for small commercials.
Last year, she had a supporting role in a short play, a supporting actress in web dramas.
Thanks for watching.
He searched for Seoyeon and realized she didn't seem very famous.
SNS reactions are completely silent.
For a celebrity to have this level of popularity doesn't seem very good.
Kong Chan clicked on her management company. He wanted to learn more about it. Let's see what this company is like.
When the company's information appeared, Kong Chan was quite surprised.
What is this? A company that doesn't even have a single male actor? Only 3 female actresses? A department store would probably be more crowded.
Kong Chan rested his chin on one hand while his other hand held the mouse to search for more information.
Well, that's right. The purpose of this isn't to make money anyway. First, I need to be sure what Dear Family is.
He researched the company for a long time.
Kong Chan didn't.
Kong Chan put his hand to his chin, looking contemplative, but then he suddenly discovered something.
He then smiled as if he understood everything.
Kong Chan put his hand behind his head and leaned back in his chair, calculating in his mind. Just think, a high school student becoming the president of a company, negotiating deals with domestic and international partners, and then becoming the target of international terrorists. Looked up at the ceiling, thinking, but on the contrary, life seems even more leisurely than it is now, contrary to his expectations.
The following days passed by normally and quietly.
And one day, during an exam, Kong Chan just sat there, propping his chin up and spinning his pen. It seemed this test was a bit difficult. Suddenly, he felt a flame ignite. It was Mi Jung. She was working on her test with fiery determination, her whole body radiating a burning flame.
Kong Chan felt a bit worried for her just by watching. After the final exams, a pickup truck was speeding down the road.
The truck suddenly screeched to a halt in the middle of the street. It turned out Kong Chan was taking his driving test. The driving instructor next to him couldn't help but praise his driving skills.
Do students learn to drive in school these days?
Normally, no one can remember everything from the book in one day.
Aren't you basically a pro driver already? Did you just get used to it from playing a lot of racing games?
And finally, Kong Chan successfully got his driver's license. He walked out of the driver's training center with his head held high.
Suddenly, someone called his name. Hearing the call. Song Chuan asked, "New car?" "It's nice. You have a lot of money, after all. Are you happy with it?" It seemed Song Chuan also really liked the car. How could I not be happy? This is the top-of-the-line model from Jeep.
Song Chua turned to look at him and said with a casual tone, "This car is yours, Captain." Upon learning the car was his, Song Chuan couldn't
Can help
but exclaim in surprise, "What, this is my gift to you, Captain, to celebrate the day you got your driver's license." Hearing Concho say that, he was stunned as he knew the real value of the car.
Are you crazy?
This car costs over 100 million won. Concho was very grateful to him for his help.
It's mostly thanks to you that I have this much money. So what's a small amount of pocket change like this? Please accept it. It makes me feel better. Kong Chan, thinking he wasn't in his right mind, questioned him. Seriously, are you sane right now? Kong Chan sighed in exasperation and reluctantly accepted Kong Cho's gift.
He crossed his arms and replied politely.
If you insist, I'll accept it for now. But at least until I graduate high school, don't drag me into anything unless it's an emergency.
Kong Cho smiled as he accepted Kong Chan's request and also made a suggestion.
I know that. Do you want to take it for a spin to celebrate getting your license?
I tried flooring it on the way here today.
It felt pretty amazing.
I get why so many people gamble their lives away for a luxury car now. The car gradually pulled over to the side of the road, but he refused Kong Cho's kind
offer. It's alright. I don't even have the physical license on me yet. Let's just find a place to eat. No fun at all.
With that, the car sped off down the road, having received the gift of a high-end car.
As dusk fell, Kong Chong was walking down the street, lost in thought.
He looked at the scenery, feeling a sense of peace, but his heart was worried. But his life really this peaceful? It was as if a current ran through his body. His eyes suddenly flew open. He stopped on the street, as if he remembered something.
Oh, wait.
He lowered his head and glanced to the side, thinking to himself, someone is pulling the strings behind scenes. He continued walking, still trying to figure out who was really behind it all.
Saran? No.
The image of that burly man appeared in his mind, and he couldn't be sure of anything.
If that's the case, will the bodyguards continue their mission?
His face was full of contemplation as he thought, no matter what, I have to catch him first. Kong Chan continued to walk, but after a short distance, he turned into a small alley. The shadow of someone running quickly approached, and Kong Chan disappeared from sight. He quickly hid in a dark corner for the follower to appear.
He reached out and grabbed the Kong Chan threw the pursuer far away.
He raised his fist, ready to punch the person directly. But when he saw the person in front of him clearly, his eyes immediately widened. It was Mi Zhang who had been tailing him all this time. Fearing a beating, she immediately covered her head.
Kaya, Kong Chan's fist stopped in midair.
Luckily, he had recognized her in time.
In time.
You, Mi Zhang, with a pained expression and a scraped knee, looked at him with teary eyes.
That really hurt. Kong Chan's eyes widened in astonishment. It's you? What?
Her face showed her hurt feelings.
I just wanted to surprise you.
Hearing her say that, he could only rub his forehead in frustration.
Really? What surprise? A real surprise. Mi Zhang returned to her cheerful state and asked curiously, but how did you know I was sneaking up behind you? Kong Chan lowered his head, seeming to hesitate.
Of that, he didn't answer her question, but reached out his hand to pull her up. Kong Chan slowly helped her to her feet. Mi Zhang touched the hand he had just held, and her face immediately blushed with embarrassment. Kong Chan was also curious as to why she was following him.
What are you doing here? Mi Zhang looked at him with innocent eyes and explained, that's not it. We just finished our final exams, right? The finals.
But it seemed like I did really well on the test. When she bragged about her achievement like that, Kong Chan just crossed his arms in exasperation.
What? You came here to show off? Mi Zhang intertwined her fingers, looking very excited.
She continued to boast about her score. I wonder if it's okay, if I didn't make any mistakes, then no matter how many points others get, I'll still be number one.
But this test was a bit difficult, wasn't it?
Her lips were nonchalant, very charming. At this moment, her face began to turn red.
So this time, I'm the only one who got first place. Only now did Kong Chan understand the hint in her words. Now I get it. It seemed me John was very embarrassed to mention it.
Anyway, about me getting first place, Kong Chan just lowered his head, not revealing his expression.
If it's first place, I understand what you're saying.
Suddenly, Mi Zhang's eyes widened in surprise. It turned out Kong Chan had leaned in and kissed her on the forehead as a reward for replacing first. The kiss made her even more shy, her eyes looking.
Thanks for watching.
Bashful and timid, Kong Chan looked at her affectionately.
For now, this is enough.
Okay, he placed his hand on her shoulder as if to encourage her. Asterisk, if you keep getting so close to me like this, you'll be in great danger. This foolish girl, asterisk, a hidden man sat in a chair, holding a glass of wine, looking very amused.
It's about to begin. I'm really looking forward to it.
The school was now deserted.
The peaceful days continued to pass as summer vacation officially began.
At the gym, there were still people inside.
The training camp for the second year starts tomorrow, right? Everyone was having lunch together. So-yeon turned to answer Zaisen.
That's right, be at the school by 9 o'clock. Concho had finished eating. He crossed his arms and instructed everyone. As I've said before, I don't care about the others.
However, for the sports club, all deviant behaviors like drinking and sneaking out are strictly forbidden. He held out his hand as a signal, warning everyone if they were caught. So-yeon also lamented the strict conditions.
Oh, this is tough. For now on, I have to be nice to the kids, so if there's any trouble during the training camp, I'll have someone to help me.
Kongcho boldly declared, if there's any trouble, just let Sean know.
Hearing him say that, Kong Chan, who was eating, choked a bit.
Kongcho nudged him. Why me? So-yeon made a suggestion to Kong Chan Sunbae. Could you join the training this time? Anyway, vacation starts today.
He casually picked up his water glass and refused her suggestion.
Are you crazy? Why would I go?
If I go, only you guys would be happy. All the other second years would probably feel uncomfortable.
Soyeon immediately affirmed his popularity at school.
No, they wouldn't.
Sunbi is really popular, you know.
Such a suck up. Hearing Kong Chan's words, she didn't try to persuade him further. Everyone had finished eating.
They stood up to go home. All right, let's clean this place up and head home. Kongcho and Kongchan just stood and watched while everyone else cleaned up. Kongcho turned to look at Kongchan and laughed at himself.
Summer vacation, training camp, going through hell and back just to deal with this stuff again.
Hearing him mention it, Kongchan also became furious.
If it weren't for that bastard Saran, this life would be a lot more interesting.
Kongcho noticed the annoyance in his voice. Did someone provoke you again? Did I say something wrong?
Suddenly a sound was heard and Kong Chan, being sharp, glanced over.
Kong Chan held out the key to the car from before.
Take it.
Knowing he'd gotten his driver's license, Kong Chan gave him the key. Ah, you just got your license a while ago. But Kong Chan had no intention of taking the car right now.
I don't plan on driving it before I graduate.
Don't you know the duty of captain? Even if you don't want to take it, something will come up where you have to drive it.
So just take it. Kong Cho told him where he had parked the car.
You know a lot 20 of the Gongrang parking garage, right? The car is parked on the first floor there. Kong Chan looked contemplative and didn't reply.
Kong Cho dangled the key in his hand, teasing.
What's wrong? Scared of getting in an accident? It's normal. And just like that, Kong Chan.
The next day, at apartment 301, early in the morning, something made Kong Chan wake up with a gasp. It turned out he had woken up late.
He picked up his phone.
It's already 9:30. If this were before, it would be unimaginable.
He tapped on a messaging app on his phone.
At some point, Kong Cho had texted him, CEO Kong Cho, I'm leaving now.
Kong Chun suddenly realized something was wrong and slapped his forehead.
Oh my god, why did I just call him CEO Kong Cho so casually?
Kong Chan stared at his phone, not knowing how to reply. How should I respond to this? He looked at the screen. Chaz Dion also sent a message. Soyeon's message had also arrived. If you change your mind, Sunbae just come. We don't have a problem with it.
Kong Chan smiled with satisfaction and then replied to her message.
It's good that there are no problems. All right.
He swung his legs off the bed. 4 days and 3 nights without CEO Kong Cho, Mason after waiting for a while.
He stood up and stretched. There's one problem, but not right now.
It's been a long time since I've been able to exercise so leisurely. Kong Chan had changed his clothes and stepped out of his room. His mother was preparing breakfast.
Kong Chan's mother brought a tray of food to him.
You're awake?
Yes.
I'm going to exercise for a bit and then come back, Mom. His mother handed him a steaming bowl.
Drink this first before you go.
What is it? His mother seemed worried about his health and gently replied.
A new traditional medicine shop opened in front of the building.
So I stopped by and bought you some herbal supplements.
You've been exercising a lot lately, so you must be exhausted. Kangkon took the bowl and drank it all.
Yes, Mom.
He wiped his mouth and didn't forget to ask about his mother. What about your medicine, Mom?
His mother smiled. Her face gentle as she replied to him.
My supplement is your face.
Hearing his mother's words,
Kong Chan stood frozen. He quickly turned his head away,
avoiding his mother's gaze. Then he immediately walked out of the house.
I'm leaving.
His mother watched her son's back
and didn't forget to remind him. Don't overdo it. Kong Chan walked down the street
with his hands in his pockets. Suddenly, his phone vibrated.
He took it out to see. It was Kim Mi-jung calling. Kong Chan immediately answered. The other end asked, "Where are you?" He walked and answered the phone. I'm on my way to school. The gym is empty today.
I'm going to enjoy having the whole place to myself. Suddenly, he looked up ahead. There, in front of him, was Mi-jung. The school was deserted today as all the students were on summer break. In the school gym, Kong Chan used all his strength to lift the weights. His body looked magnificent at that moment. Sweat poured down his face, but his mind was still pondering. I've made a lot of progress over time, but I'm still quite a ways off from my old body.
He put the weight back in its place.
His whole body was now drenched in sweat.
A tiring workout. Kong Chan drank water to replenish his energy.
While drinking water, he suddenly sensed something. From outside the door, Mi-jung had arrived at some point. She leaned in and called him Chan, shedding her usual school uniform. She looked incredibly gentle and beautiful today. When Kong Chan saw her here, he was also curious.
Huh, are you here to work out too? Kong Chan pointed at her and made a suggestion. From now on, I've decided to get my revenge on that side.
So could you please leave for a bit? Mi-jung crossed her arms, her face a little sad.
She thought for a moment. No, sometimes when we meet again, I feel like I'm not considered at all. Kong Chan shot up and asked her, what's wrong? You're not here to work out? I was just bored, so I came here to hang out. I'm the manager of this gym.
After all, Mi-jung also teased him back, but I think I'm about to get a 2-day break from the center.
Kong Chan switched to another exercise. Is that so? Congratulations.
She approached where he was exercising, hinting at something.
So I can go on a trip with my family for the whole day.
But it's not that the center gave me a 2-day break, it's just that I have an extra day off.
Hearing her say that, Kong Chan's face went blank.
It seemed he still didn't understand the meaning behind her words.
Mi Jong lowered her head, looking embarrassed.
It's rare to get a day off like this, and just lying at home doesn't seem right. So I thought, she made her suggestion.
We could go out together for a whole day. Would that be okay?
Hearing her suggestion, Kong Chan's hands froze in midair. He slammed the handles down.
Kong Chan sat up and used a towel to wipe the sweat from his face. Mi Jong, having to eat like that, also seemed very shy.
He turned to agree with her.
Allah hate. Let me arrange my schedule.
Really, Mi Jong seemed very excited to go out with him.
Can you promise?
Kong Chan looked at her, giggling with joy, and thought to himself. Asterisk, you really have no tact at all.
What am I supposed to do?
Asterisk, you really have no tact at all.
Supposed to do.
Asterisk. It was already getting dark and Kong Chan had returned home.
I'm home. Kong Chan had bought something and gave it to his mother. What is this? It turned
out he was also very concerned about his mother. It's your herbal supplement, Mom.
It wouldn't be right for only me to drink it.
His mother held the bag of supplements, wondering how her son had gotten the money to buy them.
Where did you get the money? This is the money I earned from helping with interpretation. I used it to buy this.
Kong Chan was afraid that if he stayed any longer, his mother would ask more questions.
He immediately turned and went back to his room.
I'm a little tired, so I'll go rest in my room now. He entered his room, closed the door, and stood there like a statue for a moment.
Kong Chan sighed to himself. Today was a meaningful day in its own way, so let's just rest.
But then Kong Chan suddenly realized something, his eyes wide open.
He lowered his face to the ground, not showing any expression.
Inside him, his heart was pounding. He seemed to sense something within his body.
But I suddenly feel a sensation that I've never felt since switching bodies. The feeling of being on a battlefield.
Finally, the phone in Kong Chan's pocket rang.
Kong Chan, with a grimace, looked at his pocket. It seemed like something big was about to happen. He took out his phone. It was Deju calling. With a bad feeling, Kong Chan immediately answered and told the person to get straight to the point. Don't beat around the bush. Get to the point. Do you know? Kong Cho, on his end, told Kong Chan his situation. We're currently a lodge in the middle of MT.
Yuri, but I had to go outside to call you.
Kong Cho's face showed he was very worried. Otherwise my wife and daughter will die. Hearing that, Kong Chan's eyebrows knitted tightly. The people in your house. Neither of them are answering my calls. Kong Chan told him to give him the address so he could go find them.
Text me the specific address where they are. Stay put until I contact you. Don't move rashly.
I know.
With a contemplative look, he stared at his phone.
Being alone made everything feel helpless. The phone displayed Kim Tae-jin's number. Kim Tae-jin. First, I need to contact Kim Tae-jin.
Tae-jin immediately answered, and he inquired about the situation.
Yes, Kong Chan. CEO Kong Cho's family is being threatened. Do you know about that? No.
Please explain the situation to me carefully.
Kong Chan explained the situation to Tae-jin over the phone. It seems the family is being threatened at a lodge on MT. Yari. CO.
Kong Cho said he was told to leave the lodge. His wife and children are being held hostage, so he had no choice but to follow their orders. After receiving the information, Tae-jin wanted to be sure.
Is that information accurate?
I don't know, but even so, I can't just stand by and watch.
Tae-jin suggested a course of action to Kong Chan. You should try asking the police for help. Kong Chan, with a serious expression, explained. Representative, they have a deep-seated grudge with the Chinese.
So doing that could put the hostages at a disadvantage. Realizing this, Tae-jin understood his meaning. Kong-chan was packing clothes into a backpack to go rescue everyone.
Tae-jin wanted to know Kong-cho's current location. Do you know the hostages' location?
No, but first, I should try going to their house once. Tae-jin suggested a way to find the current location
of Kong-cho's wife and daughter.
I think the chances of them being at home are very low.
Do you have their phone numbers? If the hostages are near their mobile phone, we can find their location within 5 minutes. Kong-chan took his phone out of his hand to receive a message.
Yes, I just received a message. I'll send you all their family's phone numbers and the name of the threat in her.
I understand.
Kong-chan opened the door and rushed out of the room. His mother was hanging clothes. When she heard the noise, she approached.
Where are you going?
Kong-chan hastily found an excuse to leave the house. Today the second-year students have a summer training trip.
Since teacher CO Kong-cho is running later than everyone else, he invited me to go with him.
His mother was also curious why he was going with the second-year students.
What are you doing going on a second-year training trip? The kids really like me. I'll be back soon.
A worried expression flickered across his mother's face.
She didn't forget to remind him. Is that so? Be careful.
Kong-chan, with his backpack on, quickly opened the door of the house.
He ran like the wind.
He was already down the stairs and out the gate.
While running, he didn't forget to check his phone. It was that phone number calling again.
At the turn of the stairs, he skidded to a stop. Holding the phone, he continued to run without missing a second.
Finally, he answered the call. This is he. Go ahead.
The person on the other end gave him detailed instructions.
Actually, I have a few bodyguards who always follow you.
So if you get a call, please answer it. By now, Kong-chan had already run down to the main gate of the apartment complex.
Kong-chan, his face grim, gave Kong-cho detailed instructions. I'll handle this.
So you just endure it until then.
Kong-cho also.
I thanked him for what he had done.
Thank you.
When you've rescued my family, please contact me.
Kong-cho, on his end, was no better.
He looked furious, veins popping on his face.
I can't hold on for much longer. Kong-chan replied to him, okay.
Kong-chan ran out of the apartment complex and saw a taxi in front.
He immediately jumped into it. Can I get in? Gongrang Parking Garage, Lot 27. I'll pay double the fare. Please just get there as fast as you can.
The car sped off, leaving a trail of white smoke.
He dialed another number. He immediately called it.
On the other end, a Frenchman was calling him.
Hey, Johnny, what's up? Smith, Daeju is in danger. I might be in danger, too. So absolutely do not leave your house.
When Smith received the news from him, he also sounded worried.
I'm at the mall right now. I'll be back soon.
Hearing that he wanted to go home, Kong-chan immediately stopped.
Him.
No, take a taxi to the Namsan Hotel right now.
Until I've resolved everything. You are absolutely not to step out of your room. Got it.
He followed Kong-chan's instructions. But he also wanted to know the situation in detail.
I understand, but can you tell me? What's going on? I'm on the phone. I'll explain everything clearly later, so I'm hanging up. Now.
At an apartment building, Tae-jin called him to report the situation. Yes, Representative, I've pinpointed the location of the two hostages.
It's a plant nursery in Gyeonggi Province, Hanam City. I know. Send me the address.
Tae-jin was also very worried about him and wanted to send people to protect him.
Mr. Kang-chan, you're also a person we need to protect. We have gone to that location and we will also resolve this matter.
So please stay in a safe place and wait for our news.
The taxi was still speeding down the road.
Tae-jin was still reminding Kong-chan to be careful. It's near my place, so send the address first.
I know, I'll send you the address, but you absolutely must not move on your own.
We'll be there soon, so please stay put and wait.
The taxi turned into the Gongrang parking garage. This must be my car.
The taxi stopped in front of the complex gate, and he quickly entered the parking lot.
He pressed the start button for the car in the basement. Recognizing the signal from the key, the car immediately beeped. Kong-chan quickly got into the car and closed the door.
The control panel inside the car announced, "Please state your destination." As Kong-chan drove out the lot, he spoke the address to the car.
Farm Ward 20, Jeonggye Province, Hanam City. Starting navigation. Estimated time to destination is 30 minutes.
He felt the travel time was too slow and hit the gas pedal.
Are you kidding me? The car shot out of the parking garage and immediately sped down the road. Wanted to get there as fast as possible. Half that, 15 minutes. The car flew like it was on rails over the bridge.
But seeing how fast he was going, the car continuously issued warnings.
Warning! This is a speed restricted zone. Warning! This is a speed restricted zone.
Even knowing it was a speed restricted zone, saving people was more important and he had no other choice.
I know, stop nagging.
The car sped down the road.
Kong-chan steered the car, weaving through other cars. The speed camera here.
The teacher did not allow speeds over 70 km per hour equipped with a speed limit signal. But now he paid no attention to that and continued to drive. He ordered his phone, called Mr. Gwang Taek. His phone immediately obeyed, connecting to Mr. Gwang Taek's phone.
The other end picked up, "Hello." Without hesitation, Kong-chan made his request. This is Kong-chan. I have something urgent to discuss with you. CEO Kong-cho's family is being held hostage in Hanam. I assume you don't have anything major going on today, right? The car was still weaving through heavy traffic. So after this is over, I need you to help me handle all of this.
The other end immediately agreed
to the request. Hanam, hey, I'll be there in 20 minutes. No, I'll be there in less than 10. I'm not going to leave a bastard like you there alone. So just wait a bit.
He looked at his phone, about to send the location to Gwang Taek.
Alright, I'll text you the address.
Then he ended the call. The car now seemed to be flying forward even faster, sending voice message to Gwang Taek.
Kong-chan drove at full speed, seeming to utilize every second. He quickly arrived in Hanam.
His car stopped on the side of the road. Sitting in the car, Kong-chan was calculating.
The location is another 400 meters away.
For the company's safety, I'll proceed on foot from here, discreetly. He opened the glove compartment in the car, then he took a screwdriver from inside.
This time, Kong-chan did not bring his phone.
He slowly and easily stepped out of the car.
Kong-chan quietly tucked the screwdriver into his back pocket. He bent down
and hid something in the grass. It turned out he was hiding the key there. Kong-chan looked towards where Kong-cho's wife and daughter were being held.
He seemed to have identified their location. Over there. The hostages must be somewhere over there.
Kong-chan, with a contemplative look, stared ahead. He squatted down, his face tense with thought.
Over there. The hostages must be somewhere around there.
In front of a large, dark area, he dashed forward and hid behind a nearby tree. Then he carefully crossed the road from there. He hurried along the wall, thinking the fence is really high.
With this body, it would take quite some time to get over it. If those guys spot me in the meantime, it's all over.
As he walked, Kong Chan thought nervously, but I can't just blatantly walk through the front gate. Looking at the fence, he continued to think.
I think that should be fine. A dark hole appeared. 2 hands gripped the edge of the hole. Kong Chan gradually climbed up from the darkness of the hole.
He strained to climb up, thinking, this is no different from when I was in Africa. Gradually, his head appeared above the ground.
Kong Chan looked around at everything here. 2 men were standing there talking, and he thought, they even have guards posted outside? There must be quite a few of them inside.
He crouched low inside the tunnel, thinking, it seems I need a plan for when they all come out at once.
As he moved quickly, he thought, dealing with these 2 lackeys won't be difficult, but the problem is the noise.
Kong Chan slowly crawled out of the pipe, then he stealthily ran behind where the 2 men were talking. He hid there. One of the men there suddenly realized something.
Kong Chan already had his weapon in hand. Suddenly a truck drove up. He grimaced and lowered his head. All right. Kong Chan quickly ran up and grabbed the man by the neck while the other was still looking at his phone.
This man's face was covered in sweat as he cried out. The man next to him saw it.
Ha! He then brandished the weapon, a screwdriver that he was holding, and threw it straight. The screwdriver flew straight into the other man's neck.
Kong Chan still held the man tightly by the neck as he screamed. With his other hand, he placed it on the man's head. These bastards. His 2 hands held him tightly while the man tried to pull his hands away.
Who gave you permission to touch my family? The man's legs gradually gave out, then his legs went completely limp and he died. The man stabbed in the neck with a screwdriver was struggling to cry out.
Then the remaining man suddenly looked out.
A scream rang out.
His hand went limp, then this hand was dragged on the ground. The 2 of them were covered with a blanket, with only their feet and hands showing.
Kong Chan had almost completely covered them and turned to leave. His hand, still holding the screwdriver, suddenly stopped as he thought, wait.
He turned back and went to search the 2 bodies. He took the knife from the man's hand, thinking, a military-grade combat knife is definitely more useful than a screwdriver. All right, then Kong Chan carefully looked outside again.
After that, he ran off quickly.
Among the huts here, his feet were running at full speed. He swiftly ran past each place.
Kong Chan's footsteps ran very quickly from one place to another.
Suddenly, he looked up and realized something. Seeing a hut covered with a black cloth made him think.
A black cloth covering it? Kong Chan, hiding by the next hut, looked at a car parked in front of that hut and thought, and that suspicious car too, there's definitely something. He observed the car parked in front of the door more closely, thinking, because the car windows are covered with a black screen, there's no way to know exactly how many people are inside, but it looks like about 10 at most. Then Kong Chan ran quickly from this side to the hut covered with the black cloth. He took the knife and cut a line on the hut. All right. Then he pulled back the flap of the hut and looked inside. A group of gangsters was gathered inside. Kong Chan frowned and looked in, observing carefully. He thought, 1, 2, 3, there are a total of 6 of them. Assuming there are 10 in the car. That's a total of 16 here. Right now, I can't even tell how many are in the car. He looked at the mother and daughter, the gym teacher Seo, Kong Cho's wife, who were terrified and hugging each other. The hostages are even in their hands. Kong Chan stood outside, thinking, this is a battle where victory is not entirely in my hands. Should I wait for Kim Tae-jin and Oh Gwang-taek to arrive? He frowned again, thinking, no, if I'd lay any longer, I don't know if C.O. Concho can hold on. He squatted there, weapon in hand, head down and thought, whether I can do it or not, I have to try first. Kong Chan immediately cut an X-shaped slit, then he jumped inside, knocking over the men who were standing there. The men inside all looked towards him. A white-haired, gangster-like man frowned at him. Aren't you that Kong Chan? He yelled a knife out in front of him. That's right, so you know what to do. He then turned to look at the mother and daughter. Teacher's CEO Kong Cho sent me. Just hold on a little longer. A man frowned again. Behind them, a white-haired man stood, directing them to charge forward and shouting, "What? Brothers, get him!" Kong Chan immediately drew his knife back to gain momentum. Then he threw it straight at the person rushing towards him. That man immediately fell backward with a lot of blood, while the man behind him charged forward fiercely. That man was holding a knife. He then slashed straight at Kong Chan's head, but he cleverly dodged it. He then grabbed the man's hand and twisted it. The man's hand was immediately twisted to one side, and his knife was taken. He picked up the knife and held it out in front. The other man's hand was trembling, but another man with a fence post charged forward. Then that man ran up. The tip of the knife was pointed straight at his eyes. Kong Chan reached out and slashed a line in front of the man, and the man also charged forward to stab, but he dodged it. Blood splattered all over his face. His face was marked with a bloody streak. He dodged it. Damn them! They were all injured simultaneously. There were still two men who charged forward violently, one slashing at his face and the other at his leg, but he dodged them all. Kong Chan managed to push them a short distance away. Behind him, the mother and daughter were hugging each other, trembling. The two men who had just been hit by his move stood there watching. Then one of them advanced, holding his knife, while he also held his knife out in front. The two of them immediately fought, each with a single knife. However, the man was being overwhelmed by Kong Chan. Not standing by, he also immediately stabbed straight forward with his knife. Kong Chan launched a move, stabbing down into his stomach. As he fell, another man slashed straight at his head. Kong Chan advanced and slashed straight across his face. Then he slashed a line right in front of them. But one of them was rushing towards a mother and daughter, making him turn and shout, "Hey!" He immediately rushed forward. The man made a slash and he managed to rush forward to block the blow, but his shoulder was bleeding as a result. He then turned and slashed a line across the man's neck. A lot of blood spurted from his neck. The mother hugged her child in fear, looking at Kong Chan's arm, which was also covered in blood. He thought, "The wound is bleeding more than I thought." He still stood there looking at them, thinking, "If this drags on, I'll be the one at a disadvantage." Kong Chan held something and brought it back to gain momentum. Then he threw the iron ring forward with force. The iron ring hit one of the men standing there in the face, causing his face to bleed profusely. Kong Chan lowered his face and grimaced. Good. There were still two men in a defensive stance ready to attack him. Now there are two left. Kong Chan knelt down holding out his knife and frowned, thinking like this. Suddenly two more men ran up from somewhere, making the white-haired man turn to look. From where? They came down and said something, making him think, "Damn it, where did two more guys come from in the blink of an eye?" The white-haired man placed his hand on the man who had just arrived, making him wonder, "What? It looks like they're being chased by something." A voice spoke up, making him stand still and listen with a frown. "Well, now I told you to wait." A footstep entered along with a voice. "I don't know if you've run into any trouble." Kong Chan's eyes bulged. Taejin entered with a knife in his hand, making him. "Thanks for watching." Think in alarm. Kim Taejin. Taejin stepped in front of these thugs. All of those thugs followed him with their eyes. He walked up and stood opposite Kong Chan. Taejin stood beside him and looked at him. "Take a rest for a bit." He then turned to face the front. "For now on, leave it to me." The thugs cautiously held their knives out in front. The mother and daughter behind were still clinging to each other, and Kong Chan turned to look at Taejin and held up his knife, saying, "All right, but the two people behind, can you protect them?" The man glanced at him and replied, "I've said it many times today, Mr. Kong is also our protectee." His eyes suddenly realized something as he looked at the mother and daughter trembling and hugging each other. Kong picked up a wooden stick and cursed these bastards.
His face contorted with annoyance. I want to finish them off with my own hands.
Taejin stood behind him, looking at him. Oh my, will that really be alright? Then Kong-chan dashed off quickly.
He held the knife with courage and flew straight forward, thinking, now there are no hostages. He successfully slashed one of them, and the man fell to the side, covered in blood. The man in front of him swung his knife straight forward with force, but he quickly grabbed the man's hand, and the man also grabbed his forearm. The white-haired leader pointed his knife forward and shouted an order, kill the hostage for me.
Kong-chan, while stabbing
the other man, turned his face to look. He then threw the man to the ground and looked at the ones rushing towards him. The next one was kicked by him, and the other was slashed
by him
and fell down. Another one tried to hit him with a wooden stick, but he blocked it in front. While Kong-chong was fighting, one of them slipped out and ran towards the mother and daughter. But Taejin quickly spotted him. He held his knife in a ready stance, making the man standing in front of him threaten, "You want to die too, you bastard? Get out of the way." He lowered his face and sighed. "I've heard these words many times from bastards like you." Taejin's hand used the handle of his knife to strike the man directly in the face. He then slashed a straight line, sending the man sprawling.
Blood splattered everywhere, and he glanced out, thinking, "Don't you know who we are?" Kong-chan turned to see Taejin fighting the man and thought Taejin's side is completely fine. The man with the ponytail took the opportunity to stab his knife straight. "Thanks for watching." But he skillfully dodged to the side. He then grabbed the man's wrist. Kong-chan's eyes turned red as he slashed the knife straight at the man's face, causing the man to panic and break out in a cold sweat. His knife had cut straight into the man's neck, one of the man's knees buckled. Then Kong-chan threw the man to the ground. The white-haired leader gritted his teeth and walked forward with his knife. He looked up at the man. Immediately after, the man charged forward fiercely, holding his knife and cursing loudly. "Trash." He seemed to be pushed back slightly. Then the man slowly slashed, pushing Kong-chan back, but luckily he still managed to dodge in time. His hand hastily picked up the knife. He reached out and slashed a straight line in front of the man. The slash caused a man's stomach to bleed. And he even used his body to push him back. But Kong-chan continued to stab him in the back. The man immediately turned back and slashed his knife diagonally across his face, but he didn't even touch him. He then stabbed the knife straight up into his chin. The two of them were now head to head. One of Kong-chan's punches was in position. Then the man tried to stab the knife up toward his head, but he didn't get hit. Instead, his head was knocked back. The man held the knife behind him to gain momentum and gritted his teeth. A slash across Kong-chan's neck. The two of them stood a short distance apart, both holding knives in their hands. He frowned and lowered his head slightly, thinking, this guy, even for a minute or a second, it will take a lot of time to deal with him. His feet rushed forward quickly with a thought, I can't let it be like. He then used his whole body, mainly his knee, to charge straight into the man's chest. The man's eyes widened at the pain. Kong-chan's eyes looked down. His knife fell hard, and his foot slowly collapsed. His whole body gradually collapsed. Kong-chan's hand already held the knife up. His whole body was covered in sweat. He reached out and said his last words. Wait, let me finish. Kong-chan's eyes blazed red with terrifying intensity as he raised the knife and said, Not necessary. He stabbed a knife straight down toward his head. A lot of blood splattered out. Streams of red blood shot straight onto Kong-chan's terrifying face. He stood there, looking down at his body. A loud voice from outside said, And over there, what's that sound coming from over there? Mrs. Jean approached him and said with a frown, They've all come here. There seemed to be quite a few of them. Kong-chan calmly turned to look at him. It's all right. A large crowd of thugs ran in, shouting in front of him. Take care of them for me, you bastards. Show them some manners. He spoke up. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Guang Take appeared, shouting, "Get out of the way."
Insta behind, surprised, thinking, "Oh, Guang Take." Taejin approached Kong Chan, who was holding a knife, and spoke to Guang Take.
I just remember you handling the remnants here. Bringing the whole gang like this is a bit too much. He looked around in alarm and asked, "What?" "It's over." He replied, "Anyway, thank you for coming." He turned to look at Taeji and said, "Contact Seo Kongho."
The man turned to look at him and replied, "I know." On the other side, the mother and daughter were still hugging each other, trembling with fear. Suddenly, she looked at the foot stepping closer.
Kongchan squatted down and looked at the mother and daughter. "First, let's go to the hotel and rest. I've already had someone contact the teacher." Taejin walked up and handed him the phone. The other side isn't picking up. He stood up and turned to look at the man. "Anyway, I have to go there myself. I'll leave these two with you for a bit." TG looked at him and replied, "Leave their family to me. As for you, take my car. My car has a siren, so it'll be faster." He replied, "Then let's do that."
On the other side, Guang Tek was smoking.
When a voice called out, and he glanced over, "Oh, Guang Tek." Kankan came up to him and said, "Please take these two back to the Namsan Hotel safely. As for the dead ones, handle them discreetly." The man reached out and replied, "Leave that to my man, I'll go with you." He shook his head and lowered his face, replying, "Anyway, these bastards are still in Seoul more often, so I'll feel safer if you stay here." "I'm counting on you." Stepping outside, the conversation between the two of them still hadn't stopped. "I know, you go quickly and come back quickly." "Thanks." Kong Chan got into a car.
He sat in this car, driven by Taejin. He gave the order, and the car started.
"Let's go." The car sped off down the road, and Taejin asked, "Do you know the way to Yuri?" Kankan turned. Taejin turned and replied, "We'll figure out on the way. More importantly, representative, do you have a gun?" Taejin turned and replied, "I have an air gun, but it's not very effective in a fight like this." Then Kong Chan took off his shirt and said, "Is that so? Well, it looks like I need to stop the bleeding a bit." The white cloth was stained with his blood. He then tore it off.
Taejin, while driving, turned to look at him. A cloth would be better than a shirt. First aid kit in that glove compartment.
He also looked over and replied, "Ah, then I'd be very happy."
He took his hand and wrapped the layers of cloth around his forearm.
Taejin glanced over.
Then he called out, "Kong Chan." He held his shoulder with one hand
and turned to reply, "Yes."
While driving, he asked, "Who are you, Kong Chan, really?"
He turned to look at him. In surprise, "What?"
Taejin glanced over and continued, "A friend of O Guang Take with a vague understanding
of the special CQC technique. Most importantly, someone who could decisively stab a person to take their life without a moment's hesitation. If you say you're just an ordinary high school student, it's hard to believe."
Kong Chan sat there without saying a word.
Taejin still glanced at him and asked, "How many people have you killed before?" He replied, "Do I have to answer that question?"
The man replied, "Of course not. I have no right to ask about a client's private life." His hand, while holding the wheel, continued, "Once I've signed a contract, I'll do my utmost to protect you. However, after the contract ends, I have the right to look into you in my own way."
Taejin continued to speak while driving. "Anyway, this is my profession. I don't protect criminals." Kong Chan turned to look at him. "You don't need to worry about that."
The man turned to reply, "I hope so." He then bowed his head and closed his eyes, thinking, "What a straightforward person."
Then Kong-chan picked up his phone. Let's try calling. So-yeon answered. Yes, Sunbae. Kong-chan said, So-yeon, where exactly is your lodging? She was surprised. Wow, are you really coming here, Sunbae? She sounded a bit sad. No, I'm not coming. I was just joking with teacher CEO Kong-ho. That's a shame, you really can't come here. I'm not coming. He spoke up. Alright, just tell me the exact name of the place. Zhao Yang replied. Zhao. Yuri Mountain Yutho. I don't know if he was joking, he said loudly. Went out, you guys saw it with your own eyes. So-yeon on the other end replied, yes sir. At that time, the teacher was with 3 men in strange suits. He bowed his head, sweating. I see. Do you guys have any particular problems? Then she said, particular problems? What kind of problems? Ah, that's right. Hearing that, Kong-chan's face contorted in annoyance as he quickly asked, what? What is it? So-yeon's face was hesitant. They just keep drinking Sunbae. After hearing this, he was also helpless. Ah, just do as you please. Have fun, she replied. Yes, please come here, Sunbae. Then Kong-chan put down his phone and turned to look at Taejin, who was speaking. I know the place. If my staff doesn't contact you, I'm afraid things might not be over yet. Wouldn't it be better to report it to the police? Please listen to me for a moment. He glanced at the man. For now, it's best if you pretend you don't know. The man replied, I know. Their car was still speeding down the road with Taejin's words. From now on, I'll be driving continuously, so you should get some sleep. We'll be there in about an hour. Looking towards Mount Sa-sam at the end of the road, a deserted and dark forest. At the base of a tree, many men were tied up and tied by their feet. Their hands were clenched as they called out, Captain. Their heads were upside down and bleeding profusely. The drops of that color flowed down to the ground. They were brutally tortured with the words, Don't come here. The shadow of a man hung from a tree. While below, men were tied to the base of the tree, one lying on the ground. Looking closely at the sole of this person's shoe, a name appeared. Person's shoe, a name appeared, a small thing like a hidden camera. At the entrance of Yuri-san, the car with the new tail followed them in. Egan frowned thoughtfully as he drove, even though he had a fight for his life a few hours ago and is about to face death in the next battle. He then turned his face to look. He observed Kong-chan sleeping in thought. He can still fall asleep. Seeing him sleeping soundly made Taejin think even more. Well, it's true that sleeping, even for a little while, will help. You recover your strength and endurance. But being able to sleep at a time like this is a big problem. While thinking, Taejin drove the car. Normally, in a situation more tense than a stretched bowstring like this, no one can close their eyes, not even those who have undergone training. On the long drive, he couldn't stop thinking, but this young man, not even 20 years old, is taking advantage of the brief period when his life isn't threatened to recharge by sleeping. It's absurd. Looking at Kong-chan's nodding head, sound asleep, he still thought, this has nothing to do with innate talent or remarkable skills. If you haven't been in a situation like this thousands of times before, you can't sleep like him. Remember in the image of Kong-chan fighting bravely earlier. Taejin's eyes narrowed as he thought, who is this kid? Suddenly, the phone vibrated, making Kong-chan open his eyes. He picked up the phone and answered, who is it? A voice came from the phone, this is Oh Gwang-taek. On the other side, Gwang-taek had returned to the hotel to report, Mr. Jok's wife and daughter have been brought to the Namsan Hotel. They will be safe here, as long as we're not attacked by an entire army, everything will be fine. He replied, thank you very much. Gwang-taek held a cigarette and spoke. We've also taken care of the bodies.
We only captured a few alive because you never know, they might be useful. Kong Chan's eyes lowered as he called out, "Oh, Guangtek, this place." After speaking, he said nothing, letting the man call out, "What? Say it, kid." After that, he closed his eyes. "Never mind, it's nothing." On the other side, the man answered the phone. "Kaka. You're acting shy. Come on, relax. I can guess what you were going to say. So don't hesitate." Kong Chan continued. "All right." A sentence from Guang Take made him glance at Tae Jin. "By the way, how do you know Kim Tae Jin?" He replied, "We met by chance during some recent incidents." On the other side, the man took out his cigarette and continued. "I can't understand you or the logic behind your actions." And he put the cigarette to his lips and asked again. "We'll be leaving in 5 minutes. Where's the location?" On the other side, he replied, "You don't need to come." At the hotel, Wang Tate cursed at him. "You crazy bastard. All right, bye." Hanging up. In the car, Kong Chan turned to ask Tae Jin how much longer until they arrived. He replied, "We're about to reach the youth hostel." He then stepped on the gas harder, and the car sped along the empty road. A sign indicated a right turn, with 800 meters remaining to their destination. The car went up a slope, and Kong Chan immediately said, "We can't let them know we're here. Park the car here." He replied, "Good idea." They went to the back of the car, and Tae Jin opened the trunk. He took things out of the trunk and asked, "But what if they've already left this mountain range?" Kong Chan looked up at the large trees. "That's not possible. There are too few security cameras and passers-by here. They must be hiding in the trees." Kong Chan's hand clenched tightly. The sides. Their mission isn't to run away. He stood there, frowning, and said, "They're waiting for me, their ultimate target." Tae Jin turned to look at him, looking worried. Looking towards the tall house. "They're definitely still here. Since this is a large mountain range, it will take us some time to find them." Tae Jin's hand held a small round object. "Don't worry, all of my company's bodyguard shoes have tracking devices. No matter where they're hiding in those trees, we can still pinpoint their location within a 2-kilometer radius." He looked at the tracking device in his hand, and it seems we've got a signal. The scanner showed red in the northeast. Kong Chan frowned but said nothing. Tae Jin closed the trunk and turned to say, "Let's go," but he replied no. "I'm sorry, but I want you to stay here." Tae Jin heard this and gritted his teeth in fear. Kong Chan frowned and said, "Make sure the police don't get involved in this and find a discreet hospital. We don't want rumors to start and spread." His eyes widened as he asked, "Are you sure you'll come back alive?" Kong Chan stood there and replied boldly, "C.O. Kong Ho will come back alive." Tae Jin's face looked down, contorted. Kong Chan grimaced and looked at him with determination. Then he said, "I understand." Tae Jin handed him the equipment. "It's shameful to have to say this, but please protect my men. I will pay you back double the original amount." He took it and replied, "I'll do my best." Then Kong turned and walked away. "I'll be back." But Shin called out, "Wait," making him turn his face back in question. Tae Jin held out an item for him. "This is the bayonet I used when I served in the demilitarized zone." He held it out to him. "It's my treasure and my good luck charm." Kong Chan's brow was still furrowed as he looked at the man and asked, "Then why are you giving it to me?" Tae Jin looked at him and said, "So you can come back and return it to me." His face looked at him without a word. He then reached out and took it. "Thank you very much." Kong Chan bowed his head in thanks. He then turned his head and walked away, leaving Tae Jin standing there with the car. On the other side, Kong Chan was climbing up the slope. "Goodbye," His hand held the signal detector. He looked down at it and thought, the signal is getting stronger. He looked down and thought. Looking ahead, he thought, I'm almost there. Suddenly, Kong Chan's. His feet stopped, he gritted his teeth and grimaced when he saw something. He saw the men tied to the base of the tree. Not far from him was a person hung by their feet from a tree, their body dangling towards the ground. Kong Chan gritted his teeth as he looked at the scene, thinking, even if you've been trained, being hung upside down from a tree for over 4 hours like this can be life-threatening. And even if this is a trap, I still have to do something. He drew his knife. Kong Chan stepped closer. The tied-up men heard him and woke up calling out. See you, Kong Ho. The man hanging upside down also opened his eyes and looked out. The man looked at him and said weakly. You've come. Dang Tran asked. Are you still alive? They replied that it was the men from the parking lot. Despite being in great pain, the man still gritted his teeth and teased him. Kangkon had already gritted his teeth. A burning rage was evident in his upturned eyes and clenched jaw. Kangkon stood there, looking ahead. A gang armed with weapons approached. One man with a sword slung over his back, another with long hair and a club. A large group of men in black. They were numerous and stretched out to confront Kangkon. A group of them approached, led by a white-haired thug. Kong Chan gritted his teeth and looked with hatred. Thinking of the men from the parking lot. The man smoked a cigarette and looked at him with a contemptuous expression. You think you've escaped us? That tree over there is where I'm gonna bury both of you. After that, I'm gonna deal with that bastard. Oh, Guang take. The man with the ponytail standing behind him drew his sword and laughed. Just as he predicted, this little brat really came here on his own, what a surprise. No wonder he's such a hateful bastard. Kong Chan thought of Sak Lung's image when the man said that, he's talking about Saran. Is he really behind them, helping them? The man hanging upside down also spoke up, Captain, get out of here, please. The thug stood there, smiling and holding his weapon, hearing his words, go on, and then come back later to avenge me. Kong Chan's hand gripped the sword tightly. He then said something that made him a little hesitant. Hey, did you forget who I am? Why wait until later? The men tied to the base of the tree also gritted their teeth as they listened to his words. They came here for me. In the darkness, Kong Chan spoke alone. The prey has offered itself up. They got into a defensive stance when they heard his words. All I have to do is. And Kong Chan had also gotten into position, holding his knife and looking at them. Kill them all right now. His face contorted with determination. A deep male voice rang out, causing the two young men tied to the base of the tree to turn pale with fear. Why wait for next time? They've come to me. Finish them. Was deep in a forest where darkness resided, but the deep, dull sound still echoed on a flying saucer. Quick as a flash was the image of Kong Chan, cold and decisive, attacking straight at the opponent's shoulder, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. He was also smart and clever when he used the other man's back as a shield against a stormy attack in front of him. He exchanged a sharp look with the man. The fierce crowd in front of him had their swords drawn, determined to take Kong Chan's life. Seeing this, he was not only horrified, but also taunted, so I have to. Kong Chan took a stance with only a sharp combat knife. He declared boldly, kill them all right now. Without much talk, he rushed forward and punched the first man in the neck with great force. That bare-knuckle punch made the man spit out a little red, and his eyes were full of resentment as he thought, even though we've changed bodies. The gloomy scene in the forest at that time was Kong Chun fighting alone against several dozen men. But looking at the image of the three men tied to the base of the tree and the man hanging from above, it was not yet certain which side had the upper hand. T.O. Kong Shou. His whole body was covered in wounds and bruises, making him look extremely pained. The men on the other side had already made their move. One of them advanced and slashed at Kankan, but with his skills, he quickly dodged a fatal blow. His face at that time looked extremely terrifying as he got ready to jump in and fight them. The young man in the tree watched the horrific slaughter below and thought to himself, "The captain and I still have to do our best not to kill anyone else." The three men tied to the ground saw the tragic scene before them and were so terrified they didn't dare to look directly. On one side were several dozen pairs of feet in shiny black leather shoes. Facing them was a pair of agile, dynamic sports shoes. The perspective of being hung upside down, the man thought nervously, but the image of Kong Chun charging into the fight like a wild beast that had escaped its cage made the man imagine that right now he was just like the captain from Africa. Kong Chun gripped the bloody combat knife in his hand, ready to stab to death anyone who approached. He tensed up, looking at them. It seemed they had many calculations in their minds. They confronted him, perhaps because they were overconfident in their numbers, so every man's face was excited, arrogant, and aggressive. The man in sports shoes quickly advanced without a moment's hesitation. The leather shoe-wearing squad, seeing the opponent's bold move, immediately followed suit. Chon skillfully used a small trick with his knife, making it convenient for combat. He charged forward decisively, without a single wasted motion, attacking the man in front of him with force. A man standing behind advanced, intending to stab him from behind, but with his keen senses, he had already noticed it. The sharp tip of the knife had come close to his neck, but luckily, it was still within his line of sight. A red line appeared in blood. Was he stabbed, or did the other guy get it back by him? The other guy was definitely dead, because the next frame showed him moving with a knife. In front of him were still the men who were trying to take Kong Chan's life. They charged forward, led by the guy with the katana, who shouted angrily, "Die!" Immediately after, the whole group followed one after another, attacking. With such overwhelming numbers, it was inevitable that Kong Chan would be injured. He cried out in anger as one of his shoulders was attacked, tearing his shirt and drawing blood. A man with a goatee, seeing him injured, took advantage of the situation, holding a knife and charging forward, shouting, "So what, but what could you do to him?" He kicked straight at the man's stomach, then spun around and kicked straight at the stomach of the man holding the knife, who was trying to stab him. He stood in the midst of the enemy, surrounded by men with unstable clubs. Holding a knife, the man with the sword slashed straight at him, but missed because he had managed to dodge. Seeing the enemy's opening, he rushed forward and stabbed the ankle of the man who had just slashed at him with the sword. Then with graceful speed, he spun around and kicked another man right after. This man fell, and another charged forward as numerous as ants. He glanced at the crowd that was charging forward with great momentum, then turned into a flash and charged forward, attacking them one by one. One of them, having taken the brunt of Kong Chan's horrific attacks, opened his mouth and roared in pain. He looked at the noisy mouth of the man and ordered, "Shut up," observing the situation at that time. He was satisfied and thought, "Excellent, he didn't hit my muscles directly. I could still move my hands." While continuously stabbing the man in front of him and observing the rest, he thought to himself, "But still, he hired the entire parking lot and the Chinese." With the skills of a veteran mercenary, he continuously dodged and counterattacked them quickly and efficiently. He cursed inwardly. He must have been preparing for this for a long time. Bastard! Kong Chan decisively ended it by plunging the knife straight into his neck. He gritted his teeth and said, "Die quietly." From behind, a heavy object like a boulder came hurtling towards him, but luckily he detected it in time. He gracefully dodged the attack. Behind him was another man with a combat knife, coming to take his life. The point of the knife stabbed straight at him. He managed to dodge, but the sharp blade still left a long, bloody gash on his face. Immediately, he caught the hand that was attacking him and taught the man's face a lesson. At that time, he had to face a barrage of sharp sword tips being thrown at him. Thanks to his agile body, no sword could harm him. He took a defensive stance and attacked, and another man fell. Chan face. Just a large number of enemies, each one of them, try and stab him, which made him hesitate.
There are too many of them. I won't be able to hold out until the end.
They didn't give him a moment's rest and continue to charge, making him think, if that happens, I'll die without a chance to counterattack. As he dodged each wave of attacks, he had to think of a battle plan.
What can I do to turn the tide? Suddenly he noticed something behind him. His eyes seemed to have a new plan. He immediately turned and ran in that direction.
They immediately chased after him, running inside. While observing the terrain, Kong Chan immediately realized that unlike the open space, this place was more like a dense forest. The group behind chased after him, shouting at each other, "Don't let him escape."
This figure had disappeared, leaving them confused. Where did he go? Kong Cho observed everything, watching them frantically search. He can't have gone far. Find him for me.
He sighed and sneered to himself, "Fools." A long-haired man with a sword, looking dangerous, was surveying his surroundings.
An unknown thought appeared: dense forest.
He rested his sword on his shoulder and observed, raising his guard. But he was too careless, as Kong Chan was right behind him, but he didn't notice.
His hands clenched the rope, ready.
The man was immediately grabbed by the neck, only managing to let out a small gasp. He pulled him down tightly, giving him no chance of survival. His eyes glowed red, looking exactly like a bloodthirsty monster on the hunt. It turned out that thought was Kong Chan. He arrogantly claimed that this was the territory of the god Blackfield. One of them heard the noise and turned to look.
He saw what was happening and immediately shouted,
"Over here, the long-haired guy's been strangled. He's dead," foaming at the mouth. The man was angry but also somewhat scared when he saw the scene and swore,
"Damn it!"
A call from behind made him jump.
"Hey!"
Behind him was Kong Chan. He spun around and slashed at him, confidently saying, "Die." A thud appeared.
Could Kong Chong be dead? How could it be that easy?
The blade only hit the tree trunk, and he was still smiling at the man.
You must not know.
He was angry at being mocked by him.
Long weapons are not suitable for use in the forest.
In his hand, he already held a combat knife, still stained with the blood of the man's.
Thanks for watching.
Without much talk, he dealt a fatal blow to the man. He was startled and turned towards the shouting of the group that had been discovered. "He's here.
Hurry!"
The group approached, their faces dark when they realized. My men looked around in confusion.
That bastard, where is he?
He hid in a corner, assessing the situation.
Good. I can recover my strength and take them out one by one.
Another man seeing the group standing there ordered forget about finding him and kill the bodyguard tied to the tree. The group understood and replied yes. Seeing the change in the situation made him worry. Damn it, as they disappeared he also left his hiding place. He approached the tree with a man's sword was still stuck, then he resolutely pulled it out. Holding it he quickly ran away. He observed the situation at the fated tree from a corner. They held knives and swords as they approached the group tied to the base of the tree.
My father looked at them and cursed under his breath.
These fools! He caught the opening and rushed out. Quick as a flash, he had made his move. A single sword stroke had finished off the first man. His superhuman agility had reached the first man before they could even react. Another sharp sword stroke was unleashed, but it seemed this one wasn't easy to handle. He managed to block, and another one attacked from behind. He charged forward and slashed at him, shouting, "Die." He thought to himself, "Damn it." He quickly jumped back to dodge the sword stroke. He was not too surprised, so his leg was injured. The wound caused him pain. Gritting his teeth, one of them asked, "We finally caught him, what should we do now?" Another replied, "I'm not sure, we can think about it later. For now, let's beat him until he can't take it anymore, but don't kill him." The man with the unstable club laughed and replied, "Yes." A man lit a cigarette leisurely.
The other man's crime made him jump. The knife was stuck in his leg, making him scream. Kong Chan sat up, at this moment, looking exactly like the rebirth of a monster. The man with the 3 claw marks on his eye, seeing this, thought in fear, unbelievable. He can fight back even though he's injured in the head. Kong Chan's mind flashed back to the past. I don't know the reason behind it. The image of him running, panting, as if chasing or running away from something. But I'm sure I'm not mistaken when my body went through that excruciating pain. All of this confirmed for him. I have recovered my memory. He pulled the knife from his shoe, his voice calm, sorry to keep you waiting. The whole group was now terrified of his appearance. The man in the tree also frowned when he saw Kong Chan like this. He got into a ready stand. From now on, you will face. The steely declaration was made by him, the true body of Blackfield. Kong Chan pulled the knife from his shoe, his voice calm, sorry to keep you waiting. The whole group was now terrified of his appearance. The man in the tree also frowned when he saw Kong Chan like this. He got into a ready stance. From now on, you will face. The steely declaration was made by him, the true body of Blackfield. The man with the 3 claw marks on his eye, while holding his cigarette, thought in fear. What? His aura suddenly changed. The leg that had just taken a full knife blow was now trembling. He gently touched the wound. The burly man's face showed he was in pain, but also had a lot of resentment. He turned to look at him, making him jump. But that wasn't enough with his agility. He had grabbed his neck and stabbed him in the neck. Blood from the wounds splattered everywhere, even on his face. He now looked exactly like a demon. Still the same scene, one against a pile in the gloomy night forest. One of them from the group shouted to reassure everyone. You're just a kid about to die. He immediately took his weapon and charged forward. Do you think just staring at us like that will make us tremble in fear? He coldly looked at the small fry in front of him. His leg was in a ready position to counterattack. A few more of them toyed with their lives for a bit of blood. The man with the 3 slashes on his eye bit down on the cigarette in his mouth with worry. He clenched the combat knife again, signaling an upcoming stormy attack. He breathed rhythmically. Seemingly tired, but his fighting spirit still boiled. Kong Chan, like a ferocious monster, faced them and provoked, "Come on." The group immediately charged forward. He got into a ready stance to send them to meet the King of Hell. Eyes like bullets, a cold face, fresh blood still running down his cheek to his neck. He looked more terrifying than ever. He dodged this one, stabbing the other continuously. He grabbed the arm that was trying to kill him with his sword. With his other hand, he continuously stabbed the man's stomach, creating deep holes. He didn't rest for a second, then quickly leaned into a defensive stance. He single-handedly took down the entire group in front of him. Their speed was too slow for him, leaving them stunned. But with the advantage of numbers, they swarmed him, trying to hit, slash, and kill him. As Kong Chan blocked one man's attack, several others behind him got ready to strike. He frowned, realizing the situation was a bit difficult for him. He observed the movement of their feet. The sudden stage made the nearest man scream in pain. One by one, the next few also screamed in terror. He decisively stabbed their legs with a knife. The group in front screamed, while the group behind was clearly panicked by this attack. He was still kneeling while the men around him were rolling on the ground. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at them. The remaining group was terrified by this scene. He observed and counted, there are still about 40 of them left. I have to kill them one by one. The image of Kong Cho appeared before his eyes. Waking him up, he calmed himself down, "Calm down, Kong Chan, and take care of yourself." Still facing them, but he had cleared his mind. The main point is to save the hostage, more important than killing all of them. He observed the situation of the tied-up hostage and concluded, it will definitely take time to get Kong Cho down from the tree and untie him. So I need to free those guards first. He was still in a defensive stance, ready to fight them. The situation at that time, in terms of position, he was still quite far from a hostage. He gripped the knife and held it out in front. Seeing him, they also tightened their grip on their weapons. He started by charging in and slashing at them. Each of his blades accurately slashed their bodies. A man with a club tried to hit him from behind. Another man with a sword attacked from the side, but none of them touched his skin. Instead, he had slashed the leg of the man in front of him. Kong Chong did not forget to observe the situation at the base of the tree to find an opportunity for rescue. He skillfully dodged and attacked at the same time. Some blows were only inches away from him, but he still managed to dodge them by a hair's breadth. They simultaneously lowered their swords to take his life, but his superhuman agility helped him escape death, seeing a man with a combat knife charging at him. He dodged to one side, then gave him a stab from the throat in return. He cried out in pain and dropped the knife. He saw it. The knife fell as it slipped from the other's hand. Then another man caught the knife and stabbed at him. Luckily, he had leaned back immediately. A man behind him saw the opening and swung his sword, intending to slash Kong Chong. The blade was already close to his body. Feeling it, he somersaulted over the man to avoid it. He landed spectacularly. Next to him was a combat knife. He gently picked up the knife without a moment's hesitation, while observing the enemy in front. While calculating in his head. When the attack appeared right in front of him, he faced it without blinking. The guards tied to the base of the tree were also struggling, trying to escape their bonds. One of them noticed Kong Chan's movement and looked up. Kong Chan was running towards them. They followed closely behind him. Just like that, they all ran towards this tree. He looked at them to check the situation. He stopped, turned around, and observed them. The group was startled. He looked at them and taunted, "Really? You cowards are afraid of Kid." He continued to charge into the swarm of fire ants and challenged, "Come and get me." "What are you doing?" He ran in another direction, drawing them away from the hostages. They were provoked and chased after him like cats and mice, cursing, "You son of a bitch." Like cats and mice, cursing, "You son of a bitch." A hostage observed carefully, his face full of worry. When he looked down at his feet, he discovered a combat knife there. On the other side, Kong Chong was busy stabbing several enemies to death. The man was in extreme pain when he took a full knife to the throat. Another man also gritted his teeth, holding a knife and charging forward. Unable to pull the knife from the other man, he was stabbed in the leg by that man. He let out a cry. And then gritted his teeth and uttered, "Bastard." The man who had managed to attack him was excited and shouted, "Excellent. Aim for his leg. He's slowing down." Immediately after, he took a full knife to the throat and couldn't utter another word. He asked contemptuously, "Is that so?" Kong Chong pulled out the knife and blood splattered like a fountain. The enemy's blood splattered all over his face, making him look even more ferocious. That gaze was bloodshot, making even him tremble in fear when he looked at it. He asked the group in front of him in return, "Didn't you say I was slower? Who wants to be next?" One of them couldn't help but exclaim in fear, "Monster!" He gripped the knife and charged forward, thinking to himself, "I can't drag this out any longer because this motley crew has to continue." You. After getting the other knife, the hostages also managed to cut the rope. They were overjoyed. Finally, the three of them cracked their knuckles and discussed among themselves, "Let's get Mr. CEO Kong Cho down." Roger. Then they turned to look at the battlefield at that moment, determined to say, "In the meantime, we will." The image of Kong Chan single-handedly fighting in a sea of enemies made them ready. "Reinforce Mr. Kong Chan." "Yes." The other group had also discovered that the hostage had been untied and shouted, "You idiots, what are you doing? Get them."
Seeing this, the hostages' fighting spirit soared even higher.
Damn it!
They have to pay it back tenfold. Kong Chan, seeing the tense situation on the other side, shouted instructions.
Don't think about fighting them back, get CEO Kong Cho down and run.
A voice suddenly rang out, answering Kong Chan, that won't be necessary. He turned towards the source of the voice, suspicious. That voice.
Taejin and Sang Jun appeared and approached, each holding a knife.
Taejin smiled and said, now that we're here, let's just wipe them all out.
Sang Jun said with interest, ah, a truly bloody battle. He wasn't worried about the enemy.
He stabbed the one in front of him to death immediately. Kong Chan wiped a streak of blood from the corner of his mouth, then turned and asked,
why are you here? TJN, don't worry, I've already dealt with the police. Kong Chan asked probingly if this would cause trouble for him. Taejin also answered honestly. My blood is. How can I sleep peacefully?
Taejin observed Kong Chan with a frown and thought. The child is still in a bad state. Seeing Kong Chan hastily wiping away his sweat,
he thought again, despite what I say. We still have to escape after rescuing the last hostage. Taejin stepped forward and suggested. Why don't you stand back and rest? We are your protectors. Kong Chong replied bluntly. If you have time to chat, go save CEO Kong Cho. Taeji knew he couldn't be persuaded and said. I knew you would say that. Then let's attack at the same time. Kong Chan agreed. Okay.
The three of them charged forward with Kong Chan in the lead. The three of them charged in, stabbing at the enemies.
The chaotic battle resumed as the enemies fell one by one. Still in the gloomy forest with no light.
The group penetrating through, a hand clenched so tightly that the veins bulged, a knife was charging forward. The treacherous man with the goatee was attacking one of the three hostages. Suddenly they both turned to look in the same direction with great alarm. Taejin advanced and punched the man out of the frame.
Taejin shouted, we'll protect you, so get Mr. Suk Kincho down. The group quickly replied, yes.
They quickly got to work. One person cut the rope, while two others formed a cushion for Kong Cho to fall onto. On the other side, the three of them were still fighting hard.
Finally, they managed to cut the rope tying Kong Cho.
The other two also managed to catch him, quickly cutting the ropes binding Kong Cho's hands. The rope at his feet was also cut. Kong Cho stood up, holding his head and swearing, oh, damn it.
Kong Chong was fighting, but still turned to tease his friend a bit. You owe me another favor. When are you going to pay me back? Kong Cho bent down and picked up a knife.
His eyes were filled with murderous intent.
I'll do it right now. Kong Cho approached and said politely, step back. Kong Chong refused, no, let's fight together. With you with us, wiping them all out is just a matter of time. Kong Cho replied humorously, don't kill too many, leave some bastards for me. It was no longer one against the pile.
Now there were 6 more people in position, fighting side by side with Kong Cho. The man with the 3 slashes on his eye, seeing this situation, gritted his teeth and thought in fear, damn it, this wasn't in the plan.
Hong Chan and Kong Cho were fed.
The man with the 3 slashes on his eye, seeing this situation, gritted his teeth and thought in fear.
Damn it, this wasn't in the plan.
Kong Chan and Kong Cho were full of fighting spirit, ready to fly in and settle the score with them. The man with the 1 slash on his nose observed the situation and thought, this little brat is already enough trouble, and now there are 6 more like him.
We'll lose if we make a mistake. The man was sweating profusely, thinking, is he the one we have to risk our lives to eliminate?
On this side, Taejin also had his own concerns. We haven't had any casualties yet, but Kong Chan, so Kong Cho, and my men don't look good.
A good thing, but getting everyone a medical treatment. It is more important.
Taejin carefully considered the situation. They still haven't retreated, but they're not attacking us recklessly either. They're also scared. Tae-jin frowned, seemingly having thought of a suitable countermeasure in that case. Kong-chan, seeing that they hadn't moved for a long time, slowly stepped forward. As he advanced, he taunted, "What's wrong?" "Scared." Kong-chan was spoiling for a fight. "Then let me attack first." Tae-jin quickly stepped in to stop him. "Mr. Kong-chan. Wait a moment." Kong-chan turned to look at him annoyed. Tae-jin suggested, "I'll handle this." He approached the man with a single slash on his nose and asked, "Are you in charge?" The man answered honestly, "Indeed, I am." Tae-jin suggested something and the other man. They exchanged words in a language that neither Kong-chan nor we could understand. This made him wonder, what are they talking about? Tae-jin spoke continuously, and the other man nodded in agreement. He then gave an order to his men, and they began to show signs of leaving. This caught Kong-chan off guard. He was stunned, thinking, "What?" Before Kong-chan could ask, Tae-jin explained. "I told them Oh Guang-taek was on his way and that they should retreat now." Kong-chan burst out in anger. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Tae-jin cut him off. "We are bodyguards. A bodyguard's mission is to protect their client, not to annihilate the enemy." Ignoring the outrage from both Kong-chan and Kong-cho, Tae-jin continued calmly. "You've both reached your limit. As the one responsible for your safety, I can't let you fight with your lives hanging by a thread." Kong-cho stubbornly retorted, "I don't care. We have to use this chance to end this conflict for good." Looking at the bodies of the fallen men, Tae-jin patiently tried to reason with the bloodthirsty beast that was Kong-cho. "We don't have enough time to deal with the bodies. If this massacre is discovered, you'll be sentenced to life in prison, and none of us want that to happen." "Right, Mr. Kong-cho." Kong-chan remained defiant, tightening his grip on the knife. "That's not a problem." He took a fighting stance, responding resolutely, "As long as I can kill every last one of these insects." Tae-jin couldn't hold back anymore and roared, "Kong-chan!" The foot that was about to launch in a battle suddenly froze. Tae-jin used all his might to yell sense into him. "This isn't the end. If killing them all would solve everything, I'd be fighting right alongside you. But what about the people waiting for you to come back?" Kong-cho, who had been eager to fight with Kong-chan just moments ago, began to reconsider after hearing Tae-jin's words. Kong-chan fell silent, but it was clear that the words had gotten through to him. Tae-jin approached, his voice softening. "I apologize for raising my voice. You still have people to protect, Mr. Kong-chan, and as your bodyguards our mission is not over." Kong-cho was now completely convinced. "He's right. You look like you're about to collapse. Let's get you back now." Kong-chan's voice was quiet. "I understand. Let's go." Tae-jin let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, sir." They still hadn't escaped the dark foggy. The man with the scar on his nose took a drag from his cigarette. He watched as his subordinates cleaned up the bodies of their comrades. He pulled the cigarette from his mouth and spoke. "Ah, I never thought I'd be cleaning up our own people's corpses here." Kong-chan watched him, a look of surprise on his face. The man turned to him and asked, "What's wrong?" He walked over to Kong-chan, surprised. "I can speak your language. I never thought I'd find a warrior this strong in South Joseon." He looked at him with a scummy expression and said, "In any case, you won't be seeing us again. Next time, you'll be facing the Hancock Group. Make sure you win, because if you lose, our reputation will be ruined." Kong-chan gritted his teeth in anger as the man rambled on. "Oh, by the way, you've never been to Yenbian." Kong-chan replied with pure hatred, "You bastard." With that, the man turned on his heel to leave, saying cheerfully goodbye. He approached his men and barked, "Stop dawdling. Are you planning to stand here and watch the sunrise? Move it." The 7 of them stood there, watching the group depart. Suddenly Kong Chan's breathing became uneven, his eyes heavy with exhaustion. The world started to spin and his entire body collapsed.
Kong Cho saw him and panicked.
Kong Chun fell to the ground with a thud amidst the desperate cries of the others.
"Captain, Mr. Kong Chun." Tae-jin turned and ordered, "Carry him." Sang-hyun quickly responded, "Yes, sir."
They quickly moved out into the dark night, leaving the grim.
Tae-jin asked, "Where are our reinforcements? They should have been here by now." Sang-hyun, carrying Kong Chan on his back, replied, "They're waiting for us down below."
Tae-jin said with relief. Just in time, as they moved, Sang-hyun tried to keep Kong Chan awake.
"Mr. Kong Chan, you can't fall asleep. Medics are waiting for us, so please stay conscious until we get there." Everyone kept calling his name to keep him from drifting off. "Mr. Kongkon, Mr. Kongkon."
But his eyes were drooping. He was completely exhausted. All he could see were the trees of the forest.
Would they make it in time to save him? The next scene shows the doctor and the ambulance finally arriving.
Everyone was shouting, trying to keep him from losing consciousness. Concho was so helpless. He started to cry. The last thing he saw before succumbing to exhaustion was Song Cho standing next to a doctor.
In the dark night, his name echoed. "Chon, Chon, Chon."
He was still unconscious, but his mind was aware.
The voice called again. "Chon."
He struggled to open his eyes. He sat up after a long sleep, finding himself in a forest again.
He vaguely guessed this is Africa.
The voice continued, calling his name relentlessly.
"Chan, Chan." He faintly recognized the voice.
A mystical fog appeared, blurring his vision. Within the fog was the image of a short-haired woman, calling his name desperately.
"Chan." It was clearly a woman.
She called out non-stop.
"Chan, Chan."
He immediately recognized her.
"Mom."
A vine appeared from nowhere. It quickly wrapped around his arm. His other arm was also ensnared by another vine. He struggled.
"What the hell is this?" Another vine tightened around his neck, causing him to panic.
His entire body was pinned to the ground by the vines. From a distance, Kong Chan's mother continued to scream his name.
"Shan! Shan!"
He struggled with all his might to break free. Something else appeared, leaving him stunned. A creature with bright red skin appeared, holding a short sword. Its tip pointed towards Kong Chan's mother. This sight terrified him, and he screamed, "No, stop!" Its eyes stared at him menacingly, ignoring his desperate cries.
"Stop it! Don't do it!"
Kong Chan's mother, her face streaked with tears, pleaded, "Son, just go." He struggled, but couldn't break free from the tightening vines. He said weakly, "Wait." He tried again, but failed, still screaming, "Wait for me, just a little longer." He had no strength. The monster's eyes looked at him with a challenging glare. Facing it, he struggled, but couldn't escape the vines. His mother's tears flowed freely down her cheeks as she spoke incoherently.
The monster didn't waste any more time.
With one decisive blow, it brought its sword down on Kong Chan's mother. He screamed in agony. And no, he suddenly bolted awake, still muttering unconsciously, "No, you don't know." The person giving him an injection saw this and teased.
"So you don't mind getting stabbed by outlaws, but you refuse an injection in a hospital?" After the terrifying nightmare, Kong Chan woke up in a daze and asked, "Where is this?" Dr. Hyun-woo replied sarcastically, "Are you serious? This isn't your first time here." He continued, "What a shame. I was so close to harvesting your organs this time." Kong Chan played along with Dr. Hyun-woo's deadpan humor. "Yeah, too bad. I just got back from hell." A deep, worried voice asked, "Is he okay?" Dr. Hyun-woo turned to see Tae-jin standing there, arms crossed. He answered honestly, "Yes, he's fine.
If my diagnosis is correct, he could be discharged tomorrow morning. Dr. Hyun-woo gave some instructions before leaving.
The dangerous phase is over.
Please inform one of my staff if the pain suddenly increases or if you need anything.
With that, he turned and left. Tae-jin sat down in a chair. Kong-chan asked worriedly, "Where is Mr. Seo Kong-cho?" Tae-jin replied, "He's not with us." Kong-chan blurted out in surprise, "What?" Looking at the impassive Tae-jin, Kong-chan exclaimed, "You?" Kong-chan asked, "Where is Mr. Seo Kong-cho?" Tae-jin, sitting by the bed, answered, "He's not with us." Hearing Tae-jin's answer, Kong-chan was shocked. He sat up abruptly and asked again, What did you say?"
Tae-jin, with a serious and cautious expression, replied he was at the hospital with U.S. but decided to return to Yuri-san.
"He wanted me to tell you to call him when you woke up, Mr. Kong-kan." Hearing the respectful way he was addressed made Kong-kan feel a bit awkward. He smiled and said, "There's no need to be so formal."
But Tae-jin remained firm in his address and original intent, speaking slowly.
"I'm 52 years old.
I won't change how I address anyone unless they are truly close to me."
"Thank you."
Kong-chan smiled and asked, "We've been through life and death together, not just once but
twice. Isn't that close enough for you?"
In response, he received a slow, impassive, yet firm reply.
"The truth is, I like to speak comfortably with you, Kong-chan."
Oh wait, those words made Kong-chan feel a sense of relief, and he let out a sigh with
a smile.
At the same time, Tae-jin realized he had softened a bit, and he also sighed and smiled
lightly. Kong-chan tried to sit up.
Tae-jin, seeing this, reflexively reached out to stop.
"Stay still," Kong-chan then said, "I need some water."
Worried about Kong-chan's injuries, he advised, "I don't think you should drink water right after waking up." But his thirst was unbearable, and he retorted, "Just a little." Tae-jin looked at him and smiled in compromise. Without another word, he went to the table, picked up a thermos, and poured some water into a cup for Kong-chan. Tae-jin handed him the cup of water and said, "Just a little to wet your lips."
Kong-chan immediately took it with both hands respectfully and replied, "Of course."
Holding the cup, Kong-chan drank it down in one gulp while Tae-jin began to speak slowly. "I spoke with Oh Gwang-taek while you were unconscious.
I know this situation is unusual. My client seems to be more involved than I thought." Kong-chan wiped the stray drops of water from his chin and asked, "Are you talking about me?" "Really?" Tae-jin confirmed, "Yes. I'm not entirely sure about this."
Kong-chan suddenly remembered something and asked,
"Oh, do you know where my phone is?"
Hearing this, Tae-jin turned towards the drawer and replied, "We put it in the drawer."
He quickly handed the phone to him.
Kong-chan politely took it with both hands and said, "Thanks." When he turned on the phone, the screen showed missed calls from 4 people, making Kong-chan frown and think.
Mom Kim Ee Jong Mi Sin Smith first. I should deal with the most clueless one.
He then pressed the call button. A voice answered in French.
"Hello, Cheney." Kong-chan replied in French. "Are you still at the Namsan Hotel?" Smith answered. "Yes." "What should I do now?" Kong-chan immediately laid out his plan.
"I'm sending some guards over.
Talk to them and have them stick close to you for a while."
Smith, who was enjoying his time with a lover, replied cheerfully, but he wanted to confirm.
"Are you okay, Captain?" Hearing Smith's strange question, he felt suspicious. "Why? Were you hoping I was dead?" He quickly explained. "I didn't say that." Kong-chan's His mood shifted, and he reassured him, "I'm perfectly fine, so don't worry too much. I need to call someone else. Talk to you later." After hanging up, Kong-chan turned to talk to Tae-jin. "There's a disabled French guy named Smith at the Namsan Hotel." Tae-jin immediately replied, "I know him." "Your branch manager."
Kong Chan instructed, he's on our side, so please protect him for a while. I can't sign a contract right now, but as soon as I can. Before he could finish, Taejin understood and replied, I'll send a few people over right away. He crossed his arms, maintaining his serious demeanor, and said, and we'll do the same. For Mr. C.O. Kong Cho and his family, as well as your family and friends. No need to pay. In fact, we'll even pay you double the contract value. Alright, hearing the benefits Taejin was offering, Kong Chan wanted to refuse. Why? I can't accept that. But he didn't give him a chance to refuse. It's a matter of my pride. Don't try to change my mind. Hearing this, a thought flashed through his mind. He's really stubborn. Knowing he couldn't refuse, he held his phone and sent a message while compromising. Alright, we'll talk about that later. Kan then noticed the text message from Kong Chao. Call me as soon as you wake up. Reading the message, he smiled faintly and guessed. Asterisk, you're driving, aren't you? Keep your eyes on the road, asterisk. He typed a reply on the screen. Just woke up. What's up? As soon as the message was sent, a call came in. Kong Cho spoke first. Hey, you're awake? Kong Chan continued the conversation. Yeah, just now. How'd you know? Just as he suspected, Kong Cho was driving, but was so worried about him that he didn't care. The message was marked as read anyway. I'll visit you tomorrow, stay put. In the hospital. Kong Chan, while glancing at Taejin beside him, advised. Don't bother, don't push yourself too hard, coming back from your trip is already tiring enough. The other end replied. What are you talking about? The trip ends tomorrow. Suddenly, Kong Chan seemed to snap out of it and shouted, Today's Thursday? Noticing his panic, Kong Cho asked, You're probably dizzy since you just woke up, right? Just stay in bed. I'll swing by to check on you tomorrow. Kong Chan calmed down and replied in a softer voice, Alright. The call ended. Kong Chan was still skeptical and turned to ask Taejin, So today is Thursday? Taejin replied with an obvious expression, Didn't the doctor tell you? You've passed the critical stage. You were practically dead yesterday. For now, I think you should contact your parents first. Kong Chan was shocked. You didn't call them? Taejin then explained, We didn't call them, which is why they aren't here right now, for a few reasons. We anticipated you would survive, and you did wake up in the best possible condition. Upon hearing that his parents, the police still didn't know about his situation, Kong Chan was overjoyed. Thank God, Taejin then got ready to stand up and instructed him. Anyway, take good care of yourself. As he stood up, he reassured him, I've stationed my men outside the door, so you can rest assured you're safe here. Realizing Taejin was about to leave, Kong Chan asked, You're leaving? Taejin had already reached the door of the hospital room and called back. I can't leave the office for too long. I also have a few things to take care of. I'll just handle the urgent matters and be right back. Seeing how busy he seemed, Kong Chan felt sympathetic. You don't have to do that if you're busy. But Taejin turned his head back, smiled, and said each word clearly, This is my honor. The sound of the door closing echoed in the room. Now, only Kong Chan was left. Sitting on the bed, he acknowledged Taejin's credibility and thought to himself, Asterisk. A reliable man. He's like the captain of an army. Asterisk's eyes were now glued to his phone screen as if searching for something. Anyway, I need to contact the others. Suddenly a call came in. On the screen was a series of a number 1. He answered the call and put the phone to his ear, guessing, Is it Renek? This was his habit. Kong Chan answered hello. From the other end, a very familiar voice called his name, Kong Chan. He instantly recognized the person by their distinctive voice. His expression changed, and his eyebrows furrowed. The caller was unexpectedly Saran. His wicked, haunting laughter echoed repeatedly.
Thanks for watching.
His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, growling each word in French.
So it was you who ruined my plan.
The man mockingly repeated Kong Chan's words.
You ruined my plan, Kong Chan probed.
It seems your ribs have healed, but the man still wanted to taunt Kong Chan, still as arrogant as ever.
Kong Chan clenched his fists, trying to remain calm. Cut the crap. Get to the point. Where are you? I'll find you and end this.
His pupils constricted with rage as he made a challenge.
Just you and me, one-on-one.
His words couldn't provoke the man, who only saw him as a hissing cat and smiled.
Calm down, you insolent child. Kong Chan's face grew uglier. What's the matter? Are you trembling? You know I was just injured yesterday, right? Or do you need a bigger fight?
On the other end.
And Saran gave a sly smile. It's good to hear that agitated tone in your voice. Sorry, but I have no intention of meeting you right now. Suddenly his eyes widened as if he'd lost control and he snarled a threat. The people around you will be in danger from now on. Again and again and again.
It will never end. At this moment, Kong Chan wished he could be there to slice him to pieces. He growled in anger.
You bastard. The man on the other end left a message. I'll call you in 3 days. The call ended and Kong Chan's mood became grim.
A plan sparked in his mind. Asterisk, let's see how you use the Chinese to mobilize the remnants of the parking lot gang against me.
You must have thoroughly researched my background and past. Asterisk, Kong Chan bit his lip, feeling he couldn't. Thanks for watching.
Asterisk faced him alone, but suddenly his face ignited with a fire of vengeance, his eyes sharp as he strategized.
Asterisk, I need my own army to fight them. A strong and reliable army. Asterisk. Kong Chan finally calmed down, closed his eyes, and relaxed.
Then he slowly opened his eyes, determined.
Asterisk faced it calmly, because I haven't found a solution yet. Asterisk.
Holding his phone, he immediately dialed Neeson. The phone to his ear he thought asterisk until then let's do this one more time.
Asterisk the phone rang for a long time before the other and finally picked up. Hello Cheney, I was just thinking about you, maybe we're connected somehow. Telepathically not wanting to hear a ramble he got straight to the point, the company you mentioned before. Do you have any more information about it?
A sigh came from the other end.
Really, Cheney? You have no shame.
Hearing this, he immediately softened his tone.
I'm sorry, but this is urgent. I need to know more. Neeson sighed and replied, fine, you're talking about the Daewoo family, right?
She held the phone between her ear and shoulder, applying lipstick, and gave him more details.
I looked into it more, and it seems pretty solid. The current chairman is planning to sell it at a very reasonable price. The price? Yeah, it won't affect your assets much. You haven't been betting everything on something recently, have you? He replied directly, I don't even know about that stuff. Anyway, it's fine if I take it over, right?
Neeson, reapply her lipstick, confirmed, yeah, it's better than unseeing.
They're both. It's pretty famous, well worth the investment.
Kong Chan's tone became serious as he called her name.
Neeson, he then gently asked for her help. If you can manage the company, I'll leave it to you. If not, don't do this. I don't know anything about this stuff and don't have time to worry about it.
As soon as she heard his offer, Neeson couldn't hide her excitement.
Cheney, you're taking over the company for me? Suddenly his face fell with frustration. Asterisk, she's taking everything this way again. What a rare talent.
Asterisk, he sat on the hospital bed feeling helpless. If I could, I'd rather just buy Kim Tae-jin's company.
He was lost in thought and didn't hear me since calls Johnny Johnny. Are you listening? Kong Chan finally snapped out of it and rubbed his forehead. Yes. Think about it, and call me back.
Meanwhile, Neeson was still lost in her own fantasy.
Instead, why don't we discuss this in more detail tonight, at a fancy restaurant under the moonlight? But Kong Chan immediately refused.
Sorry, I have something to take care of. A dial tone followed, leaving Neeson confused. Her small lips puckered, but then slowly curved into a smile. Then rested her head on her hands on the table and sighed to herself. One attractive man on Kong Chan's side right after he hung up his mother called.
Yes, Mom.
I dropped my phone in the river while out with friends. I'm only calling now because it just dried. He maintained a cheerful tone to comfort her.
Yes. I'm having a good time with everyone. Yes. Yes, if possible, can I stay here a few more days?
All right, then his sister called, worried.
Kong Chan reassured her, I'm not ignoring you, I just left my phone at home. He continued to act like everything was fine.
Right now, I'm in the countryside because Mr. CEO needed my help with a few things. I might stay here for the whole week. Kong Chan then made a promise, of course I remember, you said your cram school is closed that day.
Yeah, I'll be fine that day, okay for sure. Kong Chan then flopped onto the bed and sighed wearily. I'm going to die. What did I do wrong? Why do I have to deal with a bunch of excuses from so many women? Suddenly, the hospital room door opened. Tae-jin walked in. Seeing him, Kong Chan immediately sat up and asked, Are you finished with your work? Tae-jin, holding a coat, walked towards the hospital bed and replied, I told you. I only took care of the most urgent matters. He sat down in the chair next to the bed and said in a low voice. Now, we should continue our conversation. Tae-jin looked at him seriously and said, I have a large network of people in contact for my time working at the DMZ and the Blue House. What I mean is, I have many ways to get more information about you without your permission. Tae-jin then added. But I want to hear it directly from you. For some reason, I don't think you'd lie to me. A flicker of surprise showed in Kong Chan's eyes. He quickly became serious and replied. I understand. Please listen carefully. But there are a few things I need to say first. Kong Chan began to analyze. No matter how extensive your network is, whether you have contacts in the Blue House, the White House, or the Kremlin, you won't be able to find. His expression became serious with Tae-jin's offer, as he said from now on, I won't lie. But I won't tell you everything either. I don't think you could handle the whole truth. Is that okay with you? Hearing this, Tae-jin tilted his head to confirm, so you won't discuss topics you'd have to lie about? You mean I can trust every word that comes out of your mouth? Kong Chan immediately replied decisively, that's right, Tae-jin then said with understanding. Honest, I agree to that. He then began to tell Tae-jin his story. I skipped the part about my past life and reincarnation and told Kim Tae-jin almost everything that had happened up to now. Kim Tae-jin listened to my story until the end without interrupting once. After a while, when the story ended, Tae-jin slowly spoke. So, this conflict will only be resolved once you find this Saran and kill him. Is that correct? Kong Chan confirmed, that's right, basically I'm trying to get a contract with Gong and get involved in this. It seemed Tae-jin still wanted to hear more. He replied, I also want to hear about the details you didn't tell me. Give it up. He fell silent for a moment before slowly replying. You wouldn't be able to understand or accept it. Related to my French-speaking skills, my relationship with Mr. CEO. Kanho, my fighting skills that don't match my age. All of it. A determined look flashed in Kong Chan's eyes. So, it's better to leave those things out for now. Their eyes met directly. Tae-jin asked, better for both of us? Kong Chan quickly replied, that's right. Finally, Tae-jin compromised. Alright, I accept that. I asked you to tell me, but you don't have to if you don't want to. So why did you tell me? You don't seem to be asking me to protect you better. Hearing this, Kong Chan made his own offer. I need your help in capturing Saran. But Tae-jin felt there was a better option for him. Wouldn't No Gwang Taek be a better choice for that mission?
At that moment, thinking of Saran's army, he said, Saran was a captain in the special forces and he has extensive combat skills. If he shows up with professionally trained men, Gwang Taek and his people won't be much help. Thinking of the consequences of that plan, he asserted, will only have more meaningless deaths. Seeing this, Tae-jin fell into deep thought and slowly replied, Is that so? At this moment, Kong Chan looked at Tae-jin with trust and advised. This is clearly not an easy mission for you either. You might even put your own life in danger, just like when we were at Yuri-san. You can refuse my request if you want. I won't object. Then Tae-jin spoke up. What is all this? Once you recover and graduate from school, I'll hire you as an instructor. You probably noticed that when you were at Yuri-san, but our youngest mercenaries still lack skills. If you train them, they'll be a great help in the upcoming battle. Kong Chan fell into a silent moment, his face determined and fearless. Forget everything we talked about today. I don't want my colleagues and subordinates to be sacrificed again. I'm sorry. Receiving that answer from him surprised and confused Tae-jin. You don't have to answer right away. We still have time, so think about it. He became silent again, and they both looked into each other's eyes without speaking. The air becoming heavy. Just then, a nurse opened the door and announced, It's time for your injection. Kong Chan immediately replied, Ah, yes. The nurse, holding a tray with a syringe, approached and instructed. This is a sedative, so he will fall asleep afterwards. Tae-jin replied, I understand. As the nurse administered the injection, Tae-jin said goodbye to Kong Chan. I'll be back again. Kong Chan felt a bit awkward and replied, You don't have to do that. But Tae-jin, with a stoic, emotionless expression, turned his head and said, My men are also hospitalized on the floor below. Don't feel bad about it. Kong Chan said nothing more and held out his arm for the nurse to insert the needle into his vein. The needle finally slid into his arm. Outside the hospital, the night had already fallen. On the hospital bed, Kong Chan was in a deep sleep after the injection. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, showing signs of waking. Next to the bed, Tae-jin was waiting for him to wake up. Kong Chan rubbed his eyes and sat up, asking, How long have you been sitting here? Tae-jin replied, Not long. I just arrived. He then shared some news with him. I found out through my network that Saran was reported to have died in a car accident on his way to the airport. French intelligence has also requested our cooperation to keep this accident quiet and not to report it. Is there anything else I don't know? Kong Chan felt a chill run down his spine. The two were silent and the atmosphere became heavy again. But then Tae-jin spoke first. If it's hard to talk about, you don't have to tell me. Kong Chan remained silent and thoughtful. Suddenly, Tae-jin's voice rang out again, catching his attention. He stared into space and began to tell a story. When I served in the army, my official duty was to protect the front line. Memories began to flood back, but the real mission I was given was something else. At a base, as night fell and enveloped everything, from a distance, a soldier stood guard with a rifle, maintaining a serious posture. Suddenly, a figure in black appeared, his face covered, hiding at the soldier's feet. Without a word, he acted decisively, locking the soldier in a chokehold. This person was none other than Tae-jin. After taking care of him, Tae-jin crept inside with a knife. In a silent night, a scream echoed. What? Fire! Instantly, in the dim light, blood splattered everywhere. Tae-jin's eyes were filled with killing intent as he left with his knife. That was my real mission. Returning to the present, he said in a low voice, I'm not bragging, but my skills were excellent.
I was arrogant back then, too.
His words trailed off.
But then I met him.
Suddenly, the fire of hatred in the eyes of a man who had been calm from beginning to end flared up madly. T-Jean remembered the figure in military uniform holding a knife, the neck-slicing murderer, which was deeply ingrained in his mind. Hearing him mention that name, Kanchan was quite surprised and asked,
The neck-slicing devil? T-Jean continued.
He slipped into our guard post without a sound and slit their throats.
Throats one by one.
He didn't leave a single trace.
We called him the devil.
His face became serious as he spoke. Of course, we received a special order to capture and eliminate him. But suddenly, memories of that day flooded back. In the dark night, the squad was discussing their battle plan. The person holding the map, who turned out to be Tae-Jean, spoke up.
7 hours ago, an unidentified person entered our area.
Seeing this, the agent in the wide-brimmed hat said, There's been no information about anyone surrendering, so his purpose could be reconnaissance or an attack, if he has the guts to come alone. Tae-Jean continued, Tonight is the best chance to catch him.
Another person asked, What's the plan? Tae-Jean then said, If a professional like him decides to hide in this vast forest, we'll have no way of finding him.
He seriously considered another possible scenario, but if he returns to his camp, he'll have to choose between one of two routes. He pointed to the map and analyzed, through Hill A or across River B. The man in the wide-brimmed hat replied, The probability is 50/50.
So where should we set up the ambush?
Tae-Jean held up 2 fingers and answered, Of course both. He then began to assign tasks, split into Team A and Team B, 4 members each. No, 3 for Team A, 5 for Team B. As for himself, he pointed a thumb at himself and said confidently, I alone am worth 3 men. The man lit a cigarette.
Aren't you underestimating us a bit?
Of course, an arrogant man like Tae-Jean couldn't let himself be teased. He immediately retorted, If you feel wronged, then bring me the next slicing devil's head. All 3 of them responded in unison with great enthusiasm. If he comes our way, we certainly will. Although we split into 2 teams, of course, we all wanted him to come our way, because the young rookies had plenty of strength but lacked real experience. However, at that moment, Tae-Jean was holding a rifle, silently observing everything. Suddenly, a static sound came through his earpiece. Screech.
A sound echoed in his ear.
Target confirmed.
Beginning pursuit.
Immediately after, Tae-Jean turned and signaled to the person behind him.
Young Ho, let's move to provide some. Avoid combat as much as possible and observe until we arrive.
His voice came through the comms again, emphasizing. I repeat, remember the target is extremely dangerous. Then a voice called in his ear, Young Ho. Everyone was in a ready-to-fight stance with high concentration. Tae-Jean cursed silently in his head.
Damn that neck-slicing devil. If possible, don't come this way.
Way, on the same mountain, in that forest, on the side of the other team.
A signal blared. Team A respond.
The team anxiously ran with their guns, searching. An annoyed voice muttered, Damn it, can't get through. The team then stopped on a high patch of ground. Tae-Jean pulled down his face mask, panting from exhaustion.
Suddenly, Yango beside him spoke up, Do you think they're all wiped out over there?
His words immediately agitated Tae-Jean, who shouted, Don't say such nonsense, they're probably just busy in a firefight, with anxiety and hope of finding his comrades and the enemy. He walked ahead and continued, Or maybe the signal was cut off because of poor reception, let's follow the squad members' tracks. Shortly after, the team moved forward cautiously.
Wait. Tae-Jean noticed a strange mark on a tree.
He approached and touched the gash on the tree trunk, carefully observing it. Then he turned to look at his comrade behind him.
They both nodded, understanding each other's thoughts.
They ventured deeper and deeper into the forest.
Finally, they stopped in their tracks.
Before them was a bloody hand and a body lying in the grass, leaving them all utterly bewildered.
Tae-jin was frozen in shock. How could he not recognize his own comrades from Team A?
Along with it was the signature mark left by the neck-slicing devil. The small hope within him shattered into pieces. His rage erupted, his pupils constricted, and he gritted his teeth, growling each word.
Next-slicing devil, you bastard. A finger lightly touched the bloodstain on the ground. Yonho immediately identified the direction. The blood trail leads north. He immediately knew he's injured too. This news caught Tae-jin's attention. All three of them followed the blood trail with their eyes. But from an opposite corner, not far away, someone was also.
A fleeting shadow behind a bush with sharp eyes and excellent observation skills. He wore a military uniform, but it was different from Tae-jin's.
That's right, it was the neck-slicing devil they were tasked to capture and eliminate.
Unexpectedly, he even whistled to draw attention to himself, filled with provocation. The sound quickly reached the opposite side, which was Tae-jin's team. The fire of hatred within him burned fiercely. His eyes wished he could eat the man who had murdered his comrades alive. He gritted his teeth and said, "There you are, you bastard." Without another word, Tae-jin raised his rifle and charged towards him. But he was stopped by an outstretched arm. One of his comrades stood in front of him and advised, "The north is his territory. We don't know how many of them could ambush us in the blink of an eye." But his rationality was slipping. He immediately pushed the other man aside and shouted, "What do you know? If we're ambushed, we'll just kill them all." Following that, his other comrade, Yang Ho, also stepped forward to stop him, shouting, "Don't." Yang Ho tried to persuade him, "Let's retreat for today." Restrained by both of them, Tae-jin struggled and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. He's right there. There. I'm going to kill him. You won't be at fault." His comrade, Young Ho, shouted in his ear, "Get a grip, Kim Tae-jin. We have to live today to get revenge." In his eyes, the image of that man flickered. His silhouette was clear in the distance. Suddenly, he raised his hand to his neck and gave a deep smile. His bloody hand gave a "Thanks for watching." Immediately after, he made a throat-slitting gesture with a face full of scars, a provocative smile on his lips. With that arrogant look, Tae-jin's pupils constricted, locking onto him. This made him lose control even more, like a madman. He roared, "Just you wait, you bastard. You will die by my hands." Suddenly, the man turned and walked away. At the same time, carrying the fire of hatred and loss of control, he almost went insane, roaring with resentment. "Let go. Let me go. I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Returning to the present, Tae-jin closed his eyes, recalling every detail of that time. From that moment on, I couldn't control myself and went crazy. In the end, I was transferred. His sorrowful eyes and fell on Kong Chun, and continued, "If they hadn't done that, I might have run all the way to Pyongyang alone." Hearing his story, Kong Chun felt a pang of empathy. "I know that feeling." Then, Tae-jin told him about the current life of his remaining comrade. Of the two survivors from that time, one is now in the intelligence department and the other became the captain of that team. The one in intelligence told me not to get involved in the Saran case. He said that France and China have been making unusual moves recently. Suddenly, he spoke with annoyance. "But funnily enough, there's one thing that makes it impossible for me to sit still anymore," which surprised and intrigued Kong Chun-hee. The anger in Tae-jin began to boil, and he gritted his teeth. "The next slicing devil is in China's intelligence department. He's the one who slit the throats of. I called 5 of my comrades and disappeared." Kong Chan replied, "So he went to China," but he denied what Kong Chan had just said. "No, he's in Korea now. He's one of the people Saran called before entering the country."
All this information hit Kong Chan at once. And before he could process it all, he immediately asked, "Wait, who called who?" Picturing the man in his mind, Tae-jin replied. He came to Korea under the identity of a representative for Gangnam Limited. It's a PCB design and manufacturing company. He's currently at the Seoul Hotel. That's why Tae-jin was hesitant in his offer. So even if I wanted to catch him right away, it would be difficult. He's protected by Chinese personnel. Our own people are also monitoring him. He paused for a moment. However, a large cargo ship appeared in his mind. A few days from now, he will leave with his luggage, even though he's only supposed to be carrying PCBs for some reason. He has chartered an entire cargo ship. Now, after a series of data points, Kong Chan began to piece together the keywords in his head. Cargo ship chartered the whole thing, a call with Saran. Suddenly, he realized something and his eyes widened. At the same time, Kong Chan voiced his thoughts. Could he be trying to smuggle Saran out of the country? Hearing this, he frowned. Considering Saran's injuries, this is entirely possible. Thinking of the two men from Saran's team, Tae-jin said, looking at Saran's past movements, it's possible. Whether it was a formal business meeting under the guise of representatives. For French and Chinese companies, my friend in intelligence has already caught. What the next slicing devil? Suddenly he felt a surge of resentment and gritted his teeth. I don't know his name, but I remember every detail of that damn face. A face full of scars, almost like a gangster, appeared in his mind. A buzz cut, a sly smile, and cruel eyes. A name suddenly popped into his head, Noi Ning Chu Si. Then Thgin adjusted his mood and continued, I don't know if that's his real name or a fake one, but the important thing is that it's a fact he came to Korea as the director of Gangnam Limited. Hearing this, Kong Chan smiled and said, I understand what you mean. Immediately, a sense of rapport emerged. Tae-jin said, I'll catch the next slicing devil. On the other side, Kong Chan replied, and I'll catch Saran. The two of them faced each other and smiled, understanding each other perfectly. Do CEO Jun spoke in a low voice? According to the information we've confirmed, it wasn't a company set up in a hurry. It was a genuine PCB manufacturing company from start. Do CEO Jun crossed his arms and continued at length? Furthermore, we also found out that the major shareholder forged the number of shares. However, that's not important information for us. First, we need to understand Win Danguk's schedule and movements. Hearing this, Kong Chan asked without hesitation. So, what should I do? Soon after, he received an answer from Du Xiujuan. You just rest and recover well. This time won't be easy. Suddenly, a voice from outside the door made the two of them immediately. You. It will take a long time for him to recover completely. The owner of that voice was Dr. Hyun-woo. He stood there and said nothing more. Then Dr. Hyun-woo gently treated his wound. He then let out a loam in his throat. This action made Kong Chan wonder, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Doctor. Hyun-woo quickly replied, your recovery ability was already very fast, but compared the previous abnormality, how should I put it, it's starting to become more human. It could be because the wounds are too numerous. Anyway, stay in the hospital for another 2 to 3 days. Hearing this, Kong Chan slowly spoke up. That is, it seemed Dr. Hyun-woo guessed his next words and interrupted. This is a doctor's order. Hearing him say that, he could only obey. Yes, I understand. Then, Dr. Hyun-woo asked, no other requests, right? He replied plainly, I'm hungry. At Kong Chan's words, he slowly explained clearly, this is a good sign. It means the internal organs have started to function properly. It doesn't mean he can eat anything, though. Let's stick to porridge tonight. Doctor. Hyun-woo continued, if he feels fine after eating it, he can eat regular meals from tomorrow. The
The scene changes to a simple meal in the hospital.
Kong Chan slowly picked up his spoon.
Then he put a spoonful of porridge in his mouth with a thoughtful expression.
Saran, why did he say he would call back in 4 days?
His dark, thick eyebrows furrowed slightly with the unanswered question.
What is his relationship with the neck-slicing devil? The images of both of them.
Then, Kong Chan closed his eyes and began to speculate. A chance encounter, his mind was instantly filled with countless questions.
Asterisk, should I tell Rinnik about Kim Tae-jin or vice versa? Or is that too hasty?
Asterisk, Kong Chan sighed to himself.
It's too complicated.
Invisible vines now seemed to bind his entire body.
I'm dealing with things one by one.
Vines were still wrapped tightly around Kong Chan asterisk, but looking back, things are getting more chaotic.
It's always like this, asterisk.
Thinking this, he suddenly stopped thinking and lowered his head.
Then, he quickly looked up again. Asterisk, the more complicated it gets, the simpler I need to think. If I catch Saran, I feel like a puppet being controlled by Saran. Asterisk. I will be free from all of this.
Then came Kong Chan's cold, determined eyes.
No matter what, I have to catch Saran. He continued to ponder.
Asterisk the business of buying the company with Meeson.
Let's proceed with that first. It might reduce Rinek's suspicion.
And this time, I also have to deal with the situation of Saran appearing.
Asterisk. Kong Chan's face gradually relaxed. Okay, that's enough for now.
He was just about to take another spoonful of porridge when he had to stop. But soon after, he spoke up.
Oh, Wong Take.
The man stepped inside, not forgetting to greet him.
Kid, you're looking well.
Wong Take then sat on a chair, leaning forward slightly to observe him. Suddenly, he unconsciously bared his teeth in a grin.
Kong Kan,
however, continued to enjoy his meal without paying him any mind. The atmosphere remained silent until the sound of hot water being poured from a kettle was heard. Gwang Taek held a cup of water in his hand, a cigarette dangling from his mouth.
He hadn't even lit it when he heard Kong Chan's annoyed voice.
Open a window, Gwang Taek's eyebrows knitted together as he muttered, "What a pain." With that, he stood by the window and exhaled smoke. He had to stop everything and look at him when Kong Chan asked.
You went to Ulsan, didn't you? You took care of things before coming here, right? Gwang Taek's eyebrows practically touched at his words. Do you disrespect me that much? If you're asking, then yes, I handled it perfectly. So what?
That parking lot gang, or car wash gang, or whatever won't be showing up anymore. Their boss has emigrated to
the Philippines and won't be coming back. Then came Kong Chan's slightly lazy voice, good work.
His words left the man stunned, but then Wong Taek felt angry. He threw his cigarette into the cup of water with a sullen expression. Then he lowered his voice and walked past him.
This is just an extra service after this incident. Just so you know, don't think you owe me anything. Kong Chan looked up to question him.
You only came here to say that, nothing else. Gwang Taek flashed a businesslike smile, nothing else kid, then he headed for the door.
Kong Chan frowned, staring at the food tray before him.
The man had just left the room when, not long after, another set of footsteps entered.
Kong Chan seemed to have been waiting for Kong Cho for a long time.
You're here.
He didn't hesitate to ask. Are you okay?
Kang Cho didn't answer, but instead announced.
Oh, Gwang Taek was just here.
Hearing that, Kang Cho, with a very calm expression, slowly said.
I saw him in the elevator. He was smiling. Did something good happen? Kang Chan replied somewhat lazily. I guess so.
His eyes drooped slightly as he thought. I have to admit that Oh Gwang Taek is different from the other military types. The conversation between the two continued.
What did you tell your family? A teacher's family getting kidnapped isn't something that happens every day. Actually, I didn't know what to say. I blamed it all on Ogwang Take.
Hearing this, Kong Cho launched into a long explanation. I told her that when we received the settlement money after the car accident, the Chinese side thought it was drug money.
The settlement. The point was to keep the accident from being exposed. If we didn't keep our word, we wouldn't just be kidnapped, we'd be killed.
He recalled his meeting with her. I told her we received 5.5 million this time, and then another 5.5 million, so my wife had
a nod alone.
Returning to the present, Kong Cho continued slowly.
Otherwise, where would a teacher get that much money? She had to believe it. Kong Chan's lips curved into a smile, both sarcastic and admiring.
This guy. Your line skills have really improved.
The only thing that's leveled up in your married life.
Hearing this, Kong Cho seemed to realize something.
Ah, did you say something to my daughter? Kong Chan replied very casually, no why.
His words were a shock to Kong Cho.
She has a crush on you.
His face darkened as he warned him in a low voice.
Don't you touch my daughter. She's only in middle school. Kong Chan jumped back and retorted, I don't want to be your son-in-law either. You idiot.
Kong Cho flashed a sly grin and continued, anyway, we should all have a meal together soon. Instantly, Kong Chan felt extremely tired and mumbled, troublesome. Then he started to stand up. Anyway, this is what a normal person's life is like, Captain.
You're okay, right? Kong Khan quickly responded, I have a lot going on.
Then they both looked at each other and said nothing. His mouth opened slightly, as if he was about to say something.
Kong Cho, on the other hand,
was waiting seriously for him to speak. After a moment of silence, Kong Khan finally began to speak. While you're on break, you should train. Being an instructor at Kim Tae-jin's company. But he shook his head repeatedly.
Teachers aren't allowed to have side jobs.
Hearing this, Kong Chan extended his hand to continue the unfinished conversation.
By the way, are you planning to continue being a teacher? Wouldn't being an employee at Gong Korea and an instructor at the security company be better? Even in terms of salary or circumstances? As soon as he finished, Kong Cho raised his index finger with a warning tone. There's no vacation.
Suddenly, Kong Chan smiled mischievously.
You fool.
Just because you don't get a break doesn't mean you can't work at a big company. He also replied with a disdainful smile.
I have plenty of money.
Then they both laughed foolishly together. After that, Kong Chan placed a hand on his chest with a confident expression.
If I want to train, having a vacation is still better. I've also quit smoking. Kong Chan smiled faintly. Ever since the incident with Smith, I've only shown my worn out side. From now on, I'll get myself together.
Finally, the weekend passed.
And on Monday,
I was discharged from the hospital.
Kong Chan, with his backpack, slowly walked out of the hospital. Under the watch of Du Seo Jun and Dr. Han Woo. Du Seo Jun, with an admiring tone,
commented on his early discharge.
My employee is still in the hospital.
Was
he really?
His injuries were worse than theirs.
Dr. Hyun Woo quickly replied. He's always like that.
Even when he's on the verge of death, he can recover and
come back.
Their conversation continued to the elevator where Kong Chan was
waiting. Just think of it that way. Really, at the parking lot now.
He was about to fasten his seatbelt when his phone screen lit up, catching his attention. Kong Chan picked up his phone and was stunned by the message he received. Asterisk confirmation of transfer from Philip Gong.
What money is this? How many zeros are there? Asterisk.
As soon as he finished his thought, his phone rang loudly. Kong Chan's dark,
thick eyebrows furrowed as he guessed. It seems today's the day. He then answered the phone, speaking in French. This is Kong Chan.
The voice on the other end quickly replied in French.
Monsieur Kong, this is Rinnik. Kong Chan paused, slightly surprised. Asterisk Rinnik, not Saran. Asterisk.
Kong Chan slowly spoke up, expressing himself.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ambassador. This is Kong Khan. I was also planning to contact you soon.
The other end was slightly surprised.
Is that so? I'll get to my point first.
Rennick Ulton presented the prepared content.
Gong's stock account has been transferred to your name. Currently, there's about 5 billion won. Dong's business seems to be doing well lately, so it will continue to increase. Hearing this, Kong Khan quickly spoke up.
Please accept this gesture from us as a thank you for preserving Gong's honor.
The money was transferred to my personal account.
On the other side, Rinnick leaned forward slightly, picking up his teacup while explaining.
The mystery. That's the money to help you take over the company. We'll transfer 1 billion won first, and if you need more, please let us know.
He then continued slowly.
Actually, I'm planning to acquire an entertainment company. I already have enough capital, so I'll return this money to you. Keep it to run the company. We won't do anything other than gift you that amount. Once the transfer is complete, let's have a meal together. Suddenly, his face became tense.
Mr. Ambassador, the other end quickly replied, yes. Kong Chan spoke slowly.
Actually, there are some matters related to Saran.
The man paused slightly upon hearing the name he just mentioned.
Ran. Kong Chan began to explain. Rinnick listened attentively.
After receiving the information, he expressed himself.
I see. Thank you for the information.
His lips curved slightly.
I will arrange to meet you as soon as possible.
The scene changes to an image of tall buildings.
A black car pulls over to the side of the road. Kong Chan sat inside the car.
Then something appeared on the side, catching his attention.
Kang Cho was now tapping on the car window where he was sitting.
With his hand on the steering wheel, he began to speak.
Really? You're making the great Daira drive you around.
Hearing this, Kang Chan replied very calmly.
Anyway, if I drive this at my age, I'll get caught. People will find it strange. Just like you. He turned his head back and replied, what's the big deal?
This is your car.
You have a license to.
Then he also spoke slowly, before I turn legal age.
Unless it's an emergency, I won't drive. I don't want to stand out too much.
At his words, Kong Cho agreed without hesitation. That's right, a high school student driving a fancy car. Like this is way too conspicuous. He then rested his arm on the car window.
And continued.
More conspicuous than being friends with the leader of a gang, the representative of a security company with origins in the Blue House, a partner with the French ambassador, having your minions work at the Korean branch of an international company, and even brawling with gangs from France, China, and Korea.
Not conspicuous at all, right?
Kong Chan uttered a cold sentence that made him look back at him.
Why are you listing all that? Then Concho turned completely around with a mocking tone. So what if I list it all? I'm the teacher and you're the student, Captain.
Hearing this, he could only laugh it off. Concho started driving slowly, glancing at the rearview mirror.
He then started to move onto the road.
Just as he started driving, Concho turned his head back to continue his gossip.
Anyway, Captain, that's that thing. Before he could finish, Kong Chan interrupted. Wait, me son is calling. He quickly answered, yeah, me son.
He didn't know what was said on the other end. But Kong Chan said, Thursday. Outside, the traffic light turned red, and their phone call continued.
The meeting, you handle that. You already know.
I'll be there, so stop it.
All right.
As soon as he hung up, Kong Chan spoke with a displeased tone. When it comes to work, she's really stubborn. This Kong Cho activated his gossip mode and asked what's up. Kong Chan replied quickly about acquiring the entertainment company. There's a meeting on Thursday, I have to attend, it's so annoying. Can't just how about food out? Acquiring an entertainment company, that's something any 19-year-old would do, not conspicuous at all.
Right?
Kong Chan grumbled back at him.
Again, what were you about to say earlier?
Kong Cho glanced back and continued asking.
Oh, that, have you been fighting anyone recently? Kong Chan was a bit confused by the question and asked back. Who? Seeing that Kong Chan seemed unaware, he beat around the bush.
Oh, there's no way the captain would only fight 1 or 2 people, right?
At Jamsil Square. Kong Chan looked at him and answered calmly. Jamsil Square? Maybe.
As soon as he finished, he immediately recalled the fight that day. Ah, I remember getting into a bit of a scuffle while helping Lee Ho-jun
and Hae-yoon Sul. Then Kong Chan continued, but I didn't kill anyone. At his calm attitude,
Kong Cho was a bit helpless.
How could a high school fight kill anyone?
The light just then turned green. The father of one of the kids you beat up filed a report.
Kong Kan's car sped up.
I heard his family is a well-known gangster family. Hearing this, he wasn't scared at all, but replied very calmly, revealing, a gangster?
Not from the Yakuza, Triads, Doxa, or the French Foreign Legion, right? The smallest of my recent problems, huh? I know.
Later, I'll either negotiate or give them money to shut them up. Hearing this, Kong Cho raised his index finger to get his attention and not to be interrupted.
I'm telling you this so you don't do that. Don't you know that legal matters are the most annoying for us?
Just have Hae-yoon Sil and Lee Ho-jun say it was self-defense and it can be resolved peacefully.
So don't make the first move. Got it.
At these words,
Kong Kan seemed to have been hit by a two-pronged attack. Seeing this, he asked worriedly, what's wrong? Kong Kan quickly replied, it's just amazing that Dairu was saying things like don't make
the first move and resolve it peacefully.
Kancho raised his hand to show that there was nothing new. Unless it's related to Saran, just live peacefully. Life is so good like this.
His words made Kong Kan pause slightly. He lowered his head and smiled faintly.
Is it?
Then, with a smiling face, he looked at the city's scenery through the car window.
Kong Chan confirmed that it was indeed very good. Suddenly, his phone rang again. He quickly answered, hello.
The voice on the other end was urgent.
When are you getting to school? Kong Chan immediately replied, I'm on my way to school. Hearing this, the other end also said, oh, I'm heading to school too. This made him a bit suspicious, and he asked, where are you now?
The other end replied without hesitation.
The bus stopped at Nan Hai and Dong intersection. Kong Chan quickly acknowledged the location and told the other person, got it. Wait there, I'll come pick you up. As soon as he hung up, Kong Cho quickly asked, who is it this time? Kong Chan Kai repeat, Kim Mi Jong.
Hearing this, he started teasing him.
First Mi Sin, now Kim Mi Jong.
The captain seems quite popular. Instantly, Kong Chan got a bit annoyed and said sharply,
that's enough.
But Kong Cho continued to tease him. To be honest, Captain, Korea isn't a polygamous country.
Choose one and keep your distance from the other. Why are you being so indecisive? That's why I'm not giving you my daughter, you know.
Kong Chan just waited for him to finish before explaining, I'm just talking business with Mi Sin.
As for Kim Mi Jong, suddenly the image of him gently kissing her on the hair.
Then Kong Chan squeezed his eyes shut to make the image go away.
She's just a kid.
At these words Kong Cho turned back to continue teasing him.
What's the big deal? The captain is also a kid.
This made him so angry that he gritted his teeth. At these words, Kong Cho turned back to continue teasing him.
What's the big deal? The captain is also a kid.
This made him so angry that he gritted his teeth.
Wanna fight?
The scene changes to an image of Mi Jong standing at the bus stop. Suddenly, a sound made her turn her attention.
Kong Chan shouted from inside the car, "Get in!"
Hearing his voice, she immediately ran over. She then got into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt while chatting.
Wow, your car is really nice, teacher.
Hearing this, Kong Cho could only force a smile.
I just drive it around. Mi Jong was talking to him while looking back. Your family must be rich.
He then quickly added, it's on installment.
72 months.
Kong Chun was a bit annoyed that she kept looking at him. Even though she was still talking to Kong Cho, let's go to Jamsil Square.
Hearing this, he couldn't believe his ears and asked back, Jamsil Square.
Mi Jong excitedly said, they have delicious tiramisu there.
At her carefree words, Kong Chan asked, aren't you going home? Your parents will be worried. Mi Jong quickly replied, my parents have a class reunion today, so it's okay if I'm a little late.
This is face.
The car fell. This also caught Concho's eye.
He started to turn the steering wheel.
Let's see. Then Concho turned to the other side of the road.
Seeing this, Mi Jong was a bit bewildered and reminded him. Teacher, Jamsil Square is in the opposite direction, at the school at 7 o'clock. Concho then stood outside the car and announced.
Today there's an important document to send to the Department of Education. You two go eat together.
Then he threw the keys inside, used the car.
Kong Chan held the keys, gritting his teeth. Teacher, this is against the law. But Kong Cho calmly walked inside, not forgetting to wave. You two have fun.
Then he turned back with a meaningful smile. Mi Jong sat in the car, sighing helplessly, and Kong Chan was the same. He had no choice but to get in and sit in the driver's seat.
She timidly said, Sean. Kong Chan fastened his seatbelt with a sullen expression while she asked softly, what are you going to do?
He slowly relaxed his face to answer, since it's like this anyway, let's go somewhere more fun than Jamsil Square. She was a bit surprised by his words, but this is a car.
Hearing this, Kong Chan bluntly revealed, I have a driver's license. Don't worry, is your seatbelt fastened? Mi Jong was a bit worried and hesitated in her reply. Yeah it is.
The car started to move. Inside the car, they were both silent and didn't say a word to each other.
Mi Jong's heart was pounding violently at that moment.
Unable to bear it anymore, Mi Jong spoke up.
Hey, Kong.
The teacher quickly turned to look at her.
What?
She was a bit timid when asking this question.
Do you really have a license? Can we get one too? Hearing this, Kong Chan implicitly confirmed, would the teacher give the car to someone without a license? A fancy car like this too. Suddenly, Mi Jong pretended to be naive and mumbled, right.
He saw her worried expression and just smiled faintly. The car continued to move. Not long after, they arrived at a place where there were no more tall buildings.
Instead, trees grew lushly along the road.
Mi Jong excitedly reached her hand out to catch the sunlight and the blowing wind. The sunlight shone on her face, making her beauty even more apparent. Kong Chan turned his head to look at her. The thoughts in his head began to surface. I could have gone to Jamsil Square nearby. Or I could have taken her straight home. I could have even said I didn't know how to drive and said goodbye right there. He didn't understand why he acted that way at that moment. But why did I? Did I really just take her all the way to Missouri? Kong Chan wondered, could it be that I have feelings for this kid? But she's in high school, But then another thought flashed through his mind. Although I'm also a high school student. His eyes looked down as he continued to ponder. Asterisk, but I can't tell her I'm not the Kong-chan she knows.
So who am I?
Asterisk. The image of that character appeared in his mind.
It's not like I wanted to steal this body.
Asterisk, I also know how to return it, but the fact that I'm occupying someone else's body is still true.
I asterisk. Suddenly, Mi-John spoke up. I'm like a fool, aren't I? Immediately after, he also looked at her.
Kong-chong was slightly surprised and asked,
Why do you think that?
Her eyes drooped slightly.
Because.
He started to pull the car over.
For many reasons. Steam began to rise from the hot tea.
The two sat by the beach.
Mi-John praised softly. This is nice.
Hearing this, he replied,
If you like it, we can come again next time, when we have time. We have time.
She placed her hand on the cup and called out in a small voice.
Chan. Kong-chan replied coldly. What?
She asked softly. Are you planning to study abroad in France? Suddenly, he was taken aback by her question.
Seeing his expression, Mi-John quickly added. The rumor has spread all over the apartment complex that you received a recommendation from the French embassy to study abroad.
The image of him that day immediately came back. It's just that if I want to study abroad in France, he would recommend me for a scholarship. She was slightly surprised by his words.
Oh, really? The ambassador said that Kong-chan quickly replied. He was just asking returning to the present. Kong-chan hesitated slightly of that before he could say anything.
Mi-John Katin, you're very famous at the Daichi Dong Academy. They say you became fluent in French just by listening to online lectures for a while.
Because of you, a lot of people have been getting complaints from their parents lately. Did you know?
Suddenly, he felt a bit heavy-hearted.
I suddenly feel a little guilty. Mi-John looked at the cup she was holding and timidly revealed, actually, I'm also going to study abroad in France.
Her words left Kong
CHN speechless. Why, but, she asked him, am I not allowed to go?
Hearing this, he quickly denied it. No, it's not that you're not allowed, you're doing well and happy here, why do you want to go? She then replied, I'm only doing well in my studies, just studying. At her answer, he thought to himself, asterisk, that's good enough, well where do you want?
Suddenly, asterisk, Mi-John continued to speak.
I made up my mind, then she looked up and declared boldly.
I'm going to live with you in France. If my parents object, I'll just settle there. I've also signed up for online French classes.
Hearing this, Kong-chan began to speak up. No, but Kong-chan's attitude made her worried.
What's wrong? You don't want to go with me? He lowered his head, sweating with worry. It's not that I don't want to, it's just, I was a little shocked to hear it so suddenly.
Then Kong-chan lifted his cup to drink.
I'm suddenly so thirsty.
The sound of him drinking continued.
Mi-John thought, but it's hot. Then Kong-chan put the cup down on the table. It's late. Let's go back.
Mi-John was slightly surprised, but she quickly packed up her things to leave.
Let's go, Chan. But he just kept walking. He thought to himself, she doesn't know.
But she had almost caught up to him.
Kong-chan thought, why do you have to do such a troublesome thing? The sun was setting over the city. Kong-chan waved goodbye to Mi-John as she headed home.
Suddenly, she stopped, which made him a little confused. She turned her head slightly and said, Anyway, Chan, you're in a lot of danger. Mi-John, with a serious face, reminded him to be careful. Kong-chan stood frozen in place at her words.
Asterisk ah? What? Asterisk? He wondered, how much does she know?
But then Mi-John added another sentence.
I'm talking about you just getting your driver's license. You drive too fast. That's not good. He sighed in relief and felt a little helpless with Mi Jung. Then Kong-chan began to reply. Yeah, I'll be careful. She whispered, promise. Then she raised her hand to wave goodbye to him. And Kong-chan stood there raising his hand. Then, as he walked, he reminded himself, even though I survived the battlefield in Africa with cannons firing overhead and tanks all around, I still have to be careful when I'm behind the wheel. In front of the apartment building. I'm home. Kong-chan's family dinner was starting. Dae-kyung reminded him in a deep voice, it's good to hang out with your friends, but don't be away from home too much. Dae-kyung reminded him in a deep voice, it's good to hang out with your friends, but don't be away from home too much. He smiled faintly and replied, I haven't been doing anything. Hearing this, Hae-suk also said, it's not that your parents are afraid. You'll get into trouble. We just miss our son. At her words, he could only humble himself. Yes, I'm sorry. Dae-kyung asked, on Sunday, your mother and I are planning to visit the orphanage we sponsor. Do you want to come with us? Everyone's been so tired lately. Kong-chan didn't deny it. Yes, but because of the fitness club, I might have a meeting with my teacher. Hearing this, Dae-kyung didn't blame him at all. Well, if you have time, come with us. He quickly replied, yes. Soon after, Kong-chan put his spoon down on the table. I'm finished. As soon as he finished, Hae-suk quickly said, wait, Chan. She went into the kitchen to get something. She then handed him a bowl of still hot herbal medicine. You have to drink your tonic. Kong-chan reached out to take it. Ah, I forgot about this. He quickly drank the bowl of medicine. She smiled faintly with satisfaction. After finishing, Kong-chan wiped the corner of his mouth. I feel better now. He lay in his room with a thoughtful expression, many thoughts running. Thanks for watching. Asterisk, I don't know since when, but this space, this position makes me very comfortable. This relaxation, warmth, and safety, do I have the right to enjoy it? Asterisk, the image of Dae-kyung and Hae-suk happily appeared in his mind. Am I just deceiving them? He pondered to himself, can I really call them family? Then Kong-chan squeezed his eyes shut. Just then, his phone rang loudly, but he didn't rush to answer it. He placed his hand on the phone, then brought it right in front of his eyes. Kong-chan's pupils dilated in surprise. He immediately sat up. He's calling. His face suddenly changed color. Asterisk, that's right. No matter what, I have to go first. Asterisk. Kong-chan answered the phone, speaking in French. Hello. The other. And inquired, what were you doing that you got discharged from the hospital already? Hearing this voice, the hatred inside him immediately flared up. Saran, the man chuckled, did you have a lot of fun today? In response, he received Kong-chan's sharp retort, if you're going to talk nonsense, just hang up. Saran clenched his hand in anger, KMG-chan, I haven't even gotten to the main point. Kong-chan thought, asterisk he just yelled, didn't he? As expected, this guy, he hasn't fully recovered. Asterisk Kong-chan gritted his teeth and said. Then hurry up. Get to the point. The man's voice dropped as he made an offer. I'll get straight to the point. Help us. I'll give you 20 billion won. Saran's words left him stunned. What? Saran slowly explained. Rinnik. Kill Rinnik. If not, you just need to tell me his exact movements and whereabouts, and the 20 billion will be yours. Kong-chan wondered to himself, what is this guy talking about? Seeing no reaction from him, the man's voice became a low snarl, reminding him gently, think carefully, there's not much time. Hearing this, he asked, the deadline, the man slowly revealed, if you let me find out Rinnik's movements first, the people you care about will disappear one by one. You devil. Car accidents, robberies, murders, do you think the incompetent guards you use can stop all of that?
His words filled Kong Chan with indignation.
Saran, he gritted his teeth and said, if you touch the people around me again. Before Kong Chan could finish, Saran interrupted me. Now, don't get angry. I hope that doesn't happen either. Haha, I'll hear your answer tomorrow. There are 10 days left. If you can't decide by then, or if we solve it first. Kong Chan's eyebrows furrowed to the extreme as he listened to Saran's words. Then this time, someone will definitely disappear. The man slowly spoke, taunting him. Should I give you a hint, the target might be a girl? His pupils immediately constricted and he couldn't believe his ears. The images of the girls he knew instantly flashed through his mind. Kong Chan suppressed his anger and spat out each word, warning Saran. Do you think I'll let you do that? Saran on the other and nonchalantly threatened back. Of course you won't, but you're all alone, aren't you?
After saying that, he tried to suppress his pain.
Ugh. Finally, Saran couldn't take it anymore and quickly hung up. I'll call back.
Kong Chan's jaw clenched tightly, trying not to go insane.
Hearing the noise, Hisik knocked on the door. John, can I come in? He invited her in. Yes.
She asked worriedly.
Is something wrong? It sounded like you were arguing. Kong Chan quickly made an excuse. No, it's not that. It's my online friend in France. The internet connection was bad, so I had to speak up.
Hisik was relieved.
Well, that's good.
Seeing that his complexion was still healthy, she felt a little better.
Hisik smiled faintly. Should I peel an apple for you? Kankan used that as an excuse to get some space. Yes. She gently closed the door.
He also kept smiling. When he was out of sight, Kong Chan's eyes no longer held any gentleness or kindness.
Only killing intent and hatred. Saran, you bastard. Next time, I'll tear out your heart and kill you. Remember that.
The next day, Kong Cho's training echoed throughout the school. He gathered his strength and then forcefully threw a punch.
Then Kong Cho's hands continuously delivered deadly blows.
This was a counter-attack move, both defensive and offensive, seeing him just move around for a while without teaching them anything.
The students couldn't help but speak up. Teacher, what are you doing?
Kong Cho blurted out, killing people, but a second later, he corrected himself.
No, not like that. What I mean is, this is something you can use to defend yourselves against perverted murderers. Self-defense. It's a self-defense technique.
A female student pursed her lips and complained.
But it looks so boring. In the movies, there are cool-looking moves. Kancho explained, the concept is different.
In movies, it's about making it look as cool as possible.
This is for killing. No, for saving your own life.
Moon Ki-jin was interested.
Oh, I want to learn too. Kancho asked back what you want to learn how to fight. Has someone been bullying you lately? Moon Ki-jin also opened up.
No, it's not that, it's just the world is a dangerous place.
If I learn, I'll be stronger. Hearing this, Kancho happily agreed. Okay, then I'll teach you the very basics today. We'll split into teams and practice. He also secretly planned. I'll just teach them some basic self-defeat.
The guys you see fighting on the streets, 90% of them don't know how to fight.
To be precise, they don't have basic techniques. It's just swinging their arms and legs. Today, I'll teach you how not to be targeted by them. He then waves someone down to practice. Moon Ki-jin, come here. Kong Cho gave an order. Stand there and try to attack me. Moon Ki-jin swung his arm. He also easily dodged it. And tried to attack me. Moon Ki-jin swung his arm. He also easily dodged it. Kong Cho continued his lecture. See, those guys, 8 or 9 out of 10.
Will throw a punch just like Ki-jin.
At that point, you just need to take half a step back. And you definitely won't be hit. If the opponent takes another step forward, you also take a step back just like that. You'll always be out of their reach. He then demonstrated a move.
And to avoid their punches and weapons at arm's length, you just need to extend your
hands forward and wave them up and down. That way, you won't be hit in any critical areas. How's that?
Cool, right? But in the students' eyes, that move was just Kong Cho waving his arms like a tadpole. So they all had a look of disapproval on their faces.
Moon Kijin gathered all his courage and asked back, "That's it?
If they advance, we retreat."
Kong Cho confidently affirmed. "If you perform this technique seriously, you won't get beaten up on the street anymore."
Moon Kijin, while following along, helplessly expressed, "But how long do we have to keep
waving like this? I haven't even thrown a single punch." Kong Cho explained, "Where is this?" "It's Korea. The police will be here in 5 minutes. The streets are."
You're always full of people, so you just need to defend yourself and call for help.
Self-defense isn't just about being able to hit the opponent. He thought to himself, just staying alive is enough.
A female student propped her chin on her hand and said, "So boring."
Concho was also taken aback.
The girl sighed, "If it were Senior Concon, he would definitely teach us cooler things."
Concho was also tired of these mischievous kids. These kids, why are they so stubborn today?
But if I teach them close quarters combat techniques used on a battlefield, someone
will definitely get into an accident because they can't control themselves.
Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out.
"Even if I taught you kids something really good, you wouldn't know what to do with it." A quick-witted kid shouted. "Senior Kong Chan."
He also gently explained, "Knocking out your opponent should always be the last resort.
Even if the opponent throws a punch, it's still best to end it without fighting." The female student was also confused, "But why do you always?" Kang Chan quickly changed the subject. "Don't be so harsh.
Anyway, the backstep and hand-waving technique from earlier might not be the coolest, but
in a certain moment it's a self-defense technique that can save your life." He then coaxed them. "If you're skeptical, you can pair up and practice. Try not to let your opponent touch you.
If you try directly, you'll see how useful it is."
Kong Cho then gave them an exercise. "Now practice." "Yes." The two of them stood there watching.
While gossiping, Kong Cho spoke first.
"Thanks." Kong Chong was silent. "Thanks for watching."
For a moment, but finally confided, "Saran called me."
Kong Cho immediately asked, what did he say?" "That bastard." Kong Chun replied, "He said he'll give me 20 billion if I kill Rinnik. With my own hands. If not, he'll kill the people around me." Kong Cho was bewildered. "What?" Kong Chun comforted him. "Hey, don't freak out. It's not you this time." Kong Cho was taken aback. "Izenko," Kong Chun said darkly. "He said he's going to target the women."
The two of them fell in his silence.
Gon Jiaogu said, "That crazy bastard loves to act like an arrogant boss." Ken Chan asked back, "What?" Gon Jiaosai, "Isn't it obvious?
Betraying his comrades who went through life and death with him for a piece of diamond.
And then smuggling drugs. 20 billion, the future of Europe. He's just a money grubber, what else?" Kong Chun laughed at that. "Ha, you're right." Kong Cho then turned serious. "So have you told Rinek yet?" Kong Chun also replied. "Not yet. Saran said he'll contact me again today. I have to tell Rinek before then."
"It's not the situation we want, but we have to use Rinek as bait this time."
Kong Cho thought further ahead. "But if Rinek really gets killed, won't it be very complicated?" Chang Chan explained, that's a matter for the French intelligence agency.
We can't control it either, so don't think about unnecessary things.
Our job is to catch Rennick at all costs.
Okay, Concho also nodded happily. At the same time, at the French embassy in Korea, Rennick was busy in a meeting. Where his partner had left, his secretary dared to peek in.
Mr. Ambassador.
There was a call from Kong Chan just now.
Is that so? Should I call him back?
The man immediately replied, It's all right, I'll call him myself.
You can leave.
The secretary quickly excused himself.
Understand.
Seeing that the person was gone, Rennick confidently dialed Kong Chan's number. The other end picked up and he immediately spoke.
Monsieur Kong, this is Rennick. I was just busy with something. What's wrong? Kong Chan explained.
After Kong Chan finished, he also made a decision.
I see.
So that's what happened.
Fina.
I'll be the bait myself, like Saran. He still had the situation under control.
Kong Chan asked worriedly, Is that okay? You might be in danger. Rennick then laid out his plan.
First, if he calls today, ask him for 2 more days.
He'll probably agree to that. Tomorrow night, I'll book a room at the hotel. Let's discuss the details there. Kong Chan also nodded. Tomorrow night? I understand. He then fell in a thought. Taejin, Rennick, both sides have already taken action. No matter which side it is, they are both aware of the goal. So I don't have to worry about them not working or betraying me.
First, I'll trust them. Then he worried about his own part.
Now I have to organize what I can and must do.
If I were to fight Saran one-on-one right now, I can't be sure of victory.
Although I haven't faced the next slicing devil directly, it probably won't be simple.
Even on Mount Yuri, if that feeling from before hadn't come back, I would have died. So the immediate task is to recover my skills to their previous level as quickly as possible.
That.
He immediately returned to the class, calling teacher.
Kong Cho also turned his head back. Go! Kong Chan took off his jacket and requested, Let's have a friendly match. Kong Cho was stunned. You and me? Now. Kong Chan calmly replied, Yes, right now.
Kong Cho quickly made an excuse, Hey, forget it, how can a teacher and a student fight?
Especially at school?
Kong Chan shrugged, What's the big deal, it's just a friendly match. The two of them were silent for a moment.
Finally, Kong Cho gave in helplessly. All right, then I'll teach you a few moves.
Kong Chan, having achieved his goal, was happy.
Thank you, teacher.
With that, he charged in to attack,
not giving Kong Cho a chance to prepare. Then I'll be rude.
The two of them struggled.
Kong Cho struggled to stop him. He worriedly whispered, Are you crazy? What are you doing all of a sudden? Kong Chun calmly replied, What's wrong?
The only person here who can be my opponent is you, and you're the same. You said you'd practice seriously, instead of killing people, fight like at a real battle.
Kong Cho gave in helplessly, Fine, but fighting in front of the kids really isn't a good idea. Kong Chun spun his leg, tripping Kong Cho to the ground. What's not good about it?
The students around them were stunned, but then they switched to gossip mode.
The gym teacher isn't as strong as Senior Kong. Of course, look how old he is. Kong also pretended to be innocent. Are you okay, teacher? I wasn't too hard on an old man, was I? But I know I don't have the heart.
That sentence was enough to awaken the competitive spirit in Concho. He chuckled, Okay, let's end this and assess the situation. After saying that, Kong Cho gathered his strength and jumped up. He snarled, Let's play like the old days, shall we? With that, Kong Cho flew in to attack Kong Chun.
Kong Chun didn't back down either.
He threw punch after punch with fervor. The two of them, one attacking, the other dodging, went back and forth 77 to 49 times. But suddenly, Kong Chan spun around, and Kong Cho immediately realized. But it was too late. A punch like a lightning strike came down on his face as fast as a cut. Kong Cho was stunned by his friend's guts. He quickly countered. The two of them were locked in a struggle again. One kicked, the other dodged. Seeing a kick almost land, Kong Cho got. The two of them fired up and swung his fist again. But that attack was easily blocked by Kong Chan. The two of them charged in, punching each other repeatedly. The students, seeing their teacher and senior fighting like it was a life or death battle, didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Kong Chan was hit in the shoulder. Kong Cho continued to throw a punch. He also quickly blocked it. His leg didn't rest either, aiming for an opening and kicking Kong Cho in the stomach. Both of them were thrown back, as if they had a telepathic connection, they both thought. Agreed. If we continue fighting here, we'll cross the line. Kancho put his hands on his hips. That's enough for today. Kong Chan also nodded happily. Yes, Kancho also played his part to the end. Good job. The students were helplessly silent. Here. However, the two of them went to wash their faces. Kong Chan spoke first. Actually, I talked to Rinnik earlier. Kong Cho quickly asked back, what did he say? Kong Chan calmly replied, not much, just that we should catch him together and that he would be the bait himself. Kong Cho couldn't help but exclaim, unlike other politicians, he's really strong. That's what I'm talking about. Kong Chan handed Kong Cho a towel and asked, are you okay? He immediately replied, my strength is about the same, but I get tired and exhausted easily. That's me. How about you, Captain? Are you better? Kong Chan stretched and replied. To be honest, it's still the same. The wound has healed, but it still hurts because I've been so active. Before I meet Saran or the next slicing devil, I need to recover. Thanks for watching. On his way home, Kong Chan opened his phone and checked his messages and couldn't help but sigh. So many messages. A message from Misun. Tomorrow morning, attend the meeting for the acquisition of Daewoo. Kong Chan mentally arranged his schedule. I probably just need to show up for this one. Thinking that, he replied, I'll be there. Misun also texted. Also Friday, Gengchen. Kong Chan was also startled. Saturday, go to the beach together. Thinking that he couldn't help but laugh. She really lives without a care in the world. He then quickly replied. All right. Let's go see the sea and eat some raw fish. Suddenly his phone rang. Kong Chan recognized it immediately this time. It's an anonymous call. I've already talked to Rinnik. So this must be Saran. He answered, hello. The other end was impatient, have you decided? Kong Chan seriously requested, not yet, I need 2 days to think. Saran frowned in frustration, but he had a compromise, I know, I'll call back in 2 days. Kong Chan quickly changed the subject, Saran, what is it? You can't send the money through normal channels, how will you guarantee the payment? The other side made an agreement. If your attitude is clear then, I'll tell you. Kong Chan didn't back down. No, tell me first. We can't just trust each other that easily. The other side was silent for a long time, but finally compromised. Transfer to a Swiss account. Kong Chan immediately grasped the key point. Before I can withdraw the money, you could just change the password. I want more detailed information. Saran explained, if Rinnik dies, the entire European region will change. Compared to that, 20 billion is nothing. I won't go back on my word, so don't worry. Kong Chan chuckled, I don't care about that. What's important to me isn't who controls Europe. I only care about how that 20 billion will safely get into my hands. If I don't get a satisfactory answer, I won't get involved.
I don't care if you kill anyone. What do you have now? Right now, I'm just your enemy. But if this doesn't work out, I'll be the enemy of the entire European government. Hearing this, Saran snarled, "You bastard, what are you being so sensitive about?" "I know, I'll be clearer next time." He then hung up in frustration. Kong Chan couldn't help but feel smug. Saran has always been the type who can't stand not being in control. He must be furious.
The next day, during dinner, Dae Kyung spoke up.
"Chan, do you have time today?" Kong Chan mentally reviewed his schedule. Asterisk in the morning, I have to meet Mi Sin. In the evening, I have to meet Rin Nick.
Asterisk thinking that, he replied, I have plans.
Why? Is something wrong?
His father explained, I was planning to meet with the branch manager, Smith of Gold Korea.
Kong Chan was curious. The branch manager? Smith? What? Dae Kyung explained.
Our request has been submitted, but the branch manager has been missing from work for a few
days, hiding somewhere. Kong Chan was taken aback. Could it be that he's been hiding because of what I said back then? Dae Kyung also expressed his frustration.
I don't know if there's something else that's making him unhappy. Because of you, things were resolved smoothly, but our initial relationship with him wasn't good at all.
Kong Chan was speechless. Aster Smith, you're really something. You'll definitely live a long life.
Aster's Kong Chan comforted his father.
This time, it's probably not because he's unhappy about something. I'll call him in a bit. Dae Kyung was surprised. You will. Kong Chan quickly explained.
Yes, I got his business card last time. He said I could contact him anytime.
But, do we need to order more cars? Dae Kyung sighed. We need a lot. It seems we need to bring in about 200 more. Kong Chan was shocked. Wow, that many? Business seems to be going well.
His father smiled modestly.
I guess we're getting some attention. It's still too early to celebrate.
In the bustling city streets, Kong Chan received a phone call.
Well, the other end was Smith. He spoke enthusiastically. Hey, Cheney, Kong asked, what are you doing? Smith sighed. I'm wearing a prosthetic eye.
I'm still not used to it, so it's hard to put on. Haha, Kong also played along.
Are you trying to make me apologize?
Smith was still nonchalant.
Ah, you think so?
You asked, so I just answered. Haha, Kong thought to himself, this guy is really a master. Thinking that, he immediately changed the subject.
Have you just been hiding at home since then? Smith answered honestly.
Of course, after that day, I've been self-quarantining at home.
Kong said helplessly, you'll definitely live a long life. He got straight to the point. It's nothing else, just that the order from Kong EU Motors needs your signature. Sign a few extra copies.
And from now on, start going out to crowded places gradually.
The target isn't you anymore. In about 2 weeks, everything will be over. Just be careful until then.
After a moment, he suddenly remembered, and also, could you call the head office and ask them to send the quantity for Korea first?
Quickly. Smith also happily agreed. No problem. I'll contact Kong EU Motors and sign the confirmation.
Hearing that, Kong Chan also said a few polite words and was about to hang up.
All right, thanks.
But Smith suddenly interrupted. Wait, Cheney, I also want to confirm 2 things.
Kong Chan frowned. Asterisk, 2 things? What does this guy want now? Asterisk, but he still kept his voice calm and asked, what is it? Smith said seriously, first, but the next sentence was is.
A club is a place with a lot of people, so it's okay to go, right?
It wasn't anything serious.
Kong Chan frowned, annoyed that he was worried for nothing.
He then scolded, "What are you going to do at a club with incomplete limbs?"
The other end argued stubbornly, "If my arms and legs don't work, my hips still."
Kong Chan cut him off tiredly. "I know, shut up."
But he still warned him, "Anyway, a club can be dangerous.
Just endure it for 2 weeks." Smith pouted, "Sure, I know."
He then used that serious tone again to declare boldly, "And the second thing, am I allowed
to sign up for extra Korean classes? Thank you. Please subscribe to the channel to receive the latest videos."
He was angry, so he stepped for a bit faster.
Asterisk, so he's tired of the woman he's. Same old, asterisk.
After leaving the bank, Kong Chan confirmed with the other person on the phone.
"Yeah, I've converted it to a cashier's check. I'll be there in a minute."
After hanging up, he couldn't help but curse under his breath.
Asterisk, why do we have to meet at a hotel lounge? Why not at the lawyer's office or Daewoo's office? If we meet there, something is bound to happen, asterisk. Kong Chan arrived quickly. The employee enthusiastically led him to the room.
Inside, everyone was already present.
Neeson rushed over.
Cheney, fortunately, he managed to stop her,
reminding her, "This is Korea."
Neeson tried to argue, "But I'm French."
Kong Chan changed his tone to a serious one. "Let's work."
She pouted and replied sulkily. "I know." Neeson quickly regained her professional demeanor and introduced everyone.
"Everyone already knows, right?
The person acquiring the company, Mr. Kong Chan, that's the director of Daeho, Kim Sang-kyu, who booked the room at this hotel today."
Kong Chan couldn't help but think to himself, he's from a gangster background, isn't he?
But he also reassured himself.
What's the point of knowing? Neeson continued to introduce everyone.
"This is the vice director." He also introduced himself.
"I am Kim Sung-in."
Neeson pointed to the person next to him.
"This is lawyer Choi Young from the law firm representing us in this contract signing. These are the actors affiliated with the company. You've seen So Yun before. This is Sung Isiomi and Lee Hai-yun. You've seen them on TV, right? There are also other trainees and contract staff."
Hai-yun avoided Kong Chan's gaze slightly.
"You'll meet them after the contract is signed." Everyone sat down to review the contract.
Neeson smiled and turned to Kong Chan to report. "The lawyer and I have discussed the contract in detail, but Chan Hai should." Hearing this, he immediately took out the cashier's check.
"All right,"
Neeson reminded him worriedly. Cheney, but he remained firm. "You said you looked it over carefully.
Nothing will go wrong." Suddenly a rude person spoke up, "This gentleman has a lot of money, doesn't he?"
Kong Chan turned to look. Kim Sang-kyu, he wasn't any kinder and met his gaze, but he still tried to hold back, asterisk anyway, I already have a lot of troublesome things to deal with.
I shouldn't add more, asterisk.
Kim Sang-kyu then smiled smugly. Kong Chan turned to ask the lawyer.
"Where do I sign?"
He was flustered.
"Without a seal." He then asked, "Isn't just a signature enough?"
Choi Young explained, "It's fine for now, but for notarization later, you just need to give me your ID and a sample of your seal."
Kong Chan nodded curtly, "Let's do that." He then quickly signed his name.
Seeing this, the vice director sneered, "Ah damn, life is too easy."
Kong Chan was secretly annoyed, anyone would think I'm robbing their company.
He then turned to speak French with Neeson.
"Neeson, do these people know French?"
She was taken aback.
"No, why?" Kong Chan explained, "It seems they have some complaints. If they're not comfortable, let's not do it." Neeson made a guess. "Maybe they regret it.
They were producing a movie when they went bankrupt,
so they have to sell the company. Maybe they wanted Cheney to invest instead of acquiring." Kong Chan said firmly, "That's their problem. Suddenly, the vice director cut in. Why are you two talking about things others can't understand? When he turned to look, the man even muttered. What are you looking at? Huh, are you two dating? Sang-Q also quickly tilted his chin up and made an agreement. Hey, buyer, if possible, don't fire the remaining employees. Mi-sun quickly interrupted.
Director Kim, employee succession is not in the contract.
He brazenly said, that's why I'm asking like this. It's a favor. Mi-sun seriously reminded him. I will reconsider the director's favor later.
First, he interrupted her again. If that's the case, he pointed to a clause. Ordering her like he was her father.
Here, just add a few more lines, right? Mi-sun couldn't help but frown. Sang-Q became even more smug, smiling from ear to ear. He even brazenly licked his lips. Mi-sun noticed this small gesture.
She also helplessly lowered her head, then began to speak. Suddenly a cold swoosh sound was heard.
Mi-sun quickly looked over, only to see Kong-chan coldly tearing up the just-signed contract.
Before everyone's shocked eyes, Mi-sun was also stunned.
Kong-chan calmly said, let's stop. Sang-Q burst out laughing, ha ha ha.
He slammed his hand on the table in anger and cursed.
This little brat, you think you're fearless just because you have a little money? Kong-chan also replied coldly, yeah I am. With that, he quickly walked to the door. Mi-sun, let's go.
Behind him, Sang-Q was still shouting curses.
You think you can disrespect me and survive here? Ha!
He then turned to pressure Mi-sun.
Look here, reporter Mi-sun. Listen carefully.
While I'm still being nice, either invest another 500 million and acquire the company or leave the money you brought today and go for daring to mess with us. Then we'll produce the movie and pay you back double.
Kong-chan didn't even bother to listen, just focused on pulling Mi-sun out the door. Let him continue. Let's go. The vice director rushed out to block the door. Where do you think you're going?
He stared and warned.
No.
The director hasn't finished speaking yet, before he could finish his sentence. He was sent flying to the floor by a blow from Kong-chan.
He chuckled. Why did you suddenly stop talking?
Everyone who witnessed the scene was stunned. Kim Sung-in suddenly lost his balance and fell flat on the ground.
Kong-chan looked at him. Why did you suddenly stop talking? Sung-Q paused.
The girl from the company stared at this side, stunned.
Mi-sun was no different from them.
Please remember to subscribe to our channel to support us. Mi-sun, seeing this, stepped closer and whispered in his ear.
Cheney, if you do this later. Kong-chan looked at her. It's fine, just follow me. Mi-sun hesitated.
He suddenly grabbed her arm and pulled her away from this place.
A loud shout echoed, sit down.
Kong-chan stopped and turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. Sang-Q was furious, his surroundings radiating killing intent.
However, that aura couldn't deaf. The company is very suspicious, and so is the seller. Sang-Q stood up from his chair in anger. I've had enough of you, you little brat.
His hand unbuttoned his vest. Today, I have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. He then threw his vest aside and quickly stepped closer to Kong-chan.
Choi Young watched the situation nervously. The three female employees also lowered their heads in fear and anxiety. Kong-chan frowned. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. If this guy just comes to the Namsan Hotel, Just then, a waiter from outside suddenly opened the door. I heard loud voices, so I came to see. Is something wrong? Sang-Q looked at him and waved his hand. Saw thee. Just be quiet and go back to work. He suddenly gave a signal with his eyes. The flustered employee quickly closed the door. I understand. Excuse me. Sankyu returned to the main issue. Have you thought through, kid?
I'm acquainted with the manager of this hotel. He brought his face close to Kong-chan and threatened. What I mean is I can cripple a guy like you without anyone knowing, and it would be nothing. Hearing this, he thought to himself.
He's with Obwang Take's gang.
Kong-chan's hand in his pocket twitched slightly. I just need to mention Obwang Take's name to handle everything.
His eyebrows furrowed. But at this moment, Sung Kyu smiled arrogantly. Something's off. Kong-chan quickly landed a punch on his face. I'm very excited.
The girl in the pink dress screamed in fear, but then realized what she had just done. Then another punch came, making his head snap to the other side, plus a final blow that came down, making Sam's head snap to the other side. He stared at the person in front of him. Then he quickly regained his composure and charged forward.
Kong-chan's jaw was clenched tight.
Something flashed by Sam's arm. It was Kong-chan's fist coming towards him. He punched him straight in the face, making his head snap to the side. Then another punch came, making his head snap to the other side. Plus a final blow that came down, making Senku grit his teeth in pain. His feet were unsteady. Senku, his face covered in blood, collapsed.
Kong-chan immediately landed another blow on the top of his head. He then continuously aimed for Senku's head and attacked.
Somi, in at this moment, slowly sat up, his mouth cursing, "Damn, my head hurts." As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the sight of Sankyu, his face beaten to a pulp, struggling to defend against the relentless blows.
Sung Yin's eyes widened in surprise. We can't believe what? Even brother Sankyu, who is that guy?
He quickly picked up his phone and started dialing.
Just the two of us won't be enough. Kong-chan grabbed Sankyu's hair.
By now, his face was beaten to a pulp, dripped down incessantly.
Kong-chan's entire body was gloomy.
His fist was raised.
Sankyu looked up in fear as it was about to come down on his face again. But just then a voice spoke out. Please don't do it.
A trembling hand grabbed Kong-chan's arm. The girl in the pink dress closed her eyes and begged.
Stop. Please stop. I beg you. Kong-chan turned and looked at the girl in the pink dress, who was squeezing her eyes shut in fear. Sankyu also looked up.
Seeing this, he tossed his head away.
What a trick! He then adjusted his cuffs. Kong-chan turned his face to look at everyone. Does anyone else have anything to say?
Xiaoming and Haiyun were so scared they were stunned.
The room fell into a dead silence.
He turned his foot.
Kong-chan spoke up. Now let's really go. Misen was startled and agreed.
Just then, the door to the room suddenly opened, and a group of people walked in.
Kong-chan stared at them. A burly bodyguard asked Song Yin, who was sitting on the floor. What's going on here?
Song Yin immediately pointed at Kong-chan, who was standing not far away.
And tattled, here, it's this guy. He was trying to kill our director. He looked at Misen and said, Get out of the way for a moment. He then looked at the bodyguard and admitted, That's right, it was me. What are you going to do? The bodyguard glared at him fiercely. Kong-chan looked back without fear. John Bell suddenly appeared. Wait, everyone stop. Tell them to stop.
Now, Kong-chan tilted his head in confusion. He pushed the others aside. All of you, back off if you don't want to die. He then bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle in front of Kong-chan, greeting, Sir. I am John Bell, one of Boss Du, Co. Jun's man. Seeing this, Song Yin's heart pounded in fear.
Asterisk, what? Why John Bell? Asterisk. Kong-chan frowned at the person in front of him.
John Bell continued, I apologize, sir.
I will quickly sort out the current situation and send you a. The company will cover all costs, and each person will receive 2 VIP room vouchers. They replied in unison, "Yes, sir."
John Bell carefully reminded them, everything that happened here is not to be leaked outside.
Not even a little bit. Understood. They replied, "Yes."
Continued, "If you understand then move quickly." Got it. Then John Bell bowed to
Kong-chan again. "Thank you for waiting, sir." You then noticed Song-in sitting on
the floor. "Did those guys mess with you?" Song-in was worried and panicked in his heart. What? Why is it suddenly my fault? Kong-chan said
impatiently. "You should go to. Don't say useless things." John Bell explained, "Those are the guys we hire before. Because they asked, we gave them the meeting room. If you had an unpleasant experience because of them, I should also take some responsibility. Please give me a chance to make up for it."
He approached and slapped Sung-in, who was struggling against the wall.
"Are you still lying there? When are you going to greet him properly?" Sung-in stammered, "Who is he?" John Bell looked up at him. "You're asking who he is?" He then said, "He's a friend of Boss Gwangtek." Receiving the answer, Sung-in immediately felt a chill run down his spine.
Unbelievable, he's not under the boss, but a friend.
John Bell scolded, "You idiots. If you invite someone like him, you should have told us first.
Not only did you not welcome him warmly, you also had the nerve to con.
You're making things very difficult for me." Sung-in's face went blank.
John Bell once again expressed his apology to Kong-chan. "Sir, if you give me a chance to reconcile now, I will rearrange everything to welcome you."
"Please calm down. Kong-chan, turn around. Forget it.
I'm leaving anyway, so the medical bills for them and the cost of cleaning up this place.
Send me the bill for everything today. Not a single one should be missing. Should be missing.
If I don't hear from you today, I'll go find Gwangtek myself." John Bell's tone was like he was begging.
"Please save me this one time. If word of today's incident reaches Mr. Gwangtek, I'll definitely be fired." Kong-chan said heartlessly, "That's not my problem."
A voice spoke up, drawing the attention
of the two. "It's because I didn't understand. I just didn't understand."
Oh, to see Sang-kyu with his head bowed low, "I was truly wrong, and I would be grateful if he still bought the company."
Kong-chan was annoyed, still trying to do business at a time like this.
John Bell immediately realized and stepped forward to kick him.
"You bastard, shut your mouth."
Sang-kyu continued, "If you leave like this, Mr. Gwangtek won't notice me.
I won't be able to sell the company and won't be able to survive in the underworld anymore."
With that, he slammed his head on the floor.
"Please save me."
Sung-in slowly crawled over and also slammed his head down.
"Please save us."
Hearing them beg, "Please save us," Kong-chan paused as if in thought.
Both of their shoulders were trembling uncontrollably.
He was confused and turned to look at the person next to him as if asking for her.
"What should I do, Misun?"
She pointed to herself, me, Sung-in, and Sang-kyu looked up.
The 3 female employees of the company also looked this way. Kong-chan silently waited for her answer.
Misun, caught in the crossfire, stood there for a moment, not knowing what to do.
Kong-chan, seeing Misun's helplessness, was a bit annoyed. "Yes, you. Anyway, it's a matter you've been given full authority over. Do what you think is right."
She thought to herself, in this situation, even if he's angry, I can't argue, but he's giving me the right to decide.
Why?
Suddenly, she seemed to realize something.
Could it be?
She imagined a scenario where he liked her as much as she liked him.
Shani is just like me,
Kong-chan shyly said to her.
Actually, I acquired Daeho because of Misun. I don't know if I like hearing this.
She was extremely moved. Akane, he stepped closer to Misun while she stood still. He raised his hand to cup the back of her neck, bringing his face close to hers. Misun, both of their eyes closed, getting closer. Misin, it wasn't until her name was called for the third time that she suddenly snapped out of it. Misin, she looked around in a daze. Her brow furrowed. She was a little embarrassed. She glanced at her friend next to her. Her eyes flickered and her eyebrows knitted together. She then turned to everyone and said, "Anyway, we decided to buy from the beginning. Looking at the current situation, I don't think anything will happen in the future. If possible, isn't it better to proceed as originally planned?" Kong Chan turned his head back. "Let's do that." He looked at Choi Young, who was standing a short distance away. "Mr. Lawyer," he quickly and politely replied, "yes." Kong Chan continued, "I will buy this company, but all the paperwork and signatures will be handled by Ni Sin here. Is there a problem?" Choi Young was sweating coldly, but quickly replied, "Yes, I can rearrange it." Kong Chan turned to look at the two who were still kneeling on the ground with disdain. He frowned and said, "Finally, if there are any conditions, say them here and now." The other guy, covered in blood, still tried to lift his head to look. "There are none." "Thank you." He bowed down and slammed his head on the floor. "Thank you so much." Kong Chan turned his head to say to Mi Sin, "Thanks for watching. I'll be having coffee in the lounge, so come there when you're done." She heard this and agreed. "Okay." With that, he turned and left decisively. The door slammed shut. John Bell angrily put his hands on his hips and cursed the two. "Finish this up as quickly as possible, then come to my room. Both of you." The two of them lowered their heads and whispered, "Yes." After leaving, Kong Chan appeared in the lobby of the building. He was enjoying a cup of tea, but in his heart, he thought, "It's like this again." He gently put down his teacup. "As long as he comes to the Namsan Hotel, I'm sure I." Just then his phone rang. He picked up his phone in annoyance. "Who is it now?" He put the phone to his ear. "Yes, Mr. Ambassador." A voice came from the other side. "Monsieur Khan. 5 p.m. tonight. At the Namsan Hotel. Do you have time?" His face suddenly fell. "Yes, I do. I'll see you in a bit." The Namsan Hotel again. After hanging up, he thought to himself, "It seems I have to prepare a big plan this time." Suddenly, someone called his name, startling him. Cheney. For sexy, hot girls walked towards him. They were so beautiful that wherever they went, men were captivated. Neeson got closer to him. "The contract is signed." Kong Khan looked at her. "Yeah, good work." She sat down and continued. "You told the contract staff and trainees to come here earlier. What were you planning to do?" Kong Khan was a bit surprised. "I said that. What else is there to do but have lunch together?" Neeson looked at her phone intently. "I know." Soyeon on the other side started to speak. "Please take care of me." Her eyes were a little shy, Kong Chan's eyebrows almost touched. "What's this?" He looked at the two girls sitting next to Seo Yun in confusion. Their eyes are like they're shooting lasers. After seeing the director and vice director beaten up like that, and still daring to look at me like this, is that the difference between men and women? He remembered the image of the girl from before. Hae Yoon Sil will probably be like this when she grows up. Ni Seon looked at him. "They're almost all here." Kong Chan turned to look at her. "Oh, really? Were we eating high?" Unsuggested the Japanese food nearby is delicious. Misin was a bit flustered. "Even so, is it okay with so many employees? We haven't even booked a table. We can just eat here." Kong Chan was a bit confused and turned around. "What's wrong? You don't like Japanese food?" Misin turned to explain to him, "It's not that, she's doing this on purpose. The number of employees in the company is countless, she's the best here, and Cheney is younger than her. How should I put it, picking a fight, challenging him, something like that. At this moment, Hyan's eyes were a bit smug. Kangchan caught the main point. Wait, why is it picking a fight and being arrogant to have so many people go out to eat? I don't really get it.
Misun frowned and explained, that's a hotel restaurant.
The head chef is also a famous chef, so the prices are very expensive. If they all go, one meal could probably cost millions of won.
Hearing that, Kangchan just clicked his tongue. Her eyes turned, staring at Hyan. Hyan's eyes were also very annoyed. He lowered his eyelids. The more I look, the more she looks like Hyun-sil.
If she were holding a cigarette and smoking on the school rooftop, it would be a perfect match.
Kangchan turned to look at Misun. I get what you mean. Can't we just leave her out? Misun was a bit annoyed. It's dangerous, Shani. Even if Lee Hyun's personality is like that, she's still the best actress in this company.
Not only does she earn a lot of money, having her affiliated with us can also raise the company's status. In other words, it's not wrong to say that Lee Hyun alone supports this company.
This isn't an argument, it's business. Even if it's a waste of money and you're angry, you have to flatter her. Kangchan asked this question, so if we cancel the contract, is that okay? Is there a problem?
Misun sighed, it's possible, but if we cut ties with her, there will be dozens or hundreds of negative articles about us, and the company's expenses will increase by tens of millions.
Her eyes paused. Monthly, Kangchan nodded. I understand. Kangchan waved a waiter over. The waiter approached politely. What can I get for you? Kangchan rested his arm on the table. Could you ask if the Japanese restaurant upstairs has any seats? He then turned to Misun. About how many people?
She smoothed her hair.
Employees, trainees, probably about 20 people. The waiter's hand tightened on the tray. I'll go ask and let you know. Hyan sneered, you have a lot of money. Kangchan smirked, didn't you say you wanted to eat Japanese food? Hyan was annoyed.
I heard you're a high school student. His eyes were full of ridicule.
So what? Hyan was oppressed.
Asked by Izora, he thought to himself, someone like Hyun-sil just needs to be treated the same way as Hyun-sil.
Dozens of people from the company walked into the restaurant.
Misun waved her hand, Daewoo Company over here. A waiter approached them. Sir, there are enough seats.
Kangchan was a bit calm. Oh really? Kangchan turned to say to Misun, let's go over there.
They walked into the restaurant. Misun introduced department head Im Soo-sung. The man also bowed respectfully.
I'm Zo-sung. I look forward to working with you. Misun continued, section chief Kim JT, and next to him are the managers. JT was a bit formal.
I look forward to working with you, director.
Kangchan's eyes sharpened.
Misun pointed to the group at another table. Over there are the stylists,
makeup artists, and the rest are the company's trainees.
The group on the other side turned and shouted in unison, hello, director.
A manager approached them and asked quietly, how should the meal be prepared? Kangchan's eyes were a bit thoughtful and he didn't know what to say.
He turned to look at Misun. Misun was about to continue.
All the lunch sets. When Hyun interrupted, we're having raw fish.
Then Hyun feigned shock.
We can't have raw fish. I too presumptuous. Misun's eyes became extremely hateful.
Kangchan called out, manager. His words made both of them turn their heads to look.
The manager bowed, yes. Kangchan looked up, what's the most expensive thing here?
The manager began to introduce.
The special sukiyaki for one person is 500,000.
Kangchan immediately interrupted, forget the price, we'll have that, for everyone. Here. His words made Hyun extremely surprised.
Misun immediately turned around, Shani, what are you doing? Kangchan looked over innocently, you said she was picking a fight. Misun was so angry, she was about to faint.
That's also, be reasonable, a 500,000 won meal per person. For all the employees here, one meal will cost 10 million. Kong Chan sneered, that's cheap. His eyes were full of pride. I have a lot of money. Her voice rose, making everyone around them turn a look. No, I know Cheney is very rich. But this isn't a date, it's just business. Both of them suddenly stopped, they looked at each other without saying a word. Spoke of shyly. Is something wrong that you're raising your voices? Missin laughed it off. Ah, it's nothing. French pronunciation just comes out strong unintentionally. She then turned to say to Kong Chan, Cheney, can we talk outside? Kong Chan nodded, all right. The lights above their heads were shining brightly. Missin and Kong Chan were walking and talking. Tomorrow I'll transfer you 300 million, so use that money to run the company. Hearing this, she immediately turned her head back. She spoke loudly and seriously. Cheney, thank you for trusting me. But now that you've entered this world, you should also learn to manage your money well. One meal costs 10 million, and you're immediately giving out 300 million in operating costs without even looking at the request. You can't run a company like that. What if I were a scammer? What would you do? Tong Kan. Missin acted uninterested, you're not, and also, find out how to make that drama. Missin, seeing him like this, held her head in her hands. Cheney, you know that the budget for a movie now is over $1 billion, right? Kong Chan replied nonchalantly, I didn't know. Missin at this point felt like she had turned to stone. While she was still stunned, he continued to speak. Well, now I know. How much can you actually earn that you have to invest $1 billion? Every side, if it's a hit, it'll be a huge success. If it's not, it's all gone. His eyes became fearsome, his eyebrows furrowed, and sweat dripped down. $1 billion. Ah. Missin quickly explained, of course, we're not investing 100%, but the initial costs are not small either. I'll list. A famous script writer will naturally demand a large sum. And their track record is also important. Daeho also has no experience in producing dramas. So Kim Sang-sin couldn't find investors, even with actress Lee Ha-yeon. Hearing this, he thought to himself, asterisk gets more complicated and tiring than I thought. But why did Renek say this was an advantageous option? Asterisk he turned to her and said, for now, let's just leave it at that. Ah, and also that girl named Yoon So-yeon. Does she have any fame? Missin bit her lip and thought. To be honest, So-yeon is just Lee Ha-yeon's sidekick. Of course, that role also helped and gave her an opportunity. But Kong Chan interrupted sidekick. Missin looked at him and blushed shyly. She stepped closer to him. But her hand gently placed on his chest. When you're fighting. Earlier, Cheney, you looked so sexy. Her hand wandered inside his shirt. At this point, Kong Chan also realized the problem. His face flushed red. He quickly turned to leave. Let's go eat. The 500,000 won meal will get cold. Missin's face suddenly fell with regret. I know. Inside the restaurant, the sound of clinking glasses began to echo. 2, 3. When the two of them entered, they were greeted by everyone in unison. Enjoy your meal, director. And they enthusiastically raised their hands towards Kong Chan. Wow. The director is the best. Kong Chan's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the food on the table. A pile of delicacies was laid out before them. Asterisk, is this really a one-person meal? This is the F. In the first course of a one-person meal, asterisk. Kong Chan exclaimed, this is amazing. His words made the people sitting on the right turn their heads to look in confusion. Ha-yeon sneered with contempt. Country bumpkin. Kong Chan's eyes suddenly paused. He looked at the employees eating. Then he turned to ask Missin, how much do they get paid a month? Missin quickly explained, there are no other bonuses. Each month they're probably given just enough for pocket money. Instead, every day, every meal, living expenses, dance, vocal, acting, training, and fitness are all covered by the company.
Kong Chan's face suddenly became more thoughtful than ever. Is that so?
At this point, when paying, Kong Chan's card was suddenly rejected by the staff.
The payment amount has exceeded the limit.
So embarrassing, trying to impress a girl, only to have a bucket of boiling water thrown in his face by the staff.
Kong Chan's voice became annoyed.
Try it again, there's still a lot of balance in there. It's true that when there's a girl around, his mouth gets bigger. The employee bowed his head and whispered, it's still the same. Hai-yun, passing by, sneered and teased him.
Well, has our young and rich director gone bankrupt? How pitiful.
Xiaomi, passing by, also chimed in with a comment.
I know, right? I had a delicious meal.
Neeson took out her card and said to him.
Maybe the balance is still there. But it's because of the single transaction limit. Let's just use this for now.
The employee took the card and said.
Then I'll try to split the payment into 2 transactions of 5 million.
Her eyes now looked at him. The cashier, after processing the payment, respectfully returned the card to him.
It's done. Thank you.
Both of them let out a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their hearts. The two of them followed the group from the company and stood in front of the elevator.
JT turned around respectfully. Director, after you. Neeson waved to the staff. All right, we still have things to do.
Hearing this, Kong Chan turned to look at her in surprise.
Eyes, thinking to himself, what does she want to say now? Neeson gave a friendly smile. Well, see you later.
The elevator doors closed. The two of them turned to look at the elevator next to them, seeing that it was coming down. From the 14th floor. Neeson glanced at Kong Chan and rubbed her hands. I'll get a business card made for you.
Limit will be high. And you can also manage the expenses so you can use it in the future.
Kong Chan interrupted her. Later, let's do everything later, and in the future, I won't
be involved in running this company either.
Proceed with the drama we discussed. The rest, Neeson can handle as she sees fit.
Neeson was confused. Why? Why buy the company and then just leave it like that? Kong Chan didn't care and continued to walk, as I like. Neeson approached and hugged his arm. Could it be, Shani?
Her eyes at this moment were sparkling like stars.
Are you doing this for me?
Kong Chan turned to look at her with concern.
Think what you want. He thought to himself.
Neeson's gaze is making me feel pressured. Hearing this, she pressed her two heels tightly
against Kong Chan's body.
So Shani now, Kong Chan's eyes were a little scared. Suddenly, the phone in Kong Chan's pocket rang. He picked up the phone and thought to himself, for the first time, this guy is useful. He turned to whisper to her, wait a minute, Neeson, it's an important call.
He turned away to take the call. Smith, what's up?
The voice on the other end came through, the things Shani mentioned earlier. The other matters are all taken care of, but the quantity will probably take a few more months.
Their conversation continued despite Neeson's presence. No matter how busy you are, you can't give us 200 units?
Because of the Korean order, the options are too diverse, so even if it's fast, it will take time.
Please understand. I know. After saying that, he immediately hung up.
As if waiting for that moment, Neeson moved closer and hugged his neck. She leaned in and hugged him tightly.
Shani, what'll we do now?
Kong Chun was panicked in his heart.
We? Why is it we?
He said to her in confusion.
Didn't I tell you?
I have an important meeting at the hotel at 5.
Neeson's foot gently lifted up. It's still a while until 5.
She became very seductive and hugged him.
Let's go to the guest room. Kong Chan replied softly. I have an appointment at 5.
Before that, I need time to survey a lot of things. Nissan's face suddenly heated up, blushing shyly. Then the elevator door suddenly opened. The two of them quickly separated in embarrassment.
It's so hot, huh?
As Kong Chan walked, he turned his head back to look at her. Go to work.
I have work to do, too.
Her face suddenly became very sad.
Shenny. Sit.
He quickly comforted her. We'll see each other a lot in the future.
The two of them just stood there facing each other, silent and speechless.
Nissan closed her eyes and sighed. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Let's see each other often." She waved and left happily. Kong Chan also enthusiastically replied to her after finishing. Kong Chan walked away thinking, "I have to go to the room Rinnick booked and take a nap. I don't have a key to the guest floor, so I have to go to the lobby to get a key card first.
He swiped the card, pressed the 19th floor button,
and gently pressed the closed door button just as the door was about to close. Suddenly a foot appeared, blocking the door. The man stepped in confidently.
Excuse me. Kong Chan also politely replied. Ah, yes.
Suddenly his eyes darkened. As if he had realized something, he thought to himself.
What?
This person, The elevator was still going up slowly, floor by floor.
The man's face was half hidden by his hat. I can tell from instinct.
His face darkened and his body's alertness increased.
He's someone who was killed before.
He glanced at the other man. His eyes seemed to shoot lasers at Kong Chan, so many that I can't even count.
The elevator was still going up, floor by floor.
The other man's eyes seemed to have noticed Kong Chan, although they were in two corners of the elevator. They were both very wary of each other.
Someone who has undergone special training and has been through real combat will exude a different aura.
He remembered the images from his past life and guessed. Those who have just undergone training and are going to the battlefield for the first time will always feel insecure. No matter how calm and brave a person is, they will be shocked when they experience reality for the first time. In his past life, Cheney, who is now Kong Chan, had to endure so much hardship to get to that position. Because of that pressure, I felt insecure and avoided eye contact with the people around me. But after 3 to 4 times like that, after surviving and returning again, that insecurity gradually disappeared.
Instead, I became extremely sensitive.
He remembered the arrogant images of his youth.
That was also worth using, but this image is still young and inexperienced, impulsive. A little provocation and he would start a fight. The scene left everyone stunned.
But the blonde guy was the one who was beaten unconscious and lying on the ground.
Is he still alive?
There were times when I didn't know my place and fought with someone with real ability and was beaten half to death. And after that, he remembered the endless card games.
Everyone was noisy and playful.
What card is that?
Let's see.
Oh, look at this card.
Cheney appeared before them, leaving them completely surprised. Straighten up.
Cheney turned to leave, but looked back again.
Stop playing and get ready. We move out tonight. I became a veteran.
The mercenary squad took position under the cover of from. Normally, they would be completely relaxed, and when the target appeared, both sides
would instantly be like wild beasts before a hunter.
The scene returns to the present. The air in the elevator was heavier than ever.
Kong Chan's eyes became extremely sharp.
Even if he hides himself, at this point, the elevator had reached the 11th floor. Among professionals, they can recognize each other through instinct.
It seems that even if there were thousands of people between them, if they met by chance on the street, it would be 70% certain.
If they exchanged glances, it would be 90% certain.
The
two stood in silence, but the atmosphere was very oppressive and uncomfortable.
If we've already brushed shoulders, there's no way I'm wrong. Which means I've recognized this guy. There's a high chance he's also recognized me. Asterisk. Now, both sides were acting as if they hadn't noticed anything. But their eyes seemed to have met for a moment. They both knew. At this point, the elevator had arrived. The elevator doors opened. They both stepped out. Each would go in a different direction. Kankan walked in the opposite direction of the other guy. Suddenly, he stopped and didn't go any further. He turned his head to look at the man from before, his eyebrows knitting together. He thought to himself, catch him now. Thinking is doing. He immediately turned his footsteps back. No, if we fight now, there will be no result. He picked up his phone and continued to think. First, I need to report to Rinnik. He walked quickly down the fire escape stairs. Ambassador. This is Kong Chong. As he walked down the stairs, he said, there's an Asian man in the hotel who has undergone special training. I still don't know his purpose. Should we change the location? The other end was a little surprised. Wait, are you sure? He frowned and assured the other side. There's no proof, but I'm sure. You have to trust my intuition. Rannick's hand, resting on the chair, twitched slightly. Of course, I trust your intuition, Monsieur Kong. I'm asking because, as you know, this phone line is difficult for even the government to trace. I booked the hotel myself as well. He frowned, lost in thought, and yet, in a place like this, a stranger appeared beforehand? I see. Kong Chan analyzed the situation as he walked. This means he was a mole close to the ambassador. Right close enough to receive orders directly, not through a call or a letter. He proposed a solution over the phone. So, first let's cancel this meeting. Rannick was startled and quickly refused. No, we must proceed. Rannick's hand remained steady on the chair. Instead, Monsieur Kong, you book the guest room when I arrive at the Namsan Hotel. I will contact you and we'll go up together from the entrance. He gently warned the man on the other end. Mr. Ambassador, it will be dangerous. Rannick simply laughed on the other end. But I have you, Monsieur Kong, don't I? I'm sure I won't die. On his end, Kong Chan's face darkened. This cunning old fox. Rannick explained his plan. I must play the part of the bait. My side will release 2 pieces of false information. If someone shows up in an odd place, we might be able to identify the traitor. It's worth a shot. Kong Chan stood silently in the emergency stairwell, listening to Rannick. It should take about 30 minutes. See you soon. Instead of moving, he stood still. I understand. He returned to the magnificent bustling hotel lobby. He approached and gestured for one of his men to come over. The man quickly walked up. Boss, you called for me? You called for me? Kong Chan reminded him, don't make a scene. Get Ju Cheon Bim down here for a moment. Tell him I need a word with him. The man immediately complied. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. Ju Cheon Bim entered and bowed respectfully. You were looking for me, sir? Kong Chan walked closer to him and said, I need a favor. Somewhere quiet. Jo Kyan Byam extended an invitation, please come to my office. A glass of water was placed in front of him. Kong Chan crossed his legs, sitting confidently. In 10 minutes, I need a room. Don't use your name. Arrange it under a fake one. It'll just be for today, so I'll settle the bill then. Jo Kyan Byam nodded in understanding. Yes, I'll arrange it so there are no traces. Kong Chan agreed. Good. Kong Chan lifted the glass of water and drank it all. Ju Cheon Byam suddenly spoke up. But boss, can I ask you a question? Kong Chan looked at him inquisitively. What is it? Ju Chi Om Bai Yum seemed a bit puzzled. That Kim Sang-shik who was dragged away earlier. What do you think of him? Kong Chan looked indifferent. What about him? The deal is done.
So, there's no reason for us to meet again.
Jiu Kaiyan Byam hesitated. That deal, it was to acquire Daeho, wasn't it? Kong Chan answered bluntly, yes. What about it? Jiu Kaiyan Byam looked up. Was it about Li Heian of Daeho? Kong Chan's eyes showed a hint of amusement. Ah, the Fakun Seo Yun? Yes. Jiu Kaiyan Byam replied in surprise, sir. Kong Chan held back a laugh. It's nothing. What about Li Heian?
He explained, she's mentioned here from time to time.
Please be careful. Kong Chan sighed. What? You're telling me to be careful of someone like her?
Ju Cheon-bim recalled Li Heian's shady dealings and warned Kong Chan.
It's not that.
Li Heian mainly comes here with famous directors.
Producers. She's basically selling herself. Kong Chan's eyes hardened.
Ju Kaiyan explained she might have some unimaginably powerful figures backing her. Of course, I know you're very capable, boss, but there's no harm in being a little careful.
Kong Chan placed the cup back on the table. I understand. Thank you.
Ju Kaiyan replied respectfully.
It's nothing, sir. Conbm.
Replied respectfully.
It's nothing, sir. Just then, the phone in Kong Chan's pocket vibrated. He quickly answered Rannick's call. Yes, Ambassador.
The voice on the other end updated him.
Monsieur Kong, I will arrive in 5 minutes. Understood.
I will wait for you at the main entrance.
A convoy of black cars pulled up, accompanied by a large security detainee.
Rannick stepped out of the car, surrounded by his well-dressed guards.
They approached Kong Chan, with Rannick leading the way. Monsieur Kong. Kong Chan flashed a polite smile. The room is ready. Let's go. Once in room 1901, Rannick began to speak.
Monsieur Kong, there's been some unusual movement from North Korea. I don't know if it's at China's request or if it was their idea from the start.
But they're definitely involved in this.
Kong Chan spoke up, Mr. Ambassador, and he replied politely.
Please speak. He frowned. According to Saran, what happens to you will change the political landscape of Europe. Frankly, I don't care about that.
He looked straight into Rannick's eyes and said,
I acquired an entertainment company that I have no interest or talent in running. Now China and North Korea. Rannick remained silent. Kong Chan continued. I don't need any of it.
If you're still hiding something from me, I will wash my hands of this right here and now.
The ambassador raised his hand to stop him. I understand completely. The two bodyguards glanced at him. Rannick continued. Even our intelligence agency couldn't have imagined this would escalate to this extent. I offer my deepest gratitude to you, Mr. Kong. That is 100% sincere. Kong Chan's hands were clasped together. Understand.
His gaze remained firm. I will only help you with 2 more things.
First, use the name of the newly acquired company to announce the film production as quickly as possible by tomorrow.
And thought to himself, I don't know the reason, but if it's something I can do, I'll do it for now.
He added, I'll do it. But Rannick wasn't finished. And the next thing, let Saran know my movements and then receive the 20 billion.
This statement truly shocked Kong Chan, making him sit up straight.
Sir, are you serious?
The ambassador's eyes were filled with amusement, as if he had complete faith in Kong Chan. He sat with his legs crossed, showing an attitude that suggested nothing could change his mind.
Rannick spoke with unwavering composure.
I intend to use the money trail and my movements to round them all up in one go.
If you only plan to help me this far, I won't say anything more. Kong-chan asked hesitantly, but if we do that, what about your safety, Mr. Ambassador? He replied with a slight lift. I've faced more than a few dangers to get to this position.
He exuded an air of authority and continued.
This time will be no different.
Hearing this, he didn't ask further and just said,
I understand. Since that's your decision, Mr. Ambassador, I will follow it. Ah, and I have a request as well. The ambassador was slightly surprised. Go on.
With his arms crossed, he spoke after being given permission. I want the Gong headquarters to prioritize the orders from the Korean branch, and I want
to make it clear to the ambassador that I will be the one to personally capture Saran. At that, the ambassador immediately picked up his phone. That, I can arrange right now.
He sat tensed, watching him talk on the phone for a long while.
After a moment, Rannick hung up. He informed him with a. He replied politely, Thank you, Mr. Ambassador.
The ambassador also replied courteously, I'm always the one asking for favors, so it's a bit embarrassing, but these things are no trouble at all.
He continued, Well, that's enough business talk. I have a personal request as well.
Hearing this, he looked at him warily and asked, Sir.
He thought to himself, What is this man plotting now?
In contrast, Rannick replied cheerfully, Since you don't have prior plans, let's have dinner together.
The Korean phrase is eating alone, isn't it? In any case, wouldn't it be nice to share a meal?
He forced a smile and replied, Yes, sir. At a table filled with lavish Western dishes, his voice rang out.
First, get an article out immediately tomorrow. Is it possible?
The person on the other end of the line spoke hurriedly.
Chan AI, that's not possible.
Nissan continued to explain, even if we're producing it ourselves, we first need to discuss
it with Lee Hee-in.
Besides, if we want to do this, we need a lead scriptwriter at the very least. He immediately cut her off.
Forget Lee Hyen, Kastun So-yun, I'll take responsibility.
She sat in her car, thoughtfully replying to him, the script, the actors, the main investors.
The broadcasting station.
With nothing confirmed, if we announce a movie production with Eun So-yun as the lead, everyone
will laugh at us.
He asked again, his tone slightly annoyed.
So, are you doing it or not?
She sighed softly and spoke.
I understand.
I don't know what you're planning, but I'll trust you, Chan-ai, and get the announcement done by tomorrow.
Is that all right?
He replied.
Thank you, Meeson. He ended the call and looked at Rannick to inform him. As you wished, Ambassador, we will announce the movie production tomorrow.
He said with satisfaction, Thank you.
Now let's eat.
He remembered the image of that man and said cautiously, You can't let your guard down yet, not even in this hotel. The ambassador just casually cut a piece of meat in the middle of his plate and said gently, I placed enough of my staff on every floor. He said while lifting the piece of meat to his mouth.
And besides, with Monsieur Kong here, what do I have to fear?
As time passed, people came. The waiter brought a dish and placed it on their table, saying politely,
Here is your dessert. He bowed and left. Just then, Rannick's phone suddenly rang.
He picked it up to answer, Rannick speaking. He then replied to the person on the phone.
Is that so? All right. He looked at him and said, It seems you got what you wanted.
Hearing this, he looked a bit confused and exclaimed. The man calmly drank his water, then set the glass down on the table. At this point, he stood up and announced,
Looks like things are about to get busy again. I'll go up and check first. Get home safely. That night, amidst the brightly lit skyscrapers, he stepped out a taxi, still talking on his phone. Ah, no other news? Yes, I see. He walked as he spoke. I'm home now. Yes, goodbye. He hung up, but was still pondering. It's a bit complicated. But he continued thinking. Even if it's for C.O. Kong Cho, it should be fine, right? Inside a high-rise building, his voice rang out, I'm home. Kang Dae-kyung, holding an apple skewer, asked him, I got a call from the G&G headquarters. Today. He looked at him proudly and asked, how on earth did you do it? Kong Chan replied nonchalantly. Oh, that? I contacted branch manager Smithson to ask for a favor. It was all sorted out. Hearing this, his father looked at him with affectionate eyes and said, You're even better at business than I am. At that moment, Hisik clasped her hands together and spoke with excitement. There's nothing my son can't do. He turned to talk to her. It's because Shonai is like. She cheerfully played along with him. No way, he's like you. Seeing his family so harmonious and warm, he felt happy too. He remembered the old days, like the time a big man came looking for trouble, or the fights with other people. And then there was the sarcasm from Lee Ha-in. She had mocked him, saying, well, looks like our young, rich so has gone bankrupt. How pitiful. So in the present moment, he was happier than ever. He thought to himself, it feels like being cleansed after all the dirty business of the day. The image of a happy family of 3 looked truly blissful. The next day at a school, in a training yard, students were exercising together. A man grabbed the horizontal bar and said, I don't know about other things, but I really want to punch that girl in the face. See you Kong Show. On TV, Lee Ha-in acts so innocent and simple. It just goes to show you shouldn't believe that putting on makeup makes your personality beautiful too. He was also doing pull-ups next to him and asked teasingly, You watch TV too? You've really become a Korean old man. He cleared his throat and replied, If you want to be able to talk to your daughter and wife, there's no other way. It's not that I like watching it. It's to maintain peace in the family. He continued to tease this guy, making excuses again. He then put his feet down, stopping his pull-ups. He watched him throw a few punches into the air and ask, Getting serious with the training, huh? Hearing that, he let go of the bar and asked pensively, Shouldn't we rest a bit more? He quickly replied, You don't know my recovery ability? He then stopped and added, Oh, and by the way, congratulations. He looked at him confusedly and said, For what? He stood there with his arms crossed and continued, It's been a while since we had new recruits. He widened his eyes in surprise and asked back, New recruits? This isn't the Legion, speak more simply. He hesitated a bit and said about that, then he glanced over and said, They're finally here. Pulled up in front of the school. The students exercising nearby stopped to watch. Stepping out of the car were tall, muscular young men with somewhat intimidating faces. Walking ahead was a man who looked like a celebrity. They started to get out, but it was unclear who was in front. Getting out of the car last was Kim Tae-jin. Kancho asked in a surprised tone, Isn't that director Kim Tae-jin? Why is that, gentlemen? Kong-chan finally started to explain. Actually, he remembered the previous evening as the taxi drove through the streets. He was on the phone with him. Do you have any employees who know real hand-to-hand combat techniques? We have a few staff who are former athletes or came from special forces. But by your standards, you probably won't be satisfied. The man on the other end replied. What? Are you planning to teach us? He looked out the car window and calmly replied instead of calling it teaching. It's more like while Ko Kancho and I are training we need someone to take the hits. If they're capable, they'll probably learn something in the process. Hearing that, the man continued, This friend of yours, are you beating around the bush? Am I dreaming? I get it. First, I'll pick out about 5 decent employees for you. He asked a bit surprised. About 5? I understand. He said, "Where should we train? Should I rent a dojo?"
He just replied, "Just come to our school."
A bit surprised, but he just said, "What? All right then."
At this point, he had arrived right at his apartment complex and was getting out of the car.
He still asked, any other news?" He calmly said, "We'll catch his tail soon enough," and he just replied, "I see."
After that, he informed him, "I'm home now," and he ended the conversation with a final greeting.
"Yes, goodbye."
He walked home in a cheerful mood, thinking to himself, "It's a bit of a hassle, but if it's for
Kong Cho, it's worth it, right?"
That was all that had happened. Back in the present, Kong Chan and Kong Cho both went to greet Taejin.
He spoke. "Look first, you came directly here?" He also replied cheerfully, "How could I miss such a good opportunity?"
He gestured towards him and said to the 5 men following him, "Go ahead and greet them." He continued to introduce the 2 of them.
"These are the ones who will teach you real hand-to-hand combat techniques. Instructor Kongkan and Instructor Ko Kancho." The group of new recruits nodded slightly and said, "Hello," but their eyes showed no goodwill at all.
He saw this and just smirked, thinking, "Look at their eyes." He nudged Kong Cho's hand.
He asked him, "What do you do when new recruits arrive and haven't grasped the main point? Do you remember?"
He narrowed his eyes.
In front of them were 5 tall, muscular men with an intimidating aura. But he exuded an even more oppressive presence, smiling as he
"Of course, I remember." They all locked eyes with each other. The buzzcut guy among the 5 new recruits thought to himself, "The director highly recommended this, so let's give it a try." The bald man standing next to him also secretly assessed them.
The location is a high school.
The instructors are a gym teacher and a high school student.
What can we learn from them?
The orange-haired guy's face clearly showed his annoyance as he thought. "I've heard from my colleagues who were hospitalized, but this is a bit too much." He turned to look at the students and continued his assessment.
"Who are these kids?"
"They're just high school students, not even from sports school or specialized in physical education."
The buzzcut guy's face was full of disappointment as he thought, "What a mess, should I just quit the company?"
Taejin looked at the group of new recruits and smiled.
He stood faintly, thinking to himself, "They're dissatisfied, just as I expected."
He then turned his head to look at Kong Chan and Kong Cho, thinking confidently, "These guys will prove their strength to them."
He stood there confidently.
On the field, voices echoed, come on, don't waste time, let's start right away."
"Where do we start now?"
He looked at him and started explaining.
"First, let's loosen up our bodies with a light tactical run, shall we?"
Hearing the strange word, he asked in surprise.
"Tactical run?"
He said with confusion, "Running is running."
"What's a tactical run?" He started to describe and explain, "It's simple. Anyone who falls a lap behind the leader is eliminated. We keep running like that until only one person is left." He thought for a moment and said,
"It's simple, but it's a very cruel rule." He looked at him and said softly, "I'm not forcing the director." Hearing that, he turned his head to look at him, slightly annoyed. Taejin took off his coat and said confidently, "I've only left the military, but I'm still on active duty."
"Of course, I'm participating." Everyone started to gather in one place. The new recruits began their warm-up stretches. Kong Chan and Kong Cho also stood stretching for a bit.
While warming up, a hesitant voice called out, attracting his attention.
"Sir," he looked at the students and Ji Jin hesitantly asked, "This round, can we participate too?"
He smiled and replied, "Don't worry too much, I'll let you guys out right away." He exclaimed in confusion, forget it."
They gathered together.
And Taejin shouted loudly,
"All right then, let's start."
After the command, they all started running simultaneously. One by one, they chased each other with the students following behind.
They ran through a turn.
Everyone's running speed was still stable. Leading the pack were Kong Chan and Kong Cho, but not for long.
The students were already starting to sweat, while the new recruits' faces were still calm without any sign of fatigue. Tae-jin ran and thought, "Aha, this is going to be a long battle." He looked at him and said, "First, let's clear out the unrelated kids." He also agreed and replied, "Got it." Then the two of them sped up and ran forward, which surprised Tae-jin a bit. He smiled and thought, "Oh, look at them." He also sped up to follow and shouted, "We can't fall behind either." The first one eliminated will have it reflected in next year's salary discussion meeting. Hearing that, the new recruits also hurried to follow. The two of them sped up, leaving the others far behind. But very quickly, Tae-jin and the new recruits also hurried to catch up. Ji-jin and his friends were still left behind. He ran tiredly after them, but he didn't know. The sound of running steps was getting closer behind him. He and Kong-cho had already caught up with the students. Then the two of them passed by, much to his surprise, making him exclaim, "Huh, thanks." Kong-cho turned his head to look, pointing at them and saying, "All right, you're all eliminated." He shouted loudly, "Go rest in the shade over there." Hearing that, he stammered in reply, "Yes, sir." Or you could say anything more. Tae-jin's group also ran past the students. He said loudly, "Students, it's dangerous, move aside." Then they dashed past, chasing after Kon, Cha, and Ji-jin stopped, out of breath, thinking tiredly. "I was getting arrogant because my stamina improved a bit." He looked at him, the teacher, and the other group, thinking in admiration, but they're no match for them at all. He turned to Kong-cho and said, "Cleared out all the chicks. Now for the roosters who think they're eagles, right?" Kong-cho completely agreed and replied, "Do you want to beat and kill or block and kill?" The two of them ran and talked. He said, "Don't you remember how we handled the new recruits on their first tactical run?" He also replied, "Of course, I remember." He smiled faintly and said, "Just like the old days." At that time, he also said. The group behind was gradually closing the distance with the two of them. The backs of the two of them were right in front. One by one, they started to swerve to overtake. Then the two of them fell to the back. Tae-jin turned his head to look with a confused expression, thinking, "Letting me pass so easily? There's no way." The buzzcut guy also looked behind and wondered, "I thought you're good, but are you tired already?" While the buzzcut guy confidently thought, "This is great." The orange-haired guy smirked, thinking disdainfully, "Let's embarrass them and quickly in this stupid training program." Then they started to speed up and the distance between them and the two widened. They got further and further away from the two of them. They ran faster and easier. They maintained their speed and sped forward. When they saw the students in front of them, they knew one lap was over. They could continue running. He turned his head to look behind with a triumphant expression, thinking, at this point, they're probably not even in sight, right? But then he was startled when he looked behind. Kangkon and Kongcho were still closely following them. He exclaimed in his head in amazement, "Huh, what's his name?" The buzzcut guy also thought in amazement, "What, how is that possible?" Tae-jin, leading the run, smiled and thought, "I get it. They're planning to make my employees run until they're exhausted and give up." They kept up their running speed, easily taking the corners. But he still stuck close behind. They kept chasing each other around the schoolyard. It's unclear how long it had been, but the sun was now shining down on the buildings with a harsher light. Ji-jin watched in admiration, amazing. The people running couldn't help but exclaim that it had been 20 laps. The new recruits were starting to get tired. Someone felt dizzy and a retching sound was heard, blah, someone couldn't take it anymore. And knelt down, vomiting violently. Just then, a shout rang out, making him look up. "Oh my!" Kongcho looked at the person sitting on the ground and encouraged him, "You're not eliminated yet. Are you giving up?" But he smiled with satisfaction as the person collapsed.
He couldn't bear it and had to use his hands to support himself to keep from falling to
the ground.
Time passed and the clouds drifted over the leaves. But the difference now was that more people had collapsed. This time it was the buzz-cut guy. Next was the orange hair guy. He cursed under his breath.
Damn it.
Then another person stopped. The person had to lean against the wall, watching him and him still running. Now only Tae-jin was leading, with the two of them running behind, while the rest of the new recruits had all collapsed. Here was an orange-haired guy. He turned his head to look with an annoyed expression, thinking, what a bunch of crafty guys. He was still running and thinking, but even though my body is old, it doesn't mean my pride is too. He sped forward again, as if wanting to leave the two of them behind. He looked and couldn't help but praise in his heart, the last one standing among all the young employees.
He manages himself well. However, both he and Kancho sped up to follow, and he thought unyieldingly.
But this is the tradition of our legion, which made him feel pressured. Still in that schoolyard, but after 45 laps.
The students watched in horror and wondered, how long is this going to go on? The new recruits felt the same. This is insane.
Tae-jin, running in front, had slowed down and was getting tired. Sweat dotted his face. He was out of breath.
Kong-chan and Kong-cho still didn't look too tired.
Then he waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Damn it, let's stop." They stopped. He asked, "Are you giving up?" He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Yes, it's not impossible to say I'm about to collapse and vomit. Let's stop." "Here, save me," he replied hesitantly. "Yes, then no more running." He understood the situation and asked with a laugh, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" He just stood there calmly with his hands on his hips and, "Oh, we were just trying our best to keep up." His face shone brightly under the sun, full of confidence.
The sun was now high in the sky.
They were all sitting on the steps, resting, with cheerful shouts ringing out.
That was great. Kanchang was standing and saying something to Gijin.
Then he also quickly ran off, because the equipment room.
He and the other students helped carry out the old mats. Mats.
They started arranging the positions of the mats on the field.
After finishing,
he looked towards him and he gave him a signal that everything was fine. He crossed his arms, turned his head back, and said, "So, shall we officially begin?"
Tae-jin asked back, right away.
He walked closer to him and explained that was just stretching.
It was nothing. Over at Kancho.
He said to him, "First everyone watch once." He also replied, "All right." Kancho stood up, looked at the buzz cut and the crew cut guys, and said, "First, this is just a demonstration, so I'll go easy on you too. You two, come over here for a bit." This touched their pride. They both thought angrily.
Go easy on us? The two of us.
Then they stepped onto the mat and glared at him. They clearly showed their annoyance on their faces. He stood with his arms crossed and said, "So before the demonstration I'll explain." Before he could finish, a voice cut him off. "Wait, teacher." Kancho turned his head towards the voice. Kancho walked slowly towards them. Even they had to wonder what's with that expression. He met their eyes and asked, "Are you pissed?" "Don't be." The buzz cut guy wrote. Tae-jin replied angrily, "You're not using honorifics and you even cursed. We're getting pretty fed up here. We know you're close with the director and we know you have extraordinary stamina. How old are you to drop honorifics with me, huh?" He didn't back down from that attitude and replied, "I'm carrying out my duty as your instructor. This is also because of a sincere request from your director." Tae-jin looked at him with a satisfied expression. He continued to explain for the other three to hear. "I don't know if I should be respectful or if I should train while being mindful of your feelings." So, he finished his sentence with a not-so-friendly face. "If you don't want to listen to a kid talking down to you, then just get lost. That's all." The buzzcut guy's veins popped on his face as he shouted. Seriously, you son of a bitch. He just kept shouting to release his anger.
He walked up to him
and continued, if not, then the students outside who heard his words couldn't help but worry.
Fight me one-on-one and touch me, even just once.
I'll use honorifics, of course, even during training with you guys.
He frowned and asked to confirm. Really?
He also replied decisively.
100% true.
Then he looked over at Taejin.
He said no.
He only spoke slowly.
If the instructor said so, then do it.
He walked up to pressure him and threatened, since the director has given permission, I won't refuse and we'll fight one round. He clenched his hands into fists and continued, for reference I won a silver medal at the provincial championship and came from the demonstration team of the taekwondo team in the military. He took a stance exuding an invisible pressure. And said confidently, I mean, don't say things like all the selected ones are useless later on. He confidently gestured with his hand for him to come forward, not disappointing his expectations. He moved forward and raised one leg. Kancho, watching from the outside, exclaimed, oh, not bad. He delivered a kick, but he quickly stepped back.
Kancho continued to comment from the side.
He's fast, but then he also delivered a kick in return.
Kancho said softly, it's just like a sport.
Being suddenly countered made him stumble. He started to close in, delivering punches. Each of his punches aimed precisely at him. Then he opened his palm and struck.
He struck his chin.
Then he followed up with a kick to the
stomach. He couldn't resist and was kicked back. After rolling a few times on the mat,
he lay flat on the ground, as if just now feeling the pain. He clutched his stomach and writhed, screaming in agony, while he stood tall right there. Amidst his screams, he said softly, if you don't kill, you'll be killed. That's what the battlefield is like.
He continued.
And what I just taught you is a hand-to-hand combat technique that will help you survive in a place like that.
He glanced back and reminded them.
If you've looked closely, you'll know that a martial arts demonstration is different
in concept from sports protected by law.
The buzzcut guy then questioned, you keep talking about the battlefield.
Aren't you bragging a bit? You who haven't even done your military service yet.
He looked at the other 3 new recruits who were still sitting and observing the match.
On the steps.
He replied calmly, I won't blabber on about my experience.
You wouldn't believe me anyway. Kangcho stood watching him with a proud expression.
He continued, instead, I'll prove it with my actions. There are 40 left, right?
Come with me all at once. This caught the attention of the other 3.
They all turned to look at Taejin.
He said enthusiastically, this is fun. Try not to get killed and go all out.
They stood up confidently and replied in unison, yes sir.
He looked at them and could only laugh to himself.
These guys, match for them. Then the 4 of them surrounded him on the mat. He stood there calmly observing. The one who started to rush in first threw a punch, but he quickly blocked it with his hand and countered with a strike aimed straight at the chin. After that hit, his nose started to bleed, but he didn't let up and wrapped his arm around. Then he kneed him hard in the stomach. From behind him, someone rushed forward.
He saw it.
He just lightly lifted his leg and kicked the other person in the stomach. The shock of the blow was clearly visible on his pained face. He continued to knee him.
Another blow to the chin. Then he turned around and knocked the other person away.
A punch flew towards his face, closer and closer, but he nimbly dodged it. He ducked down chopping. He delivered a chop right to the neck of the orange-haired guy. Then he raised his fist again. He delivered a flurry of punches to his cheek.
The powerful punch seemed to distort his cheek.
Then he punched him away. He lay on the ground on the mat with his other 2 teammates. Only the buzzcut guy was left standing, terrified. He turned to look, which startled him.
He looked towards Taejin.
Then, silently pleading for help, director, but he just watched silently with a serious face. At this point, he spoke up, I warned you, if you can't touch me now, you'll never be able to run towards the enemy.
He slowly walked closer, still talking.
If you're afraid of being hit or stabbed, then quit this job immediately.
There are plenty of other jobs in the world. Hearing that, he became furious and said, EW.
Then he started to throw a punch aimed at him, but his arm was easily caught by him.
Now what?
Then he twisted his arm, using his whole body to slam into him. Without mercy, he placed his arm on his own shoulder and broke it.
He kept applying pressure to break it.
This caused him so much pain that he couldn't hold back his tears and screamed. He collapsed, clutching his arm and moaning, my arm.
He gave a warning, in the end, you were a coward.
When your teammates were all down, you didn't throw a punch.
He stood with his arms crossed, lecturing him, if in a real situation, someone like you was the last one left, what would happen?
Think carefully about this until you're on your way out. If you continue like this in the future, then really give up and find another job. He shouted loudly, understood, and he could only tremble and stammer in reply, I understand.
Taejin then said, I've seen enough.
First, rest for a while, then we'll continue. He looked at him and said, Assistant Choi has already called an ambulance, so go get checked out.
He still trembled in reply, yes.
The sun was now at its peak and everything was over, so voices started to ring out again.
Let's eat something while we rest. I'll pay. What do you guys want to eat? Chinese food is fine.
A little later, an ambulance arrived to take him to get his broken arm checked. After getting the patient on board, the ambulance sped out of the school gates.
Then delivery drivers started to ride in. A while later, the food was laid out and everyone exclaimed in unison, let's eat. The group of students sat together and couldn't stop exclaiming, no tonkatsu today.
So delicious. He sat in a group with Kancho and Taejin.
He then asked, so are they any good?
He said. He slowly replied, making the group of 4 new recruits listen in as well.
He continued, saying that about 2 of them could be useful.
His words made them fall silent.
Kancho looked at them and thought.
After giving the new recruits a beating, then saying that half are usable and half are treated as useless.
This might make the new recruits even more persistent. He smirked faintly, thinking, it's been a long time since I've seen this.
Suddenly the phone rang, catching his attention. He said awkwardly to him, sorry, it's an important call.
He replied cheerfully, sorry for what? Go take it.
He replied softly, yes. He walked away to a different spot. His face more tense, and answered the phone.
Yeah, Meeson.
What's up? Meeson on the other end replied tiredly.
Cheney, the official announcement was made today.
He asked, puzzled, you worked hard, but what's with your voice?
Is something wrong?
She sighed and spoke with difficulty. As soon as the article was published, some friendly reporters called.
There are already rumors that this is a scam. What should we do? And besides, whatever it is, it's not a scam.
Then she hesitated and didn't continue. He said tensely, say it. She sighed again and announced, something happened with Lee Hae-in.
He asked in amazement, what about Lee Hae-in?
She frowned deep in thought.
Meeson helplessly continued, what else? It's because we dropped her and made Eun Seo Yun the lead. What do you think?
She said if we don't take down the article immediately, she'll switch companies and cancel
all her current programs.
He asked, confused.
Her contract is until next year though. She continued, because the contract fee here isn't very high. If Lee Hae-in leaves, there will be many companies ready to welcome her. She said if Chana doesn't apologize personally, she won't let it go.
The one who told the reporters was probably her too. Hearing this, he said calmly, let her go.
Getting compensation is good too.
She asked worriedly, Chan AI, if Lee Hae-in leaves, Eun Seo-yun and the two new recruits will all be cut from their roles and all the money invested in the film will be gone.
He thought with slight contempt, so that's what having backing is like.
He called out me son.
She replied questioningly, yeah.
He said with a determined tone, fire Lee Hae-in.
She heard this and asked in a panic, Channy, have you been listening?
He didn't answer the question and just continued, this is an order as the company director.
After canceling Lee Hae-in's contract, contact me.
She heard this and shouted, Channy. He said softly, I'm sorry for giving you all this work.
I'll take responsibility for any losses, so just do as I say.
She couldn't say anything more and replied helplessly,
I know.
After hanging up with her, he returned to his seat.
Concho looked at him and asked, what was that serious phone call about?
He also replied vaguely,
nothing, just other business.
He looked at Tae-jin and said,
so how are things on your end?
Tae-jin slowly explained,
as we couldn't trace the export location, we're stalling for time. If possible, we'll track down the net cutter before then.
He heard this and replied gently,
I see. They kept talking back and forth. He asked, are you personally handling the afternoon session too?
He replied cheerfully,
no, I only help when needed.
Actually, teacher Si Okanchao
Si Ho is the main instructor here.
He couldn't stop praising him. His skills aren't much different from what I teach, so no need to worry.
The frequency should be about 3 times a week, right?
At that moment, he thought to himself, I need to train until CO. Kongcho completely returns to being the great D, are you?
He replied with satisfaction, I see. Then I'll have to stretch a bit in the afternoon, too. Tae-jin turned to Kongcho and said, let me a hand, will you?
He also replied cheerfully, of course, I'll help you.
Time flew by, still at that same school.
Tae-jin was training with the students. The orange hair guy was also training with 2 other students. The buzzcut guy was sparring with another person from the new recruit group.
Kongcho was also training with the remaining person from the new recruit group.
He sat on the steps. He thought to himself, even though it's just a friendly match, they're both more serious than necessary. He looked on with satisfaction, his thoughts still flowing.
Well, they're all people with high self-esteem.
Suddenly his mind, a message notification sound cut through his train of thought.
The phone showed a message from Eason. She said, Lee Hae-in wants to meet and talk to you in person. Her pride must be really hurt. Can you make it today?
His face showed a hint of annoyance.
He quickly typed a reply. Got it. 1 hour. I'll be there at 4. He thought idly.
Even though it's a pain, I have to go to end this.
Then his phone rang.
He looked at it and thought with confusion.
Ambassador Rannick? He answered the call. Yes, Mr. Ambassador.
He cheerfully reported to him.
Mr. Kong.
I saw the article, congratulations. He replied politely on the other end, thank you. He continued, tomorrow, you should apply for investment from a company called 6 Ventures.
Of Fabbed. It will have good results. Hearing that, he said, I'll do that. He didn't stop and announce further.
And one more thing, next Wednesday at 3 p.m., I plan to go to the city's baseball stadium.
It's not public. He exclaimed in confusion, sir. He closed his eyes and replied slowly, I'm letting you know my movements. He was still bewildered and said, he smiled and told him. After tricking them and receiving the 20 billion, quickly exchange it for Korean won.
Because it's a foreign currency exchange, this amount of money will probably be hard to hide. Seeing this, he became tense and advised him.
That's fine, but will be very dangerous, sir. Please reconsider. Before he could finish, he was cut off.
Monsieur Kong, I'm very happy to have met and worked with someone like you.
Truly.
So, I'll be waiting for good news from you.
See you later. He quickly said, wait. He paused and asked questioningly, is there anything else?
He was still sitting there and said seriously about the G.O.N.G.
company matter. Thank you very much, sir. He let out a small HMPF then.
After that, they hung up and he sat with his head down deep in thought. His eyes now showed clear determination. On the training field, a technique was being blocked.
Taejin and Kongcho were vigorously exchanging blows.
At this moment, he approached and said, "Stop and talk to me for a bit."
Let's make the pause.
He turned his head and asked with a puzzled expression, And he looked at him seriously for a solution. At the school's water fountain, he handed a towel to Taejin. He said cheerfully, "Actually, I was about to run out of steam, so thank you for stopping."
He remained silent, staring intently at him, which made him ask, is something wrong? Tell me. The two walked side by side, talking. He asked and he answered, what's the security like at the baseball stadium? It depends on what kind of security for assassination.
The space gives the assassin a huge advantage. He looked at him seriously and explained, to give an easy example, if 20 of our country's best guards were protecting a VIP and I was the one assassinating, I would succeed 9 out
of 10 times. He replied. Tensely, I see.
He sank into his own thoughts again.
As expected, it's too risky.
No, it's to target the backers and not Saran, it's still extremely dangerous. At that moment, he spoke up, breaking the atmosphere.
It's not that I'm curious about your business or anything, but what's going on?
He quickly walked away and replied, I'll tell you later in a quieter place.
I have to go now. He asked in surprise, you have to go?
Where? He could only reply vaguely.
I have an urgent matter to attend to. At the Doosan Entertainment Building.
He stepped out of the car. At this point, he had changed into a suit. His eyes hardened as he looked towards the building. He began to walk through the door. The person who saw him said, "Oh, hello, director."
He looked at the person and asked, "Where's Meeson?" The person immediately replied, "In a meeting room inside." Then the person shouted loudly to announce, "Vice Director. The director is here."
At this point, Meeson hurried out, followed by 2 men. Her face clearly showed fatigue, and she spoke with difficulty, "Boss, come over here quickly." He walked closer, wondering why her expression was like that, like a 40-year-old who hadn't
slept enough.
She spoke as she hurried inside, "Come in, let's talk inside."
He followed her into the meeting room.
She pushed open the door. Before him were 3 women sitting on the sofa. 2 of the 3 stood up to greet him, while Heian remained seated with her arms crossed. She frowned, clearly annoyed. Seeing this, he also felt displeased. Then they all sat down, and he took the head seat.
He asked sternly, "You wanted to see me?"
She looked at him and said,
"Don't drop the honorifics. Don't do that." She crossed her legs and said, clearly annoyed, "Forget it. If you have something to say, say it quickly. I'm Buse."
At this, she flew into a rage and shouted,
"Seriously? There's nothing more to say." "That's right. Director? Ah, no. I'll leave as you wish. But shouldn't you formally apologize to me first?" He looked at her defiantly and asked back, "Apologize for what? No matter how I think about it. I haven't done anything wrong to apologize for."
She stood up and pointed at his face, shouting,
"Today's article, you deliberately targeted me, didn't you?"
She continued to raise her voice, making the whole room echo with her words.
"If you don't immediately get on your knees,
And apologize to me, including you and the artist, Cody, makeup artist, manager, and even the office staff. I will make it so that none of you can set foot in this industry again." She finished her sentence with a furious expression. "You think I can't do it?" But he looked at her confidently and replied, "Yeah, you can't." She exclaimed in confusion, "What?" He maintained his confident demeanor and continued, "I don't have to explain everything to you one by one." Then he looked at the two people behind her and asked, "What about you two? Are you leaving too?" Sung Seomi replied with a smirk, "I'm on Hae-in's side too." Hae-in and Seomi exchanged a triumphant look. Ni-sin and the other two sat listening with extremely worried expressions. He just calmly asked the last person, Un Seo-yeon, "What about you?" When her name was called, she was a bit surprised. She stammered, I. He was a bit annoyed, waiting for her answer. As for So-yun, she nervously looked down at the floor, thinking. So-yun's small lips hesitated for a long time before she could form a sentence. I will. Kong-chan frowned slightly, both annoyed and trying to wait for an answer from her. Sumi and Hain glared at So-yeon as if they wanted to burn her with their eyes, their attitude obvious. Contrary to the expectations of those around her, So-yeon was still worried and shy, her hands fidgeting with her knees, her head bowed low. Her fear even made her body tremble, and sweat beaded on her face. It took a long time for her to say a coherent sentence. I want to stay. Hearing this, Seomi and Hae-in turned to glare at her with disgust. Hae-in even let out a stream of harsh insults. Huh, you stupid girl. You really don't know how to think. Seo-yun tried to emphasize again, I will stay. Suddenly she turned around and stated more clearly, Director Mi-sun, I want to do well. Mi-sun's face showed a hint of worry and confusion. So-yun. Kong-chan smirked triumphantly. Okay, we have an answer, don't we? He turned to call out, Manager Lim. Manager Lim was a bit surprised and replied, yes. Kong-chan continued, bring all the contracts of the current employees here. Manager Lim couldn't believe his ears and asked again, all of them, sir? Sharp eyes and confident smile. Kong-chan asked, is this all of it? Manager Lim replied seriously, yes. He picked up a few documents and said, his sentence trailing off. Well then, his eyes scanned the paper in his hand, reading, Li Hien sang Siamese. Kong-chan's hands squeezed the paper tightly, wrinkling it, his eyes filled with anger. He used all his strength to tear the contract paper in half. Was stunned when they witnessed Kong-chan's action. They were shocked to the core. He not only tore, but also crumpled the contract. Everyone's face was frozen in surprise. Kong-chan didn't hesitate to throw the crumpled paper into the trash. Hyen and Seo-mi's faces turned pale. Their eyebrows knitted together as if they were about to get married. They grit their teeth and cursed silently. You psycho! Kong-chan's voice was still calm and cold as he said. Manager Kim and Department Head Kim will handle the necessary procedures after the contract termination. Manager Lim immediately complied. Ah, I understand. C-O-M-E. Frowned, her mouth twitching as if she wanted a curse, but she held it in. So-yeon was still stunned, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, Hyen spoke up, surprising everyone. You think you're so great? She slammed her hand on the table, her face so angry that veins popped out. Don't think that getting involved in what these people do will let you off easy. I'm really not kidding. Despite this, Kong-chan seemed to not care about her words at all, which made Han tremble with anger. It seems that even if they're not artists, most of them are on temporary contracts, right? Manager Lim replied softly, yes, only I, Department Head Kim, and Accountant Choi Eugene are permanent employees. All the rest are contract workers. Kong-chan frowned slightly and continued, I'm not too clear on this, but I know that besides the management and a list artists, being a permanent employee is much better than being a contract worker. Manager Lim continued seriously.
It's true. But it's the precedent in this industry. Kong Chan repeated in surprise, precedent. He turned around, frowning in annoyance. What a load of crap. He frowned, thinking to himself, I was just planning to pretend and go through the motions to catch Saran, but this is really rubbing me the wrong way. Kong Chan's face was serious as he read the paper in his hand carefully. Let's try to be serious for once. He used his hand to grab a few more papers. The anger inside him seemed to explode. The atmosphere around him became increasingly tense and difficult. Chan gripped the thick stack of papers tightly. He used all his strength to hold the stack of papers firmly, then used all his might to tear the stack in half. The thick stack of documents was torn in half before everyone's astonished eyes. Neeson's jaw dropped. Her eyes wide, her mouth twitching before she could form the words. Cha nai. Manager Lim was so shocked he stared like a fish, thinking to himself. God, that's as thick as a book. Department head Kim broke out in a few drops of worried sweat. Frowning as he thought. What kind of strength is this? Hyen's face turned pale as she stared without blinking. Wondering, is he threatening us with his strength? While everyone was still reeling from the shock, Kong Chan tore the stack of documents. Again with the combined strength of his muscles and organs. He frowned, his face wrinkled, his expression had darkened. Changchun unhesitatingly threw the pile of shredded paper into the trash next to him. Then he dusted off his hands. After completing all the actions, he sat back down properly, looking like a true leader. He placed his hands neatly on his knees. At this point, Kong Chan finally spoke, giving an order, rewrite all the employee contracts. He suddenly turned to ask, Neeson, how much do you get? Neeson hesitated for a long time without answering. She spoke honestly, stammering with worry. Actually, it hasn't been decided yet. I only just joined not too long ago, and I'm busy with company matters. Kong Chan immediately continued. Your annual salary will be 150 million. Hearing this, Ni soon couldn't hide her astonishment. She shouted, What? That's. Before she could say more, Kong Chan pointed with his 5 fingers and said, Write it down. Ni soon was scared and tried to persuade Kong. That's not a small amount of money. We also need to consider the company's finances and fairness to other employees. He turned to call manager Lim Su-sung. Su-sung was startled and replied, Yes. Kong Chan opened his phone to look and said, I saw on the news that the average annual salary for people in their 40s in our country last year was $50.7 million won. His eyes showed a serious expression as he looked straight ahead and declared clearly, I will pay double. Su-sung's face went slack. His expression shocked to the core. He exclaimed, 100 million a year? Are you serious, sir? Less than 3 seconds later, Kong Chan called department head Kim. He continued, the average annual salary for people in their 30s is $46 million. The department head will also get double. Not much different from manager Lim. JT was also very shocked, not believing his ears. $90 million. JT was even so moved that his face turned red and tears welled up in his eyes as if he was about to cry. Kong Chan began to make a proposal. This way, since it's too troublesome to calculate for each person, let's do it like this. These staff and specialists, if they wish, can switch to being permanent employees and their salaries will be doubled from the average salary by age. Su-sung listened intently to every word he said. Mr. Choi Eugene. The contract fee will be tripled from the original contract, and on the condition that if you want to leave at any time, you just have to pay back the amount you received. She was surprised and covered her mouth with her hand, trembling as she asked back, triple. John smirked confidently and replied, You are now the face of the company and also the female lead. If you don't have anything to show for it, it will give the company a bad name. Every sentence he spoke was very clear, and the trainees only get a minimum monthly allowance. Changed it all to 1 million a month. Of course, this is excluding food expenses, lessons, dorms, and other costs, and it's just pocket money.
Everyone who heard this was stunned. They were frozen solid, with 3 dots clearly visible in their minds.
As soon as he mentioned JT, he was startled. The commercial building next door, what's the price like?
JT replied, I haven't looked into it carefully, but the additional deposit is probably around $50 million and the monthly rent is $2 million.
Please remember to subscribe to our channel to support us.
Kim JT replied seriously, if we buy it outright we will face
financial pressure at first. Also, unlike renting monthly, arranging other expenses will not be convenient. Kong Chan's voice deepened.
I am the type of person who, whether it's repaying a debt, a favor, or money, I must
pay it back more than double to feel satisfied. So I don't like things like borrowing.
I will buy the building next door, so department head Kim will be responsible for that. Kong Chan sat with one leg crossed over the other in the proud posture of a leader and stated firmly, I've made it clear, money is not something to be considered. He tried to force a smile, a few drops of sweat on his face.
Ah yes, he listened intently as Kong Chan continued. D's second headquarters.
The first floor will be the cafeteria for all staff. The second floor will be the training room for things like dance, singing, acting, or
piano.
The third floor will be the office and rest area for the staff.
The construction will proceed like that.
Hyen smirked and said with a contemptuous voice,
Huh, you're really crazy. You don't need me to lift a finger. You'll raise the white flag of surrender on your own. Ni-sun called out worriedly. Chan AI, Chan AI, Chan AI, everything's fine. You don't need to do this.
With her agitation, Kong Chan appeared quite calm and reassured her.
Don't worry, there's no shortage of money.
Ni-sun stood up abruptly and shouted. No, I know Channy is very rich, but if this continues, the day it's all gone won't
be far off. Hearing this, he immediately asked back, who said I'm using my money? Myson paused for a few seconds. Then, there's a French company called Six Ventures, do you know it?
She tried to remember that company after thinking for a long time.
He replied, yes, I know it. It's an investment company.
He continued, in the media industry, such as film, television, concerts, and reality shows, they are widely known throughout the world.
Kong Chan suggested, tomorrow, send an investment proposal to them. Ni-sun's face showed a hint of confusion. You mean about Eun Soyun's movie? The project hasn't even gotten off the ground yet.
He calmly reassured her, I've already talked it over with them, so you just need to apply.
Ni-sun asked again, how much should I apply for?
He replied without hesitation, as much as you need. She unconsciously brought her hand to her face, while thinking, hesitating. Suddenly Kong Chan's eyes narrowed, and it seemed that Su Song had noticed.
Kong Chan spoke, I can see that I'm not very good at business.
But I've also experienced wanting something, but finding it difficult to say to others. He continued seriously.
During that time, I set a principle for myself. As long as it's something my people want, it must be done.
But I won't use it as a method to force people to stay on my side. JT had always been listening intently to his every word.
Kong Chan lowered his face slightly.
As long as they want to leave, the door will always be wide open. However, with Mison's admiration for him, Heian showed her dislike when he spoke. If I make the people who stay by my side feel the safest, most effective, and happiest, not only will they not leave. He sat up straight and stated clearly, but they might even be willing to sacrifice themselves for me.
I understand that best. Kong Chan remembered the chaotic battle. CHN glanced back slightly.
His comrades dodged bullets and picked up their guns to fight with all their might.
Back in reality, he continued. Of course, that principle will not exclude this i.e. company. I will treat everyone in the best possible way.
Please remember to subscribe to our channel to support us.
This is the end of this video. Thank you for watching. The sunlight shining through brightened Kong Chan's handsome face. He praised, "Good, this is done." He turned to say to Hyen and Xiaomi, "Why are you two still here? This is D.I.E.'s office, you know." Hyen grit her teeth, thinking to herself. Kong Chan smirked mockingly. "Hey." Hyen sat silently. Kong Chan sat silently, like a clam.
She grit her teeth, glaring, her hands clenched tightly on her lap. Kong Chan turned to ask me Sin, which made Hyen and Xiaomi jump. "Why are those two still here?"
He smirked triumphantly. "This is DIAI's office, you know."
Hyen sat silently, like a clam, her eyes wide as she glared. Gritting her teeth, breaking out in a cold sweat as she thought. This is. Kong Chan sat there with a mocking smile and asked challengingly.
"Do I have to drag you out?" Hyen shot up to face him. In contrast to Kong Chan's calm demeanor, Hyen's body trembled violently.
She angrily turned and stormed away without a word. Hyen stomped out the door, slamming it open forcefully in front of everyone's astonished eyes. The sound of the slamming door broke the tense atmosphere.
Kong Chan glared and asked Xiaomi. Xiaomi tried to force a smile and replied, "Hey, I."
Suddenly a loud bang made her jump.
Sweat dripped down. Kong Chan growled and ordered, "Get out."
Xiaomi was speechless and turned her face away. Gritting her teeth, her whole body trembling with anger. She shot up and stormed out angrily. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became quiet.
Kong Chan spoke up, breaking the silence. "Today's business is finished, right?" Neeson replied hesitantly. "Ah, yeah, that's right."
Hearing that, he stood up and said, "Then I'm leaving." Neeson's face showed a hint of slight confusion.
Bowen ZT watched his retreating back without blinking.
Suddenly, a desperate voice called out, "Wait." It turned out to be Neeson, who had rushed out to chase after Kong Chan. "Wait, Shauna, I mean President."
He turned back with a confused look and asked, "Is there still something that needs to be arranged?"
Her face turned beet red. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and said softly, "It's not that, can we have dinner together?" Kong Chan bluntly turned around and refused, which made her freeze for a moment.
"I am tired. Maybe some other time."
Neeson called out, "But Shauna."
He turned back annoyed and asked, "What is it now?" She fidgeted with her hands and asked, "Have you ever been in business before?" "How can you?" He tried every way to refuse. "No, I'm really tired." "See you later." Neeson's hair swayed. Thanks for watching. Gently, a small, secret smile played on her small, pouty lips. Her face turned red, dazed. So sexy. That evening, at a tall apartment building, a notification sound was heard. "I'm home." Haisuk greeted him cheerfully, asking incessantly, "You're back? Go take a shower and wait a bit. I'll set the table right away." Kong Chong replied as he walked in the door. "Yes." A moment later, he opened the door and entered his room. He used a towel to dry his still wet hair. He lay down on the bed, exhausted. His body was completely drained, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. His mind was completely empty after a long day. Kong Chan's mind flashed through the events that had just happened, from facing gangsters to handling company matters. He lamented to himself. One thing after another. What a tiring day. Kong Chan closed his eyes and wondered if he should take a nap. Suddenly his phone vibrated, making him open his eyes and look up at the ceiling. He sat up and checked his phone to see who was calling. The screen showed a number. Kong Chan was so angry he trembled, biting his lip and cursing silently. Does this guy have a listening device in this house? If not, he's really talented at ruining people's moods. He answered the call. Saran. On the other end, Saran smirked and asked, "Any good news?"
Every word he uttered made Kong Chan's face contort with annoyance.
There should be something, right? How about the baseball stadium? Saran smiled slyly. Good. What about the time and place?
On the other end, Kong Chan representing.
Saran replied bluntly, "Saran, I'm not a fool like Smith." Saran showed his anger, gritting his teeth as he said, "What if I transfer the money to you and you break your promise, or if it's false information?"
Kong Chan's eyes were firm as he replied, "If you can't trust me, then let's just forget
about it." Saran didn't back down and replied with a haughty tone, "There's no way I'm letting this go so easily. Have you forgotten? A certain acquaintance of yours will disappear."
Hearing this, Kong Chan grit his teeth and cursed silently.
Damn it. But if he ran from this situation, it would only get more complicated. He agreed. He played a psychological game with him. He said, "You're gonna take over Europe, right?
Compared to that, this 20 billion
is probably just a plate of tonkatsu, isn't it?" Saran thought, what an extraordinary and annoying guy. He asked, "How many days until the scheduled date?" He said bluntly, "Don't beat around the bush." Even Saran couldn't control his anger, his veins popping. He growled, "I'll transfer it through the company.
It needs physical time, so we have to adjust the transfer time.
If not, I'll consider this deal off."
Saran's face darkened, and he said in a low voice, "Let's just leave it at that for now." Suddenly, the other end of the line called out, "Ah, and one more thing, Saran."
He paused and asked, "What?"
Kong Chan continued, "You're not that far out of my sight.
Just know that."
As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately hung up, making Saran's eyes turn red with anger. He grit his teeth in frustration, even wanting to smash his phone. Son, cursing under his breath, "You damn dog." Suddenly a sharp pain shot through him, making him pause.
Act. Saran grit his teeth repeatedly, his forehead covered with sweat.
"I can't stand him, whether this works out or not.
You can only die at my hands."
Kong Chan held the silent phone in his hand. He smirked with contempt.
That fool must be furious.
Suddenly a voice called from outside.
"Son, come eat." He replied softly, "Yes, I'm coming."
The table was laden with delicious, eye-catching hot dishes.
He sat down to eat with his parents.
His father spoke cheerfully. "Thanks to you, everything's been resolved. Thanks to you, our sponsors have grown much larger lately."
Kong Chan also smiled and said, "What? I didn't do anything. This fried egg. The egg is so delicious." Suddenly the phone in his pocket vibrated again.
He looked down, his brow furrowed with worry.
What, is it that bastard Saran again?
He held it up and looked at it for a long time.
Mi Jong had sent him a message asking, "Can we really go see the sea tomorrow?" Kong Chan breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, it's just Mi Jong." He replied to the message, "Yeah, let's leave around 10 a.m.
His mother found it strange and asked,
"Who is it, dear?" He immediately replied, "Ah, it's me, Jung. You know her, right? From my class."
His mother continued,
"Of course, I know her. She's always first in the entire school." Kong Chan said, "Yes."
His mother hesitated.
"Could it be that you and that girl?" Suddenly his father. His phone vibrated again. "Ah, wait a moment, it's my teacher." He picked up the phone to answer. "Ah, teacher, I'm eating with my parents right now." He used polite language and asked, "Huh, is that so? Can you come out to the apartment entrance now?"
Hearing this, Ki-yeon looked at Haesuk and smiled.
"The teacher has something to discuss with me about the gym club."
Kankan continued, I just finished eating so I'll be right out.
Yes, sir. He immediately stood up and asked to be excused. Teacher Seo Kancho needs to see me for a bit. I'll be back soon. In the alley, on the street outside. It was already dark with only the faint light of the street lamps. Kankan walked up to Kancho and asked, "What's up that you call me at this hour?" Kancho replied softly, "Nothing, I was just looking at houses." Kankan looked up and continued, "My wife said it was her dream."
Hearing this, Kankan immediately praised him, "Oh, good job."
Kankan pulled something out of his pocket. "Since I'm meeting you, I'll have a smoke." He put the cigarette to his lips, about to smoke. "Nothing happened today, right?" Kong-chan smiled. "How could nothing happen?" "Just some trivial things." Kong-cho asked back, "Trivial things?"
And now, under the electric light, two men sat together, talking.
Kong-cho's face suddenly turned worried. Lee Hae-in said that. "I feel a bit uneasy." Kong-chan found it a bit strange. "It's not about Saran, but about Lee Hae-in."
He sat with his arms crossed seriously.
"Talking about Saran just makes my mouth hurt. Lee Hae-in, how should I put it? Just looking at her, you can tell she's not an ordinary type."
He took a drag from his cigarette and continued. "It's not about now, but the kind of impression that she could cause trouble at any moment.
Please remember to subscribe to our channel for the latest information." Kankan took a drag from a cigarette and said, "It's tiring to even talk about Saran. Lee Hae-in, how should I put it? Her impression is that she's not a normal person." He then blew out a cloud of smoke.
"You could say it's the impression that, I don't know about now, but one day she will really cause trouble."
Kankan smirked and said mockingly, Hey, don't pretend to be. See you next week." So sophisticated. You thought she was innocent and simple before.
Kancho frowned slightly and turned him.
"That's why we have to be really careful with her, right?" Kankan continued. "She's just an older, richer version of Eun-sil. We just need to handle her the same way we handled Eun-sil." Kancho lamented, "Oh, who can stop you?
Just take care of yourself." He took another drag from a cigarette and said seriously, and one more thing.
This Wednesday, I'm participating too. We need at least one more hand, right?" Kong-chan's face became serious. "I only told you about Rannick's matter."
"A slight mistake, and everyone will misunderstand that I'm spreading rumors."
Kong-cho's face lowered slightly as he thought about something.
Then Kong-chan continued for that part.
"I will assess the situation and discuss it privately with Rannick." Kancho flicked his cigarette ash and replied, "All right, I know." Kankan turned to him and left the question hanging, "But you?" Kancho was startled and asked, "What's wrong?"
He replied, "I heard you quit smoking."
Kancho frowned and waved his hand dismissively. That's something I can't do."
The two sat side by side, laughing and talking cheerfully for a long time.
Kong-cho stood up abruptly and said goodbye. "I'm heading back." Kong-chan continued, "All right." Kong-cho still felt a little reluctant and didn't forget to turn back and wave goodbye to Kong-chan. The two went their separate ways.
In the dark night, only the faint light of the street lamps remained. The scene changes to the next morning.
Kong-chan is out on the street for a run.
He used all his strength to try and run as fast as possible. Sweat dripped down like he was in a shower. His face was serious, his mind and body completely focused. Sweat covered his face. Under the clear blue sky, only the continuous sound of his footsteps could be heard. Step by step, Kong-chan raised his hand and took off his watch. He stared at it intently for a long time, thinking to himself, speed and endurance, both are gradually getting better. Then he decided to stroll back. At this rate, fully returning to my previous physical state will no longer be a dream. In the towering apartment building under the clear blue sky, a gentle voice called out, "Come and eat." Kong Chan stepped out, still drying his wet hair. Yes. On the table were all the leftovers from yesterday, but they still looked delicious. Dae Kyung spoke up, "Tomorrow I'm planning to do some charity work at the infant care center.
Do you want to come along?" Hearing this, Kong Chan asked, "The place you two sponsor?"
He continued, "I might be a bit tired in the afternoon."
Dae Kyung informed him, "The program will end before it gets dark."
Hearing that, Kong Chan smiled and accepted.
Accepted.
Yes, then I'll go.
Ah, and also, can I come home a little late today?
Dae Kyung's face froze as he asked, "Huh?"
Kong Chan replied,
"I'm planning to go to the beach with Mi Jong and also have some raw fish."
Hai Suk spoke up. Just a wholesome get-together, right?
He reassured her, "Don't worry."
Dae Kyung asked, "All right, do you need some pocket money?" Kong Chan gently refused.
"It's okay, I still have plenty of money." Finding it strange, Dae Kyung became more curious. "It seems like I haven't given you pocket money in a long time.
How much translation and work fees have you received?" Kong Chan smiled faintly.
"I just saved up a lot of rent money," he thought to himself.
"Much more than you think."
After a long conversation, Dae Kyung also laughed and agreed.
"All right, whatever, but you have to come home to sleep." Kong Chan smiled brightly like a flower. "Yes, sir." Scene change. Outside the apartment building, Mi Jong is waiting for someone. She hesitated and looked around. Suddenly a horn honked.
She immediately turned around as if she had been waiting for a long time. Kong Chan sat in the car and said with a smile, "Let's go."
Don't also smile gently.
Okay, the two of them's car started to enter the highway. The car drove leisurely on the road. In the car, the music was playing.
Mi Jong's small, pouty lips lifted into a slight smile.
She hummed along to the melody of the song.
Chan looked at her with affectionate eyes. "What's she so happy about?" "We're just hanging out." Suddenly his phone vibrated. He picked it up and thought to himself, "The D.I.E. office? It must be Nisin calling." Zizhong turned to ask, "Aren't you going to answer?" Chan was startled and hesitated. "Ha? Ah, no, I have to answer."
He pressed the answer button on his earpiece and replied while holding the steering wheel.
"Hello?"
Nisin on the other end found it a bit strange.
"Ha?
Why are you suddenly speaking French?
What's wrong? Is something the matter?"
Kong Chan replied, "It's nothing. I'm just afraid the content of the call might be leaked, that's all."
Nisin's voice became serious.
"Yes, boss. Ian Venture Code called here, just now. It's the weekend, and yet the Ian CFO called our company directly."
He just replied indifferently. "Oh, really?" Nisin continued. "They didn't ask or calculate anything.
Just said they would invest 200 billion won in our company immediately. They even said this is the first round, and if needed, they would invest a second time."
Kong Chan smiled and replied, "I told you so. We talked about this before."
Suddenly, Nisin stood up abruptly, slammed her hand on the table, and her voice became more animated.
"There was a confirmation call from the European media, too.
The staff here," she shouted loudly. Around her, people cheered excitedly, "Are going completely crazy, tout le monde est faux."
Hearing this, Kong Chan reprimanded her seriously, "Wait, it's the weekend, and you're making the entire staff work? Stop this pointless work and let everyone go home."
Nisin's voice was cheerful as she explained, No, everyone heard the news and rushed over here.
I've decided to throw a party together. It seems we can sell the commercial buildings next door. I've set a price and confirmed with a sales expert. I'll also meet with an interior designer this afternoon.
Kong Chan praised her in a low voice. Ah, that's good. Mi soon couldn't contain her emotions and laughed loudly.
It's so good that my heart feels like it's gonna burst. Hearing this, Kong Chan immediately hung up. My ears hurt. I'm hanging up. Mi Jong turned to ask, what were you just saying? It sounded like French, right? Kong Chan forced a hesitant smile. Ah, that.
Suddenly, his phone vibrated again.
He turned to say, wait a minute. Kong Chan answered the phone and said, I can't talk on the phone right now.
The person on the other end said, this is manager Lim Soo-sung.
He replied, yes.
The person on the other end continued, we absolutely will not miss or ruin this opportunity before he could finish his sentence.
He said, all right. I know so. Soo-sung continued to talk endlessly. The employees have something to want to say to the director. He started to count 1, 2, 3. As soon as he finished, the employees shouted, thank you so much, director. Which made Kong Chan's ears hurt.
Mi Jong, sitting next to him, also overheard a few words.
Director, praising. Hearing this, he immediately hung up. All right, Kong Chan turned and said softly, sorry to bother you. Mi Jang asked worriedly, what's wrong? He replied, it's nothing.
She continued, it doesn't seem like nothing. You suddenly started speaking French, and everyone was calling you director and whatnot.
Kong Chan paused for a moment. She continued. Why were they thanking and loving you?
I didn't mean to listen, but I heard it anyway. His eyes darted away, avoiding hers.
Oh well. Mi Jun's expression gradually changed. Is there something I don't know? Am I the only one who doesn't know?
Her eyes drooped as she looked away. Her pitiful voice spoke up.
Is that right? Kong Chan trembled and tried to explain, no, it's not like that.
His face turned pale as he looked away, avoiding her gaze.
He wondered to himself, damn it, what do I say now? Kong Chan turned and said, it's not like that, damn it, what should I say to her?
Mi Jong shyly looked away. Kong Chan was no different. Oh, I don't know. He explained to Mi Jong, actually, I'm currently the representative director of a company called
D. Mi Jong was surprised. A company? Representative director? Kong Chan continued. Yeah, I work at an entertainment company that also produces TV dramas, but my parents don't know yet.
The person who introduced the car to me is someone I'm very close with, and he's investing in the company, so I'm just temporarily taking this position until the investment.
It is over. Mi Jong was silent.
Kong Chan continued, I plan to save all the money I earn so that when I go to study abroad in France later, I'll try not to bother my parents.
Mi Jong replied, but that's money you work hard to earn.
Besides, you're a national scholarship student, so it won't cost that much.
I don't like you being like that.
Kong Chan thought to himself, oh, I didn't expect her to react like this. He said, all right then, let's both work hard so no one has to sacrifice anything.
That's fine. Mi Jong smiled and replied, okay.
The car glided along the road, Mi Jong softly amid a melody. Kong Chan looked at her like that and smiled along. He assessed this girl.
She's so naive. How can she be so smart in school, but like this?
A smile played on Kong Chan's lips.
Being naive like this is kind of cute.
A voice in the car exclaimed, wow, the sea. Mi Jong seemed very excited.
It's so hot.
Their car stopped in front of a coffee shop. The two sat opposite each other and enjoyed their drinks. Elsewhere, a table was set with grilled food. Mi Jong took a bite and smiled faintly. Then Mi Jong served Kong Chan, here, eat this.
Kong Chan looked down silently.
As the sun set, Kong Chan carried Mi Jong for a walk on the beach. He walked barefoot, his hands supporting the person behind him.
Mi Jong was in a very good mood. Kong Chan couldn't hide his happiness either. Kong Chan said to Mi Jong, "It's getting dark." "Let's go back," she replied.
Okay. As night fell, Kong Chan took Mi Jong back to the front of her apartment building.
Mi Jong said goodbye to him. "I had a lot of fun today. Get home safely." Kong Chan replied, "Yeah, you get home safely too."
After saying that, Mi Jong waved to Kong Chan and went inside.
The light on the second floor of the apartment building was on. In building 301, a voice announced, "I'm home." Kong Chan, Haesuk, and Di Kyung went to the parking lot.
When Kong Chan walked towards the driver's seat, Dae Kyung reminded him.
"Son, that's the driver's seat." Kong Chan paused. "Oh shoot, I went this way out of habit." He asked, "Did you change cars, Dad?"
Dae Kyung explained, "The other car was still usable, but I thought it didn't look very nice."
Kong Chan replied, "I see."
He touched the car and praised.
"The car is beautiful. 3 of them." Kong Chan asked, "So this is the orphanage that you and Mom sponsor? What are we doing today?"
Haesuk told him about today's work. "Dad and I will take care of the sponsorship matters. Chan, you just need to play with the kids until lunch."
Kong Chan replied, "Yes, Mom." He went inside and played with the kids.
They cheered wah wah here.
Then he played soccer with the older kids. "Hey, block him. What is this guy doing? He's not chasing the ball, just standing there watching. Are you a player?"
After that, he read stories to the children. And so, Snow White defeated the evil witch and lived happily ever after with the prince. The children all gave a thumbs down, not at all interested.
Kong Chan said loudly, Hey, I'm not the mafia. If I die, this game is over." "Really? Save me."
The children stood at the orphanage gate, waving goodbye.
Kong Chan also said goodbye to the kids. On the way back, Haesuk and Di Kyung were talking.
"I just feel sorry for the kids, that's all."
"I understand your heart, but there have to be principles in everything." Di Kyung turned to Haesuk and said clearly, "If we don't receive clear documents, we can't just put money into it recklessly." Kong Chan asked curiously, "What's wrong?"
Baekhyun told him, "I want to specify where the money my parents support will be used, but they said that at the orphanage I can't do that. I want to support things like clothes and tuition for the kids, but they said they will use that money for the regular management costs of the nursery, and they can't show my parents the related documents about those costs. We know that support without management is meaningless, but your mother keeps saying."
Thank you for watching.
Haesuk cut in, "The children looked so pitiful, for now, let's just support them."
Kong Chan laughed and joked, "This is the first time?"
"No, it seems like it's been a long time since I've seen you two argue. Although from my perspective, it's the first time."
Dae Kyung corrected him, "It's not arguing, we're just persuading each other." Kong Chan could only comply, "I know, Mom."
"In that case, I'll close my eyes and head to school first, so you two can persuade each other to your heart's content."
Di Kyung wondered school. Kong Kan replied, "Yes, sir. Since it's the weekend, I want to go to school and get some exercise." Di Kyung agreed. "All right."
In a room, Kong was lifting weights. He put it back in its original place.
Kong stood there silently, so happy.
He smiled to himself.
Yesterday and today, I've been so happy that I can say I've discovered happiness in a new way."
The old memories came flooding back.
A few months ago, I couldn't have imagined this kind of happiness. But Kong also remembered Saran and Gaji. I hope this happiness will last. But I'm afraid this happiness will make me weak and hurt everyone.
He took a can of water. Then he tilted his head back and drank.
At that moment, Kong Cho opened the door and walked in.
"You're here."
Kong Chan turned to him, wanting to challenge him. You came at the right time. You came here to exercise, right? The kids aren't here. It's been a while. Why don't we have a match? Kong-chan was confused. Suddenly? What? Kong-chan stood opposite him and asked back. What's sudden for a soldier? Kong-chan denied. I'm not a soldier. I'm a teacher. Kong-chan asked gently, Are you in or out? Kong-cho took off his shirt and asked, At what level are we fighting? Kong-chan also took off his shirt and said, Fight to the death, or at least until we're bruised and battered. What do you think? Kong-cho was surprised. Oh ho, you seem to be in good spirits today. Kong-cho's eyes suddenly became sharp.
While Kong-chan was taking off his shirt, his vision was blocked and Kong-cho rushed forward.
Hey, an opening.
He threw a punch towards Kong-chan, causing Kong-chan to fall to the ground.
Kong-chan asked grumpily, Why the sudden quick attack? Kong-cho retorted sarcastically, What's sudden for a soldier? The enemy is right in front of you, and you're comfortably taking off your shirt? How careless. Kong-chan threw his shirt aside. Okay, let's try.
He then rushed towards Kong-cho and threw a punch.
Thank you for watching and see you again. Kong-cho shun, footstep, zet jet.
Just like that, Kong-chan continuously landed punches on Kong-cho, while Kong-cho gradually retreated.
Then Kong-chan threw an uppercut from below.
When Kong-cho punched him, Kong-chan dodged to the side. Another punch came towards Kong-cho, but this time Kong-cho also dodged it. Kong-cho's eyes were filled with killing intent. He threw a punch towards Kong-chan, but it missed.
Another punch appeared.
This time, Kong-chan, he delivered a flurry of punches to Kong-cho. Kong-cho grit his teeth and tried to block, but then Kong-cho also punched back in a counterattack. Another one of Kong-cho's punches grazed Kong-chan's back.
Kong-cho gathered his strength to strike. Just as Kong-cho threw the punch,
Kong-chan ducked under and wrapped his arms around his waist.
Kong-chan used his strength to push Kong-cho back. Kong-cho tried to use the tips of his toes to support himself. Kong-cho's elbow came up. Kong-chan saw this move. He managed to retreat in time.
Immediately after was a punch. No matter what the surrounding situation was, that punch was aimed right at Kong-chan's face. I must always maintain my sharpness.
Kong-cho's eyes widened in surprise when another punch came at his face. Kong-chan's punch stopped right in front of Kong-cho's forehead. Kong-cho stared angrily at the other person. Kong-chan smiled back at him. He tapped his finger on Kong-cho's chest and said, Let's stop here. Ganja Luke helper. If you keep this up, I'll fight back too. Kong-chan didn't seem to care. Oh really? Hearing this, Kong-cho became even more annoyed. You think I'm kidding? I'm serious. A can of water was thrown to Kong-cho. I know. Here, drink this. Kong-cho snatched the can of water. At this moment, the phone rang. Kong-chan noticed it. He walked over to take a look. Aren't you going to answer?
It was Saran calling.
This name, Kong-cho immediately became tense. Kong-chan just looked at the phone.
Kong-chan turned around and gestured for Kong-cho to be quiet.
Then he answered the phone. This is Kong-chan.
A voice came from the other end. Tomorrow, I will give you the account and password for the Silver Harvester Bank in Hong Kong. The regulations in Korea are very strict, so there's no other way.
We'll have to wait.
Till Monday, Kong-chan thought to himself. In that time, the money from Switzerland has already been transferred to Hong Kong. He replied, Tomorrow after I change the password, I will give you the time and address. Saran reminded him, remember that even if you change the password, that account will be blocked from transferring funds for 7 days. So even if you have other intentions, it won't work.
Kong-chan replied annoyed. I'm in no hurry. He then hung up. Kong Cho asked him, what did he say? Kong Chan replied, it seems he has prepared the money. Kong Cho said, we have to tell Mr. Rannick, right? Kong Chan also held his phone. I have to report to him right away. He answered the phone. Mr. Ambassador, this is Kong Chan. Rannick asked him, Mr. Kong, what's the matter? Saran, call me just now. Kong Chan recounted the events, and Rannick listened silently.
After hearing it, his face showed a hint of surprise.
I see. Tomorrow, when you receive the account and password, call me like you're now. Sending a text or a message is also very dangerous, so you must call me. Kong Chan agreed. I'll do that, sir. Also, Mr. Ambassador, as you know, if things turn out this way, then tomorrow you must tell me the baseball stadium schedule for Wednesday. Rennick cheerfully agreed. Of course, I'll let you know tomorrow, sir. Kong Chan reminded him. Please be careful. Kong Cho asked him. So, Wednesday is the final showdown? Kong Chan replied.
If we can find the person who sent money to the account from Monday to Wednesday, we'll have a general idea. His face suddenly became serious. But no matter how I think about it, that baseball stadium space makes me uncomfortable. In many ways, leaving everything to the French is not a good idea. Thinking this, Kong Chan picked up his phone again. I guess I'll have to discuss this with Representative Kim Tae-jin. He sent a text, can we meet at the school tomorrow? The other side replied, okay, I'll drop by in the morning. Kong Cho asked him again, we're cooperating with Rannick, but we can't trust him 100%. The two discussed together. If something happens to him while we're cooperating with Rannick like this, it would be really concerning. To be able to cover up Rannick's conversation, the French General Directorate for External Security would also eliminate us. That's true. It could be like that. Kong Cho reminded him, there is no one in this world you could trust 100%. You know that well. Kong Cho smiled and said, that's right. Before, because we couldn't eat each other, Saran was also my comrade. Kong Chan replied, that's right. He continued, tomorrow, when Representative Kim Tae-jin arrives, we'll talk more. For now, we came here to exercise, so let's just do that. A car entered the gate. Kong Chan and Kong Cho were together. Kong Chan saw something. A group of people entered through the door. Kong Chan walked up to greet them. You're here early. One of them replied. How could I be lazy when someone asked for a favor? My employees also came here voluntarily. Tae-jin asked further. Ah, you're the friend who broke my employee's arm, right? He's on paid leave. He said he'll climb Mount Yeri until his arm recovers. He added. Even though he can't participate in the training right away, his eyes are still burning with the spirit of training. Kong Chan just said, I see. Kong Cho said to his students, kids, the teachers have something to talk about, so you guys go out for a run for about 30 minutes. The female student replied, yes, teacher. The students had all gone out for a run. All right, what's up? Kong Chan got straight to the point. Actually, we have a few things to do this weekend. Kong Chan recounted. Tae-jin rested his chin on his hand and replied. Because of the French presidential election, the entire European territory will also change. At this point, our country's information sources have also caught wind of it to some extent. Kong Chan asked, I heard you have a friend in there. He explained, if it's not a designated field, it's hard to know the work of other you. It's impossible to know. Kong Chan said, I see. In my opinion, Saran will eliminate Rannick and leave Korea. Kong Chan mentioned the stranger again, but when I think about the person I met in the elevator, I feel like Rannick is taking this job too lightly. Tae-jin said more clearly, let's see. That's probably not the case. The information gathering ability of the French Intelligence Bureau is known worldwide. It seems he has realized the interference from the Chinese side, so there's no reason to be careless. Kanchan also agreed, that sounds right. The other person explained in more detail, also, the cooperation between the teams for this protection mission is our life, but the fact that our identities and missions are not disclosed is also a problem.
With the main French personnel, find out we are the enemy. We might have to go. Kong Chan's face became more serious. Tae-jin laid out the initial plan. First, let's place our people in the audience and the surrounding area. The other side also has a limited number of people they can mobilize from abroad, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Kong Chan asked him, if we do that, what's the success rate? Tae-jin replied, if they have a gun, we have to find a way to eliminate them at all costs. If Saran's side is too unreasonable, should we use guns too? Tae-jin replied to this question, we have to kill him. Since the schedule is not public, it's difficult to check beforehand. Kong Chan made a suggestion, then let's book the place where we expect them to start shooting in advance. If we place our people in the positions we think are dangerous, then. But Tae-jin didn't see it. If we do that, Rannick's side will misunderstand, but is it really possible they'll use a sniper rifle? No matter what anyone says, this is Korea, and Korea is very sensitive to the use of guns. Kong Chan persuaded Tae-jin, if it can turn the tide for all of Europe, then just do it boldly and then we'll find a way to deal with the aftermath later, right? Tae-jin replied, I see. I thought we could just use guns and make a plan. They lamented, what a difficult problem. The three of them fell into silence. Tae-jin's eyes lit up as if he had an idea. He asked if this was the reason why the demon god Magaji appeared in Korea, because he would mobilize the special forces of North Korea. Kancho asked in confusion, wait, I don't quite understand. Can you explain it simply? Tae-jin turned to explain. Anyway, Saran said this situation is very difficult to navigate, right? Basically, if Rannick is killed in China or France, or if he is killed on Korean soil, there will be serious diplomatic disputes. He mentioned Gaji, but if it's North Korea, it's different. Those who have nothing to lose, even if it's illogical, they can still go for it. People who can spend $20 billion just for information. How much would they spend to kill Rannick? Kong Cho was a bit angry. Tae-jin concluded, and this is the best side job for North Korea, which is suffering from a severe foreign currency shortage. Kong Cho listed them out, France, China, and then North Korea? He continued, looking at the scale of this, there will definitely be guns. Tae-jin's face became more serious. Anyway, there might be even more than that. His eyebrows knitted together, Kancho's facial muscles also tensed up, and Kong Chan was no exception. Tae-jin said, who knows, there might be even more than that. Kong Chan thought to himself, so no matter what, I can't just let this go easily. Tae-jin stood up to leave. Anyway, if you're done saying what you want to say, I have to get back to the office right away. The baseball stadium in Yangon City, right? Kong Chun replied, yes. Kong Cho then spoke up. Leader, Kong Chun asked him what? Ganjiao Jafei, anyway it's no good, I'm going on Wednesday too. Kong Chun asked, if I stop you will you get angry? Kong Cho denied, no, first I'll pretend not to go. And then I'll go alone. Kong Chan said, I know that. He continued, instead, let's act together. I was also deceived. So I can't just tell you to let him go. Kong Cho immediately became cheerful. Aha, thank you. The phone suddenly rang. Kong Cho was curious. Who is it? It's me, son. Kong Chan answered. Yeah, go ahead. Me Sun announced. There are many articles confirming the investment and related questions. I've also searched for works written by an author I knew before. Kong Chan praised her, oh, good job. Nisin continued, first, we'll adjust CEO Jin to be the female lead of One Top and Divide. The other supporting roles among our kids. The rest will be handled as an open audition.
She continued, and about buying the building next door, if we pay in cash all at once.
Can handle it. Kong-chan agreed, yeah, let's do that.
Mi-sun on the other end said, I know, then we can go in and renovate the building right away.
Maybe next week, if you have time, you can drop by. Kong-chan replied, I know. Kong-chan hung up and said to Kong-cho, anyway, being known by many people is quite an honor. Kong-cho also joked, it wasn't like this before.
Back then, I was on the battlefield for 12 months a year, so getting involved with women was very scary.
Kong-chan denied.
It was just business talk.
You heard it too. Kong-cho still wouldn't stop. See, it's a woman again. Kong-chan's face darkened at this moment. It was Saran. Kong-cho was also not as joking as before. Let's listen together. He answered the phone. This is Kong-chan. Saran said. I'll give you the account and password, so write it down. Kong-chan clicked the note button and said, read it.
Saran began to read, account number 13.765, gold and 33.255, password is 888, Spadio 2010.
I will contact you in 10 minutes to confirm the deposit. At that time, I will receive Rannick's schedule.
I know, Kong-chan was confused. Why is this guy so bold? He could just make up a number and transfer this amount somewhere else.
Kong-cho spoke up. Isn't there something trustworthy? Kong-chan dialed his phone and said, first, let's inform Rannick and think about it. Kong-chan answered the phone. Ambassador, I've received the account and password from Saran. Go ahead. Kong-chan recounted the account number.
13.765 gold and 33.255 password 888 spot L 2010 Ambassador, it's suspicious that I received the account and password so easily, please investigate the account for me, and that guy said he'll call back in 10 minutes, so at that time I'll transfer the time and location, is that all right, Rannick?
Rannick replied, of course, if any new information is found, I'll inform you immediately. Kong-chan said, I understand. Kong-chan ended the call with a serious expression. Kong-chan asked him what's wrong. Did Rannick say something? Kong-chan suddenly remembered, you don't know French. He said, it's not like that. I'm just annoyed with the headache from the numbers. Now, as long as we know Saran's location, everything will be okay. Kong-chan grit his teeth in anger.
Actually, I can't care about and deal with large-scale events in Europe.
Kong-cho showed interest. Haha, no wonder you're so patient.
That's how it has to be for 2 days. This time, I'll go with you and definitely break the damn Saran's neck.
Then everything will be over. The phone rang again. Kong-chan silently resolved. That's right, this time I'll definitely break that bastard's neck. A must. He answered the phone.
This is Kong-chan, the voice on the other end said speak, he replied.
Yangon City Baseball Stadium. 3 p.m.
Are you sure? Kong-chan didn't reply, the answer was taken as heard.
Kong-chan angrily hung up. You son of a bitch.
Why are you so smug? 100% there's something else.
Concho stood up and said. Don't worry too much about making your head spin. Let's go up to the rooftop and get some fresh air.
At the building, the two walked together.
Why do we come to a place so far away? Building 53 is closer. Concho explained. Third-year students are mostly out studying for the entrance exams.
Those kids are also under a lot of stress.
So if a teacher suddenly shows up, wouldn't it ruin their secret base? Kong-chan teased, is the cat thinking for the mouse now? Kong-cho opened the door.
That's the teacher thinking for the students. The two of them went out to the rooftop and met a group of students. The kids were all surprised.
Kong-chan immediately recognized the members of Yunsul. Kong-cho asked them, you're third-year students, right? Why did you come to the second-year building? The group spoke in unison, "Wait, we're sorry." Kong Cho told them, "No need to apologize, just go quickly." After saying that, the kids all hurried away. Kong Chun turned to Kong Cho and said, "Do you only have a mouth? Don't you have eyes? I also have one." Kong Cho cut him off. "Please consider my position a little. How can a teacher let a student smoke in front of him? And at school, no less. Leader, just get some fresh air. It'll be fine. Can Sha see my Naewon Lee? If you're frustrated, just wait until you're 20. It's only a few more months." Kong Chan waved his hand and replied, All right. Kong Cho told him again. "Do you know about that?" In the teacher's room, someone asked if it was okay not to let the leader graduate. The kids won't cause trouble. The bullying has disappeared. "It's great," Kong Chan grumbled. "If I could go back to the training camp, I would have gone, not to school." Kong Cho sighed, "I know that." After talking, the two also left. Kong Chan was a bit surprised. "What? Are these kids waiting for us to leave?" The short-haired girl spoke up. "Can we talk for a bit?" Kong Chan was reluctant. "What? Were you waiting for me?" The girl explained that it was about Eun-sil and Ho-jun. Kong Cho turned to look at him. Kong Chan said to Kong Cho, "I'll talk for a bit and then come down." Kong Cho replied, "Yeah, I know. What is it? If you have something to say it quickly." The other girl said about that, "I am truly sorry." Kong Chan replied, "I am busy. If you keep hesitating, I'm leaving." The short-haired girl explained more clearly. "Because of the incident last time. Kids from our school get beaten up whenever they're seen. Eun-sil and Ho-jun are out every day." Kong Chan asked directly, "So what do you want me to do?" The other girl suggested, "Could you come to the Eugene Alliance just once?" Kong Chan was extremely annoyed. "How really? This problem is as small as a mouse dropping. Why is there no end to the troubles in this high school kid's life?" She gently recounted what happened that day. It probably caused Injin to break a finger. Actually, Kong Chan didn't care about the Injins of the school at all. We just happened to see Kong Chan pass by and thought it was just a natural accident. Hearing this, Kong Chan thought, every word makes sense. She continued to speak, "Therefore we couldn't go out for revenge. The second-year students are taken away once a week. Or, they have to run away." Kong Chan frowned and asked, "So what about Lee Ho-jun? Why do they go out at such a critical time?" She replied in confusion. If we meet by chance later, it would be really awkward. They're clashing right now." Kong Chan was dissatisfied. He sighed and said, "What a bunch of troublesome guys." He asked again, "So what do you want from me? Be more specific." She replied softly, "Just come with us." She also gently ordered him, "From now on, don't touch the Injin kids in our school." Kong Chan heard this and replied nonchalantly, "That's all." But suddenly he got angry. His face darkened, he glared, and said, "No." This made her very surprised. Kong Chan spoke up, "You guys bully the kids at school until they commit suicide. And only then do you feel sorry? And now you're telling me not to touch them. Why should I do that? Don't you remember what you did to Ji Jin, So-yoon, and even me before?" These words made them all stunned and a little guilty. Kong Chan's voice deepened with anger, and he asked, "Now?" She could only bow her head in fear. "I remember," Kong Chan spoke again, "you have your answer, right? From now on, they will continue to run away, be beaten, and steal money to survive. If you just consider that as a punishment for the sins they have committed, then there's nothing to be resentful about." Hearing this, she became frightened and tried to justify her actions. "Actually, that day, I decided to end it at Lyon Square, but what do you have to do? Before she could finish, Kong Chan immediately shouted back, "Now you're saying it's all my fault? You could have taken your anger out on me. Why didn't you? Were you scared?" Seeing his determined attitude, she was forced to yield and said, "If you help us this time, we will stop all the bullying and errands in the school." Kong Chan scolded her again. "Are you an idiot? You think you can negotiate that with me? You can't steal my money and you can't run errands for me. And if you're talking about the other kids, if I tell you not to do it, you can't argue back. You know that, right?" She was a bit confused and asked him, "That's true for now, but what about next year?" Kong Chan immediately got angry. "What?" She was gradually getting a grasp of his psychology. "What if you graduate next year? The kids you always cherish like Ji Jin and So Yun, you can't always protect them like you do now. We will help you eliminate that completely." These words really made Kong Chan waver. He said to himself, "Come to think of it, CEO Kong Cho said something similar earlier." Kong Chan's thoughts continued, "Next year, as soon as I disappear, this school will go back to the way it was, as if I was never here. Even if Ji Jin and Seol can work hard because I protected them in the sports club for a semester, they will find other prey." Seeing Kong Chan silently thinking, she quickly spoke up, "We've also been beaten and bullied, so we know how terrible it is. The same goes for the second-year juniors. If you help us this time, we will turn the school into a school without school violence." "Really? Okay." Kong Chan still hadn't responded. The space suddenly became very quiet. At this point, he finally replied, "Where are the kids?" She immediately replied, "Not far. It's just a 20-minute drive. You can get there easily." Hearing this, Kong Chong thought, "Not far, easy to get to," these are all common phrases used when setting a trap. He was still very wary of them. But what if these guys are setting a trap? Thinking this, he said, "All right, in 30 minutes, meet me in front of the school gate." At this place, Kong Cho's voice rang out. "Ah, kids like that are always like that when they're busy. If this continues, if what happened in the square before gets out, only the leader will suffer." Kong Chan replied, "But they said they would disband the thing." "I'm not stupid." Kong Cho argued, "Do you believe them? Then just pretend you don't know anything. Just ask for this and that. It's very suspicious." He continued to assert, "There's no way they'll live quietly in this school, and there's no way they'll sell out the leader's name to the outside." It seemed Kong Chan found this very annoying. He sighed and said, "I don't know, since I've decided to go with him, I'll still go today. Ah, after finishing work, I could go straight there, so call me when you're done." Kong Cho heard this and warned him, "I know, be careful." Kong Chan laughed and joked, "Careful? Are you worried about me?" Kong Cho chewed his food and said, "If there's any slip up this time, when you fight the demon god Magatsi or Saran later, you'll be gritting your teeth and regretting it." At this point, Kong had arrived in front of the school gate. They were already waiting for him with a car. "We've called a taxi." Kong thought. How thoughtful. Now, they had brought him to a construction site that was still under construction. This was the second floor. Then they all walked up the narrow stairs. As he walked, in fact, Kong Chan thought, how did they find this place? On the upper floor where the sunlight shone in brightly. It was a very large group of people holding steel bars with a very gangster-like appearance. It was Ho Jun and Wu Shil covered in blood and littered with wounds. They looked like they had just gone through something very brutal. At this moment, Ho Jun suddenly noticed someone approaching. It was Kong Chan with a few students behind him. Looking at him and Eun Sil next to him, Kong Chan thought to himself, "I'm so sick of these two." Thinking this, he said, "You two, get up." Hearing his words, Eun Sil and Ho Jun slowly stood up, their bodies stinging with pain. Then Kong Chan spoke loudly again, "Whoever is a student from our school, all of you get out of here." Go home. At this moment, a blonde person in the crowd spoke up and asked, "Are you Kong Chan?" Kong Chan replied clearly, "Yeah, I'm Kong Chan."
The guy suddenly threatened him. "Even though I look young, don't talk down to me.
I'm 2 years older than you."
Hearing this, Kong Chan sighed in frustration.
Oh really? 21 years old?
Actually, I'm turning 30 the day after tomorrow.
Then he looked at these boys and said, "What? All the students from our school go home."
At this moment, Sil spoke softly.
"This building belongs to that senior's father." Kong Chan was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" Ho Jun continued, "The owner of Shin Yangdong." Kong Chan speculated again, "Shin Yangdong? Isn't he an illegitimate child with no family tree?" Thinking this, thanks for watching. He asked again in surprise, "So, maybe because of the thugs on the lower floor, you guys can't go home?"
Ho Jun replied with a bit of fear, "It's..." Kong Chan turned back and questioned them, "And the three of you from the very beginning were the only ones who could." She replied to him with resentment, "You would have done the same.
We were doing very well in the alliance."
At this point, Kong Chan was annoyed.
He asked, "Injin will disband, what should I do? Was it all a lie?"
At this point, their faces became very cunning.
She asked back slyly, "If the hospitalized kids come back, will the situation be different?"
At this point, Kong Chan was quite surprised.
How ridiculous.
You're pinning it on the guy who got his finger broken last time.
Ho Yun replied softly. Kong Chan spoke again. Is he the best?
He immediately replied, "No, the best is the student council president." Now, Kong Chan felt that this was very deceptive. He felt, seriously, why are these kids so systematic about that topic? At this moment, Sil was about to say something. She only managed to utter one word, before Kong Chan got angry.
Huh, what? Sil clenched her fists. She said, "Whether Nin disbands or not, if we help." Then Sil's eyes became very determined. "Will you protect us to the end?"
Kong Chan also saw through her eyes. Looking at those sparkling eyes at this moment, expected of a brave person who can punch those stubborn guys in the face.
Thinking this, he asked again, "If so, then what?"
Sil grit her teeth, "Promised me."
"One more thing." She looked at them and said, "Those three, let me do whatever I want with them." Ken Chan replied, "I understand." This answer has made her a little startled and panicked in the back.
Now, Sil's eyes were like, "Okay, then now, really, until death, you have to believe in me." Hearing this, Kong Chan was a little scared. "No, until death.
I feel burdened by that. Why are you so extreme?" Then he turned to the guy and said, "Hey, what are you doing? I know there's a thug behind you. Call him out quickly." "I'm busy." The guy immediately turned back and said, Auntie, huh? Come out here quickly."
At this moment, the gangsters looked very burly, their bodies large, and with a very oppressive feeling.
They spoke up, "Those kids, huh? What should we do? Can we kill them?"
Seeing this scene, Kong Chan frowned.
What?
Facing those gangsters, Kong Chan thought to himself, even though I don't know Saran. I've heard rumors that he recently destroyed the parking lot.
Why do I F?
This man quickly swung his iron bat up. He swung it forcefully at Kong Chan, but he easily dodged it.
He even fought slow.
Another guy immediately swung his fist at Kong Chan.
He also lightly dodged that blow.
Weak. Another punch was thrown, and just like before, that punch couldn't touch him.
Almost.
Now, all those gangsters rushed forward at the same time with a very aggressive look.
Aggressive look. Kong Chan thought it was crude.
He also clenched his fist and calculated. I have to check carefully so I don't just kill them randomly.
This isn't even a warm-up exercise to summon a demon god.
At this moment, Kong Chan moved very lightly and flexibly. Just like that, he took down each gangster one by one in a flash. He was approaching the last one. It was as if he was a bee, flying nimbly and attacking his prey in just a second. At this moment, the man swung his arm out with a fierce look, about to grab Kong. Kong just lightly brushed past the guy's large arm. And he also swung his leg up. He decisively kicked the guy's leg. The guy lost his balance and fell to the ground. But he quickly put his hands out to break his fall, otherwise his face would have been smashed. Figure out what was happening. Kong Chan's foot flew towards him. He gave the man a brutal kick, sending blood splattering everywhere. Now, the guy was lying on the ground, no longer moving. The same went for the others. No one dared act tough here anymore. Then, Kong Chan turned his head and looked at the guy with a very fierce gaze. The guy saw this, and was immediately terrified, sweat pouring down his body. Kong Chan was taking steps toward the guy. The guy was scared and said, Don't come here. Don't come here." At this moment, Kong Chan grabbed the guy's collar. The guy's voice became more trembling. "Don't come here." Kong Chan replied with amusement. "I don't want to." Then he used his rock-hard head to slam into the guy's face, causing him a lot of pain. Just like that, a few of the guy's teeth were knocked out and blood gushed from his nose. Then the guy also lay motionless on the ground. But Kong Chan didn't stop there. He slowly picked up the guy's hand and said, "If I just leave you like this, you won't come to your senses." He then decisively broke the guy's entire hand. The guy was in extreme pain. A desperate scream echoed. Kong Chan asked, "Anyone else?" After everything that had happened, all these people looked at him with an expression of astonishment. He asked, "No." His voice continued. "From this moment on, if we meet in circumstances like this, I will break your necks. This is the last time I will see you people." After saying that, Kong Chan turned to Ho Jun and said, "Let's go." Ho Jun replied in shock, "OM." At this moment, Kong Chan suddenly asked, "What opportunity? Do you know where to buy fried pork?" Un Sil replied, "Go outside and turn through 2 alleys and you'll find it." Kong Chan's voice rang out again. "Great. Let's go there first. I'm so hungry." At the fried pork shop, Un Sil asked, "What should we do from tomorrow?" Kong Chan replied as he picked up a piece of meat. "After school, stay with the sports club. If anyone comes to bother you, tell teacher Kong Cheol, everything will be taken care of." Un Sil replied with certainty, "I understand." Kong Chan also didn't forget to warn, "If I hear any strange sounds in the school, then you guys won't be at peace either." Un Sil replied gently, "Don't worry about that, it's just you and no one can make things difficult for you. We won't cause any trouble either, instead, I will do what I want with those 3 rotten seaweed skin bitches you promised that to." Kong Chan suddenly became annoyed. "You're talking so dirty while we're eating anyway, don't talk like that while we're eating," and still explained herself, "Why do I call them rotten seaweed skin? It's because they come from the seaweed skin district." Kong Chan spoke up, "All right, so those 3 you want to do as you. Fine, suit yourself." Un Sil, looking miserable, ate and said, "After we finish this, please take us to the bus station." Kong Chan exclaimed in surprise, "What?" She argued, "Because this is their territory, and I'm scared, so please take me home." Hearing this, Kong Chan reluctantly accepted, "All right, I understand." The bus had stopped at this place. Un Sil's footsteps were heavy as she walked. As she got on the bus, she turned her head to look at Kong Chan. Kong Chan quickly waved his hand, signaling her to go quickly. Finally, the bus started rolling away. At this moment, Kong Chan's phone suddenly rang. It was Kong Cho. Kong Chan quickly answered the phone. "Hello.
Kong Cho immediately asked, "Nothing special, right?" He replied nonchalantly. "Nothing special to make me bored." He replied again, "I knew it. I'll finish all the work here and call you back later." Kong Chan said gently, "You just do your thing." At this point, Kong Chan's phone also received another notification. There was a message.
Immediately, Kong Chan called Tae-jin.
"Representative, I was busy, so I couldn't check your message." Tae-jin asked back, "Are you at school?"
He immediately replied, "No, I'm at Yusen Park."
Tae-jin confirmed again, "There's no one near you, right?" Kong Chan replied, "Yes, Representative, go ahead."
At this point, Tae-jin finally announced that the ship Manhwa would likely set sail this Wednesday. Normally, we would have to apply for a ship operating permit 3 to 5 days in advance.
But because of the export,
it seems they made an exception for me. He asked for Kong Chan's opinion.
"Do you have any guesses?" Kong Chan replied gently, "No, not right now."
Before he could finish, Tae-jin continued, "If that's the case, then Manhwa might not be targeting Rannick. The special forces are ready.
I think the suspects will be caught."
Hearing this, Kong Chan replied, "If so, what they should be targeting is of Manhwa."
Suddenly, he remembered the image of Mogaji. Tae-jin's voice spoke up again. "First, let's check the route tomorrow and then decide because Manhwa will go to suspicious places."
Kong Chan frowned and asked, "I heard that ship is at Incheon Port."
Tae-jin replied, "The exact time at Myung Port is still undetermined. I will inform you as soon as I have new information." Kong Chan replied gently, "Yes."
At this point, the conversation was over. He clenched his phone and thought, "This is unsettling.
Saran has gotten involved. It can't be this loose. As long as he gets to Korea safely, it's fine, right?
Even if I don't know about Manhwa, I can't let Saran lose face." As soon as he woke up, he hung Kong Cho and cornered his family.
Just as a warning. What? Is there anything else? Did I miss something?
His lips were pressed together tightly with regret, then he ran his hand through his hair in frustration.
Damn it, it's so frustrating to keep thinking about it and getting nowhere.
At the bus station, another bus had arrived.
Kong Chan slowly got on the bus, still thinking, "I don't know anymore. I'll just go home, get a good night's sleep, and then. Thanks for watching. And think about it."
He raised his phone, his hand trembling, and told himself, "Seriously, after this is over, I have to smash this phone."
Seeing Kong Chan hesitating there, the bus driver asked, "Student, are you not getting on?"
At this point, Kong Chan snapped back to reality, "I'm sorry." In the end, he still chose to stay there.
He called Tae-jin, "Representative Tae-jin, did you say Saran's phone number is the only one?" He quickly replied, "Yes, only one." Hearing this, Tae-jin's face lit up. He said, "So that's how it is. I have two pieces of news. First, the bank account is a designated account that cannot be used for transfers or transactions. After 7 days, the money will be transferred back to the designated account." At this point,
First point, Kong Chun grit his teeth, thinking to himself, "Saran is really becoming a pain in the ass."
Tae-jin was still talking. Second, the intelligence agencies of each country mainly use different frequency bands for secure communications, but Saran uses his own frequency.
I don't know the content, but an address appeared.
Kong Chun was stunned. Huh, could it be?
Tae-jin immediately continued.
Yes, that's it. He announced, "I've identified Saran's location."
Tae-jin was still smiling triumphantly, and Kankan was extremely surprised. Rannick had revealed the location to Kankan, a place called Jamsang in Incheon, Jelminyu. He also explained the place clearly to Kankan, yes, some of the old factory facilities that were excluded from the new job in urban. I guess he's hiding in one of those places to recover from his injuries. Not only that, Rannick also informed him of the current situation on his side. Currently, our staff are monitoring based on traces of medicine purchases or therapeutic drugs or the frequencies of machines like heart rate monitors. After giving Kong Chan a clear picture of the situation, he also promised, "I'll give you good news soon."
Thank you, sir.
Held a cigarette in his mouth and didn't forget to remind him French General Directorate for External Security personnel must enter through an ID.
But if it's really Zondon, it might be a disadvantage for the core staff here.
It turned out he called him for a reason to ask for a favor, so I want to borrow Mr.
Kong Chan's strength. On the contrary, I'm very eager to do that.
Anik was happy to hear him agree to that, but still reminded him carefully, "Thank you, sir. But above all, you must be careful. Your safety, Mr. Konkon, is much more important than capturing the sirens."
The traffic was heavy, and over the phone, he also reassured him not to worry about him.
"You don't need to worry too much about me, sir." As soon as he hung up, he put his phone down.
Saran.
Now, it seemed that Konkon was directly confronting Saran. Once again, Saran was right in front of him. Kong Chan, with a serious face, had a thought flash through his mind. He stared the phone in his hand and thought to himself, "Now is not the time for me to be like this."
Kong Chan picked up the phone and called someone in the middle of the street. "Yes, it's me. I have an urgent matter to discuss." A black car sped down the road.
When Kong Chan saw the black car, he walked over and opened the trunk. He got into the car, fastened his seatbelt, and told the man in the black suit next to him where he needed to go.
"Let's go to the school first." The school again. Kong Chan wanted Kong Cho to go with him. "Teacher CEO Kong Cho will also go with me." "What about our staff?"
"The kids are being trained." Kong Chan didn't want the kids to get involved this time, so he refused. "I'm very grateful for your offer, sir, but I think it would be better not to drag the kids into this matter." He was afraid that they would have to face her in if they accidentally get involved in this matter.
"The kids will only die a tragic death."
He knew only one person could do this at the very least. It has to be CEO saying Hyun to be able to do his part. The car sped towards the school to pick up.
"Conchel, that friend has a private matter I sign."
"Yes, the three of us are good enough."
Representative Kim pondered for a long time. Kong Chan didn't know what he was afraid of. "Because Manhwa is your part, Representative, right?"
He seemed surprised that he knew that and immediately glanced at him.
Representative Kim continued to drive and also brought him some new information.
"I've brought you the accounts of the juniors who were harmed by him." He seemed very angry and stated his condition to Kong Chan. "With that, you will cut the throat of the demon god Magatsi and offer it the graves of those juniors." He immediately agreed to Representative Kim's condition.
"Yes, of course." "What's wrong? Are you nervous?" "Damn it."
The car was still moving on the road, and Kong Chan fell in his heart.
"To be honest, I'm more worried than nervous."
He felt something unusual from the other two.
Actually, teacher CEO Kong Ho still hasn't fully recovered to his previous physical condition. The representative is also not like before.
When he heard him say that, the representative bowed his head in silence. Representative Kim turned the steering wheel slightly and also truthfully told him his
condition.
Since escaping that life and death battle has probably deteriorated.
"I have to accept it."
Konkon glanced at him and frowned, meaning, "But I mean," Representative Kim seemed very angry.
His fighting spirit burning, determined to confront those demons. "I still want to deal
with those demons, but if I can kill that guy with my own hands, I don't care if I become a cripple."
Ye grid is tea.
And Kong Chan looked at him like that, and silently swore, "That won't happen.
Today is a beautiful sunny day. I'm involved."
It seemed the two had arrived at the school. At the sports clubroom, Kong Cho, who had just finished showering, was drying his hair inside when he heard a noise and looked out. Kong Chan and Representative Kim had come here to find him. "I said I'd contact you later."
"Oh, Representative Kim is here too."
The three of them went into the room and sat down to talk. "We have good news for you." "What good news?" "Have you found where Saran is hiding?" Kanchao looked at him with a determined face and confirmed, "Yeah." When Kanchao heard the news, his whole body trembled with agony. Everyone's face became extremely angry, wanting to find him right now. "Where is it?" He also revealed the location where he was hiding to Kongcho. "It's Ji Amden in Incheon." Kongcho frowned and stared at him, wanting to know the exact location. Where in Gelman, Kongcho still didn't know the specific location to tell him. "I don't know the specifics yet, but it's only a matter of time. As soon as we find out, we'll be told right away." Kongcho, with a body full of fighting spirit, was very determined to find Saran this time. "Good, really good." Kong-chan also instructed Kongcho. "There are staff over there, so we'll attack the other side first." "Okay, right?" Representative Kim was also surprised that he wasn't in his plan. "Only 2 people? What about me?" "Wei Minghua is not in Jiamban." "That's right." Kong-chan also discussed their upcoming plan with him. "If Saran is cornered, he will contact us somehow. If so, Wei Minghua's people won't be able to sit still either. Then let's wait and see their battle." "Sounds good." Kongcho seemed very determined to get revenge this time. "This time, we must catch him and hang him. We must." "Are we acting now?" Everyone stood up to carry out the plan. "First, it's better to get close." The car sped off again on the road to get closer to Saran. The clock in the car showed it was only 4 o'clock and the road was empty with no traffic. Jams. Representative Kim drove the car quickly forward and explained to them why the road was empty. "It's not rush hour yet. We'll be there soon." Suddenly, Kong Chan's phone rang. He looked at the phone. "Oh, Wong Tak. What's wrong?" Kong Chan immediately answered the phone. "Hello, this is me, Wong Tak." Guang Tak called to question him. "Did you break Quan Sajik's son's arm?" "I don't know if he's Quan Sajik's son or not, but I did straighten out a young punk." Guang Tak started to pick on him, and Representative Kim also heard their conversation. "You're a young punk too, Quan Sajik." Kong Chan didn't want to waste words with him and immediately told him to get to the point. "Alright, so what?" Wang Tak revealed Quan Sajik's true identity to him, the one who gathered the old Shinyang Dong kids. Now called the Shining Dong faction, that's Quan Sajik. He understood the situation, but he also wondered, "Anyway, I've already broken his arm, so why are you asking me about it?" "I was just thinking about it. Anyway, for now, we'll focus on you. I'm not too worried, but you should know that." After hearing the conversation between the two, Representative Kim also wondered, "Hey, you messed with Quan Sajik's son?" He immediately denied it. "No, he messed with me first." Representative Kim wanted to confirm one more time. "So you messed with him, right?" "It's not that I messed with him, I stepped on him." Either way, it was a good thing. Representative Kim reminded him to be careful. "You have to be careful with Quan Sajik in all cases, because he's very dangerous." Chang Chan crossed his arms in front of his chest and stated firmly, "I will only target Saran and Wei Minghua." Representative Kim also had great confidence in him. "Of course, if we face off directly, I'm sure you will win." But because he was worried about him, he didn't forget to remind him of a few things. However, Quan Sajik is not a strong person, but his ruthlessness. The gun is unmatched. Representative Kim also told him about his brutality. If you get stabbed in the neck in an unexpected place, your gun is also useless. He turned a glance at Kong Chan and warned, "Remember that and be careful." Kong Chan also remembered the warnings that Representative Kim gave him. Yes, without mentioning that matter again. Now the three of them were probably saying they wanted to find a restaurant to fill their stomachs.
There are no suitable restaurants near the target location. We have to fill our stomachs before we can go there, right? That's right. Many people had stopped at a random restaurant. A lavish meal was chosen. Wow, it smells so good. Representative Kim, however, ate towards the two people. Please eat.
But at this moment, Kong Chan didn't touch his chopsticks and sat with his arms crossed. Thinking, suddenly, he looked up at Representative Kim with narrowed eyes. Before Representative Kim could put the food in his mouth, he spoke up. That matter just now, what was it? It turned out that he was concerned about what the two had talked about in the car earlier. He didn't expect the story behind it to be so terrible.
It's about Kwon Sejik. Actually, when we were fighting, I also found it a bit strange. How could professional thugs be so weak?
But after finding out about that, it turns out it was a big picture to polish his reputation. He even broke his own son's arm. Just as Representative Kim had warned before, I told you so, Kwon Sejik is a cunning and despicable person.
Kong Chan lightly pushed Kong Cho's arm. But isn't Ji Aum Bin himself with the same system? Just a bait? Kong Cho stopped eating when he heard him say that. Representative Kim, with a very serious face, wondered. Giomdhbat?
Kong Chan nodded, affirming to him as if it were a sure thing.
For now, just think of it like that. When Representative Kim heard Kong Chan's affirmation, he also rested his hand on his chin and thought for a while. That's a very plausible hypothesis. But Kong Cho next to him didn't think so. Let's just think simply.
They've been targeting Rannick from the beginning to the end.
Kong Kan also agreed with his opinion.
That's right.
Then Representative Kim also understood the meaning in those words.
The two of them simultaneously turned to look intently at Kong Cho.
He continued to scoop rice into his spoon.
His face was serious, but he simply said,
"That's all."
His words shocked both of them, and Kong Cho just sat there leisurely eating. Kong Chan and Representative Kim seemed frozen, only he was still calmly chewing. Then the three of them all started eating without saying anything more.
Kong Chan scooped rice in his mouth but thought to himself, all right, I didn't expect anything from you. Not even brainstorming.
Representative Kim picked up his phone and looked at it, seeming to have something on his mind.
Wait, someone had called him. This is me. Everyone has worked hard. Where is everyone now? At Pio? Is there an industrial complex there? I see.
Hanging up, Representative Kim reported the situation to Kangkan. Wei Minghua is currently in Paiyu.
Paiyu.
It turned out Representative Kim had arranged for people in advance. Actually, I had CEO Sang Hyun move there. After going to shopping mall, he just went
to a restaurant on the outskirts, right?
He wanted to know more information from Kong Chan's side. Call Rannick, there might be
some news. Kong Chan also agreed with his suggestion, let's do that.
After discussing, he also picked up the phone to call Rannick. This is Kong Chan, Mr. Ambassador.
Ah, is he in an interview? Where is he now? At the embassy, right?
After a while of talking back and forth, Kong Chan finally got to the main topic. He instructed the person on the other end.
Listen carefully. The ambassador is in danger right now. It's very likely that North Korean agents are nearby. I'll come pick him up right away.
So please give me the exact location. The other end of the line also reported the exact location to him.
Okay, I understand. Thanks for watching. Instead, please talk to the ambassador as soon as possible. I'll be there right away. What Representative Kim, after hearing the conversation, also wondered, what's wrong? Kong Chan's face looked serious at this moment.
He stammered, Rannick is now in Paiyu. Why did he go to Paiyu? He also knew the reason why he went there and recounted it to everyone. Pio has a partnership with Lion, and it seems he is attending the anniversary event there.
They will probably be there until the evening.
When he heard the news, Kong Cho also stopped eating.
Even Representative Kim was very surprised by this.
"Sir, the bill please." The three of them quickly got into the car and drove to Rannick's place.
What's the exact address?
Right now, even Kong Chan himself didn't know the exact location. I need Rannick's permission to know the specific address.
Rannick is currently being interviewed. Representative Kim offered a solution right then. As an employee, that's a natural reaction.
For now, let's just go straight to Pio and we'll get a call later.
If it's a partnership, it's probably an official event, so wouldn't it be reported in the news? Concho immediately went online to look up information about the event location.
I'll try searching with keywords like Pio, Lion, Ambassador.
Got it. Partnership between Pio and Lion with the attendance of the French ambassador to Korea, Rannick.
At night, there's a lantern festival and fishing on the Imjin River.
After knowing the exact location of the event, they started to head there. Let's go there right away. The car left the restaurant and sped onto the road.
Hong Chan's mind was also quite troubled.
Is it really AC?
In the worst-case scenario, I'll lose Saran and prove that I'm on Ranika's side.
Everything I've worked so hard to build up until now will be ruined.
His eyes were filled with determination, but there will be opportunities to catch the fugitives again at any time. He was worried that Rannick would be assassinated at any moment, but a person who is dead can never come back. But another thought flashed through his mind.
Of course, Dara and I came back.
The car moved at an incredible speed, not slowing down for a single moment.
But that's not important right now. First, we have to get to Pio. Rescuing Rannick is the top priority. The car was still rolling on the road.
Ahead, a sign pointed the way to Pio.
How will Wei Minghua attack Rannick? Hong Shan. Kong Chan also gave everyone some more information. I heard Rannick's car is bulletproof. Representative Kim, regarding the use of that bulletproof car, said, while moving, a bulletproof
car is very useful, but in a stationary state, it can't withstand for more than 10 minutes. In this case, the attacker has an advantage over the defender.
After hearing Representative Kim's explanation, Kong Chan also understood.
I see, but suddenly his eyes widened as if he had an idea. He turned to look at Representative Kim and stated his plan. Wait, the attacker has an advantage over the defender, and we can do that too.
He really didn't understand what Kong Chan wanted to do.
Kong Chan had clearly explained his plan to everyone.
We will attack Wei Minghua first.
At this point, we already know their general location.
When Representative Kim heard his plan, he thought it was very reasonable. That's not bad. If we have the chance, let's attack Wei Minghua, but not now.
When he heard him say, not now, Kong Chong was surprised and shocked.
Representative Kim explained to him what the consequences would be if he attacked him first.
If we attack him first while he hasn't done anything, we could become criminals for attacking a foreign businessman. Wei Minghua, not the terrorist murderer, the demon god Mogatsi.
Representative Kim also reminded Kong Chan, even if we fight, we must at least be prepared before attacking.
Understand, the car continued to speed along the road. They seemed to be getting close to Pio, a beautiful and modern city.
This was the place where today's celebration was taking place. The car was slowly moving into the bustling crowd.
When Kong Cho looked outside, he also saw many people had come here.
There are more people than I thought.
They moved slowly into the parking lot.
Deep inside the parking lot, a car was already parked there.
That special license plate told them whose
car it was. That must be Rannick's car.
Kong Chan sat in the car, calmly assessing the upcoming
situation.
Anyway, he can't cause trouble in a crowded place like this.
It's safe to say he'll act after the event ends.
Representative Kim agreed with his thought.
Probably so.
He had parked the car in a good spot to avoid attention. First, we need to prepare our weapons.
Opening the trunk, Representative Kim rummaged inside and handed out weapons to everyone. Concho and Konkon took the blades in their hands. Of Kim also took out the bulletproof vest and asked him, "There's another bulletproof vest inside, do you need it?" "No, they're too conspicuous, so I don't need it."
They left the parking lot and slowly found a way to approach Rannick.
"First, let's observe the situation around us." "Okay," Konkon once again called Rannick.
This time, Rannick was the one who answered, "Hello Mr. Ambassador, Mr. Khan, this is Rannick." Panic on this end also heard his staff report the recent incident, but he was still skeptical.
"I've heard a brief explanation from staff, but is that information reliable?" He on this end also wasn't sure about anything. "Actually, I'm still not 100% sure. He used to be a Special Forces soldier in the North Korean Army and is currently operating as a Chinese national businessman, hiding nearby. Bodyguards were next to him. I will call you, and we will leave together."
It seemed Kong Chun gave him a cold shoulder.
"Yes, please be careful, sir."
He was also very concerned about him.
"Mr. Kong, you be careful too, and thank you."
As soon as he hung up, Kong Chan fell into a deep thought. Today, everything could end.
If so, that would be great.
Representative Kim on this side was calling him.
"Kong Chan, yes."
He pointed over there and signaled over there.
Following Director Kim's gesture.
Over there, two men dressed in black were standing in the distance.
It was the demon god, Mogaji.
Kong Chan and Director Kim both stared at them with sharp eyes. Over there, Mogaji was standing with his subordinate, smoking. His face was covered in scars, and his eyes radiated pure danger. Director Kim pointed and said, "Over there is the demon god, Mogaji." In the direction he was pointing, two men appeared, standing next to a black car. The expressions on both Kong Chan's and the director's faces turned serious. A man who looked like a subordinate stood behind a man with his hair in a bun, who was smoking. The smoker's face was covered in scars, giving off an extremely dangerous aura.
The two men slipped past the black car, disappearing from Konkon.
And Director Kim's line of sight, Kong Chan stepped closer to him, his tone serious as he asked,
"Are you sure?" Without turning his head, Director Kim replied with certainty, "I'm sure it's him. How could I ever forget that face?" Kong Chan calmly told him, "Let's get in the car first." The director could no longer control his expression.
His face darkened, his eyebrows furrowed, and he stared at the two men with pure hatred. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "All right." At this moment, the street was still bustling with people. No one paid any attention to the black car parked by the side of the road. Elsewhere, inside a white car, three people were observing the black car across the street.
Director Kim's face was tense.
On the crowded street, the black car.
The car started rolling, moving to a different location. A plastic bag full of food was being carried by a man.
The two men from before were carrying two plastic bags, getting ready to get into the car.
Kong Chan's face tightened as he said, "Including Mogaji, there are a total of 6 of those demons in that car." Director Kim looked at his phone and said, "That's enough people to assassinate a key figure." "Wait, I'll check the exchange." "It's me. Currently 6 people on site." "I understand." "No, don't come. I'll contact you later. For now, just block the exit." It was Director CEO.
At first glance, that seemed to be all of them.
Kong Chan replied, "I think we missed Saran.
I tried to find him in a hurry. But it was more difficult than I thought.
So they leaked this information as bait to draw our attention. To Jordan and our country. The main force will be going after Rannik.
That's the rough plan.
What do you think? He replied, I agree. Who's going to handle them?
Xian Biam will take care
of it.
Based on his attitude earlier, Rannik only knows someone from China or North Korea is coming.
But he doesn't know who specifically. So I'll handle it that way. Xian Biam asked, yes. So when do we move? If we're sure that's the demon Mogaji, shouldn't we just attack him now?
Director Kim answered his question like I said before, if we act rashly we could end up attacking an ordinary foreign businessman. We'll watch and wait. They'll make their move when it gets dark, he said with a weary look. Damn, this is tough. Kong Chan continued, I don't think it's that hard. If something happens later we just need to. Two of them chatted casually while the director looked at them suspiciously, thinking,
I really can't figure these two out.
The scene changes to a military area.
The phone rang. Kong Chan told himself, it must be Agent Rannik.
A voice came from the other end.
This is Kong Chan. The ambassador's car is departing. Please don't hang up. Kong Chan's car is departing. The ambassador's car is departing. Car is departing.
Please don't hang up, Kong Chan replied.
I know. We're right behind you.
On the road, two cars were following each other.
The two cars sped down the road.
The voice on the other end of the phone said,
I've left the parking lot. Confirmed. I'm right behind. The two cars continued to speed down the road.
Up ahead, the car carrying the 6 criminals was also moving. Suddenly, the two cars stopped. Wait, Director Kim said with a worried expression.
Rannik's not going anywhere, is he? Anyway, they're coming. Good. 3 cars sped along the road at night.
The 3 cars chased each other.
Someone wondered, was a road over that hill always this deserted? It's a new road, so there are no streetlights. In that case, we have to settle it there.
I'll share the location. The 2 lead cars suddenly changed direction, turning onto a small road. The 3 cars chased each other, speeding like a blur.
The first car seemed to notice something.
It suddenly swerved, blocking the middle of the road. The car behind it was startled, quickly swerving and crashing into the bushes. 3 people got out of the car, running quickly toward the criminals. The 3 of them stopped at the first car. The last car also caught up. The last car stopped there.
Someone asked, why isn't anyone getting out? Maybe to assess the situation. What if they turn the car around and run? How do we stop that? I've already taken care of it. Just then, another black car suddenly appeared and stopped there. Kong Chan said, that's Director CEO and his men. 3 men got out of the car. The leader's face clearly showed his anger.
Director Kim said with great anticipation, now they're like rats in a trap. The criminal's car door opened and a leg stepped out. Kong Chan seemed to realize something. Startled, he thought to himself, that guy. A voice shouted, get down, he's got a gun. A man in a black hat stepped out and immediately opened. Bullet hit the car, creating a loud metallic clang. The remaining criminals also got out, each holding a gun, and started shooting.
A continuous stream of bullets was fired.
The car was now riddled with bullets from the criminals.
Kong Chan was worried.
They dared to open fire on South Korean soil.
Looks like they're determined. Xian Biam asked anxiously. What should we do? We can't win unless we have guns. Wait. If you have any extra guns, give them to me. Hurry. Okay. The gun was handed to Kong Chan. Good.
He then handed guns to Director Kim and Xian Biam.
Kong Chan said with a serious expression.
If we fight head-on, we'll be at a disadvantage with only handguns.
I'll circle around through the forest and attack from behind. So give me some cover. You. Director Kim replied, "Got it, be careful." Xian Biam peeked out and started firing at the criminals. At the same time, Kong Chan quickly ran toward the forest. The sound of bullets hitting the car echoed continuously in the area. Kong Chan headed straight for the forest. The bullets flew fast, and the increased firepower forced them to hide behind the car. The criminals relentlessly fired at them. Behind the criminals now. 3 men hid behind a car with worried expressions. Kong Chan had now entered the forest, lying prone behind some bushes. His face was extremely tense. They continuously fired their bullets straight at the car in front. Fortunately, the other 3 managed to sneak behind them and escape with their lives. Sang Hyun cursed in anger, "These crazy bastards. How can they open fire on Korean soil like this?" The 2 bodyguards, seeing this, nervously reported the situation. "All we have are airsoft guns and batons. They're useless in a situation like this." He immediately cut them off and gave them an order. "No, you two, hide behind the trees." One of them suddenly shouted, "What about you, director?" He quickly and briefly explained his plan. "I'll block their escape route." Then he remembered something and shouted, "I've already blocked it. Block their escape route." Time was short. So he shouted the order at them. "You have to completely block their retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't dare delay any longer and ran to his car. With fury in his heart, Sang Hyun couldn't help but scream, "You scumbags!" He quickly settled into the car and immediately floored the gas pedal, charging straight at them. The wheels spun furiously. A loud crash erupted as Sang Hyun's car slammed straight into the pickup truck in front of it. Both vehicles lost control, lurching forward erratically, nearly crashing into the people around them. Even so, it didn't stop them from continuously firing at his car. A curse was uttered. "Damn it!" The car couldn't withstand the massive amount of damage and immediately started to deform, its windows shattering into pieces. Immediately after, bullets flew straight inside, hitting him. Sang Hyun collapsed in pain, his breathing becoming heavier. The bullets continuously pierced vital spots on his body. And so, he refused to give up here. He mustered his last bit of strength to get up. Then he stomped on the gas pedal. The wheels started moving again, rolling at a dizzying speed. It nimbly dodged the rain of bullets fired continuously from both sides. Finally, with a triumphant look on his face, he shouted, "You guys are pretty reckless, aren't you?" At a shout, their expressions immediately turned to astonishment. Their pickup truck had somehow been overturned. After completing his task, he made a quick getaway, starting the car and leaving the scene. A rare smile of satisfaction appeared on his weary face. "See that? I've completely blocked their retreat. I've done my job." Seeing this, one of their subordinates looked worried and asked, "That car is flipped over. What should we do?" Moga-ji just pointed a finger at him and gave an order. "What else is there to do? Kill them all and break through." After receiving the order, the subordinates followed it to the letter, continuously firing at the car to prevent it from escaping. The car took constant damage, feeling like it was about to explode. Behind the car, Xian Biam hid himself, waiting for the right moment to rush out and finish off the rest of them. His face gradually became tense. His hand gripped the gun tightly, feeling like it could drop at any moment. For a moment, as the bullets started to die down, he peeked his head out from his cover. He immediately began firing relentlessly at them. The bullet whizzed through the air and lodged straight into the leg of one of his subordinates. After pulling off a legendary shot, his face was filled with killing intent as he stared down each enemy in front of him. The man who was shot immediately felt the pain and writhed on the ground, crying out. His teammate didn't dare to pay much attention and immediately returned fire towards Cheon Byam. Unfortunately, he was one step ahead and had already returned to his cover, smiling triumphantly.
The director's face gradually became worried. He began to think, most adult men in our country know how to use a rifle, but a handgun is different, except for some officials or those with special backgrounds. Not many people get to touch one, let alone shoot one. But this man knows how to use a handgun properly. Unable to keep it to himself, he asked him directly, "Teacher, have you ever fired a handgun before?" The teacher said no. Hearing him ask that, Kyan Bam sneered. He nonchalantly replied to his question, "Have you tried shooting? I know you didn't mean it, but that hurts my pride." At this point, the director could only hold on to his curiosity and conclude, these are truly people with many secrets. Suddenly, a loud explosion from outside interrupted their conversation. Kyan Bam shouted in shock, "Damn it, are these guys trying to kill people?" In contrast to his astonishment, the director was much calmer, but still worried. "We're short, handguns are more limited than submachine guns." That friend wasn't finished. The scene changes to the dark forest where Kong Chan is. Alright, so far they haven't realized I'm taking a detour, but after the first shot rings out, they will naturally pay attention to their rear. I have to neutralize as many enemies as possible during the initial ambush. First, thinking back, it's been a long time since I held a gun. Can I still shoot as well as before? A gunshot rang out. The bullet lodged straight into the head of one of them. Mogaji looked in astonishment at his dead subordinate, thinking, gunshot from the back right. At what range? His eyes were filled with unease. At that moment, another subordinate was hit by a bullet straight to the forehead, much to his surprise. He quickly gave an order from the forest to the rear right. One of them took a detour. "Two of you, take care of him. I'm enough for this side." Two subordinates slowly walked toward where the gunshot came from, simultaneously firing in that direction. The bullet slammed into the tree Kong Chan was hiding behind. Kong Chan looked at the two subordinates, thinking, "Damn, they're firing a lot. First, I need to change positions." To do that, the man in the hat said to the bald man, "He must be around here. Find him." The bald man replied, "Yes." Director Kim hid behind the car, asking curiously, He's found his position." Shion Byam said confidently, "Leave it to me." "To me? Those two brats can't do anything to me." "Like Director Kim. Where are you and what are you doing?" "Over there. The demon Mogaji is alone. I'll provide cover for you. Go. We'll take out Mogaji." Director Kim said with gratitude, "Thank you." He stood up, hiding behind the car and continued to fight. Meanwhile, Director Kim dashed straight into the car. He thought to himself, "I've finally met him, the demon Mogaji." Scene change, Kong Chan is hiding in the forest, silently sensing his surroundings. He closes his eyes. An image of the forest appears. The sound of footsteps caught Kong Chan's attention. He opened his eyes, holding the gun in his hand, casually thinking, "Alright then, I'll take one of them." "Wait, just one. Wait a minute. You crazy Kong Chan. There are two of them, and only one of me. If I pull the trigger now, I can shoot one of them." As he thought this, he imagined the scene of the gunshot. The muzzle flash caught the attention of the man in the hat. It must be the muzzle flash. He fired continuously in the direction of the muzzle flash. The bullets hitting Kong Chan. "Because of the gunshot and the muzzle flash, my position will be exposed." Muzzle flash. Has it been too long since I was in a gunfight? I almost did something stupid. The sound of footsteps echoed. The bald man held his gun and slowly moved forward. As he walked, he looked around to check, but didn't spot Kong Chan hiding behind a nearby tree. He observed the bald man, thinking to himself, "Self. Don't rush until I know the positions of both of them. Don't miss." Alright,
at this distance. Good, one down. But I shouldn't celebrate too soon.
The man in the hat realized something was wrong and looked towards the source of the
noise. He ran forward quickly.
Kong-chan observed the man in the hat, telling himself,
"There's another one not far from here." "Hello." Kong-chan's expression darkened as he. "But I shouldn't celebrate too soon. A way to help. This is not far."
The mysterious person was startled. By reflex, he raised his gun and pointed it toward the source of the noise.
He dodged and weaved through the trees. He stood hidden among the bushes, observing his every move. Suddenly thinking, there's still one more.
The mysterious man raised his gun, anxiously thinking.
My comrade disappeared a while ago. I didn't notice at all. That kid is definitely not ordinary. First, I have to stop in this case. If I move first, I'll be at a disadvantage.
They all felt nervous.
Kong-chan raised his gun ready to advance.
He stepped through the forest, getting closer to him on the opposite side. He also cautiously stepped.
The two were now separated only by a tree. Their eyes met.
The killing intent was palpable.
The scene cuts back to Kyan Byam.
He continuously fired shots at the enemy. The clash of metal was deafening.
His bullets were blocked by the enemy's car.
Mogaji hid behind the car, on high alert, anxiously assessing the situation. Even in the chaos, Mogaji could not help but notice the car on high alert, anxiously assessing the situation. Even in the chaos, all the sounds are coming from one gun. There are 3 of them over there. One went into the forest, so that leaves 2.
But one has stopped shooting, and the other is firing relentlessly.
If that guy's a rookie, then his purpose isn't to hit us, which means he suddenly realized there was something behind him. A dark figure had appeared behind him. At some point, he instinctively turned around. 2 guns pointed straight at each other. Held steady, ready to fight at any moment. He said with a mocking face,
"Why did you come all this way?"
His face darkened with anger.
"Because I must kill you with my own hands," he asked in confusion. "Wait, I don't know who you are."
"Well, this is South Korea.
So there are probably people who aren't happy with me."
He continued with a triumphant look, "But if you know who I am, you shouldn't attack so recklessly." As he spoke, he suddenly jumped to the side, to the man's astonishment. A gunshot rang out, the bullet lodging straight into the man, and at the same time his own gun was knocked aside. He groaned in pain as blood splattered from his body.
He said with a mocking tone, "Oh, you didn't get shot?
Even so, you're not just all talk." The man's face contorted in pain as he fired.
"You bastard!" Mogaji quickly reacted, running to the side to dodge the bullets. He ran straight for the rock in a hurry. Mogaji jumped up, hiding behind the rock, dodging the bullets.
The man continuously fired at the rock in anger.
Kong-chan, hiding in the trees, looked towards them, his face worried as he thought. The demon god Mogaji must have agitated him.
Anyway, he used too many bullets.
He looked towards the black car, thinking, what about CEO? Concho?
Damn it, he used all his ammo, providing cover. I can't help because it would reveal my hiding spot. I have to deal with this guy quickly and then help the director.
Please subscribe to the channel to get the latest information. But the situation here isn't good either.
On the other side, the gunfire suddenly stopped. The man's face was worried because his gun was out of ammo. Seizing the opportunity, Mogaji, who was hiding behind a rock, suddenly stood up and fired straight at him. The bullet hit his shoulder to his astonishment. Kong-chan, seeing this from the side, his face darkened with both anger and worry. He clutched his shoulder in pain. His face contorted with worry,
continuously dripping down his forehead.
Mogaji said with a triumphant look,
"You shouldn't have attacked me. The rule of a duel, the one with bullets left, is the winner, didn't you know? The man said in anger, Demon God Mogaji. You son of a bitch. He boasted, oh, so you know my nickname. His memories suddenly flooded back. I remember now. You were the lucky one back then. That was fun. He remembered the faces of his old comrades with remorse, thinking, everyone, I am sorry. A gunshot echoed throughout the forest. They stared at each other in astonishment. The gun in Mogaji's hand was shot out of his grasp. He turned to look towards the source of the gunshot. Kong Chan faced him without hesitation. The mysterious man also suddenly realized he's this close. He turned to look at him. Immediately, the two instinctively turned towards each other. Two guns were pointed straight at each other. Gunshots rang out. Both men had managed to push the other's gun away, deflecting the bullets. The bullet grazed past the opponent's face. They lunged at each other. The bullets were continuously. The gun was fired off target. Seizing the opportunity, Kong Chan slammed his hand hard against his opponent's gun hand. In excruciating pain, he could no longer hold the gun and it fell from his grasp. Kong Chan quickly reacted, firing straight at him, but he dodged the bullet. He ducked down in surprise. He struck his hand, causing his gun to slip from his grasp as well. Kong Chan brought his knee up, aiming straight for his face. He managed to block the kick with both hands. Kong Chan seized the opportunity and relentlessly threw punches at him. He managed to block the kick with both hands. He continuously retreated, hitting the tree behind him, his face contorted in pain. Kong Chan punched him straight in the gut. He successfully dodged to the side. At the same time, he raised his. The punch landed squarely on Kong Chan, but he managed to block it. He punched straight at his opponent's head, but he also successfully dodged it. He quickly punched back at Kong Chan's face, but he swiftly dodged. He threw a low kick at his opponent's leg. At the same time, he landed a punch to his stomach. Kong Chan braced his hand. He weaved in, aiming straight for his throat. He struck Kong Chan's wrist. Chang's wrist, successfully blocking the attack, he raised his fist, go. He punched straight at Kong Chan's face, but he leaned back and dodged the blow. Kong Chan seized the opportunity and rushed forward. He grabbed his leg and pushed him down. The two of them tumbled to the ground. His face contorted in pain. He used his strength to kick Kong Chan, try to push him away. Chang Chun quickly grabbed his leg. Please subscribe to our channel to support us. He tilted his head back in pain. He quickly grabbed the knife from his side. Just as the knife was at his throat, a sound came from a distance. Hey! Kong Chan turned, his face full of killing intent, and asked. He had been taken hostage by Mogaji. A knife was simultaneously held to his throat. Mogaji said with a triumphant look. You're good, kid, but this is as far as you go. The two stared at each other. His face filled with remorse. Kong Chan's face tightened as he said. You're the demon god, Mogaji. Mogaji's face was filled with anger. I'm hearing my name a lot today. Get rid of both hostages. One-on-one with me. How about it? Even if you kill him, I don't care. Kong Chan, filled with killing intent, said why? Not confident. He thought to himself, this guy is proud of his skills. He'll surely take the bait. I have to win. All right. The two simultaneously released their hostages. Kong Chan walked straight towards Mogaji. Mogaji got into a defensive stance. Facing Kong Chan also got into a defensive stance. The two lunged at each other. Kong Chan couldn't take it anymore and stepped out from the thicket. He decided to confront Mogaji head-on. He was already in a fighting stance, ready to begin. So was Kong Chan. Their eyes met, both incredibly sharp, radiating killing intent. Then they began to fight. Both of them fought fiercely. Kong-chan threw a punch, but it was blocked by Mogaji. His eyes shifted to the knife in his hand with a sinister look. She tried to block the knife. The two were struggling for the knife with all their might. It seemed Kong-chan realized something was about to happen. Finally, the two let go of each other's hands. But the fight wasn't over. Mogaji switched to a different strategy, aiming the knife at Kong-chan. Then, he lunged straight at him. Fortunately, Kong-chan blocked the bullet. But the fight was not over. The two were fighting for the knife with all their might. He lunged straight at him. Fortunately, Kong-chan blocked the blade with a steel-like punch, which completely startled Mogaji, leaving him unable to react. Then, the two got back into their fighting stances, preparing for another round. With his terrifying, sinister eyes, Mogaji stared intently at Kong-chan. He asked, "How old are you?" Kong-chan was also extremely wary and, "Why do you need to know?" Perhaps Mogaji wanted to learn about his opponent before planning his attack. "You look very young. Where did you learn all this?" Kong-chan retorted. "From me? The E that preaches about life? From North Korea?" He was furious. "Oof. You wretched brat. Your life ends here." Without any further hesitation, he pointed his knife at Kong-chan, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Your time has come." Without a moment's rest, the two lunged at each other again in a flurry of attacks. Look, thanks to his agility, Kong-chan avoided the sharp blade and pointed it in the opposite direction. Seeing the continuous knife thrust from Mogaji, he thought to himself, does this kind of person really exist in the world? Director Kim Tae-jin is no match for him right now. Then, Kong-chan lowered his center of gravity, perhaps to take advantage of something. Mogaji intended to knee him in the chest. His eyes were fierce, but Kong-chan blocked it with his hand. Then he drew his knife, ready to stab Kong-chan. The knife attack failed. He switched to a direct punch. The punch was very close to Kong-chan, but Kong-chan used a special technique to gradually retreat and dodge the steel fist. The demon god Mogaji's eyes were terrifying. After that, Kong-chan ran off. In the meantime, the two got into a fighting stance, preparing to attack. Kong-chan exclaimed in his heart, "That was a close one." Suddenly he frowned, he frowned. He looked extremely surprised by what he saw. Thinking to himself, "What? I attack." But suddenly, Kong-chan remembered the image of director Tae-jin. He thought to himself, the demon king Mogaji fought with director Kim Tae-jin. His strength isn't what it used to be. The longer this drags on, the more it benefits me. Advantages or not, suddenly, he cut him off. Kong-chan charged straight at his opponent with the thought, this is my chance. My pride won't let me win like this. Mogaji also seemed surprised by him. But he also smirked triumphantly. No matter how good he is in the end, that brat is just a kid. He then gave a savage smile holding the sharp weapon in his hand. If you want to die quickly, I'm happy to oblige. Following there were Kong-chan's perfect and powerful dodges against the knife. He aimed the knife at his shoulder again. But it wasn't too difficult for Kong-chan to dodge those knife attacks, still maintaining a cool and composed expression and demeanor. Mogaji must be furious with this guy by now. Kong-chan returned his gaze with a forced smile. After that, Mogaji seemed to turn into a demon. He transformed into a beast, wanting to tear his opponent to pieces. Once again, Kong-chan showed no signs of flinching as he blocked his knife. The demon god Mogaji seemed to have gone even more insane. From his teeth to his eyes, it was as if he wanted to destroy all life. It was related to his failure. He had been defeated by those who had underestimated him. Next were the endless attacks towards Kong-chan. Unexpectedly, he was punched in the cheek by Kong-chan, causing his face to deform. Completely disfigured, as the tide turning, Kong-chan held the knife, ready for a counterattack.
But Mogaji was faster. He swung the knife in an arc, but fortunately, Kong Chan jumped up. The next place Mogaji wanted to attack in revenge was the head, but unexpectedly he was stabbed through the arm by Kong Chan's sharp knife, causing him to stare in absolute horror. After that, he continuously retreated to defend himself. The wound on his arm looked serious. Again, Mogaji cried out in pain. He paused for a moment, scratching his head and thought. If I keep fighting like this, I'll bleed even more. It's hard to find a way to stop the bleeding, and I can't be careless with knives. 2 months later, the two looked at each other again with such fierce, murderous eyes, as if they wanted to eat each other alive. Kong Chan took the opportunity to provoke him, wagging his finger and showing a cocky expression. Perhaps he had hit Mogaji's nerve, as he immediately changed his mind. Right, what's so difficult? Mogaji then gripped the knife in his hand tightly, causing blood to splatter everywhere, even towards Kong Chan. Then he charged forward aggressively, with a look of immense determination and the thought. All it takes is one shot to kill him. Next came the knife thrust from the demon god, as if he wanted to take Kong Chan's life directly. A spray of blood erupted. Did the knife really hit Kong Chan? Suddenly, he stared in astonishment as he realized something. Thank you. Kong Chan glanced at the knife's tip. It turned out he had dodged the knife and was now behind Mogaji. Now he was in extreme pain, gritting his teeth to endure. It turned out the splattered blood came from Mogaji's hand. He was hit. Suddenly, his eyes changed strangely. It turned out he had taken another knife. If I were your age, I wouldn't have dragged this out for so long. Did he feel insulted? He glared. What? Mogaji looked up at Kong Chan's heroic figure. He also looked down at him. His eyes were like bullets. He said, "That's it." He looked at him for a moment longer. Then he bowed his head and exclaimed. Anyway, at this point, send me off like a warrior. After that, Kong Chan took a step and exclaimed. Thanks for watching. And alright, then Kong Chan turned and left. I will let you go like a warrior. He seemed extremely surprised by Kong Chan's unexpected action. Let us go. Are you an idiot? He turned towards director Kim Tae-jin. Then he said to the other people, get lost before I change my mind. After that, the three of them supported each other and left. Before leaving, Mogaji looked back at him and called back. I don't feel grateful at all. We'll meet again someday. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, definitely. Now, Kong Chan stood there in a daze, watching them leave. He wondered to himself, is it okay to end it like this? Just then, director Kim Tae-jin walked up to him and asked, why? Why did you do that? Kong Chan smiled innocently, let's see. It seems I'm not the one who will break W.E. Minguk's neck. I've defeated both sides, so next time you must win, Tae-jin exclaimed. This guy is really something else. Anyway, Kong Chan continued his words. There were a lot of gunshots, so people will be here soon. It'll be a hassle to explain everything that happened. Anyway, we protected Rannick in the end. Director Tae-jin said, thank you for your concern, but I'm worried about the future. I don't know if this was a good thing or not. Kong Chan also sighed. Actually, I don't know either. Just then, Kong Cho rushed over. He hurriedly asked, are you hurt anywhere? Kong Chan smiled and waved his hand. As you can see. After that, the group of three also got out of the car. C.O. Kong Cho turned his head and exclaimed. Ah, here they are. Kong Chan spoke up. You shouldn't have stayed inside. The representative of the group replied, I knew that Monsieur Khan would win. Please understand that we couldn't let a shootout happen on foreign soil. We can only intervene if there's a major terrorist attack. Kong Chan continued their words, who is the ambassador? On the contrary, the blond man continued, he is fully recovered. Kong Chan frowned and thought to himself, these cunning bastards. In the end, they didn't lift a finger and just waited for everything to be resolved.
But in the end, Kong Chan just exclaimed, that's a relief.
After that, Kong Chan also got into the car and left with CEO Kong Cho and Kim Tae-jin.
Kong Cho took on the task of driving, and Kong Chan was busy bandaging the director's wounds. He sighed. And it's a sad thing to leave. Kong Chan looked at his expression and thought to himself. He seems to be in deep shock. Actually, that feeling is understandable. He was so angry he was grinding his teeth, but he was beaten without even getting a chance to fight back. Suddenly Tae-jin spoke up, are you okay? Kong Chan smiled, luckily I'm still fine today. The car was still speeding forward and the ambassador's question echoed. Your father is director Kong Dae-kyung, right? And received Kong Chan's reply, yes. He looked straight at him and said, I know this is a rude question, but is he your biological father? Kong Chan was a bit hesitant. Yes, he is.
Tae-jin smiled and continued. It's just that you remind me of a senior who looks a lot like you, the captain of the unarmed combat.
The captain of the unarmed combat team? He must be a master of hand-to-hand combat, right? Tae-jin gave him the answer.
Of course, he's not just good at hand-to-hand combat.
He has a special meaning to it.
He is the captain of the demilitarized zone.
Kong Chan was a bit curious. That person looks a lot like me.
Tae-jin shook his head and said, no, the face isn't exactly the same.
Tae-jin shook his head and said, no, the face isn't exactly the same. He tried to recall, but how should I put it?
The atmosphere, the presence, is really similar.
Hearing something so interesting, Kong Chan couldn't help but smile. How interesting.
After that, Kong Chan turned his gaze out the window. Tae-jin also looked and couldn't help but smile to himself.
Soon,
when they arrived at Bangji Hospital, the voice of the doctor bandaging Tae-jin's wound rang out.
Ah, what a life to be living now. That doctor was Hyun-woo.
While bandaging the wound, he exclaimed, a Korean doctor treating a gunshot wound.
Kong Chan smiled, it's not me this time. Hyun-woo wondered, is there another hell on earth in this country that I don't know about? Kong Chan informed the doctor, no, it's nothing, just an incident.
Then Hyun-woo stood up, adjusted his glasses, and exclaimed, you should be hospitalized for about a week for treatment and observation.
Of course, it's not life-threatening. As long as you recover well, there won't be any problems. C.O. Kong Cho looked up at Hyun-woo. What about the staff who came with me? How are they? Sia On-woo smiled
and replied, you mean patient Seo Sang-hyun, he's currently receiving a blood transfusion and will be moved to a hospital room afterward.
You don't need to worry too much. Kancho breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness.
Hyun-woo was about to leave the room, but turned back to remind him, and you'll be fine soon, but avoid contact with other patients as much as possible.
If you say anything unusual, it will arouse suspicion. Kancho's my budali, we want nothing more than that. Don't worry too much. See the next episode.
After that, Hyun-woo left with peace of mind.
Suddenly, Kong Chan's phone rang. He thought to himself, it's Ran Nick.
Then, he left the room to answer the phone.
Mr. Ambassador, are you okay? He said, thanks to you, I'm safe and sound.
Moreover, Monsieur Kong, I have some good news for you.
Kong Chan was immediately curious. Yes.
As soon as he finished speaking, Saran has been arrested.
Kong Chan was startled. What about now?
Now a strange feeling took hold of him as he heard more information from the ambassador. While you were confronting them, our agents attacked his hideout.
He is currently being held at the embassy and will be sent back to France tomorrow. Hearing this, he frowned with a thoughtful expression, sending Saran back to France? Whose idea was this?
The conversation fell silent for a moment, so Rannick called out to Kong Chan, Monsieur Kong.
Only then did Kong Chan speak up. Wait, why would you do that? I don't quite understand. Rannick empathized and gave him 2 pieces of news. I understand, Monsieur Kong. But I would be very grateful if you could think from my perspective. I might be returning home tomorrow as well. We will discuss the schedule later. Suddenly Kong Chan felt dizzy amidst the crowd of passers-by.
The voice on the other end of the phone rang out again.
You must be tired. Get some rest today.
It seemed Kong Chan had something on his mind.
He blurted out, wait. Rannick replied, huh. Based on his words, it seems Kong Chan is about to explode.
I thought working with the ambassador was a mutual cooperation, but it seems the ambassador
thinks differently.
Rhinox fell into a silent space to listen to Kong Chan continue speaking. Kong Chan strode forward and continued, I am not French nor am I an employee of the
French embassy. He also admitted I know. Kong Chan. Rennick shouted angrily, good.
I was too naive, but for now on, I will act on my own.
I'm hanging up.
Just as he was about to hang up, Rennick spoke again, wait, hold on, give me a chance to explain. He recounted the situation to Kong Chan. The intelligence agency requested Saran alive. I was also very upset, but I had no other choice, so please understand.
Kong Chan still couldn't relax his face. Fine, of course you had to do that.
From now on, from my standpoint, the things I do are also things I'm forced to do.
Rennick reassured Kong Chan. From now on, Saran will never do anything else again. I guarantee it on my honor.
Kong Chan furiously exclaimed, just like how I will eliminate Saran and Mogaji.
Rennick seemed to feel a bit helpless. Mr. Kong. Kong, I sincerely apologize, and I have no other choice. What do you want me to do for you? Kong Chan stated firmly, I must meet Saran.
Rannick hesitated slightly, Monsieur Kong. This matter, before he could finish, Kong Chan interrupted.
Ah, so that's not possible either? Fine, whether the ambassador cooperates or not, I will meet Saran tonight.
It seems Kong Chan has made up his mind, his voice ringing out.
You just said he's at the French embassy, right?
Even if we have to face each other in a difficult situation, don't feel awkward. Rannick was also helpless, running a hand through his hair, then said to Kong Chan.
Don't be like that. Give me 10 minutes.
Over here, Kong Chan received Mr. Rannick's message. I will call you back later. Back in Kong Cho's hospital room, Kong Chan recounted the situation to the two of them.
Kong Cho felt extremely indignant. Those damn bastards. We worked so hard to catch Saran, only to hear this news. Tae Jin had a question. What if Rannick doesn't contact you in 10 minutes? Kong Chan seemed very determined. Whether I hear from Rannick or not, I'm still going to the embassy. The method will just be a little different.
Tae Jin thought that if he considered it carefully,
it could become a diplomatic issue between South Korea and France. France.
Kong Chan, however, thought that it had nothing to do with him.
Tae Jin offered his perspective. This could be a battle of wits between China and France. He imagined that at that time, W.E. Mingduk and Saran were the bait, and perhaps they didn't know each other's routes. Director Tae Jin's expression looked serious.
Listen to me, I want you to assess the situation of.
A bit more calmly.
At that exact moment, Kong Chan's phone rang. He answered it with a very annoyed expression.
Hello.
It turned out to be a call from Rannick.
I'll send someone to the hospital to pick you up now.
They'll take you there.
Kong Chan agreed. All right.
After that, he hung up and exclaimed, the French embassy is sending a car.
Why do such unnecessary things? Tae-jin was as happy as a child. Really? Ha 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 ha. Kong-chun found his expression quite unsightly. Then director Tae-jin winked at Kong-chun. Do you know what you've done now? Kong-chun still didn't quite understand director Kim's intention. Tae-jin continued.
You've threatened the ambassador of a country to get what you want.
Kong-chun was stunned. Did I do that? Anyway, let's go.
Won-cho shot up looking worried.
I'll go with you. After that, the two went downstairs to wait for the car.
A moment later, a car pulled up and stopped in front of the two of them.
A man got out and asked Monsieur Kong.
Seeing that, he nodded. Then, the man opened the car door, inviting him in. After Kong-chan got in the car, he closed the door and started the car, preparing to depart. Sitting in the car, Kong-chan maintained a very cold expression. Radiating killing intent, he thought to himself.
Saran, I'm coming.
The streets of Seoul at night were enchanting and crowded. Soon, Kong-kan arrived at the French embassy in South Korea. The car passed through the barrier and drove straight inside.
The driver told Kong-kan, I'll take you down to the basement. Kong-kan felt a little worried. What? Kong-chan continued his words, he's probably parking in the basement. Kong-cho had a question, can't we just get off at the front door?
Kong-chan explained to him, our meeting with Saran. No, this trip is unofficial, it's not an approved schedule.
It's not good if too many people know, but now.
The car had reached the basement. The driver made a request. We will conduct a body search on both of you, we ask for your cooperation.
Kong-chan frowned thoughtfully and then exclaimed all right. They're trustworthy.
Rannik has appeared, Kong-chan exclaimed. Mr.
Ambassador. He said to him, Mr. Kong, follow me. He pointed at Kong Shell. This gentleman is. Kong-chan introduced this as company. Concho.
He's involved with Saran. His family was recently.
Rannik smiled and exclaimed, speaking in French. Aha!
I've heard about it, but this is the first time we've met in person.
Welcome.
Seeing this, Kong-chun informed him.
C.O. Kongcho barely speaks any French.
After that, Rannik communicated in Korean so that Kongcho could understand.
Is that so? It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello. Kongcho also replied cheerfully. Thank you. Thank you. Rannik led the way for everyone. Let's not stand here. Let's go to the room first. It seems Kong-chan has something on his mind. A moment later, everyone had entered the office. Rannik began to speak.
You must be very dissatisfied with our government's decision, but it is a very important matter.
So I hope you can understand. Kong-chan remained silent. Rannik continued the story. Please understand that I am just an official receiving order from my home country.
As he poured a cup of tea, Kong-chan spoke up, I understand that very well.
What will happen to Saran?
Rannik told him, at the embassy, there are not only our staff but also many Korean employees. I plan to send him back to the country early tomorrow morning so he can't say a word. After that, he handed him a cup of tea. It's good tea, you should try it.
Kong-chan was still preoccupied with this matter.
He exclaimed, I want to see Saran before then.
Rannik smiled and urged, have some tea first. But Kong-chan insisted, I want to see Saran first.
He thought for a moment, then spoke, all right, then follow me. Then he was led to a room where two guards were standing at the door.
Your eyes met. The movie Rannik led Kong-chan and Kong-cho to was here. Kong-chan frowned, meaning Kong-chan frowned. Is Siren in here? Rannik approached the two guards and instructed. You may leave. Don't come back until I call.
The guard was hesitant. Yes, but Mr. Rannik seemed determined.
Just do it.
Then they pressed the button to open the room door.
Before the eyes of Kong Chan and Kong Cho,
Kong Chan's eyes expressed that something terrible was standing before him. After that, the three of them entered, standing before their friends. Before their eyes was not the battle-hardened Saran they knew. He was lying on a bed and on oxygen. Kong Chan couldn't help but be stunned. Ah, there he is. Here, he also noticed the presence of the group of people. He immediately sat up,
showing a disdainful expression, and called out Kong Chan's name. Kong Chan
was also extremely shocked to see his current appearance, exclaiming, "Saran." Their eyes met, like two streams of killing intent entwined.
He gasped out. "Did you come here to kill me? It's worth it though, after all this time." Before
Saran could finish, Kong Chan cut him off and turned to leave.
"This is enough." Saran called out to him again. "Why are you ignoring me?" Kong Chan didn't even bother to look back at him, or rather, he was looking down on him. Now Saran was extremely weak, continuously coughing. Ugh! He could only stare at Kong Chan's retreating back, unable to do anything more. Everyone left in the blink of an eye, leaving him alone on the hospital bed. Damn! On the way through the corridor,
Rannick exclaimed, "This time because we failed to grasp the intervention of North Korea, the intelligence agency is in chaos. Without the help of Monsieur Kong here, I really can't imagine what would have happened."
"Thank you." Kong Chan just replied nonchalantly, "Yes," Rannick said. "First of all, I will also be returning to my country tomorrow. It will probably take some time, but I will still contact you frequently."
While exchanging information and sending greetings, he received Kong Chan's agreement.
"All right, but Monsieur," Kong Chan continued, "yes." He offered him a suggestion. "Do you really have no intention of becoming a French citizen? Not even a little? It's a bit embarrassing, but I have a considerable influence in France." "Anything you want," Kong Chan exclaimed. "I think that's a good point. I think that's a good point. And thank you for your kindness." Rannick gave up. "All right, I understand." After that, a car came to pick everyone up. Rannick saw the two of them off. He spoke, "Well then, goodbye. Thank you both very much." Then the two shook hands. Kong Chan also exclaimed, "I am also very grateful." The two looked at each other for a moment. Now the two were seated in the car, and Rannick stood watching the car speed away. He exclaimed, "Au revoir, Monsieur Kong, has crossed the bridge over the river." Cut. Kong Chan said to the driver, "You could drop me off here." The driver was a bit hesitant. "I received orders to take you both to a safe place." Kong Chan exclaimed, "It's okay. Without Saran, South Korea is very safe." After that, the two got out of the car and the driver drove off. It seemed that Kong Cho wanted to say something to Kong Chan, if that's the case. Kong Chan found him a bit strange. "What's wrong?" "Kong Cho has to die." "Nothing. I just want to take a walk for a while." The two of them strolled together. Kong Chan sighed. "We still have a long way to walk." Kong Cho seemed to like this. "I want to take a walk for a while." "What do you want to do?" The two looked at each other. Kong Cho reminded Kong Chan of earlier. Kong Cho thought that if he wanted to, he could go and grab Saran, as Rannick had already tacitly given his permission. Kong Chan sighed. "That's true." Kong Cho was puzzled, "But why didn't you do anything?" It seems Kong Chan is also feeling confused. He hesitated a bit. "Let's see, I don't know either. Maybe I wanted to defeat Saran in battle, not kill him while he was deaf." Kong Cho found this very strange. "Hey, how could that be? Why make things so difficult?" Kong Kong smiled. "I don't know either. That's why I said it might be like that." "Maybe so." Kong Cho breathed a sigh of relief. Well, anyway, if he's sent back to France, he can't come back here. So he can't dirty our hands anymore. From now on, let's live happily and comfortably.
Kong Chan glanced at Kong Cho's relieved and satisfied expression and felt happy for him.
He exclaimed, "Yeah, okay."
Suddenly Kong Chan looked towards the other side of the bridge. Kong Cho also stood there to watch. Memories of the past flashed through Kong Chan's mind from his time as the captain of the French mercenary squad. Has been through countless life and death situations after that. He was trapped and died, but he came back and gave him a second chance, was reincarnated as
Kong Chan, a Korean citizen, about the past of having committed suicide, jumping off a building, causing grief to family and friends. Throughout the process that followed,
continuously participated in fights, a bloody mess, confronting strong and extremely ruthless
opponents. The opponents. The things he had been through flashed before him like a movie.
Now he could smile and think to himself, it's really over now. Kong Cho cheerfully exclaimed, I'm going to places with high mountains and clear water.
Enjoying delicious food. Anyway, I can't let my money grow moldy. Hearing this, Kong Changchun couldn't help but laugh. He exclaimed, that's a good idea.
The atmosphere was so comfortable and pleasant as the two of them watched the sunset together with constant smiles on their faces and light, carefree and free spirits.
They could also.
He never expected the sunset on the bridge to be this beautiful.
The scene shifts back to the hospital room of a monstrous Saran.
He was gritting his teeth in pain, but wicked thoughts still lingered.
All right, bask in your moment of victory. Even if I'm thrown into hell, I will definitely return. His face and eyes took on an extremely eerie and frightening appearance. I will come back and put a bullet in that beautiful face of yours.
He appeared in a green military uniform, proudly introducing himself.
My name is Kong Chon. Next is the image of mercenaries hiding their tracks.
Then they have a wounded comrade. And the commander gives an order. The whole group continued their operations, engaging in combat, exchanging fire with the enemy, and also having to face the sacrifice of their comrades.
Mercenaries with a dark, brutal appearance on the battlefield. They are Blackfield, the image of him charging onto the battlefield with a self-introduction. I'm the former captain of the French Foreign Legion, the one who created many victories.
When he also fell, collapsing on the battlefield in Africa, the image of him lying down, unable to close his eyes, in July 2016, he clenched his fist as he thought.
I was killed by a bullet from behind, due to the betrayal of a comrade.
He groggily opened his eyes, getting used to the fluorescent lights. He realized that death was not the end. A blurry image with the appearance of a doctor and nurse. He didn't believe the truth and ran outside to observe. He spun around like a fool, observing everything. The story was now told by him. Although I still don't know the exact reason, I was resurrected in Seoul, South Korea in 2021 with the identity of a different Kong Chan, a normal 19-year-old high school student. The image of a group of blonde, dyed-haired youths, young delinquents, smashing a phone to pieces. Ho Jun gritted his teeth in anger. Ho Jun faced Kong Chan, looking at him with hatred, as if he wanted to eat him alive.
Kong Chan didn't hold back and landed a punch on Ho Jun.
Kong Chan punched Ho Jun, but when Ho Jun punched him, he dodged. A straight punch to the face sent blood flying from his mouth and nose. Then there's the image of him arguing with Eun Sil. No need for a license, he slapped Eun Sil, so hard her face swelled up, and then a pretty, gentle girl, Mi Jong, appeared. He also met some big, tough gangsters, and every single one of them looked both mean and lecherous. Without another word, he beat them up and down, making them fall in fear of Mi Jong. The remaining one in the group still wasn't afraid and charged forward. He didn't hesitate to elbow them in the face, and he also realized that Co Kong Cho, it turns out I wasn't the only one who came back to life. He thought I was tall, dark, and not so stinky comrade. He roared with joy, Daru, my closest comrade when I was a mercenary captain in the past, has also been resurrected as Co Kong Cho, a Korean.
Kongcho was stunned by this intense reaction. Kongcho was dumbfounded as he compared the
comrade in his memory with the person standing before him.
Kongcho said excitedly. The two
of them had a long heart-to-heart.
They thought, we are grateful for this new life and have tried to live as normal people. Kongchan smiled gently at the scene. The appearance of an extremely cunning man put a but in the sentence.
The image of him hurting people
appeared after Saran.
The traitor who led to the death of the sergeant and all the old comrades
appeared, which changed everything.
He didn't hesitate to throw a punch at him.
Kongchan also defended in time.
The two grappled, putting pressure on each other. He was in so much pain that his eyes rolled back.
The one who remained standing was Kongchan. The one line.
He faced down on the floor with Saran. Again, he single-handedly faced Saran's subordinates. Then the scene in the forest that night, where he had to rescue Kong Chio, while also wanting to wipe out the swarm of pests. The contrasting image between the strong, righteous Kong Chan and the cunning, evil fox Saran. He once again single-handedly charged into battle, taking on everyone by himself. Then the image of 7 people joining forces to confront them. The image of Kong Chan and Kong Cho fighting side by side. The image of a gentlemanly man sitting in a chair.
The image of a man.
The image of a gangster with a scarred face holding a cigarette. Then the two lunged at each other, exchanging moves. He admitted, we have fought battles of wits and strength many times.
After all was said and done. 1.
The image of him standing with his comrades, looking at the dying Saran and exclaiming,
finally, I have one.
The image of Saran on oxygen to stay alive and Kongchom looking at him with resentment.
That blonde man appeared again with the announcement. Saran's accomplices have been taken down. Saran himself has been arrested by the French intelligence agency and is being deported.
Even though he was on oxygen, he still looked very aggressive and angry. Because of the crimes he had committed, he would probably never be able to return to Korea. Kongchan and Kongcho stood side by side, taking a long, satisfying breath as their revenge for the past was finally over. Looking at the peaceful scenery now, he thought with relief, and the threat to the future has also disappeared.
Chang Chan's face no longer had the tense.
I asked, phew, I'm exhausted.
Concho stuck his head in and teased, don't pretend.
Cut. Concho gripped the bar and reminded the exhausted man, you still have 2 sets left.
He replied tiredly, I know.
He sat up, begging, all right, give me a 5-minute break, just 5 minutes.
Concho immediately took out his phone.
I'll set a timer for exactly 5 minutes. He looked helplessly at the man, threatening him.
When it's your turn, you'll see. Concho brought him a bottle of water and a towel.
All right, drink this. Like a fish to water. He took the bottle and chugged it down, while Concho stood with his arms crossed, observing, and asked, how many days have they been training? A group of students were doing physical training.
Each in their own corner. Everyone was giving it their all. Kenchan replied, right now, it's probably Unsil. She'll see it through to the end. Kencho asked doubtfully, Unsil, can she do it?
Unsil trained fiercely, proving his assessment right. No, her physical stats are nothing special, but her perseverance is outstanding.
Cut. That's right.
During the outdoor runs, you could see others easily giving up due
to exhaustion.
The image of Unsil struggling to keep up in the race appeared.
Kenchao Kantin, aye.
Unsil also collapsed, and of course, so did everyone else.
Kongchan closed the water bottle and said,
as for the rest, I promised to let him handle it himself, so just leave it be.
But I'm sure, in the next 2 to 3 weeks, more than half of them will quit.
Everyone was still diligently training their physical strength, despite the 2 guys standing there chatting. Ho Jun seemed exhausted from his workout. Suddenly, Kong-chan called out.
Hey, Lee Ho-jun.
He trotted over, and Eun-sil also glanced over curiously.
You called me? He asked a question that made the guy awkward.
At that time,
that snake-eyed guy said there was a student council president above him or something, right? Ho-jun hesitated a bit. About that. Kong-chan reassured him. It's okay with teacher CEO here, so just say it.
He felt more comfortable sharing.
Is that okay? Actually, Eun-sil ran over, cutting in.
The student council president of Wangmin University.
He's the commander of the Indian Alliance. He also ran over. He crossed his arms and frowned. Well done, just the university student council president yet.
He dares to recruit high school students.
But I heard that the Indian Alliance used to be affiliated with gangs, right?
Are those university students even better than gangsters? A model of a group of men in black appeared with her explanation.
No, it's not like that. The organizational structure.
The leader above has been dismantled, so the remaining brats gathered together and made that senior their commander.
She didn't know. She honestly shared what she knew.
In the end, his influence gradually grew stronger. He continued to ask, anyway, that's still very good.
So, we just need to defeat that university student, right?
She replied, that's right, but.
He wondered why. Is there more? The image of two martial artists punching each other until their mouths bled appeared with the explanation.
The mixed martial arts team of Wangmin University is famous throughout the country. Both Kong-chan and Kong-cho stopped what they were doing when they heard this information. Eun-sil made a dangerous face as she continued. Most of them have martial arts belts and are winners of amateur competition. Kong-chan sighed, exclaiming, I see, truly formidable. Once he had enough information, Kong-chan dismissed them. Understand, you can continue what you were doing. Eun-sil still had something to say, but couldn't get it out. But you still have to be careful. After leaving, she still tried to look back. The two of them returned to their previous workout. Kong-chan, with a cheerful face, said, I was very moved just now.
He didn't understand and asked again, about what?
Kong-cho was very excited.
The opponent is a university student.
The image of several men in suits appeared with the words, not an international organization. The image of several men in black suits holding guns appeared with the words, not assassins either.
The image of several men.
The image of a young man in martial arts attire holding a black belt appeared with the words, just a student. Kong-cho leaned back in satisfaction and exclaimed after a series of vivid images, just a student from South Korea with a martial arts belt around his waist.
Are we living in such a world? If that's not worth being moved by, what is?
Kong-chan stroked his chin and nodded in agreement.
Now that you mention it, that's true. Kong-cho then invited him. Let's go to Gapyeong sometime.
I keep saying I'll go there for a break every month, but I still haven't been. The two of them excitedly discussed their plans. Kong-chan said, all right, by the way, I'll call that student council president to someplace and give him a few punches.
After that, we'll eat chicken thighs and drink soju. What do you think? Kong-cho continued, are you really just going to punch him a few times? If you can't control your strength, it'll be a big deal.
Ho-jun and Eun-sil froze when they heard the two of them talking. You should worry about yourself first.
I've always done well.
The two of them started bickering.
Don't you remember that Smith and you were the worst in the team? Hey, comparing me to Smith is a bit too much. Forget it.
Suddenly, a girl opened the door and called out loudly, causing the two to stop their argument and turn around in surprise.
Senior Kong-chan. Kong-chan asked, what's wrong?
The girl replied, out of breath.
Something big has happened. Kong-chan calmly asked, what's the rush? Don't panic. Tell me properly.
The girl tried to catch her breath while explaining the situation outside in the stadium.
Kong Chan frowned, looking tense. Looking towards a slightly ajar door, he hurriedly asked, "What's wrong outside?"
The girl, still trying to catch her breath, explained the situation outside in the stadium. Kong Chan frowned, tense, and looked towards the slightly ajar door.
He hurriedly asked, "What's wrong outside?"
At this moment, outside in the stadium, everyone was surrounding the boy with a bowl cut and glasses. You could see everyone surrounding the boy with a bowl cut and glasses. The boy clutched his nose, which was bleeding profusely. Everyone around was very worried about him.
A girl tried to stop his bleeding. Kong Chan's group also appeared, hurriedly asking, "What happened?" "Young man."
The young man with the bowl cut replied nervously, No, it's nothing, we were just sparring."
Kong Chan knew he was lying and asked back, "You got injured while sparring? Is that even possible?"
The girl who reported the news earlier also spoke up timidly, "Senior, it's not like that." Kong Chan cut her off, signaling for her to stop, then continued, "Cho Sa-ho, you didn't.
You didn't do anything wrong, did you? But why?"
Sa-ho was flustered when faced with the question.
You didn't do anything wrong, yet you have that expression. What's going on? He stammered that.
He stepped forward, applying pressure with his question.
Do you have something you want to tell me? He intensely pressed on. If you do, say it now.
Say it yourself, Sa-ho finally told the truth, actually after the sparring time was over. I hit that bastard, no I hit Ji-jin.
Kong Chan became harsh and asked, "Why didn't you hear the timer?" Sa-ho trembled and explained, "It's not like that.
The match didn't go my way, so I was in a bad mood." Kong Chan angrily demanded the truth. You mean just now because you lost to a kid your pride was hurt? You felt ashamed and attacked him, to the point of making his nose bleed.
Everyone was scared by Kong Chan's harsh attitude during the questioning. Am I right?
The closer Kong Chan got, the further Sa-ho backed away, stammering. No, it's not like that, senior.
He continued to press. If not, then what is it?
If there's something else I don't know, then say it.
Sa-ho broke out in a cold sweat, facing him with fear.
Finally, unable to bear the pressure, he bowed his head and admitted everything. No, it's all true, just as you said, senior.
Hojin and Eun-sil were also tense as they witnessed this scene. Both Kong Cho and the other girl remained silent, listening to him speak.
A world of only power and fear, a world that only follows rules.
How can one live in such a world, right? Sa-ho bowed his head and stammered, "I'm sorry." Kong Chan refused, "Don't apologize. Go home. Please subscribe to the Gimigo channel so you don't miss any exciting videos."
He turned to Ho Jun and Eun-sil and made an announcement that startled the whole group. From tomorrow on, you don't need to come here anymore.
Don't disturb the people who are training hard. The two were confused. We didn't do anything. He didn't give them a chance to explain, shut up and leave.
The two of them stood there, resentfully frozen to the spot.
He approached and asked, "Are you upset? Even if you are, you have to bear it."
The weaker ones were still observing the situation, listening to his every word. Because those are the children who have suffered a lot of injustice because of you. Eun-sil trembled, seemingly filled with a lot of emotions. Looking straight at his scary face at this moment, her voice trembled, "We've all apologized." Eun-sil tried to speak, expressing all her thoughts. I said I would trust you and follow you to the end, but I didn't do anything wrong.
If you told me to do it, then.
Eun-sil froze when she heard him ask. So if you cause trouble,
you can just say sorry, and it's over.
He stood tall before the bullied, just like their hero, and declared, "What a shallow thought." He approached and whispered, "Then I just need to apologize, and it's over."
He said coldly, "Everyone go home."
Eun-sil was still stunned when she heard him say, "All right."
The kids protected by Kong Chan also looked on in amazement. Kang Cho and the other girl remained silent.
Ho Jun was also speechless. He left decisively, without another word. The silhouette of that young man faded into the distance. Eun Sil's hand trembled, clenching tightly. The girl was so upset she burst into tears. Her voice choked.
Damn it! What the hell? Damn it!
Her friend was also very surprised to see Eun Sil sobbing like that.
A weak Eun Sil before her eyes made her friend think to herself, is Senior Eun Sil crying?
The scene changes to the sports club's training room.
Perhaps the incident was so unfair that someone spoke up, asking, isn't it a bit too harsh to kick everyone out like that? Kang Chun answered Kang Cho's question, I don't care.
To me, the current members of the club are more important.
Kang Cho honestly shared his thoughts.
The others are fine, but it's a pity about Hailu and Sil.
You acknowledged her too, Captain.
You said she has a lot of spirit. Kankan also shared, I know that, but if she's truly capable, she'll be good no matter where she goes. I'm too busy looking after them already. Kancho still wanted to salvage the situation. That's true, but Hailu and Sil's expression was like her whole world had collapsed.
Kankan sat down helplessly.
Until now, the hundreds of people you've shot, stabbed, or had their throats cut by you all had the same expression.
Kancho scratched his face awkwardly and replied. Well, if you put it that way, I have nothing more to say. Realizing something, Kankan asked back. Why do you care so much? You're acting strange today. Don't overthink it. Let's start a new set. We've rested for too long.
Kang Cho also set aside his thoughts and got to work.
All right, let's train. Kang Cho assisted Kong Chan with his weightlifting set.
The girl from before appeared again, her voice timid.
Ahem, teacher, senior. Kong Chan turned to look at her with a curious expression.
The two of them looked very worried, afraid of something.
Kong Chan lost his temper and shouted. What? Did something happen outside again? It's been a while since they've been beaten up.
Seeing this, the two of them hurriedly explained, No, it's nothing, it's not like that, senior.
Kankan also calmed down and asked, then what is it?
The girl began to explain, I know Saho did something wrong, but I thought we could all get closer. But today, there was just one thing, and I didn't dare to stand up and clarify it. The girl's face was sad as she said, I'm sorry.
Kong Chan suspiciously asked why. Did Lee Ho Jun tell you to say that?
The two of them frantically explained, No, absolutely not. They honestly expressed, it's just that I really like this opportunity because besides you, senior, I also wanted to get to know more seniors and friends.
But it's a pity you acted so mercilessly. Can you forgive the other seniors? Kong Chan stared at the two of them at the mission,
as if to see if they were forced to say those words.
Kong Chan called out his name, Moon Gijin. He jumped and replied, yes.
He asked all of them, if you want, I can make it so you never see them here again.
Or, do you want to forgive them? Tell me what you truly feel.
He bowed his head and whispered, as long as you're okay, senior.
He asked again, not my thoughts, but yours. In this case, the right to forgive lies with you, not me.
He looked up and listened to his words.
You're the victim, understand? Jijin obediently replied, yes. Kong Chan crossed his arms patiently and asked again. Will you forgive them? Jijin bowed his head, not knowing how to answer.
Then suddenly he looked up and answered firmly, yes, I want to. Kong Chan smiled with satisfaction.
All right, then I'll pretend nothing happened just now. He instructed, this is your decision, not mine. They're staying because of you, not because of me. Make sure you tell them exactly that. He replied happily, yes sir. The two of them looked at each other happily. Phew, that's a relief. Well done. Kongcho then came over and patted Moon Ghichn's head. You did great in the sparring match, but how did you get hit like that?
Jijin scratched his head and answered honestly. I'm fine during sparring, but when I think of it as a real fight, my body just freezes up. The answer made Kong Cho exclaim, "Oh my god." Kong Cho said goodbye, "Go on." Jijin replied happily, "Yes sir." The door closed and Kong Chan asked, "Could it be that those Indian bastards have scared the kids too much?" Concho replied humorously, "Captain, you're the one who scared the kids." Con sat down and replied cheerfully, "Anyway, we can't let those bastards go. This afternoon, you'll be in charge of watching the kids. Get them back in the right mindset." Concho agreed and then asked, "All right, but where are you going this afternoon?" He replied while lifting weights. "Director Kim told me to come see him. I'll stop by the G1 room on the way." Concho came over to help and continue the conversation. "Why do you seem busier than before?" He sighed helplessly. "Well, that's that. Phew, goodbye." At Bangji Hospital, Taejin greeted him enthusiastically. "You're here." Sang Hyun was also cheerful. "You're here. Ha ha ha." He put the fruit basket on the table and chatted. "And what's going on that everyone's so happy?" Taejin replied, "France has appointed us as the security company for their overseas events." He excitedly added, "I've been getting constant calls from the embassy, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, as well as the Korea Trade Investment Promotion Agency in France. And I've also received many media inquiries," saying Hyun burst out laughing when he heard Taejin say, "That's why my friend's face is like that." He also shared happily, "That's a good thing." Taejin added, "Rannick must have had an influence." Sang Hyun laughed out loud at that. "Sales are sales, but our company's value has skyrocketed." "That's great." He also replied cheerfully. "It's worth the increase, considering your actions during the Rannick assassination attempt." Hearing that, Taejin said, "In the end, it's all thanks to you that we were able to contact someone of Rannick's stature and get through that day safely." Hearing that, he corrected, "We did it, not because of me." Taejin continued, "Anyway, for whatever reason, I will transfer 15% of our company's shares to you. Of course, I will also reward teacher Suk Kongcho appropriately." Kongchun was surprised, "Why so suddenly?" "That's too much." Taejin quickly explained, "It's not sudden, and it's not too much. Don't talk nonsense, just take it. If we can list our stocks on the Kostak market within 2 years, it'll be quite worth it." He quickly waved his hand, "I really don't need it. You can keep it." Taejin bowed his head in thought and said, "If you don't accept all contracts and cooperation requests from Europe." "If you don't want that to happen, then please accept." Kongchun immediately looked flustered. Taejin said firmly, "At times like this, just admit defeat." He could only sigh and nod. "All right, I'll try. I will accept it with deep gratitude." Taejin looked at him and said, "This kid is really something." He switched to asking, "How is your body?" The two of them replied, "We can probably be discharged next week." Kongchan replied happily, "That's a relief." Scene changed to Z Entertainment. The woman in front of him explained, "The construction of the building next door is proceeding very smoothly. I'm also negotiating better detailed conditions with the engineer." He replied, "Negotiating is a given. But your expression seems to indicate something else." She asked, "Is it that obvious?" He was honest a little. She sighed and replied, "Sigh." All right, she was honest. "Actually, it's nothing. I'm just really racking my brain over the male lead in the movie." He was surprised. "The male lead? What about him?" she asked. He showed a difficult expression. Kongchan asked coldly, "What about the male lead?" She bowed her head and sighed wearily. "One of the male and female leads of the movie has to be a new Hallyu star to be cast, because they require people of that caliber."
The producer was not pleased with So-yeon, who was chosen for the role before.
She squeezed the iPad on her lap lightly and continued wearily.
The author also emphasized many times that the female lead is a risky choice, so the male lead must be a stable choice. The major media outlets
and top-tier OTT companies also said that it would be very difficult to start filming if the male lead is not a Hallyu star. He quickly gave his opinion. Then just hire a Hallyu star for the male lead role.
Is it because there's not enough funding?
She looked at him and immediately answered the question.
No, there's a lot of money, a whole lot.
But the fact that we suddenly received a huge investment
seems to have displeased various production companies and entertainment agencies in the industry. She still had more to say.
The entertainment company that owns the male actor who is a Hallyu star requested a co-production instead of signing a contract with their actor.
The profit split is 70-30 in their favor.
With this method, the production companies are
also looking to support their current partners. She asked him a question: is that considered
a new kind of domestic? In the worst-case scenario, the movie might not be produced because there are no actors, while other aspects are already in place. Kong Chun bowed his head and thought to himself, just like any other company, if they get a privilege, no matter how small, they never want to give it up.
He looked at her curiously and asked, isn't it possible to produce it without excluding Korean television from the beginning? She immediately replied, it's not impossible, but the risk is too great.
He rested his chin on his hand and pondered.
Her
voice rang out, causing him to open his eyes wide.
Don't worry too much.
She began to explain. It's not that I'm bothered about how to solve it, but because the CEO needs to know about this, so I have to report it up. Her expression had brightened a little.
Things like this. This is the job of someone like me,
she said while looking intently at the document she was holding during the lead actor's audition.
And the meeting with the TV station director next week.
All you need to do, Kong Chan, is show up for a moment.
That's it.
She looked at him reassuringly. I'll take care of the rest.
Kong Chan nodded. I understand.
He glanced at her and thought to himself. She's intentionally not letting me get involved. Her thoughts kept running through his head, and even if I did show up, I wouldn't know
what to do.
This is a job that Michelle can handle, so I should just trust her.
She placed a bank card on the table. All right, and this too. He picked it up and asked, confused, what is it? She quickly explained, it's the CEO's corporate card.
Its limit is quite high, and it's very beneficial for financial processing, so you should use
it from now on.
He nodded. This is good. He put the card in his shirt pocket.
Thanks.
I'll put it to good use. She looked at him and asked, I'm planning to organize a 2-day 1-night team building event for all employees soon.
What's your schedule like? He hesitated and asked, do I have to go to what? She answered quickly. What do you mean?
Why, it's a team building event for all employees.
Kankan is also an employee of DI. He seemed dissatisfied. Oh my, when
is it? She immediately replied, the date will be decided by the boss. He agreed.
All right, I understand. The apartment was brightly lit against the dark night sky.
A voice came from somewhere. First 200 million won per month. 5 at the orphanage. A woman's hand was peeling fruit. She continued, so I've decided to donate 10 million won regularly every month. If your father's business improves, I'll increase it depending on the situation.
Thank you, everyone.
Please subscribe to Mom's channel to support her. His mother asked excitedly, son, next weekend I'm planning to take the whole family to the valley.
What do you think? He asked back. Next weekend, Mom?
His mother replied immediately, yes, I was originally planning to go this weekend, but I have a class reunion that both your father and I have to attend.
He nodded in understanding. I see. Where is it, Mom?
Your mother looked at her phone and announced. 11 a.m. on Sunday at the Namsan Hotel.
You know that place, right?
Kong-chan opened his room door, his head full of questions.
Namsan Hotel again? Could it be? Is something else going to happen? Thanks for watching.
Okay, bye.
He collapsed onto the bed, confused. Hey, could it be?
Kong-chan crossed his arms thoughtfully. I probably don't need to go there directly.
It's just a bunch of old ladies getting together. What could possibly happen? Anyway, it's family, so I'm a little concerned.
He suddenly realized something. Wait, family, he thought family. In his mind, an image of a family appeared, but it was an old memory, his real family.
He wondered, I guess they're still alive.
He stared blankly at the ceiling, a myriad of questions in his mind. He cursed at himself, damn it.
What can I do even if I find them?
He thought with difficulty, there's no way to explain. Even without me, they probably. He turned over, brushing away all his previous thoughts. Enough, don't.
Thanks for watching. The phone rang, making him frown in annoyance. Kong-chan sat up and held the phone.
He frowned and stared at the screen. The phone was ringing off the hook.
The name C.O.
Kong-ho was clearly displayed on the screen, and he seemed to relax. Kong-chan's lips curled into a satisfied smile.
Enough. Now that Saran is gone, there's nothing to worry about anymore. He was truly happy. He answered the phone. Hello.
A man's voice came from the other side.
I just had some free time, so I'm taking a walk. And having a few smokes. Kong-chan was confused. You have free time? What's up?
Kong-ho, with a cigarette in his mouth, said.
Didn't I tell you I'm moving tomorrow? You're really killing my vibe. Kong-chan seemed to remember. All right. Kong-ho reminded him.
So, I'm not going to school tomorrow, so you take care of the kids.
He immediately replied, I know. Kong-ho remembered something. All right, I just got a message from Smith & Sons. Kong-chan seemed excited. Smith & Sons? You two can't even talk to each other. Kong Gosniad. Even if we can't talk, thanks to the translation app, we can still text. He laughed happily and scolded. You idiot. So what did you two talk about that was so fun?
Kong-ho replied briefly. He just asked if the dangerous stuff was over, and I said it was.
He asked in surprise, that's it. Kong-ho recounted, he said he's going to enroll in a language academy. Is that a place where you can meet 100% women?
Smith turned, looked at the women in front of him with a perverted expression. He thought to himself, I'm going to get a haircut and shave. He said, he laughed happily and asked.
Isn't it obvious? But why did he call you? Wouldn't it have been faster to call me? Kong-ho yelled into the phone.
It's because he's afraid of getting scolded if he asks the captain. He's afraid of being scolded.
He gritted his teeth and said. He's not a kid anymore. Kong-chan exclaimed to himself. That's so Smith Wong Goa.
Kong-ho's voice softened a little. Anyway, after you finish moving, let's go find a place with clear water, fresh air the day after tomorrow. You keep promising to go, but you never do. He leisurely put his hand on his forehead and replied, all right. He put the phone down on the mattress. He closed his eyes with a satisfied expression and thought another normal Friday has passed.
Kong-chan was helping the student with his exercises during the day.
He was a staff member at the sports club, training the students who were bullied at school.
He diligently searched for information on his computer. At night, he researched news about TV drama production on the internet.
He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Of course, it's just scratching the surface, but it's still better than knowing nothing at all. Saturday, the sky was clear and blue. Kong-chan stood alone in the courtyard, lost in thought. He suddenly heard a noise nearby. The black car next to him made a sound, causing him to glance over. Kong Ho was inside the car. He rolled down the window and looked at him with a pleased expression, saying, "You just have to take the car out of the basement parking lot. It's nice living so close to each other." He opened the car door and looked at him. "You're giving me the creeps." Kong Ho replied playfully, "Why? I like it." The two of them were seated in the car, the shiny black car, speeding down the street. He asked curiously, "But where are we going now?" Kong Ho quickly replied, "I found a really good barbecue place in Yangpyeong." Suddenly he turned to look at him, "Hey, are you really okay?" Kong Ho was bewildered. "What?" Kong Chan said worriedly, "You just moved, so you must still have a lot of luggage to unpack. Can we really go to Yangpyeong for roast duck?" Kong Ho had a very pleased expression and said, "Ever since we moved into the apartment, my wife has become like a bodhisattva. She told me I can go out and have fun and leave the unpacking to her." Kong Ho humorously gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Money really is the best." He laughed heartily. "Oh, that's great." Kong Ho changed the subject. "By the way, speaking of money." He asked for my bank account number and said he would transfer 700 million won and that it was a reward for me or something. Kancha nodded. I heard something about that from him too." He remembered his school days when his salary was just over 300,000 won. He remembered his time as a soldier on the brutal battlefield. "It was the same when I fought on the battlefield before. I had to save up funds, combining all my danger pay with my combat pay. I remember receiving about 7,000 euros a month." Kong Ho rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "Lately, the currency has been changing so much, it's messing with my head. To be honest, it's been a little tough recently, but it's nothing compared to my days in Africa. But this time, the reward is tens of times greater." Kangol frowned, confused. "I wonder if it's worth taking." He glanced at him, not knowing what to say. Finally, he spoke up. "I don't know either. Just take it." Suddenly, Kong Chan's phone rang. It was Michelle. "Wait a moment." He put the phone to his ear and answered, "Yeah, what's up?" Michelle's voice came from the other end. "Tomorrow, the production company Alien, the second largest in the TV industry, and the director of the TV station want to meet you. Is that okay? Do you have time?" He quickly replied, "Tomorrow? I should be fine. What time and where?" She announced. 1 p.m. at the Namsan Hotel. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief. "Ha? The Namsan Hotel again." Kong Chan remembered what he had said last night and cursed himself. "Damn it, now I have to go there myself." He questioned, "What's going to happen this time?" Michelle was talking on the phone. "What's wrong? You don't like it?" Kong Chan replied to her with an annoyed expression. "No, it's nothing." "All right then, I'll see you then." Then he hung up and sighed wearily. Kong Cho, sitting next to him, asked, "Why the long face? What's with that expression again?" Kong Chan replied with a sigh, "It's nothing special." Kong Cho smiled and said, "That's right, for us, something big would be if Saran came back." "What about now?" "Now, that car is speeding along this straight road, next to a very peaceful, clear lake, the outpost." A weary yawn was let out. It was Kong Cho who was eating a piece of meat that looked very delicious. By the way, he also chugged a full glass of beer. "Thank you." Kong Cho was very comfortable now. He said cheerfully, "This is awesome." Kong Chun saw Kong Cho drinking beer without a care in the world and stopped him. "Hey, if you keep drinking like this, it's not good. Are you planning to drink and drive?" Kong Cho immediately replied to him. "The captain has a driver's license, too, you know." Suddenly, Kong Chan also picked up a beer bottle and questioned him. "Hey, you think I can't drink, huh?"
Kong Cho smiled again and said, "Captain, don't try so hard. It won't work." At this point, Kong Chan had quickly poured beer into a glass. Hearing Kong Cho's words, he became angry. This strange country, how can you drive without having a sip of beer or smoke? If something big happens, driving is 100 times more dangerous, isn't it? Kong Cho teased him, "I don't know, if you feel wronged, become a National Assembly member. And change the law." Hearing that, Kong Chan, who was enjoying a piece of meat, just sighed and said, "This is delicious." Beside the gurgling stream, Kong Cho suddenly spoke up again. "But I have to say, it's a shame it's just the two of us eating. In the future, when everyone is free, let's come here and have some kind of fun competition." Kong Chun wondered, if we all go, who will be there? Then Kong Cho started to think. He hummed him. Like Smith Art, Kong Chun questioned again, "He won't come without girls. You know that, right?" Kong Cho said with a hint of disappointment, "Is that so?" He nominated someone else. If not, then what about director Kim Tae-jin and his lackeys? Kong Chun immediately retorted, "They're even busier than us now. They don't have time." Kong Cho continued, "What about Oh Gwang Taek?" Kong Chun thought they would scare the people away. Now, Kong Cho was a little annoyed. "Damn it, whenever I want to find someone, there's no one around." Kong Chun smiled and, "Thanks for watching. Don't say that. Let's just join the sports team at Michelle and Di's house. If that doesn't work, you can also talk about the team competition with Di." Hearing that, Kong Cho was curious. "Oh, so the female artist and trainees will be there too?" Kong Chan immediately replied, "Of course." Suddenly, he asked Kong Cho, "But aren't you a married man?" That question seemed to bring him back to his senses. He shyly made an excuse. "Ahem. Who would say such a thing? It's just that seeing celebrities makes me feel amazed and happy." Then he urged Kong Chan to hurry up and eat. Kong Chan spread his arms wide. "So funny, oh ho." On Sunday, the weather was beautiful inside that tall apartment building. When he was dressed in a neat suit, he turned to ask Kong Chan what he thought. After observing, Kong Chan commented, "This is good, it's high class and doesn't look old at all, it's perfect." Hearing these words, Dae Kyung seemed relieved. "Is that so?" Thank goodness, Kong Chan suddenly had a question. "Isn't it just a gathering of friends? You two aren't models either." At this moment, Hae-suk also came out in a very beautiful dress. She quickly answered him, "Of course it's a class reunion, but it's not just a gathering." Hae-suk's face looked tense. "How should I put it?" Because it's been a long time since we've met. I wonder how everyone is doing." "Is that what you mean?" Now, Hae-suk is carefully checking Dae-kyung's clothes. "Let me see." Seeing this scene, Kong Chan spoke up again. "I don't know, but with you two, you can't go anywhere without being noticed." Hae-suk immediately retorted, "With three of us, it's just enough to live without any inconvenience. The world is full of talented people." Then she continued, "Because our family situation has improved a little this year, we have a little more strength." Hearing that, Kong Chan thought to himself, "Thinking about my old family, this family is beyond amazing. I don't know either." Then he spoke again, Yes, today you two will definitely be the main characters." Suddenly he brought up another matter. "Ah, right, today's event is at the Namsan Hotel, right? I have to stop by there for a bit too. Around 1230, I'll probably be at the cafe in the lobby. If you have time, come by." Hae-suk smiled and said, "That's great. Then after you're done, can you buy some bread for me?" "The bread, there's delicious." Kong Chan replied cheerfully, "Yes." He calculated that since he was meeting two people, he should leave his car at home and take a taxi there. At this moment, in front of the entrance of the Namsan Hotel, a man
A foot has stepped out of taxi.
It's Kong Chan, he's here. Then he quickly walked into the waiting lobby.
When he saw him, a voice rang out.
Welcome.
Hey, it was the waiter. He was bowing respectfully to Kong Chan.
Mr. Wang Take is already inside. Kong Chan immediately replied, all right.
I came here quietly, so pretend you don't know me, the waiter immediately replied.
Yes, sir.
Here the hotel was very crowded with people coming and going. Here a hot cup of tea was laid out.
Kong Chan was slowly enjoying the cup of. Kong Chan replied, yeah, it's the weekend, but the traffic wasn't as bad as I thought.
Michelle immediately replied, that's good.
Then she continued, anyway, before coming here, Alien and I had a talk. Kong Chan asked back, yeah, what's up?
Michelle calmly recounted, I found out that Lee Hee-Ian has moved to Alien. She's also coming today. Kong Chan heard that and let out a nonchalant, aha. Michelle spoke again, maybe they'll give us a hard time about this and that today. For now, let's just listen to their conditions at today's meeting and end things on a good note. First, we need to know their intentions. Then next time we'll try to run the numbers.
At this moment.
If they provoke us and we just do nothing, what were you thinking? Michelle argued, Alien can influence most of the producers and TV stations in the country. In the end, whether we cooperate or not, we have to acknowledge their influence to some extent. She continued, actually, the best way is for me to give you the coolest job. And in the meantime, we'll find the right content. After hearing that, Kong Chan just fell silent and thought. Just then, a voice rang out, Kong Chan, my brother. He reluctantly said, all right, let's just listen first. Then, Michelle looked towards the other side and sighed. It was Lee Hee-Ian with two elegant men behind her, looking stylish and holding documents tightly. She was walking towards Kong
Chan, step by step.
Hee-Ian was even wearing sunglasses despite being inside the hotel. Kong Chan looked at her with no good feelings. At this moment, Hee-Ian took off her glasses, her eyes fixed on him. You're here. Then she pointed to the man with glasses next to her and introduced, long time no see, this is David Choi. Next up is the other man, the chairman of Allianz. At this moment, in her Hyen was secretly saying, over there is Moon Bangun, the CEO of SBC. Well, I'm sure you know who you're dealing with now, right? Kong Chan seemed to have understood the thought in Hyen's mind. He immediately looked at her with a meaning. So why do you still dare to mess with me? Hyen also understood Kong Chan's expression. She frowned in annoyance. How stupid. At this moment, Michelle quickly stood up and greeted them. I am Michelle, the CEO of DI. This is our representative, Kong Chan. Now, Kong Chan also stood up and bowed seriously. Michelle said cheerfully, please have a seat. Haha, hey Ian, and David immediately sat down with an arrogant attitude. And Chairman Allen calmly pulled out a chair. At this moment the waiter also came out, what would you like to have? Michelle had good intentions and was about to recommend a dish for drinks we have just then. David suddenly and rudely cut her off, anything is fine, let's get straight to the point. I'm a person who values time more than money. Michelle had no choice but to say to the waiter, we'll order later. Is that all right? The waiter replied. Yes, I understand. Now, David quickly spoke up, showing off his foreignness excessively. This project, if we switch the role to Haeyeon's, it's 50-50. If we can get the male lead, it's 70-30. Let's decide on that. Hearing these words, Kong Chan looked at him with a look of disgust. Deciding so suddenly, seeing his displeased expression, he said to himself, look at him. What is this? Michelle, startled, asked. Wait a minute. Why is that? David replied curtly. What do you mean? Why, that's just how it is if we continue with and so young. How hard will it be to cast a male lead? The side that works harder gets a bigger share of the profit. It's common sense.
Do you know that?
He spoke again as if you were very skilled.
This guy looks like something.
And now Chairman Alien spoke up. From the TV station's perspective, it's difficult to make a decisive decision if DI only uses un soy on. So this time, you can learn a little from Alien, and from next time on, your side can be 100% self-produced.
Ms. Un Soyeon wouldn't be too sad if she was given the role of the female lead's friend, would she? Isn't this a win-win situation? Hearing these words, Hyen suddenly smiled. She thought smugly. See?
That's how the world works. In response to this arrogance, Michelle calmly said,
All right, I understand what you're saying. If we split the profits like that, then the condition is that Alien must bear a certain portion of the production costs, right? About half is standard.
David rudely cut her off again with a curt tone.
You're the CEO, right? How long have you been working here?
Michelle replied with a bit of embarrassment. I was recruited to DI not long ago, but before that, I worked at a magazine company. David heard this and suddenly gave a superior smile, saying,
Oh, because you're new, you don't know how to speak properly, huh? I knew it, so I won't get too angry this time. Michelle's face froze stiff.
David still looked at her with a scrutinizing and contemptuous gaze. Suddenly he snapped his fingers at Michelle.
Hey lady. David thought that if the condition was 50-50 then why should we work with DI? What his question was infuriating.
Even so, Michelle answered him politely.
We respect Alien's success last year and its influence in the industry, she stated.
Clearly, although we received. Despite a huge financial investment, please remember that 100% of the work is done by DEI.
Hearing this, David looked annoyed and said, I'm starting to feel like I'm wasting my time. What's the point of getting an investment? If you can't do it alone, how can you sell it?
Then he pointed at Michelle again, with the posture of an uneducated person, and said, Understand the situation and understand the topic. Now, Michelle felt that she couldn't negotiate with David. She thought to herself, he's even more intense than I thought.
I have to be firm and start over, right?
First of all, today it's come to this. Michelle stammered, I'm a little confused.
Maybe we need some time to sort things out.
At that moment, Kong Chan's voice rang out, We're not doing it.
Missed on Michelle, Chairman Alliance, Hyen, and even David.
It seemed no one had expected this.
David Stun exclaimed, What? Kong Chan emphasized again. I said I'm not working with this bastard. Michelle XC said, Kong Chan. No, Mr. Representative. Hyen got angry and thought to herself, what is this crazy guy up to again? Chairman Alien also frowned, what's with this guy? David Stun said, what? Hey, a bastard? How dare you? Kong Chan stated firmly. And this bastard too. If you find your opponent ridiculous, just say it straight like I do. Don't try to talk like you're close in the middle of it.
Michelle, behind him, was extremely
shocked by this scene. Kong Chan, David immediately growled. You're not going to? Kong Chan quickly replied. Yeah, that's right.
You're ridiculous. Now, David was completely stunned.
His voice still rang out, pathetic appearance, pathetic thoughts. Even the pronunciation is like crap. Everything is like shit. Kong Chan didn't hesitate to utter these words with a very determined look in his eyes. 93. David suddenly burst out laughing very loudly. Ah, you're really something.
He laughed so hard that he spit, but he still didn't stop. David raised his eyebrows, his eyes following Kong Chan.
You make me want to rap. You want to disappear from this playground. Kong Chan asked him nonchalantly, so can I? David spoke again with confidence.
If I decide, all the TV stations in this country, from terrestrial, cable, OTT, to even personal broadcasting stations, will all make you invisible." Then he glared to threaten. David spoke in English again, so now his face was contorted with anger. He continued to exclaim, "Do not test my patience." Kong Chun, without a trace of fear, continued to provoke him. "Then just do it. Anyway, you have a lot of partners and customers over there." David gave a savage smile. He said, "Oh, let's see, whether it's China or Japan, they will all block you." Kong Chun refused to back down. "Yeah, sure, you're going to need a lot of money for that. Because at IUNS, I promise to invest as much as I can, even if I lose money." David immediately frowned, his voice dropping to a growl. "Lies. What does IUNS have to lose?" Kong Chan challenged him, "If it sounds like a lie, just try it once and see." At this moment, and Chairman Alliance's hand replaced on either side. He spoke up now. Because the situation had become tense, he immediately tried to mediate. "We've met and negotiated well, so let's not get carried away like this." David was now furious. He knows about factions and how to make money, but even a young sprout can stir up the ground. "You know? Be careful." Hearing those words, Chairman Alliance suddenly panicked. Then Michelle, seeing this scene from behind, felt as if her soul had left her body. Kong Chan continued to provoke him. "Are you worried about us? Then I should say thank you. Then I should also give you some advice." He clenched his fist and placed it on the table, his voice still ringing out. "If we meet again." Now Kong Chan also pointed at David and declared, "You'll have to kneel and at that time, speak Korean clearly. If you mess up there, it will be even worse." He also didn't forget to give a meaningful smile, reminding him, "Do you understand?" David was truly driven mad by Kong Chan's provocation. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and asserted, "I will crush you." He even slammed his hand on the table with a loud thud, stating firmly, "Until you're kicked out of here like a beggar without a single penny." I swear, at that moment, realizing that David was about to lose control, Chairman Alien immediately shouted, Mr. Choi, aren't you listening to me?" Now, he slowly regained his composure, although his hands were still trembling with anger. Chairman Alliance also saw this. He spoke tensely. "It seems very difficult to have a constructive conversation here today. Let's stop here for today. Next time, let's prepare a more suitable venue." Michelle replied awkwardly, "That's right." Chairman Alien ended the meeting with a farewell, "We'll be leaving now." He also didn't forget to restrain David. Now, Mr. Troy, let's go. Haeon, behind him, suddenly gave a sinister smile. She thought to herself, "I was just planning to end it with getting the lead role and some apologies, but you guys ruined it yourselves, huh? I did a good job, didn't I?" Finally, the three of them left. I saw him with a shocked expression and turned to Kong Chan. Kong Chan asked her gently, "What, are you worried?" Michelle immediately replied, "Yeah, I'm worried," but suddenly, she bit her lips seductively and Michelle's face lit up. "Then I'll come and say hello too." Kong Chan didn't seem very enthusiastic, he just let out a long, helpless sigh. Seeing this, Michelle stammered, "What, Kong Chan, are you shy?" Her eyes suddenly sparkled like a cat's, her face looking very hurt and disappointed. Unable to resist, Kong Chan had to accept, "No, it's not that." "Then when we get there, just speak French. I've already learned Korean, so don't overdo it." The request was accepted. Michelle replied excitedly, "Yes." At this moment she was walking upstairs with Kong Chan. Suddenly Kong Chan spoke up, Michelle, I don't know if I mentioned the sports festival back then. Do you want to go with the kids from my school sports team?" Michelle replied cheerfully, "Let's see. I'm not interested, but Kong Chan's current situation is a bit awkward, isn't it? Anyway, they'll misunderstand."
Hearing that, Kong Chan imagined how confused everyone would be about his identity. "Mr. Representative, a high school student?" he said. That could happen. Then, Kong Chan and Michelle continued to walk during this time. But Kong Chan thought to himself, before the break ends, I have to participate in the sports festival twice and go on a trip with my family once. While walking, suddenly an arm stretched out and stopped him. It was a waiter. He requested that the guest put on a sticker. Kong Chan didn't seem to like this. He said, "We're just going in to say hello for a moment and then we'll leave." The waiter did not accept his reason. "I'm sorry, sir. Due to the rules, I cannot be flexible." Hearing that, Kong Chan had no choice but to comply. "Ah, all right then." At this moment, the manager saw Kong Chan and hurried over, shouting, "Wait." The manager immediately bowed and apologized to him. "I have invited you to the restaurant before. Please forgive our staff's carelessness." Kong Chan still replied cheerfully, "It's all right. My parents are inside, so I'll just go in and say hello and then come back out." The manager heard this and enthusiastically assisted him. "Could you give me your name, sir?" "We will find them for you, Mr. Kong Chan." He didn't think it was necessary. "It's all right. I can find them myself when I go in." "What about the sticker?" The manager replied cheerfully, "It's all right, sir. Please come in." At this moment, Kong Chan had stepped into the room. Then, both of them didn't forget to bow respectfully. The manager also said, "If you need anything, just call me anytime without having to call the staff." Kong Chan seemed to find that quite annoying, while Michelle secretly admired, as expected of Kong Chan. So cool. Suddenly, Kong Chan's eyes widened in shock, because he saw Hisuk frantically wiping his stain on Daekyung's shirt. B asked. Just anxiously, "What should I do? Is it not hot?" And Daekyung's face showed a clear sense of awkward embarrassment. The other people sitting at the same table were laughing and talking as if nothing had happened and seemed to not even notice the two of them. A very tense atmosphere was present at that dining table. Even they sat far away from Daekyung and Hisuk. Kangchan witnessed the scene and wondered, "What is this?" He quickly pulled Michelle's hand and hid behind a screen. This sudden action of Kong Chan startled Michelle. She asked curiously, "What's wrong?" He immediately replied, "I don't know what's going on, but I probably don't want them to see my identity." Then he waved his hand and called the manager over. The manager quickly walked over and asked him, "Did you find them, sir? Is it Kong?" The young man pointed a date. The manager immediately said, "First, let me contact the person in charge." Then she quickly used a walkie-talkie to communicate, "Ms. Seo Young, please come over here for a moment." The employee hurried over and said, "Did you call me?" The manager quickly asked, "The gentleman's shirt over there, how did that happen?" "Ms. Seo Young, please come over here for a moment." The employee hurried over and said, "Did you call me?" The manager quickly asked, "The gentleman's shirt over there. How did that happen?" Seo Young was a little flustered at that. Then she began to recount the incident. "Because the guest sitting next to him dropped a piece of steak. I quickly wiped it up. But the sauce was so dark that it was harder than I thought." Kong Chan wondered. Is it just the fault of the person next to him? That his expression has to be so stiff. There's clearly something else going on. Ms. Soyoung immediately added, "Actually, it seems that everyone here looks down on those two. While serving, I accidentally overheard that he sold cars his whole life. He got lucky recently and developed a little. They talk about it like that a lot." Now, Kong Chan understood the problem. He exuded a sense of resentment and said, "Ah, so that's it. Those people, huh?" Seo Young continued, "And this is really just my personal opinion, but that piece of steak couldn't have been dropped so easily. It seemed intentional, no matter what. Hearing that, Kong Chan became even angrier. He bit his lip tightly. The manager saw his heavy emotions and worried. Sir? Sir? Kong Chan's voice dropped to a growl. I won't cause any trouble in front of my parents, so don't worry. First, just call John Bell. Thanks for watching. The manager immediately replied. Ah, yes, I understand.
Now, Kong Chan remembered what Haisuk had said in the morning.
A family like ours is just enough to live without any inconvenience. The world is full of more talented people.
Because our family situation has improved this year, we have a little more strength. He immediately frowned with an angry expression and said to himself, So good people who work hard to succeed on their own are all worthy of being trampled on, all right. I'll deal with you according to your standards. In just a few seconds John Bell had arrived running quickly. John Bell, flustered, shouted, Big brother. Then he slowly approached. If you had told me beforehand, I would have come to pick you up before he could finish. Kong Chan spoke up. All right.
Did you get an explanation of the situation when you came here? John Bell replied in surprise, yes, Kong Chan.
With a serious tone, I don't care if others look down on or misunderstand me, but I have no opinion.
But with parents, family has to be different.
When he said these words, Kong Chan's face took on a serious expression.
John Bell understood the problem.
Of course, sir. Looking at Haesuk and Dae Kyung's dining table in front, Kong Chan expressed his request.
I hope my parents will end today happily.
He also didn't forget to remember the faces that had humiliated the two of them and continued. And it would be good if those rude people were taught a lesson.
Finally, Kong Chan asked again, Can you do it? John Bell firmly affirmed, Of course I can.
We will use all the capabilities of a Namsan hotel. Don't worry about the cost, just do your best for me. Even so, John Bell replied happily.
About that, don't worry about it. Let's treat you this time.
If they're your parents, then of course they will be our lifelong VIP customers.
Kong Chan was a little uncomfortable with his attitude. You're talking nonsense.
Then he said, If they're your parents, then of course they will be our lifelong VIP customers.
Kong Chan was a little uncomfortable with his attitude. You're talking nonsense.
Then he said again, I'll count every single one carefully, so just do it. I'll be there in 30 minutes and pretend it's my first time, so get it done neatly by then. John Bell replied confidently, Leave it to me. Then Kong Chan turned to me son and said, First, let's go down.
At that moment, John Bell picked up the walkie-talkie and issued a request, John Bell transmitting orders to everyone. Instantly, every waiter stopped to listen to the announcement. As of now, activate the welcome mode for national VIP guests.
Kong Dae Kyung and Haesuk, who are currently in the second floor lounge.
Even the chefs heard John Bell's requests.
His voice was still repeating in the ears of these salespeople. I repeat, as of now, activate the national guest welcome mode.
Now, both his face and expression had become extremely serious. 94. At Haesuk and Dae Kyung's dining table. These people were still nonchalantly laughing at the two of them. So that's why I did it. Ha, what's so funny? It's really funny. Hearing these words, Haesuk was truly embarrassed.
Her face showed clear signs of awkwardness.
Suddenly Suk asked, Haesuk, don't you find it interesting?
Haesuk just forced a smile and replied, No, it's not very interesting. The black-haired woman next to her also spoke up.
Your expression is so bland.
You haven't said a word this whole time.
Haesuk tried to smile again and replied as naturally as possible.
No, it's just that it's fun to just listen.
Ha!
Suk started to use a superior tone.
You didn't tell me you're still not over that little mistake Ji-suk made with your husband earlier?
You seem to hold a grudge longer than I thought.
I didn't do it on purpose. Haesuk quickly replied, It's not like that.
The black-haired woman immediately and harshly interrupted.
How much is that shirt? I'll buy you a new one. Is that okay? I was just playing around a little too much. That's all. You think difficult for me in a place like this. Just pretend you didn't see anything. At this moment, Hisek still tried to smile while listening to those taunts. Hisek, why are you so old-fashioned? You're not used to high-class hotels like this, are you? Ha ha ha. The mocking laughter continued unabated. Even their facial expressions looked demonic, truly hateful. Haesuk just sat there silently, enduring the humiliation, without any resistance. At this moment, Dekyung's hands also clenched tightly, trembling with anger. Like Haesuk, despite being very uncomfortable, he couldn't do anything. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, surprising the entire table. Excuse me. Ah, John Bell. He spoke up. Excuse me. Are you Kong Daekyung and Haesuk? Daekyung was stunned and replied, Yes, I am Kong Daekyung and this is Haesuk. What's wrong? At this moment, Ji-suk and the others were equally astonished. What's going on? He looks like a high-ranking representative of this hotel. John Bell immediately bowed sincerely. You two arrived without prior notice? Oh no, we didn't know you were coming. I sincerely apologize. I am Troy John Bell, the general manager of this hotel. Is an honor to serve you too. For a few moments, he suddenly looked up, seeing the unappetizing food on the table. John Bell said again, this, even if we weren't notified in advance, it's unbelievable that you two were treated like this. I sincerely apologize. Then he quickly took out his walkie-talkie and said sternly, Restaurant manager, come see me. Immediately, Ji-suk and the old lady next to her were still stunned and speechless. Now, the manager had rushed over. Jean Bell immediately scolded him, What in the world are you doing? Suddenly, he winked as if to signal the manager, then continued, Even if these two guests arrived without prior notice, you should still treat them with proper respect. Haven't I emphasized many times that the personal information of state-level guests must always be known? The manager's face looked a bit confused. Yes, at this moment Ji-suk and the old lady next to her were shocked. State guests, the Haesuk couple looking at Haesuk and Daekyung. They were just as stunned. John Bell continued to scold. I still can't believe that Mr. and Mrs. Daekyung came to the restaurant and had a meal like this. The manager immediately bowed his head, I'm so sorry, I should have known beforehand. But John Bell said angrily, All right, while you're apologizing, get to work. From the seating to the menu, change everything to match the status of these two guests. As soon as possible, the manager immediately replied, Yes. Then the manager walked over to Daekyung and said, First, I will move everyone to a private room. Daekyung was a bit embarrassed. It's all right, it's fine here. Before he could finish, the manager bowed again in front of him and said, It's because you two aren't well that it turned out like this. So please give me a chance to serve you properly. Come on. Daekyung and Haesuk were still very confused. The manager spoke up, Please wait a moment. John Bell immediately spoke up about Mr. Kang's shirt. He looked down at the stain on his shirt and continued. Of course, it's very fitting, but unfortunately, it seems to have gotten a little dirty. If you don't mind, may we take care of it? All right. Daekyung replied happily. Ah, yes, thank you. He even thought simply. They'll probably just wipe it clean. But now, an extreme sense of astonishment was ca. John Bell was clearly visible on Daekyung's face. He asked in bewilderment, What is all this? In front of Daekyung now was a rack of very elegant shirts. John Bell began, These are shirts selected from the tailor shop on the first floor of our hotel. Please take a look, sir. Daekyung was flustered by the astonishment of these people. Just wiping it is fine. It's not necessary to sell it. John Bell replied gently, "It's not about buying and selling."
He argued that regardless of time or place, maintaining the dignity of VIP guests is very
important to us.
It is an important task for those in our industry at the Namsan Hotel. There's no need to refuse.
Please choose one. Dae Kyung had to choose another shirt. Just get me the same one I'm wearing. This employee quickly took down a shirt of the exact same blue color.
John Bell said, "You have a good eye, sir.
I will lead you to the changing room." That employee immediately and enthusiastically showed Dae Kyung the way.
"This way, please." At this moment, Ji-suk and the old lady next to her started gossiping about something.
Those pointing fingers were still happening behind Hae-suk's back.
And Hae-suk could hear those words. Faced with these things, she could only close her eyes and sigh wearily. Weirdly, when she opened her eyes, Hae-suk was very surprised because her husband, Dae Kyung, was walking and looking very handsome. This employee was holding Dae Kyung's old shirt and said, "We will deliver this shirt to you right after it's washed."
Dae Kyung replied, "Thank you, thank you."
Now he had also sat down at the table with everyone. Hae-suk's face had brightened a little.
And so had Daeang's.
At this moment, the staff brought the food.
"We have prepared your meal."
Ji-suk and the old lady next to her immediately panicked and exclaimed, "Oh my God." Because the dining table was now laden with many delicious dishes, beautifully decorated and exuding luxury.
It didn't stop there. Many people were approaching.
There were the music servers. They held their instruments tightly, preparing for the songs.
Jess was so shocked her eyes frightened. What these people?
And now the musicians began to play with masterful skill. Their clear, gentle melodies filling the air. The manager introduced them.
"This is the Sparrow Orchestra with Haydn's String Quartet No. 53.
They're famous for their classical style, perfect for dinner with its elegant and refreshing rhythm." The manager added proudly, "Of course, if you'd like a different piece, you can make a request at any time."
Hae-suk, still in a daze, replied, "No, this is fine."
With that, the manager bowed and excused himself.
"Very well.
If you need anything, please don't hesitate to call us." And now, the woman with black hair finally spoke, her voice filled with surprise.
"Surprise.
Wait, Hae-suk, what is all this? Did you buy this hotel or something?"
Hae-suk replied, "No, of course not.
I have no idea why this is happening either." Her friend, Ji-suk, looked skeptical.
"So they mistook you for someone else? What are you talking about, Hae-suk?" Hae-suk answered awkwardly, "I guess so. What else could it be?"
Just then, John Bell's voice cut in.
"You must all be a little stunned, aren't you?" He quickly clarified. "And my apologies. We failed to explain. You are the parents of Mr. Kong-chan. Are you not?" Hae-suk immediately answered, "Yes, Chan is our son, but why?" John Bell continued smoothly.
"Mr. Kong-chan is a VIP guest, not just for this hotel, but for our entire parent company. Therefore, treating Mr. Kong-chan's parents with this level of service is simply a matter
of course." Hearing this, Hae-suk was even more astounded. "Archon," Ji-suk asked, bewildered. "What exactly does your son do?" Hae-suk replied, "He's just a high school student." Her friend was aghast. "Hey, are you serious?" Hae-suk looked terrified. "It's the truth."
Just then, Kong-chan's voice rang out.
"Ah, looks like everyone has arrived."
Following his voice were the footsteps of him and a young woman.
Ji-suk and her friend froze, stunned by the sight.
In response, Kong-chan simply gave them a confident smile. Dressed in an elegant black suit, his handsome features were even more striking. Beside him was Misun, looking stunning in a beautiful dress. Dae Kyung and Hae-suk were so amazed by the sight that their mouths fell open, their eyes wide with disbelief. After the hotel staff's brief, but impactful explanation, the guests were still reeling from shock when Kong Chan and Misun made their grand entrance. He greeted them. "You're all still here." Seeing her son, Haesuk was flustered. "Chan, why are you here?" He smiled at her and replied, "I told you I'd stop by for a bit." "This is Misun. Mom, you remember her, don't you? I think I introduced you briefly before." Introduced by the handsome Kong Chan, Misun politely greeted Haesuk in Korean, "I'm Misun, the French girl learning Korean. It's a pleasure to see you both again." Seeing her, the couple seemed very pleased that she could speak more fluently than before. Haesuk praised her, "Your Korean has improved so much. We're very happy to see you too, dear." Misun smiled, a smile like an angel's. Her red painted lips murmured a few words in French. Of course, mother-in-law, Kanchan was not amused by Misun's constant teasing. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at her. Why does she keep doing that? Suddenly, his mother asked curiously, what did she just say? He quickly thought on his feet and replied, she was just saying, "Thanks for watching." "And thank you." She looked a bit confused. "But isn't thank you in French mercy?" "I know at least that much." Kong Chun was sweating bullets, trying to explain. Well, yes, that's right. But you can just think of what she said as another way of saying thank you and thank you again. Ha ha ha. Hisik replied, "Oh, is that so? She's so polite." After resolving the issue, Kong Chan turned to glare at Misun with dissatisfaction, but she only seemed more amused by his reaction. He then had to turn back and force a business-like smile for everyone else. "She really knows how to read the room, doesn't she?" he thought sarcastically. He warned her under his breath. "Since you're here, at least try not to do anything weird." Misun continued her teasing. "Then what should I do, Mr. Representative? Later, it will be just the two of us." He growled softly, "So don't act like this now." A woman nearby was listening intently to their conversation. She thought to herself, "What, I don't know what they're saying, but you can tell they're native speakers." The others didn't seem to believe Misun was French. They kept speculating, which academy did she study at? No, maybe she had a private tutor. That must be it, right? At the same time, Misun looked at Kong Chan and asked in French, "You don't want to have a private dinner with me? That would be sad." She smiled brightly and made a suggestion in French. "Alright then, from now on I'll try speaking in Korean." Then Misun began to dangle his secrets over his head to threaten him, still in French. "First, let's start by talking about Chinese assets. Do his parents know how much money? The story is in Chinese account." Kong Chan was about to explode. Veins pulsed on his forehead, but he had to force a smile. "You gonna play dirty like that? Really?" Seeing his strong reaction, Misun burst out laughing. "Just kidding. Although, of course, the invitation for a private meal is no joke." Hearing her speak so casually about the most important secret of his life, Kong Chan trembled with anger. Suddenly, in his towering rage, he was startled by his mother's voice. She asked, "What are you two talking about? That's so fun." His expression changed 180 degrees as he smiled at her. Misun was just saying that Dad is dressed very elegantly today. She said you look like a native model from France. Misun whispered teasingly behind his back. "When did I say that?" "Immediately after." After she gave a big thumbs up and affirmed, "Well, regardless, Cheney's father really is very cool." "I agree," Kong Chan had to force an unhappy smile. Dae Kyung, hearing the praise, felt a bit shy. He scratched his head and replied, "Really? Is that so?" I just grabbed a suitable shirt from the closet at home.
Thank you. Misin, you look very cool today, too.
To prevent Misin from saying anything else unnecessary, Kong-chan changed the subject. Seeing the lavish dishes on the table, his mind raced.
Anyway, everyone is eating. We haven't eaten either. May we join you for a moment? Di-kyung smiled.
Of course. After all, it's thanks to you that we get to enjoy such a fine place. With their approval, Kong-chan and Misin sat down to eat, but when his father said it was, "It's all thanks to him," Kong-chan asked in surprise.
Me, sir? What? Haesuk smiled. Actually, we're the ones who should be asking you.
Shaney, they said you're a VIP not just for the hotel, but for the parent company as well.
How is that possible? Kong-chan feigned ignorance. Really? Is that so?
In his mind, he cursed that damn John Bell, spouting unnecessary nonsense again, not wanting his parents to suspect anything.
Chan quickly invented a reason. It's probably because I exclusively imported some cars for the company.
And when the French ambassador Lanik was in Korea, I helped him out a few times. As he spoke, he shot a death glare at John Bell. And every time we use this hotel, I guess after so many times, the hotel,
John Bell started giving me preferential treatment.
John Bell caught the glare and a chill ran down his spine, his face turning pale.
Hearing his explanation, while not explosive, was still shocking to the others, including
the lady who had been eavesdropping on their French conversation.
Her jaw dropped. Hisik suddenly got exclusive profits from a company thanks to this kid.
The woman with the short hair was equally stunned. She thought, a student who hasn't even gone to college is involved in the affairs of the
French ambassador.
They all looked at Kong-chan's bright, confident, and handsome face with the same question.
Just how capable is this kid? Seeing the admiring expressions of the other guests at the party, Haesuk felt a surge of happiness.
She turned to them and said, "Let's eat first."
Please.
She elegantly lifted a piece of steak to her mouth and said, "We can't let such delicious food go to waste, right?" The others nodded instinctively.
Ah, yes.
Afterwards, the hotel restaurant even had musicians play violins to serve their table, the soothing sound filling the room.
Di-kyung cut his steak into small pieces and passed them to his wife.
Haesuk looked at him with an affectionate gaze. The short-haired woman on the other side silently enjoyed her meal.
Across from
her, the woman in black seemed delighted as the food here suited her taste.
Even Kong, Chun and Misin felt at ease. In that moment, everything was peaceful. Suddenly, the woman
in black spoke up, breaking the quiet atmosphere.
Chun, Kong-chun turned to look at her. Yes. The woman asked hesitantly.
That is, what is your relationship with this young lady?
She added, is she your girlfriend?
Hearing this, Misin got so excited she forgot to speak Korean and answered in French.
You have a good eye. Yes, that's me. It's me. Ignoring Misin's rambling, Kong-chan smiled and denied it. Not at all.
Ha, I teach her Korean and she teaches me French.
It's just a friendly teacher-student relationship.
Then, he immediately bared his teeth in a threatening smile at a mischievous Misin. He scolded her under his breath.
Seriously, stop messing things up. The short-haired woman asked him, are you really close with the French ambassador? Kong-chun gave another vague answer. We just keep in touch from time to time.
She didn't believe him and pressed on.
But still. Do you know about his personal affairs? Kong-chan gave a general answer. Well, yes, but it's not like they're major things. Hearing his answer, the two women couldn't help but look at him with admiration and a sense of regret.
Their eyes sparkled, and Haesuk noticed it all. Suddenly, John Bell appeared from nowhere, carrying a bag, and called out, "Ma'am." He handed it to Haesuk and said, "This is a souvenir for our VIP guests. Please accept it." Haesuk was curious. "A souvenir? What is it?" Holding the gift bag, she wondered what it could be. A handkerchief? A pen? Exceeding all her expectations, the VIP gift from a famous hotel was something else entirely. It was a high-end designer handbag. She exclaimed in utter shock, "Oh my goodness!" The woman in black saw the gift. And her jaw dropped. "Isn't that model worth over 10 million won? That's about $9,000. The short-haired woman was just as stunned. She thought, "You can't even find that to buy, even if you have the money." Holding the expensive gift, Haesuk couldn't believe it, breaking into a cold sweat. This is far too expensive. I don't think I can accept this." Jean Bell bowed respectfully. "Of course you can, ma'am. In fact, if he were to refuse, we would be in trouble." He said this with a polite, professional smile, the very picture of high-class service. Suddenly, a voice cut in, "Excuse me." This drew John Bell's attention. The owner of the voice was Kong Chan. He stepped in front of his mother and John Bell and said, "Wait a minute, I have a quick question." That. He led John Bell away from his mother. The other women took the opportunity to flock over and admire the $1,000 handbag. Once they were in a corner, Kong Chan jabbed an elbow at him. Tell souvenir? Are you kidding me? Guangtek sent this, didn't he? John Bell whispered, "Yes. He sent it over in a hurry and insisted that I present it to your parents." Kong Chan frowned, displeased. "That guy is unbelievable. I'll pay for it later with the bill, so add it to my tab." John Bell replied awkwardly, "I really can't do that, sir. If Mr. Guangtek finds out, I'll be fired." His words gave Kong Chan a headache. He clutched his head inside. "The damn bastard, I am speechless." John Bell could only offer a strained laugh. After a moment's thought, Kong Chan compromised. "All right, fine, but make sure you relay this to him directly. I'm only accepting it this time out of gratitude. Don't ever do this again." John Bell bowed obsequiously, overjoyed. "Yes, boss." Their conversation ended. Back with Haesuk, things were still lively as everyone gathered around her, chattering excitedly. Kong Chan glanced over, and what caught his attention most was the warm smile on his mother's face. The party at the hotel continued peacefully. A short while later, everyone began to leave the room to go about their business. As they were walking, Kong Chan's eyes fell on a waiter who was already waiting outside the door. The waiter smiled, holding a gift bag, and called out, "Now, excuse me this." Kong Chan's eyes immediately shot fire at John Bell. Panicked, John Bell waved his hands and shook his head. Was it this time? Just as Kong Chan was about to blow a fuse, the young man continued, "These are cookies and cakes prepared by the hotel's patisserie. We'd like you all to try them." He directly handed the gift to Haesuk. She accepted it happily. "Wow, I was planning on buying some anyway, since the pastries here are so delicious." "Thank you so much." Glancing at John Bell, Kong Chan was speechless. John Bell just laughed it off. With everything settled, John Bell prepared to see Kong Chan's parents off. "The car is ready, sir." Dae Kyung replied, "Thank you." Haesuk said goodbye to her friends. "We'll be leaving first." The short-haired woman was a bit embarrassed. "Hi, Isaac." "Hi. I really enjoyed the meal." The woman in black added, "I'm sorry about the shirt." Dae Kyung smiled and replied, "It's fine. Don't worry about it." "Over with me, Sin." And Kong Chan, she tucked a strand of her blonde hair back and looked at him, "Get home safe." "I'm in my private room now." He nodded in reply, "All right." "You work hard today." "Thanks." Sin shyly began to tease him, "If you're going to thank me." But before she could finish, Kong Chan had already made a run for it. "See ya." He ran to the car, urging, "Dad, let's go quickly."
Mi-sun was left standing there, speechless. The girl stood alone, pouting reluctantly. A little later, the car was cruising down the road. Hae-suk asked happily, "Did you have a good time today?" Dae-kyung replied, "Yes. Thanks to our son, I was truly happy." Hearing these words, Kong-chan also felt satisfied. "That's great." He looked at the smiles of the two people in front of him. A feeling of warmth enveloped the small family. He found himself smiling happily too. Watching the bustling traffic outside, Kong-chan fell deep into thought. He knew his true identity. This much happiness is a bit excessive for someone like me. Something flashed past Kong-chan's eyes in an instant. There's nowhere higher to climb, which means the only way left is down. At that moment, their small car seemed to be driving towards the light, as the sun was at its most beautiful on their way home. It felt like a sign of a bright future not far off. He thought to himself, that's why happiness brings a sense of unease itself. The truth is the feeling of happiness. At the same time, elsewhere in a dimly lit room, a bitter voice came from a phone. The deal with Alien failed. You crazy representative of yours. She's caused a huge problem. Because of this, our members won't be getting any casting calls from anywhere in Korea. Understand, the young girl listening to the tirade could only stammer, before we could say another word. The person on the other end cut her off. Of course, it's not entirely hopeless. The woman on the phone gave a sinister smile and said coldly, "There's a drinking party tonight with Director Moon. Go there and loosen up a bit. Time is 8 p.m. I'll text you the location later." Seo Yun on the other end felt a sense of dread. The other woman gave Seo Yun. She threatened, "If you can't do it, then you could forget about ever being on screen again." Our Seo Yun isn't that foolish, is she? Isn't Ji-yoon still among the trainees? She and I have been out and revealing clothes before. She smiled and asked again, "Am I wrong?" The woman on the other end of the line curled her lip dangerously. She was Lee Hyun. After receiving Hyun's threat, Seo Yun could only clutch her head in pain, her knees drawn to her chest. She felt like she'd been pushed into a corner. In the dimly lit room, Seo Yun's mind was a tangled mess. "I promised Mi-sun I wouldn't do these things anymore. What should I do?" Seo Yun buried her face in her hands, her shoulders trembling. Should I tell Mi-sun the truth? At this thought, tears began to fall. It would fall uncontrollably. She thought, if I don't do it. At the same time, in the building where Kong-chan lived, Dae-kyung called out to him, "Chan." Having just finished his shower, he walked out of the bathroom, still toweling his hair. "Yes," Dae-kyung asked, "want to go out for a short walk?" Kong-chan replied, "I just took a shower." His father smiled, clearly wanting to go with him. "It's not far, just a walk around the block." Dae-kyung asked again. "So, you don't want to?" He replied, "No sir. Let's go." A short while later, the two of them were strolling along the path below the apartment complex. Although Dae-kyung had something to say, he still hadn't found the opportunity to bring it up. With his keen observational skills, Kong-chan had already noticed something was up. He glanced at his father. Thinking is something wrong, but he didn't say anything yet. They walked a few more steps. Suddenly, Dae-kyung stopped. Dae-kyung called his name, "Chan." He replied, "Yes." Suddenly, Dae-kyung's eyes scanned Kong-chan searchingly. "Are you some kind of representative?" Kong-chan was a bit taken aback by the question. "Pardon." Dae-kyung took a phone out of his pocket and quickly tapped something. He said, "At the hotel today, we were treated so lavishly that I thought it was a bit much. So I did some digging here and there my own way." Dae-kyung stopped scrolling and showed Kong-chan what he'd found.
I searched for that girl, Mason, who was with you earlier, and I found this article. Astronomical investment contract from French investment firm Junks Venture. He slowly read out the words, new CEO Mason. And also, after a moment of hesitation, Dae-kyung looked at his son. He emphasized each word. New representative Kong-chan. His father's words left Kong-chan utterly shocked. In that moment, he had no idea how to explain. Then Dae-kyung held out the article he had just read and questioned him. Is this you? Or is it just someone with the same name? Looking at the screen, the words hit him squarely. New CEO Mason with the hard-working new representative, Kong-chan. Kong-chan froze for a few seconds. He stammered, about that. Dae-kyung's face was extremely serious as he looked at him. They looked at each other for a long time, the atmosphere turning silent. Taking a deep breath, Kong-chan said bluntly, yes, that's me. Although he was prepared for it. But when Kong-chan admitted it so directly, Dae-kyung was still deeply shocked. His hand clenched into a fist, trembling as he suppressed his anger. Dae-kyung said softly, perhaps you need to explain that. Knowing he couldn't hide it from his father, he told him everything. An acquaintance in the public car business was looking for a place to invest in a film. And contacted me Sin. Both sides agreed to have me act as the representative until the investment is finalized. Standing under the streetlight, Dae-kyung crossed his arms and listened seriously as Kong-chan continued. So, I'll receive some shares and a bonus. Since this is all very recent, I wasn't able to tell you yet. At this point, he bowed his head and said softly, I'm sorry. The sincerity in Kong-chan's eyes. His father sighed and rubbed his chin. This is work you took on and achieved. You have no obligation to report it to us. I was just a little surprised. Kong-chan quickly explained. I was planning to tell you both once everything was settled. Taking a cigarette from his leather case, Dae-kyung put it to his lips, unconsciously muttering to himself. I see, I see. Then he silently lit his cigarette. Kong-chan watched his every move. Suddenly, Dae-kyung frowned and asked, is that all? Kong-chan, feeling a bit guilty, replied, Sir? Dae-kyung voiced his thoughts. I honestly don't know anything about you. Upon hearing his question, Kong-chan suddenly let out a soft A. The world seemed to stop as Kong-chan stood face to face with Dae-kyung. Thinking to himself, instead of revealing things layer by layer like an onion, maybe I should take this opportunity to say everything I can all at once. After a moment of thought, he made his decision. Actually, there are a few other things. Dae-kyung was a bit surprised. At that moment, he began to talk about Kim Tae-jin. There's a security company called Ubicon. Dad, you've probably heard of it. I received some shares there too. Hearing the name Ubicon and the fact that his son was involved with them, Dae-kyung couldn't believe his ears. His face contorted, his lips trying to force a smile. He suddenly burst into a strained laugh, a reaction that made Kong-chan bow his head. Speechless. Ha ha. Dae-kyung's face was covered in a cold sweat. He forced out each word, good heaven. I understand. Have you told me everything now? Kong-chan continued, come to think of it, I also have some shares in that public car company. The main owner has been taking special care of me. Hearing this, Dae-kyung asked in surprise, shares in a car company? How many did you get? He answered calmly, I don't know the exact number, but I heard it's worth several billion Korean won. In less than 15 minutes, Dae-kyung had received 3 consecutive shocks. His face was beaded with cold sweat. Sweat ha, and it didn't stop there. Kong-chan revealed more since on the subject. It would be great if you and mom could manage that money. I don't need such a large amount and I don't even know how to use it. He thought of the orphans and expressed his wish. I just want to sponsor the children's care.
Institute not expecting the son before him to have such mature. Dekyang was quite surprised. Then he smiled inside. You're still so kind-hearted. He continued. Yes, let's do that. Feeling accepted by his father. Kong Chun smiled faintly. Their conversation wasn't over yet. As the cigarette smoke wafted into the air, Dekyang said seriously. Instead, I have two basic questions for you. Answer me these first. He replied, Yes, sir. Flicker of worry appeared in his father's eyes that money you didn't acquire it through illicit means. Did you don't tell me? It's just because you're fluent in French or something. I've been in business for half my life. He added in reality your French ability is excellent. But there are many people who speak French even better than you get the salary they receive. Truth isn't even a fraction of yours. I'm not foolish enough to not know the truth. Hearing such tight reasoning, he felt a bit cornered. Yes, that's true. Actually, I was lucky in many ways. His answer still didn't satisfy Dekyang. His father stared at him silently. The ash from the cigarette fell, showing they had been standing there looking at each other for a long time. Kong Chan knew his words hadn't convinced his father. He asserted once more, the truth is I was lucky. He explained, besides, there are other crucial reasons that I can't explain right now. I am truly sorry. However, he still wanted his father to trust him. But I swear, I have done nothing wrong through this work. Dekyang was silent for a while. He could see the confidence and determination in Kong Chan's eyes. Finally, Kyung relented, understand. Let's drop this. Now for the second question. I remember asking something similar before, but he looked directly into Kong Chan's eyes. Are you really the son we're looking for? Kyung's second question felt like a blast of Arctic air hitting Kong Chan. His eyes flickered. Pardon me. Kyung recalled the old Kong Chan, the family of three in the past. Before the head injury you were an honest and smart son, but you certainly didn't exceed the standards of your age. His father's voice became soft again, but now there have been many times I've struggled with how to accept these things. Kong Chan's gaze unconsciously fell. They can look at him seriously no matter how you answer. I am prepared, so please answer honestly. A glimmer of hope shone in his father's eye. Are you? Are you the son I'm looking for? Kong Chan was in shock. He didn't know whether to be honest or to find another excuse to cover it up. The space around Kyung and Kong Chan fell silent once again. Kyung's gaze remained steady from beginning to end. Kong Chan also remained silent. Suddenly, Kong Chan spoke up and admitted. Yes, sir, it must seem strange. I admit that. Kong Chan's eyes lowered, but no matter what anyone says, I'm still the son you two are looking for. Even as Kong Chan said these words, he himself didn't know what was real and what was false. Had he truly come to see them as his family? 1,000 thoughts raced through Kong Chan's mind. Am I lying or telling the truth right now? I don't even know anymore. I really don't know. Well, I am definitely Kong Han, but which Kong Chan? What's the main part and what's the extra? Hearing his answer, Kyung just said, Alright, if you wanted to deceive me, you wouldn't have been so upfront about your accounts from the start. Thank you. From now on, nothing will hurt you when we talk about this again. Even though he knew he was accepting his own mistake, hearing his father's words still made Kong Chan freeze for a moment. With that, Kyung turned and walked away. He added, I'll talk to your mother based on what I know. With that amount of money, we can support the orphanage relatively well just by using the interest without touching the principal. Hearing these words, a flash of joy appeared on Kong Chan's face. After that, the father and son walked together. Kyung asked him about setting up a foundation. What do you think about establishing a find a foundation in your mother's name? He replied, I think that's a great idea. In the end, the walk only took one lap.
That same night, at Club Juliana, a coffee cup on the table was lifted.
David Chloe took a sip and said, "So, is that actress coming?"
Hyeon sat across from him, dressed entirely in black with black glasses and a black hat. She said, she doesn't have much experience, so she'll come. Hyeon confidently snapped her fingers and laid out her plan. After drinking in the cellar, we'll immediately take her up to the guest room.
Hyeon recalled the images of Seo-yeon and Ji-yoon.
She continued, after that, Seo-yeon will have to join our side.
Ji-yoon will give her a supporting role. That should wrap things up, right? David Chloe smirked. That's how male and female actors without backing make it.
He gave a cunning smile. That's right. Suddenly his brow furrowed. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
The only thing left is that worthless kid. Ha-young asked, "Don't you have anyone you can order around?"
He replied, "Gangsters? I have plenty, all over the country."
Hearing this, she curled her lip. Then what's the problem?
Just call them, give them the job, and get the results. He already did that at the Namsan Hotel, after all, feeling that Hyeon had a point. He said seriously, because he's young and doesn't know how scary the world is.
He just acts recklessly.
The more you have to lose, the more careful you have to be with brute force solutions. This made Hyeon unhappy. She scowled and waved her hand.
Ah, so you're just going to let him be? The thing I hate most is.
Before she could finish, David Chloe cut her off with a meaningful look.
How do you interpret my intentions?
Hyeon was confused. He gave a smug smile. We just have to use him carefully, right?
As he finished, David Chloe's face became even more vile.
Seeing his vile face and hidden meaning, Hyeon laughed loudly.
She understood his intention. Tom, so that's what you meant.
Anyway, you still have to be careful. That kid is quite rough and aggressive.
David Chloe's vile smile became even more dangerous. He laid out their plan.
I know, based on that stare of his, you can tell he could do a lot for us. That's why my brothers and I are the real Korean gangsters. The difficulty of life is different for us.
Hyun just smiled, saying nothing more. Suddenly David Chloe's. The phone on the table began to vibrate. After answering, David Chloe put on a fawning tone. Hello.
Yes, director.
Have you arrived?
We're at the cafe upstairs.
Yes. We'll be right down.
Yes, yes. As soon as he hung up, David Chloe informed Hyeon. The editorial representative has arrived. He asked worriedly, Eun Seo-yeon is really late.
Is it possible she's not coming?
Ignoring his worry, Hyeon rested her chin on her hand and said confidently. She doesn't have the guts to ignore my words.
Elsewhere, a small room was still lit.
Miz-yeon had just finished her work and was about to rest when her phone rang.
Sitting down on the bed, Miz-yeon checked to see who was calling. She answered happily, yes, Seo-yeon.
Realizing something was wrong with the person on the other end.
And she called out in alarm, why are you crying?
At the same time, the light in Kong Chan's room was also still on.
He was lying on his bed, ready to rest, feeling much more relaxed.
After the conversation with Dae-kyung, he thought, even if it wasn't everything, getting some of it off my chest feels really good. At this thought, he smiled.
Dad's reaction wasn't as surprised or confused as I thought.
I should have told him everything sooner.
Suddenly his phone rang again, seeing the caller's name. He thought, what is it now sitting up? He answered. Yeah, me Sin.
What's up on the other end? Me Sin sounded rushed. Johnny. I was about to go to bed, but I'm sorry.
It's nothing, just Ko Young just called me. Hearing Ko Young's name,
he was a bit surprised. On Ko Young.
What about her, me Sin?
It seems Lee Hyeon called Seo-yeon.
Sensing trouble, he asked again, what about? Mi Sun sadly recounted Seo-yeon's phone call from a few minutes ago. She said she's going to a bar today with one of our trainees, June. I remember when we met. They said this was the last resort to save June. Kong Chan frowned. What? So what? They already went there.
Mi-sun rubbed her forehead worriedly. I heard the chief editor is there too, so they're very scared.
No.
She was worried all day and contacted me first. A flash of anger crossed Kong Chan's eyes.
He growled. What do you think?
If Un Seo-yeon and June hadn't done that,
we would have been screwed.
On the other end, Mi-sun was no better. She closed her eyes.
A feeling of helplessness running. Not screwed, but it would have been very tiring.
Hearing that, Kong Chan frowned and asked.
So you're just going to send them like that?
Mi-sun bit her lip and said softly.
It's not like that. That's right.
At that moment, Mi-sun made up her mind. She affirmed resolutely.
Because it would be very tiring.
I called the boss to prepare.
I don't work to live like this. Getting the answer he wanted, Kong Chan smirked. That's right. That's the Mi-sun I know. Kong Chan's eyes became more confident. It seemed like he could handle this situation.
He reassured Mi-sun, don't worry, nothing will happen to Ji-yoon in there.
Won't be anything to be tired about.
His words immediately moved Mi-sun.
She blushed and called out softly, Shani, help me. After that, Kong Chan put the phone on speaker. He instructed, first call Un Seo-yeon and Ji-yoon to the office. Mi-sun asked in surprise, huh, now?
He said, yes now, I'm on my way. Kong Chan changed his clothes while talking on the phone with Mi-sun. He added, and before I get there, that guy David or whatever, his face grew fearsome, his voice hissing through his teeth.
Find his phone number and send it straight to me.
A little later, at Z Entertainment Tower, Kong Chan's car had just arrived in the garage. He carefully pulled into a parking spot. The office door was closed, the space quiet.
Kong Chan opened the door and walked in. People were already waiting inside.
Seo-yeon and Ji-yoon bowed to him, while Mi-sun asked, you're here.
He frowned seriously, did you find that David guy's number? Mi-sun replied. Ah, I found it.
He demanded coldly.
Read it. Mi-sun read out the phone number.
Her voice tinged with worry.
010. As soon as she finished, Kong Chan immediately dialed. Mi-sun asked in alarm. Are you calling him? What are you going to do?
Just as she finished, the other end picked up. He introduced himself.
This is Kong Chan.
His face became more confident than ever.
He got straight to the point, you're doing something interesting, aren't you? Let's not beat around the bush.
I'm coming to Alien to grab you by the collar in exactly 1 hour. He continued, so you have 1 hour to prepare. Your connections, your relationships, your power. For the final sentence, he growled, challenging the person on the other end with arrogant defiance.
Everything you've got. And try to stop me.
After ending the call, the three girls looked at him with worried expressions.
Kong Chan turned to them and pointed, the three of you will be coming with me. Hearing this, Mi-sun frowned, Shani, are you crazy? Knowing Mi-sun's thoughts and worries, he explained, of course I'm not telling you to fight. Just come and observe. Seo-yeon then spoke up. WOH. What, sir? Me? He walked step by step until he was in front of Seo-yeon. Un Seo-yeon.
He smiled at her.
You did the right thing calling me son today. That took admirable courage.
Kong Chan gently reassured her, building a strong sense of trust in Seo-yeon's heart.
Now, let's see what results that courage brings. Hearing his words, Seo-yeon's heart skipped a beat. She lowered her head.
Her voice a whisper, Mr. Representative. Before she could finish, 2 streams of tears began to fall from Seo Yun's eyes.
Why am I suddenly crying? Kong Chan turned to look at the other two.
He declared to them, and I will show you something different.
The things you've always feared, power, money, and violence. How weak they truly are. Ji-yoon and Mizion were both stunned by his words.
And truly, how small you all are.
A moment later, Neeson asked, this is all well and good, Cheney, but what if Alien calls the police?
He smiled confidently.
Don't worry, that won't happen. Just as he predicted, David Chloe wouldn't dare.
At that moment, he was furiously cursing.
The police? Are you crazy?
I have to report this to Sun PD.
I'll warn that guy a little.
Then finish him off. Taking a swig, he muttered, thinking of his humiliation today. All his anger seemed to be directed at the wine glass. He slammed it down on the table and roared, at the very least, I have to break all his limbs to be satisfied. Sitting in a private room, David Chloe kept rambling.
Anyway, he's just a fool. He can't fight back, yet he dares to declare war. Does he not know who and how many people I'll call?
With that, he picked up his phone and started tapping something. The other end picked up.
He said, yeah, it's me, Secretary Troy. Are there any employees working at the company right now? Send them all home. Tell the director to let everyone on duty leave, too.
Hyeon sat beside him, holding a glass of wine, waiting expectantly.
David Chloe instructed his secretary. Also, are there CCTVs in the building? Turn those off too. Yeah, there's going to be a little physical exchange in an hour. You know what to say, right? All right, all right.
Then he hung up and took the wine glass from Hyeon's hand.
She asked, can I really trust you?
He replied confidently, don't worry. Taking a sip of wine, he flashed his signature cunning smile. Even if he brings a professional fighter, I'll call on the most gangsters possible to wipe him out instantly.
Hyeon pretended to be excited and said, then can I come along?
I want to see that kid get beaten to a pulp and cry pathetically with my own eyes.
Flattered by the beautiful woman, this egomaniac laughed smugly. As you wish. Ha!
After that, he chugged his drink while Hyeon cheered him on. At the same time, a group of people was rushing to David Chloe's location.
A black car sped down the road.
Inside the car, menacing-looking men sat in silence, waiting.
The atmosphere in the car was extremely heavy.
As time passed, the car drove faster.
The headlights shone brightly.
The brighter they got, the more everything in front of them blurred, to the point where
one couldn't see anything.
A short while later, as the appointed time drew near, Kong Chan's car arrived at Alien.
He stopped the car in the parking lot. But strangely, it wasn't just one car, but many all parked in the same row.
The Alien building was dark, with only the sign lit up.
Kong Chan got out of the car, and the car lights went out.
Looking at the pale faces of the 3 girls, he said,
if you're too scared, you can wait here.
Neeson, with her righteous spirit, refused.
No way. We can't let Cheney jump off a cliff alone.
Even if we can't help, we'll monitor the situation. He looked at Seo Yun and Ji-eun as if to confirm.
You too, as well? Seo Yun replied, yes.
Beside her, Ji-eun added, honestly, it's really scary, but I believe in you, Mr. Representative.
Somehow, you'll persuade them and get an apology.
It seemed Ji-eun had completely misunderstood the purpose of this meeting. Kong Chan looked at her with a proud expression, while his mind exploded with questions.
Persuade? Apology? What is she thinking?
With no time to think, he led the 3 girls inside.
Whatever, an apology is what we want, after all.
A few steps inside, they all stopped in unison.
He reminded them, but you have to remember one thing.
Without turning back, Kang Chan said, "No matter what happens, stay behind me.
Only then will nothing happen."
His words greatly reassured the girls.
They passed through the first door, then the second, and finally the third. The person they were there to meet was in sight.
The three girls behind him instinctively took a step back, their faces unable to hide their fear. David Chloe sat in the darkness with Hyan.
He sneered. "You madman. You actually came. What about the rest of your crew?" He spoke, his voice echoing through the room. "There are none. This is everyone."
David Chloe looked at him with contempt.
"One dog guarding 3 girls? Seems a little short-handed, doesn't it?" Kang Chan's brow furrowed as he growled. "That's you."
David Chloe was confused.
"What?"
Hyan, beside him, was also getting anxious.
"I gave you enough time, didn't I?"
Suddenly, all the lights in the room switched on. The figures of David Chloe and Hyan became clearly visible, and standing guard in front of them was a crowd of menacing gangsters. In fact, it was a massive group of people glaring fiercely at Kang Chan.
Kang Chan rolled his wrist, a smirk playing on his lips.
He said contemptuously, "To only gather this many.
Isn't that a little too few?" David was now a bit surprised and snapped. "What?"
Hyan, sitting next to him, was also extremely tense at the opponent's calm tone.
"You had plenty of time."
At this point, Kang Chan paused to survey the massive number of
"Thanks for watching"
thugs they had assembled. After scanning the room, he looked completely unfazed.
"And you only managed to gather this many? That's too few."
Provoked, David could only sit there, suppressing his anger with a cold snort. Kang Chan stood opposite him, one hand in his pocket, casually taunting, "If you need more time, I can wait a little longer."
June, behind him, thought in astonishment, "What is he saying?"
Right after, Kang Chan pulled gloves from his pocket and said with regret, "Looks like you couldn't find any more." He looked at them one by one and pointed, "Is this it? I mean, is this the highest pain tolerance you all have?" Kang Chan slowly pulled on the black gloves and warned, "All right then, for now on I'll only speak with my fists." Hearing this, David found it utterly ridiculous and jeered.
"This kid is all talk."
Even though they had the overwhelming advantage, Hyan was secretly wary of him.
"I think I've seen this guy fight before."
Hyan broke into a cold sweat as she remembered the sight of Kang Chan forcefully dealing with an opponent.
Why didn't I boast about that?
Unaware of that event, David turned to one of his subordinates and urged,
"What are you doing? Have you professional fighters gone soft already?"
The man standing beside him looked skeptical and replied,
"But is it really just that one guy?
We thought it was a brawl between gangs."
"What is this?" Seeing the man's lack of fighting spirit,
he immediately pointed and said firmly, "I'll pay as promised, so just do it." The man put on a smug look and sighed with familiarity. "Well then, I'll handle him myself without needing my boys to lift a finger." David watched the man's retreating back and finally relaxed in his chair, instructing, "Just handle it properly, but be careful anyway. He may be just a kid, but he seems to be quite famous for his fighting." The man didn't bother with the advice and just called back, "Damn it. No matter how you look at him, he's just a student punk." In no time, the man had reached Kang Chan, causing the other gangsters to burst in a boisterous laughter and chatter that filled the hall. In contrast to them, the three girls, Misun, Seo Yun, and Ji-eun,